And really, what kind of show would it be without technical difficulties and a fire alarm going off? Am I right?
The boys are back in town.
Boy, are we. Cedric Phillips, Patrick Sullivan here in Washington, D.C. Let's just get the nonsense out of the way early.
Yeah.
That's what I say. I don't want it to happen in the middle of the day. I want it to happen right at the jump as people start filing in. So, speaking of people filing in, we've mentioned that there are over 1,800 players playing in this event, and we know two of them, and they're pretty good at Magic.
So sometimes round one rolls around and, it's a huge field. You're looking for who are we going to feature.
Yeah.
Sometimes the tiebreaker is if we have someone we know is good and we recognize the name of the other person, we're good to go.
Good enough.
What if two very well-established pros happen to be paired in round one? That's great, right? But what are the odds? We did it, folks.
We did it,
folks.
Nick-
Reed Duke squaring off against Wyatt Darby.
Two Pro Tour champions. That makes for a lot of fun. On one side, Reed Duke, who did win Pro Tour Phyrexia recently and also has 4 PT top 8s on the resume. He is playing Dimir Control, which we're going to get to here in just a moment. Opponent, Wyatt Darby, winner of Pro Tour Dominaria back in 2018, who he took a little bit of a step away from the game to do some real-life stuff, but now he is back here, and he is playing Izzet Phoenix. Nothing really notable about the Izzet Phoenix deck list that's in front of us. Arclight Phoenix, Ledger Shredder, Picklock Prankster, a couple fun of one-ofs, right? But Dimir Control that Reed is playing, normally we think of Reed, we think of old Golgari.
I would have bet a lot on some form of food.
Sure.
We have Dimir Control, which is a deck we have not talked about yet. If you look at the blue-white control lists, which is the sort of the default control list of the format,
Yeah.
you don't see very much card drawing. You have cards like High Noon, which might be good against the metagame, but it's not pushing your advantages forward so much. You have the Wandering Emperor, can be good, can be not, depending on circumstances.
Yep.
This is a control deck, in my opinion, that's trying to get an edge against other control decks.
Okay.
You have way more counter spells in this list. You have Shark Typhoon, which I think is actually a very well-positioned card for this weekend in the control mirrors. If you look at the blue-white lists, they don't have a ton of spot removal for creatures. They're really leaning on Sweepers, which committing 4 mana for a Supreme Verdict or something to get rid of a Shark token is not great. You have the Wandering Emperor, which involves committing mana on your opponent's turn, which is all sorts of risk. And so we have 3 copies of Shark Typhoon in this deck with a bunch of removal counterspells. You have Cling to Dust as a way to grind advantages in long matchups and break up graveyard synergies or Arclight Phoenixes. So I run into this deck a little bit on Magic Online, certainly much less than blue-white control, but I think this could be an interesting metagame call for the weekend.
Yeah, as you mentioned, blue-white control is certainly the go-to control deck on the weekend. So if you are electing to be like Reed and play blue-black, I have to imagine decision number one is I want to get an advantage against blue-white control because Reed may have felt that it was going to be a heavily played deck, which if you saw the metagame breakdown on Star City Games Twitter yesterday, it is known to be one of the most played decks here in the weekend. And I can't imagine that Reed would select a deck that is poor against Izzet Phoenix. That would just be a strange decision.
Yep.
So my assumption is that he feels as though he's good enough in that matchup to get the job done. And you mentioned a card here that does matter quite a bit against Izzet Phoenix, which is Cling to Dust.
Yes.
Really good card there.
Yeah, really good. Sort of purpose number one there is going to be getting rid of Arclight Phoenix, but it's also a deck that's very sensitive to its total count in graveyard. You're trying to resolve Treasure Cruise or some other large delve spells, and in a long game, even against something like blue-white control or food decks, it's just another source of recurring card advantage and ways to break up graveyard synergies. Another thing I want to call out in Reed's list here is the 2 copies of Dig Through Time.
Okay.
The blue-white deck typically plays 0 copies, maybe 1. It is very poor at filling up its graveyard because a lot of what it's doing, High Noon, Temporary Lockdown, Wandering Emperor, this is stuff that stays in play. It's not very good at just milling stuff over. And so Reed with his 4 copies of Deduce, 2 copies of Censor, this allows him enough material here to play Dig Through Time. Memory Deluge is the top card drawing spell in blue-white control lists. And Dig Through Time is quite a bit stronger than that. It's just that the blue-white list can't accommodate it. Reed going out of his way this weekend to be able to support 2 copies of that card.
Dig Through Time, interesting card in the Pioneer format, too, because it's been legal basically the whole time, but we don't really think of it that much. It's a very, very powerful card, of course. Treasure Cruise is the more powerful of the 2, and as mentioned, we're going to see Treasure Cruise a lot here this weekend, starting, it looks like, with our opening match here in the hands of Wyatt Darby. But Dig Through Time, certainly no slouch.
Not at all. It's a little bit slept on, and I think largely that's because Treasure Cruise fits so perfectly into the Is It Phoenix shell. You're really not that sensitive about what you're looking for. It's just gas back up, keep the engine rolling, find more cantrips to find more selection to get back my Arc-like Phoenixes. It's not a deck that's that sensitive to selection. And if you look at Wyatt's list, 4 Sleight of Hand, 4 Consider, 4 Fiery Impulse. Why would this deck care about selection? Just give me a bulk whatever.
Yep.
This deck in blue-black control on Reed's side, much more interested in finding the right solutions or right threats for the right circumstance. There's a lot more, one-ofs and two-ofs that do different things. And so Reed is putting a premium on selection, whereas Wyatt just wants bulk rate, just give me more stuff to do.
Well, we're going to find if Wyatt can find more stuff to do, because I think our first feature match is ready on the weekend. Not a bad start. Not a bad pairing.
Could be worse.
We could certainly do a lot worse.
And
so,
we have. And we will.
Also true.
But this is a nice treat.
This is not a bad start. So it looks like Wyatt Darby, Reed Duke in our feature match area. Look at that cool transition. Here we are about to go. On your left is Wyatt Darby. He is playing Is It Phoenix. As mentioned, he is the Pro Tour Dominaria champion back in 2018. On the other side of things, it is Reed Duke, Team Channel Fireball, Pro Tour Phyrexia champion with 4 PT top 8s, among other things on the resume. Excited to bring you some Pioneer action. And don't worry, Shaheen, we see you back there, and we know you're playing blue-white control. We see you.
Are we sure it's not Esper?
I'm the most sure.
A little tap out for Narset.
Alrighty, let's get things started off here with a Thought Seize here from Reed, a card he's cast a timer 20. Opt considers, that's plural, alongside Picklock Prankster and a Steam Vents here for Darby.
And I Reed very wisely taking the Prankster here. That hand from Darby is super redundant, but Prankster is the most selection and the most volume for the graveyard. So all other things being equal, that's the one you want to take.
Steam Vents untapped here from Darby is going to bring him down to 16, and we're going to head back Reed Duke's way. Reed will be at 18 here as we get these life totals updated for you. And we'll see what Reed exactly what he wants to do.
Well, this is just going to be on, from Reed's side, sequencing the lands early in the way that maximizes his spread of colored mana. He has a lot of demands on both individual black mana and individual blue mana. So any dual land, any one of the double-sided lands, Reed's going to want to kind of take his time with to see whether he needs blue or black mana off of it.
That opt does resolve. That censor takes care of the consider as we head back over Darby's way for his 3rd turn of the game.
And I like that play a lot from Reed. It's not easy to censor any of the big plays out of Is It Phoenix. By the time we're talking about Treasure Cruise, that's going to be 1 or 2 mana. And because Wyatt's hand is a dead end, as far as Reed knows, due to the Thought Seize, anything that stops some selection, some ability to find Treasure Cruise, or even something like Phoenix Legislator, it's worth the fight here.
A consider there from Darby on main phase is all that we saw before, just playing a land and passing the turn back over to Reed for his 3rd turn of the game. Reed's going to start by tapping 2 mana. He's going to cycle a Shark Typhoon. Might be on the hunt for a land here. And he found one. The Dimir Surveil land is what Reed is resolving at the moment.
Undercity Sewers.
Yes, indeed.
In the sewer.
He's going to put that top card into the graveyard, and we're going to head back Darby's way. Wyatt is just going to untap that Steam Vents for his 4th turn of the game. And kick things off with a Treasure Cruise, which we'll be resolving. So 1, 2, and 3 cards coming here for the Pro Tour Dominaria champion. Our first of what I think will be many Treasure Cruises here this weekend, partner.
But this is not that bad for Reed. It's worth noting in Game 1, Wyatt has a lot of dead cards. And the fact that Treasure Cruise is not creating any sort of velocity to the turn of, it's not recurring anything, it's not being chained together with other spells. It's not ideal, but as far as Treasure Cruises go, that one's pretty innocent from Reed's perspective.
Just a Shipwreck Marsh here from Reed and passing the turn back. So you saw that Wyatt did cast that main phase Treasure Cruise, but did not have a land to play. So that means it spells all day for our player on the left. And we'll see what Darby wants to try to get rolling with here a little bit, because one thing to note is that we haven't seen a creature or anything really notable thus far But that is the first real spell here in Prof's.
Eidetic?
Eidetic is what I want to go with.
Sure.
Memory, that's a mouthful.
All right, so this one enters the battlefield. You draw a card. You have no maximum hand size. At the start of combat on your turn, you can put X+1/+1 counters on target creature, where X is equal to all the cards you've drawn this turn -1. So it's good with creatures and card drawing.
Does this deck do that?
More or less.
Okay, Ledger Shredder is going to be the first play here to kick things off. Let's see what the follow-up here is from Darby. It's going to be a Fiery Impulse, so this is...
Just trying to do anything.
Times are tough.
Darby correctly, wisely identifying that these Fiery Impulses are not going to be very good game one.
Mm-hmm.
And a Surveil gives them a loot. It triggers Prof, so, you know, making the best out of a bad situation.
Profs will put a counter on that Ledger Shredder. Now it's up to a 3/5. And here is a card that we did mention right at the top, which is a copy of Dig Through Time here for Reed. So going to take a look at the top 7 cards and take 2 with him. Great time to resolve this card.
Yes, shields are down. Knows about 2 Spell Pierces. 1 is already out the way, but it's nice to be able to pick the spot because Reed has mana left over, and so it isn't committing more resources out of the graveyard, which could come up down the line for a second Dig Through Time. Reed is also playing a main deck copy of Torrential Gearhulk. Nice to leave some stuff back there.
So the Dig Through Time is done resolving, and we're going to head back Reed Duke's way, who has to be feeling decent enough about this game. You know, this game has gone on for a little while, not a lot of pressure, so not a ton to care about. And now here, Patrick, is a copy of Devious Cover-Up.
And Wyatt's going to want to take a look at that one, too.
Yeah, Deadly Cover-Up, pardon me. There's a lot going on with that card. So Wyatt's going to take a little look-ski. There goes the Ledger Shredder. And you see the 5 mana. We're doing some collecting of evidence, among other things. But this is the sweeper of choice here for Reed. Destroy all creatures. If evidence was collected, exile a card from an opponent's graveyard, and then you take them all for good, as Reed is going to make sure he knows exactly how his card does work. So he's going to go a-looking. And you cruise. You lose. Those are gone for good.
Yes. And Reed is really leaning on the fact, game one, that Wyatt just has a lot of dead cards in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
There's removal, and the cantrips are, you know, maybe they find you something, maybe not. If Wyatt does not have access to Treasure Cruise, it's very hard for him to overcome the fact that he's just playing with so many cards that don't do anything.
And that was highlighted by the Fire Impulse.
Yes.
That took place a little bit earlier.
Yeah, 4 copies of Lightning Axe. That's a very hard card to use to do anything profitable. It is something, a vulnerability of Izzet Phoenix is, at the end of the day, they don't have that many cards that can kill an opponent.
Yes.
In most games, they don't need it because they have so much velocity. They're looking at so many cards. They are cheat mana with Arc-Light Phoenix, all that kind of stuff. But if you have the right kind of answers along the way, they can just run out of live cards in deck.
So Ledger Shredder into a cantrip allows for it to get 1 counter, and then Profs will give it additional ones as well. So now that Ledger Shredder is hanging out as a 4/6, while Reed is still sitting at a very comfy 18. But one thing that Y is going to try to do here, I think, over the course of the next handful of turns, is just continue to present a threat, put counters on it via Prof, and just try to start getting some damage through.
Yeah, he's got to try to squeeze as much as possible out of each individual card because there's not really the hope of being able to have some big art-like Phoenix swing is not going to happen. So he's just going to have to pace his threats, try to make each of them individually threatening, and hopefully something sticks.
Well, Reed's going to make it so that it's very difficult for things to stick here because he is playing another copy of Deadly Cover-Up and he's collecting evidence once again. So Ledger Shredder's going to bite the dust, and now there go the rest of those.
Yeah.
So if we're taking a look here at what Darby has to work with, you see the hand of Arclight Phoenix, sleight of hand, and a Hallowed Fountain. But he is starting to run out of threats here, partner.
Yeah, we're down to a couple copies of Picklock Prankster, a couple copies of Arclight Phoenix, and, of course, the Brazen Borrower.
Oh, yes. The Problem Solver. Darby's going to kick things off with a Sleight of Hand, excuse me. Take a look at those 2 cards. One's going to come with them. Other one's headed to the bottom, so that's done resolving. Next will be a Hallowed Fountain that enters the battlefield untapped. So Darby down to 14. And now there's the Hardcast Arclight Phoenix. And in for 3 comes the Bird.
Remember, sleight of hand does not draw a card, so it does not work with the memory.
Rito play. Hello. Hello.
We don't mind a little pandering here.
Absolutely, Reed. Job well done. Deduce. I'm a clue token today. Okay.
You see they were still selling those things over at the prize wall?
I did.
No royalties, huh?
Not yet.
You keep me out of business for 5 years, and then I come back and you're selling these tokens?
Yeah, here we go. Here's a Shark Typhoon. You'll probably be the Shark token.
Come on now.
Yep. I'm ready to block that Phoenix, by the way. I'm here.
So noteworthy about that previous turn, you see a Hallowed Fountain out of Wyatt's deck, white in here for sideboard cards. What that means significantly here is that he is playing no copies of the blue creature land, which most Is It Phoenix lists have 2 or 3 copies of, reducing the threat count even further.
Yep. Now, I like this little white splash here for Wyatt. We're going to get to that when we get to the sideboards, of course, but now we'll head back Reed's way. He sacrificed me to draw a card. I hope it was helpful, Reed, as we do head back to the Pro Tour Phyrexia champion, who's got a nice little stranglehold on this game insofar as not a lot to be scared of.
Yes. And Shark Typhoon on the battlefield just means any spell is,
Not great.
We going to dig? Is it time to dig?
Okay. Deluge instead.
Good enough.
Yeah, make a 4/4 Shark. There he is! I knew it! I knew it! Let's go! Let's go!
Reed, I don't mind a little pandering, my friend. I appreciate it.
It's a lightning axe, discarding a Hallowed Fountain. You died.
That's okay.
A tough death.
I took 2 cards with me.
Good job by you.
Most people don't go out with that level of dignity.
Reed going to resolve Deluge. Going to take a look at the top 4 cards. 2 coming with him.
And I could be back. I think we're still before blocks.
I think so, too. Reed is going to go a reach-in. Wouldn't be a bad time for maybe a Fatal Push, since it does have Revolt, so that'll take care of the Phoenix. You're just a 1/1 now.
That's okay. I appreciate it all the same.
And now it'll be Deduce once again. Dude, we are taking over this battlefield.
I know. Reed came ready. So are we just going to have Reed on all 18 rounds? Can we just do that now?
Wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind. Clue token. I'm a 2/2. You're a 1/1. I'm bigger than you.
Uh-huh.
Look.
Well, you are.
I know.
It's just the right thematic.
In for 3 comes Duke. Looks like Darby's going to fall down to 11. We're going to head back Wyatt's way. He's in trouble this game. Resolve Shark Typhoon on the battlefield. All the mana in the world up here for Reed. Not sure how Wyatt can play through.
And it's a great Dimir control game here because what is Wyatt losing to? It's the sum of everything. Mm-hmm. It's not one individual card. It's not, some sort of, ooh, yeah.
Boo!
No, well, Huey, the last Shark token, even bigger than you.
True.
So Reed is keeping the thematic in play there.
Job well done.
Yeah, just surgically picked apart all of Wyatt's threats, left Wyatt with really no way to win the game. Would have gotten decked if it played out over the long timeline, and Wyatt happy to pick up the cards and go to game 2.
Well, game 2 is where we're going to head here in just a moment as Reed Duke wins game number 1 here over Wyatt Darby in Washington, D.C. Dimir Control up a game over Is It Phoenix. And now it's time to take a look at the sideboards here of both players and see what they are working with. We'll start with Wyatt Darby on the left. He's got 3 copies of Wear Tear, 2 Crackling Drakes, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Negates, an Aether Gust, an Ashiok Dream Render, and a Red Cap Melee. Patrick, what are we thinking on that side?
I'm definitely into the Crackling Drakes, just more threats, and with Reed exiling so many cards, likely to be very, very big. The Mystical Dispute's very efficient in this matchup. I like the Negates, too. They are a little bit cumbersome in terms of mana, but having a couple hard counters with Reed's deck being this spell heavy and this expensive spell heavy, I think makes a lot of sense.
On Reed's side of things is 3 copies of Chrome Host Seed Shark, 3 Path of Peril, 2 Kalidas, Trader of Get, 2 Narset, Parter of Veils, Ether Gust of his own, a Go Blank, an additional copy of Thoughtseize.
So no clear superstars in here. I think the 2 copies of Narset are probably pretty strong at a baseline. It does put Reed under more pressure to answer threats early on to protect the Planeswalker, but you can get your money's worth just by activating it one time. I think Kalidas is also a possibility here. Not the easiest thing for Wyatt to remove if you assume that he's getting Lightning Axis out of his deck, and it's something that evades all the sideboard cards here. Mystical Dispute, Negate obviously don't work. It can race Crackling Drake, so I think that's a possibility too.
Those are the options for our 2 players, and game number 2 will be underway here in just a moment, but it's now time for everyone's favorite part of the show. It's time for an ad read. Haven't done one of these in a little while. The Magic Spotlight Series has been announced by Wizards of the Coast, and Star City Games will be hosting the first one next year in one of our favorite cities, Atlanta.
Yeah, we're back January 3rd through 5th. You can find out more information over at starcitygames.com/SCGCon. It's an open tournament, $50,000 in prizes, and it will be standard featuring Foundations, the new standard legal set that will be legal for 5 years. So a set that would be very valuable to collect and get the staples of if you are planning on playing standard. Again, that's January 3rd through the 5th, and you can find more information over at starcitygames.com/SCGCon.
Looking forward to Foundations and its impact on Magic. Pretty interesting little product there. I know we're going to talk about it a little more during the show, but nothing that they've really tried before. Something that's going to be legal, I think they said, for 5 years?
Yeah, well, you know, they've had this long history with trying to get the core sets right. And part of it is, well, they're only legal for a year or 2, or 3, depending on what era of time, but not all that long. And most of the time, someone walking into an LGS is going to want to buy whatever the newest expansion is. They're going to want Duskmourn or Bloomburrow. It's kind of hard to justify buying those cards at the end of the day. But there is a need or a desire to have a, you know, core set kind of set in the ecosystem. So let's try making this legal for 5 years is a way to solve the problem.
We are underway here in game number 2. It'll be a Spire Bluff Canal into a Judge Call. You know what? We're all rusty.
We are so bad.
We're all rusty.
Yeah.
This is wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So Wyatt immediately calls a judge. We're going to find out what the judge call is for.
I assume this is not going to be anything super punitive, probably a warning, and there's some hokey way to clean it up.
Okay, well, let's talk about what matters here real quick while we resolve this judge call. Better hair. Reed always brings it to the table, but I'm really digging the stash on Wyatt.
Yeah, I mean,
Looks
everyone looks good.
This is a dub all the way around.
Everyone's brought their best this morning.
Absolutely.
Except for this sleight of hand.
Yeah.
But that's okay. We'll get it sorted.
We will have 9 rounds of action here this weekend from Washington, D.C. Patrick Sullivan, Cedric Phillips, we are here in the booth. You'll also be joined by Ailey Loney and Corey Baumeister as well this weekend. And we'll have plenty of deck tech and fun in the sideboard being run by our boy, the guy.
Nick Miller already a deck tech in the can.
Oh, he's working. He's working. He's always working. You kidding me? He's always working.
Those 1,818 deck lists entered by hand.
That's not necessarily true. He did go over them all, though.
Yes.
He had to make sure that you rascals out there actually named your decks right for our metagame breakdown. So Nick Miller is hard at work. Sideboard's over there. You guys can't see it, but he's over there. Already did a deck tech, I think, with Mason.
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll have at least one deck tech for you, over the course of the weekend. For now, we're gonna let these players get these judge calls sorted out, and we will talk about this matchup between Izzet Phoenix and Dimir Control a little bit more. As I mentioned as we were previewing the match, I can't imagine Reed submitting Dimir Control for the weekend without having a good matchup against Izzet Phoenix, and it looked like he did just fine in game 1.
Yeah, I mean that was on the draw, and you saw just spot removal, card drawing, taking advantage of the fact that Izzet Phoenix really only has so many cards that they can win the game with, and if you break up their synergies, if you break up the engine, there's just not a lot of meat left over to win, especially with Wyatt playing a third color and no manlands.
A Steam Vents here from Darby is going to enter the battlefield untapped. He's going to fall down to 18, and it'll be, the old Picklock Prankster is going to go on an adventure. So top 4 cards are going to be revealed. Lightning Axe will come to the grip. The rest will go to the grave. And we're going to head back Reed's way. And it is notable here, partner, freed from the Fae, played on the main phase, so it doesn't run into a censor or different type of counterspell.
Yeah, that card is so critical just in terms of getting enough volume into the graveyard to be able to cast something like Treasure Cruise, it gives you a lot of looks at Arc like Phoenix. And it's also not a great threat, but it's not nothing. So an important card to resolve there.
A Hollowed Fountain's going to enter the battlefield untapped here for Darby. And we're going to head back Reed's way for his third turn of the game. That'll be a Shipwreck Marsh before Reed passes the turn back. Brazen Borrower on the end step here from Darby. Let's see how Reed wants to try to manage this thing.
It's something that Reed would ideally like to fight over via a cycled Shark Typhoon. That's a very efficient answer. It may not be possible or too risky, and we're just going to see his Children's Edict here to clean it up.
That is all taken care of. So let's head back Darby's way now. This is a sleight of hand. Opt among those two cards that Darby is taking a look at. I think you mentioned on Twitter recently this is one of your favorite cantrips of all time.
Oh, it is my favorite.
Yeah?
So it's a sorcery. Spend mana on your own turn, please. I beg you, once. It doesn't draw a card, so there's no synergies.
Okay.
I just want to look at two cards and take the better one. Nice, simple, great name. Lots of different, you reprint it in a bunch of different sets. You can have a different take on the art each time, depending on what the setting is. A masterpiece.
Well, speaking of masterpieces, here's Treasure Cruise. That's going to resolve. So, Darby did what Is It Phoenix does, which is take a look at a whole bunch of cards and draw a couple new ones.
Yep. Taking advantage of the fact that Reed's shields are almost certainly down with only 1 mana up.
Deserted Beach is the land, and Darby will simply pass the turn back over to Duke, who will play a Field of Ruin and simply pass the turn back. 4 mana, kind of a flashpoint for this deck because it does enable a card like Memory Deluge.
Yes.
An opt here from Darby. Take a look at that top card, see where that's going to head. And it's going to be staying on top. Will Reed maybe take advantage? Nope, he will just simply continue passing the turn back with 4 mana available to do who knows what.
Again, Wyatt, it's sort of hard to fundamentally solve the problem of only having so many cards that you can win the game with against a deck that's so effective at trading 1 for 1.
It'll be a Steam Vent that enters the battlefield untapped here for Darby. And here's 4 mana. Looks like maybe a hard cast Arclight Phoenix on the way. It'll actually be a copy of Crackling Drake from the sideboard.
Yeah, it's a really nice card for the matchup, especially with Reed being very heavy on exiling. And Wyatt desperate for a threat that's stable, that's not predicated on doing a bunch of stuff, that is capable of winning the game on its own.
Drake is going to resolve. Darby will draw a card, and now Duke's going to do a little bit of thinking, it appears. Reed is going to start things off with a copy of Field of Ruin. That's going to go after that Steam Fence. That's untapped. So these players are going to go searching for a basic. Reed's going to get a basic Swamp. Darby will get a basic Island. They'll shuffle and present to one another. It is notable here, partner, that the Fatal Push, what's that keyword?
Revolt.
There it is. Not Evoke. Revolt is now turned on.
Also worth noting here, deck lists are open. Players give them to each other. Wyatt's list, again, because of the white splash, only 1 island in the deck.
Spell Pierce going to take care of the push. Not too bad there from Darby. So the Crackling Drake is still alive, at least for now, as we head back Reed's way. Remember the last game, we saw Deadly Cover-Up get cast multiple times to take care of some of Wyatt's things and ultimately help Reed win the game. Now, is that still in the deck after sideboard? Who knows? But for now, Reed has tapped 2 mana. And it looks like maybe a Drown in the Lock is on the way. So that's going to take care of the Drake. And now this is a Narset. Now that's a heck of a turn right there.
Very nice looking turn. And you see Reed leaving it at 5 right now. This way, if Wyatt decides to play an Arclight Phoenix and go after it, Reed has the opportunity to use it the following turn. If Reed were to minus right now and Wyatt had Arclight Phoenix, now the window's open for Wyatt to cast Treasure Cruise or something like that. This is going to take a ton of work, and so it could bottleneck Wyatt's entire turn, even if he has Arclight Phoenix, which he doesn't necessarily do.
Yeah, this is a really nice turn here from Reed. That Narset, 5's a ton as far as counters are concerned to finish that thing off. And now there is the Phoenix. So this is exactly what she mentioned.
Yeah. Very nice play here. And it's possible Reed might even not minus the Narset here and just have a removal spell or form of interaction for Arclight Phoenix and force Wyatt to try to play around the passive ability that Narset has, which is very challenging for Arclight Phoenix to do. Again, it's very different, but it's the same experience from game one of Wyatt's access to resources is being extremely constrained.
Going to cash in that Narset now, Will Duke. So we're going to take a look at the top 4 cards and take a spell with him if he's able to find one. So Reed consulting the grip and consulting the cards here from Narset before making a selection. And it looks like it's going to be Thoughtseize. Negate among those cards that are going to the bottom. And now Reed's going to lead things off with his newfound discard spell. So Darby's hand, a couple copies of Lightning Axe, 2 copies of Treasure Cruise. And it looks like 2 copies of Picklock Prankster as well. Not a bad little hand there from Darby.
It's not, but how do you convert this stuff into material that can win the game?
Mm-hmm.
These are all individually very strong cards, but Wyatt is still constrained by just which cards are capable of dealing damage.
Yes, indeed.
Also interesting here that Wyatt here has left in at least some copies of Lightning Axe, showing a respect for Kalidas. If we get to a game 3, it's going to be interesting to see if Reed just cuts bait with it or is still willing to try it if he has it in the first place.
Well, the aforementioned deadly cover-up is back, and the evidence has been collected. So, Arclight Phoenix, see you later. Reed says Treasure Cruise, you're out of here. And now Wyatt's hand looks a whole lot worse.
He's going to get some draws off of the exiling of the Treasure Cruises in hand, but it's still on Reed's path. This is still kind of the game plan here of you're going to run out of cards that are of significance. You have a couple blank looks at some creatures. You better hope that they're there, because your cantrips don't amount to anything unless they can find a creature. Your removal spells don't really matter. No way to convert extra mana into anything, so at huge risk of flooding out.
Now, you mentioned that Wyatt gets to draw a couple of cards because of the text on Deadly Cover-Up. Negate among those cards. But we haven't really, over the course of this match, seen Izzet Phoenix really operate in the way that we're used to, which is a couple of spells, get Phoenix from the graveyard, kind of do all of that stuff. It's been a couple of modest games here from Darby.
Absolutely, and I like the decision to go after Treasure Cruise there in part because, well, you're killing Arclight Phoenix. Typically, you want to exile that thing if possible. But Treasure Cruise is the easiest path towards chaining a bunch of spells together. You get 3 fresh looks at whatever. Even if Wyatt is able to assemble a path to get Arclight Phoenix back this turn, without Treasure Cruise, every removal spell is just, it's more and more pushing the boulder uphill. It's hard to keep firing back in. So it looks like Wyatt's going to be able to pull it off this turn. But even if Reed has a non-exiling form of removal, it's not trivial for Wyatt to get back the following turn.
So here comes the Phoenix from the graveyard. Duke's going to fall down to 15, and now Darby is going to play a Hallowed Fountain untapped for the negate that he actually found, that Reed does not know about. And we will continue on. So 15-12 in favor of Duke. Not under the most pressure in the world, but Darby actually finally has something going on.
Yeah, some ability to fight back,
Yes.
which is nice. But Reed can reasonably put Wyatt on negate. I doubt Reed would play in a way that gives that card a lot of leverage if he can avoid it, because Wyatt's looked at so many fresh cards between the Treasure Cruises getting exiled and replaced and all the cantrips that Darby played last turn.
It'll just be a Watery Grave tapped as we head back over Wyatt Darby's way. And he's already reaching for some mana here. So there is the memory. We saw this in game number 1.
So
To some effect.
it is a way of making each individual threat very significant.
Yep. And this is a card that, dare I say, has become stock in Phoenix? Like, not a ton of copies, but 1 or 2.
I see 1 or 2 in almost all lists.
Yep. That Phoenix will get a counter, and now, ooh, the Picklock Prankster is no longer on an adventure. It'll just be hardcast, and you see Darby has once again left up that 2 mana, and if it wasn't clear last turn, the negate, it's extremely clear now.
Yes.
Right? Because you could have played another copy of Picklock Prankster or who knows what, and there is the aforementioned negate taking care of the dig through time. So now we're going to head back Duke's way. Does Duke have a big play now that the shields are down? It looks like the answer is no. Just a Watery Grave tapped, and we're going to head back Wyatt's way. Wyatt's got to feel great about getting out of that turn with not too much damage done.
Yeah, that shield's down there, and it signifies that Reed has a very weak hand because almost anything would have been cast. Even an instant speed card drawing spell, you would have seen it on the main phase.
Opt is where Darby's going to start. Top card's going to become the bottom one, so new card coming. Let's see where Wyatt wants to go next. Who's got to feel like he's got a good chance to tie this matchup.
Ideally, you would like to just draw some cards and spread the counters around.
Next up is another copy of Arclight Phoenix. Reed says that resolves. Now going to trigger the memory. Picklock Prankster, not the biggest creature in the world, but it's getting a little bit larger, and this will be an attack here for 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's make it 9 all day. Reed with nothing to do. It's going to fall down to 2. And you know what? We deserve a third game.
We do.
So we are going to get one. Wyatt, Darby, Reed, Duke, they're all tied up. It's 1-1 here in our first match of the day from Washington, D.C. as Izzet Phoenix tying it up against Dimir Control.
And I'm interested to see if Reed goes back to the well here. The lightning axes there show a lot of respect for Kalidas. If Reed brought them in for game 2, which I could see going either way on it, would he continue to leave them in? And from Wyatt's side, now that you've shown the lightning axes, do you say, okay, well, Reed's definitely going to cut Kalidas even if it's in there in the first place. Now I can actually cut my lightning axes and sideboard cards that are a little bit more useful.
We've gone over the sideboards once already, and the back and forth between Lightning Axe and Cletus is certainly interesting. But don't forget about Chrome Host Seed Shark as well, which could be coming in for Reed, which also dies to Lightning Axe.
Yes.
It's obviously not as good and as impactful as Cletus is, but it is worth noting, I think.
It's worth noting. I would be surprised if Reed had it just because the incubator tokens that you're generating do not fly.
Sure.
And to the extent you want things that defend yourself, flying or lifelink are the important things. It's either something that can block or something that helps in damage race. Now the Seed Shark is a 2/4 flyer.
It is.
So it's not bad at blocking. But I feel like Reed's main deck cards are all kind of too strong. You'd have to dig pretty deep to be able to find room for that, especially if we're already committing Narset, which we saw there, and Cletus as well.
Well, Reed is digging deep through the sideboard. It looks like Wyatt Darby is happy, and shuffling up here for game number 3. So while these two Pro Tour champions get ready for their third game in round number 1, we want to talk a little bit more about that Foundations product that is coming out from Wizards of the Coast. You can, of course, pre-order yours now at starcitygames.com/MTG/Foundations, where, of course, there are... You ready for this? This has changed.
Yes.
This has changed a lot since we've done a show.
Hit me.
Play boosters, collector boosters, bundles, jumpstart boosters, and a whole bunch more. Just so many different types of packs.
If you like different SKUs,
Yeah.
do I have a set for you? Foundations. Pre-order available now at starcitygames.com/MTG/Foundations. 5 years of standard legality.
So let's talk about this set real quick here.
Okay.
What do you think about a set that's going to be legal for 5 years? I think Elvish Mystic is in this set. Is that right?
Orlando, I don't remember if it's
Like something like that.
Yes.
So what kind of cards do you think should be legal in what's an ideal card for Foundations or two?
Day of Judgment. That's an ideal card because it's the type of card that you're going to make one of in basically every set. It's powerful, exciting, and splashy. It's a useful card for people to get. But you can also get out from under it very easily.
Okay.
If you make some threats that need to be exiled, you make a Day of Judgment that's 5 mana and exiles, great. Now we have a metagame.
Okay.
And then if that gets, overdone. We make a red-green beatdown deck where you really want the 4-mana one, and now we're going back and forth. That's good stuff.
Okay, that makes some sense. Game number 3 underway here. Players are picking up the pace a little bit. You do see for the clock in the middle of your screen, we're under 17 minutes. I think that's enough time to get the job done here, but you do see a little bit of an uptick in pace of play between these two greats.
I mean, it's something that a lot of blue-white control players this weekend I talked to were concerned about. What if I run into the mirror?
Sure.
Reed's deck, I think, is a little bit better at closing the games out quickly than some of the blue-white lists that I see. And in a tournament that's 15 rounds, 2 draws is really, really rough to pick up if you're trying to top 8. And so these control players have to have a pace of play and a game plan that allows them to finish in time.
Shark is in the graveyard thanks to a mystical dispute. But that answers that question.
Yes.
There's at least one in Reed's deck.
Yes.
Darby going to play a copy of Seachrome Coast into a Ledger Shredder, into an Opt, trigger Ledger Shredder. So let's see what the discard is here for Darby. First on the Ledger Shredder trigger. The Bird Advisor is getting a little bit larger thanks to the discard of the Arclight Phoenix. Now it's time to resolve that Opt. That top card here for Darby, well, it's going to become the bottom card. New card coming here for white. Not a bad third turn, though.
No, that's nice to get a Phoenix in the graveyard. Pumping Religious Letter, get some selection. That's the third turn that these decks typically want to have.
Okay, second Shark plus push is a pretty nice turn here for Reed. So back and forth, these two players go. Reed wins that exchange. First Shark didn't resolve. Second one did. And now here comes a token with it as well. And as you mentioned during sideboarding, the fact that the Shark is a 2/4 against a deck that's trying to get 3/2s into play. Power toughness, as far as the numbers line up, very favorable here for Reed.
Yeah, my concern with the card here is just what's the value of the incubator. If you're basically willing to pay 3 mana for a 2/4 flyer in this matchup, and whatever you get beyond that is just icing on top, then great.
Now this is a way to go over the top of the Shark, make your creatures a little bit bigger. And now here's a Consider. So Spell Pierce is going to head to the graveyard. Darby going to draw a card. Let's see what the follow-up is here for Wyatt. This will be a Cruise. Of course, Phoenix is going to stay put. The rest are going to go away, so 3 cards coming for Wyatt. Among them is a copy of Lightning Axe. So that answers your question. Going to leave him in? Going to take him out? The answer is certainly leave him in. Looks like Wyatt might have 7 cards or so in hand, but maximum hand size does not matter right now because of the powerful enchantment that's on the battlefield. So now we head over to Reed Duke. Reed, shields down. What can he get done here? Maybe now's not a bad time for something like a Narset if he has it.
Well, also, if you could find some way to fill up the graveyard and resolve a dig, that would be ideal. Because then you have your 8/8 incubator token. You can close that game out pretty fast. So first check, I think, is just to see, do I have some way to resolve something that it has a higher CMC than what is printed?
Reed going to give this one a bit of a think. Lot to think about on this particular turn. Early start to the tournament. Kind of a flashpoint in this match here. And he's going to start by tapping some mana. It is the aforementioned Narset. So the Parter of Veils is here, and it's going to minus right away. Reed going to take a look at the top handful of cards. And I think he's going to have to reveal that one, which he did not do. So we'll have a judge call here very quickly. See, like I said, rust everywhere.
Yes.
Rusty in the booth. Fire alarm going off. Little mistake here from Reed, an honest one, of course.
Same with Wyatt, game 2.
There you go.
Sleight of hands.
That's right.
So, kind of the pathway here for Reed is step 1, can you resolve something big and make a big incubator? Failing that, how do I protect myself from what's coming on the backside? Because Wyatt's got a full hand of cards. He's been selecting his treasure cruise. You have to imagine it's just an avalanche of spells coming next turn. Narset is a pretty good stopgap there. It prevents Wyatt from at least doing a lot of stuff pre-combat. Could make the turn a little bit less explosive, even if Wyatt is able to find an Arc-Light Phoenix to get rid of the Narset. If things have to happen post-combat, that's a lot less dangerous from Reed's perspective than all of it happening pre-combat.
So, while we get this judge call sorted out here, we want to thank everybody for joining us here earlier this morning. Cedric Phillips, Patrick Sullivan. We are here in Washington, D.C. at the Regional Championship, hosted by Star City Games at SCGCon. That's a mouthful, but I got it out. Wyatt Darby on the left, Reed Duke on your right. It is Phoenix against Demir Control. Game number 3 is what we are watching here. But, I mean, let's talk about the real star of the show here. Dude, Shaheen is back.
I mean,
Shaheen is back.
Try to keep this man away from a tournament in D.C.
I know. Where blue-white control is apparently good.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
I'm going to go – I'm going to check Shaheen's Twitter real quick right now because I know he made a late-night tweet. Now, Shaheen claimed, I don't know, like a year ago, maybe a little less, he retired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many times is that?
Nonsense.
Yeah.
Nonsense. So last night, Shaheen, nice 4:30 a.m. wake-up tomorrow to drive to SCGDC. Haven't played a game of Pioneer in a couple of years, but it looks like Azorius Control is back to respectable. Perfect timing, end quote. My prediction? You think top 32?
How did he qualify for this?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I thought he was retired.
Yeah, I don't know.
You have to qualify for this tournament in advance.
Maybe top 64, knocking the rust off a couple of rounds first.
Yeah.
But blue-white control does appear to be good this weekend. It's very heavily played. We'll be going over the metagame over the course of this weekend, I think at the conclusion of this round. It's also on Twitter at Star City Games as well if you want to take a quick look. But this does seem like a good tournament for Sheen, given what he enjoys doing.
Well, the deck is very good against one threat, and it's also very good against a bunch of threats. Usually, if blue-white control is going to be a powerful deck, it's going to have coverage on those two ends. And you have some counters in the Wandering Emperor, which is very strong against individual things. And then you have Supreme Verdict, which is cleanup. Settle the Wreckage as well, that is cleanup against a lot of stuff.
We've been informed by Nick Miller himself, because Nick knows everything.
Yeah.
The Sheen qualified in some sort of team event alongside Daryl Errors, among others.
Sounds made up, but...
Yep. All right, we're going to come back to the booth here real quick because this judge call's taken a hot minute, and we don't want you to stare at the players doing nothing. You get to stare at us instead. Cedric, Patrick, welcome back. Great to have you with us. As mentioned earlier as well, eventually it will not be us. It'll be Ailey Loney probably here, Corey Baumeister probably over there. I am slightly disappointed that Corey's not out there with his camera rig streaming the beatdowns that he'll be giving to people on Twitch.
Is that a thing that he...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you mean like Magic Online style?
No, yeah. So, he goes to live events like SCG cons with some sort of camera in tow and streams himself, his backpack streams.
That's wild. I did not know this.
Yeah. He's normally destroying people with, like, Underworld Breach.
I thought you meant streaming, like, oh, I'm playing in a Magic Online event.
No.
He just brings a rig with him?
Well, it's just like one camera. He's not bringing, like, a full-blown setup like we have here. It's not a ton.
Okay.
It's not a ton, but Corey will be joining us, of course, and the wonderful Ailey Loney as well. They'll be taking over for us starting in round number 3. All right, I've been informed that we're clear for takeoff once again, so here we go. Took a minute to get that judge call resolved, but an honest mistake there from Reed, so we do begin play once again. Narset on 3 counters. The Shark, an incubation token that has not been transformed yet, so it's just an egg right now, and now we're heading back Wyatt Darby's way. With an Arclight Phoenix in the graveyard that is certainly looking to come back to play. We got a red pathway and now a Lightning Axe discarding a Seachrome Coast for the additional cost to try to take care of this Shark. This might force a little action here from Reed, perhaps. Doesn't look happy about that Shark dying.
No, because now it opens up a spot where a hard cast Arclight Phoenix could potentially clip the Narset.
Mm-hmm.
Now that is a risky play from Wyatt's side because with the black mana up, if Reed had Fatal Push, the Revolt's been triggered at this point, and that would be a lot of cards and a lot of mana to not make very much progress. But again, it's very hard for Wyatt to have an explosive turn with that Narset in play. It really cuts off a lot of the deck's best lines.
Ooh. That turn's not particularly exciting here from Darby. Just the Lightning Axe to take care of the Shark and just passing the turn back. So perhaps that Narset is causing some problems.
It's very likely.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you just cannot cast any cantrips into the face of that card.
Yep. A Reed is going to reach, and maybe this is something like a Cling to Dust? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Talk to me.
Value City. This is a card that Reed has a couple main deck copies of here this weekend. There will be 2 of them. And that takes care of the Phoenix in the graveyard. So we're going to head back Reed's way. He's going to activate Narset again. So top 4 cards, I promise he'll reveal this time.
If I know Reed, I know he is fuming at himself for last turn.
That's right.
I think the degree to which it's a penalty or how severe it is a function of did the card enter your hand or not, and it appeared that it did.
Yeah, he placed it right on top. Now it's face up. There we go. Looks like a deduce to me. That'll be entering Reed's hand. And, oh, well, there that is.
Ooh.
Hello. There is the Kalitas. So you guessed right all the way around. Axis staying in, Kalitas in, Shark in. So this little game of cat and mouse, it's very clear now.
Yep.
And this is where things get really tough if you're Darby, because you need another copy of Lightning Axe. Now, this is interesting. This Brazen Borrower can solve the problem of the Narset and start to try to get Wyatt back in the game. And because there's no revolt or anything going on, all taken care of. So, Narset taken care of by the Borrower. Does Wyatt have an answer for the Legendary Vampire? It looks like the answer right now is no.
You can theoretically race Kalitas with memory and drawing cards, but that's a tough way to do it. And now any removal spell from Reed creates a zombie, creates a larger threat. It gets out of Lightning Axe range. The one Brazen Borrower is already committed at this point, so you don't have to worry about it getting bounced.
Oh, boy.
So Wyatt's spot here is tenuous.
It was about to get worse.
Head is above water, but Reed's entering a stage where all of his live draws become very good.
Narset gets hit with a timely negate there from Darby. And now Wyatt is going to reaching. So does he have some cantripping to do here? That's the big question. There's a land. That's a lot of those. That's 7 mana here for Darby. And now you cruise your way back into this thing. So delve away 4 cards. His treasure cruise going to resolve? The answer is yes. That's pretty big there for Wyatt. Oh, boy, there's another copy of Brazen Borrower and a negate alongside it. Not too bad.
Yeah, that's the second Borrower in the board.
So, a couple of counters there from the memory. Brazen Borrower is now attacking for 6. You said it wouldn't be easy to race. It's starting to get a little easier.
Yeah, the issue here is just that it gets broken up by, a removal spell. But if Reed doesn't find it, and Wyatt can keep chaining together these card drawing spells, you can race Kalitas. Not easy, but possible.
A deduce on the end step is going to yield Reed a card and a clue. Now Reed wants to take a little bit of a look-ski here. Now what Wyatt has exiled, and now we've got a good idea of that. Reed will play a Field of Ruin, get an attack in with the 3/4. And life totals are going to go up and down and all around as Duke is trying to get a stranglehold back on this game and simply pass the turn back. So let's head back over to Wyatt Darby. Going to kick things off with a Consider. Take a look at that top card. Let's see where that's headed. Wyatt's going to consult the grip before making a decision here.
And I really like that the patience there from Darby to not play a petty theft there on the Kalitas. Reed clearly would have used spot removal on the Brazen Borrower by now if possible. If we hit a stage where Reed is forced to use a sweeper to get rid of that Brazen Borrower, then you still have the Brazen Borrower back in hand to interact with things. And Reed would have to lose the Kalitas anyway if that sort of card resolved.
Yeah.
I think it would have been I think a lot of players in that spot would have said, yeah, this Kalitas is a pain in my side. I should just bounce it to try to win this race. I think that's a lot of risk for very little reward, and Wyatt was correct just to say, I'm going to wait a bit on that.
Consider is all set. Wyatt would like to trigger the memory, it appears. So another counter on there is going to make it 4. Brazen Borrower is going to attack for 7, or at least try to. Step 1 will be cracking a clue for Deduce, which will trigger the revolt on Fatal Push. Now let's see how Wyatt wants to navigate this, because we know he has a copy of Negate in hand, but is it worth it to battle over this? There's a lot of great things to counter, and it's actually going to be a copy of Petty Theft.
Yeah, if you do want this Petty Theft to resolve, it makes sense to do it right now, where if Reed wants to fight over it, it's potentially at the expense of the Fatal Push.
Okay, so it's Petty Theft first, Negate on Fatal Push second. Okay. And so now, Wyatt wins that battle. And remember, to deploy Kalidas, that's 4 mana on your main phase.
Yes.
As well. And Reed has some pretty expensive things going on in his deck as far as spells are concerned, so maybe that's not the easiest decision to make. So now it's just going to be a copy of Field of Ruin. That's going to activate, take care of the Steam Vents. Darby, no basics to search up.
Yeah, this is a function of playing 3 colors here, is you got to make room for those dual lands somehow. It's come at the expense of the basic lands in the deck, down to 1 island. And again, deck lists are public.
Yep.
It's known that this is an issue, and so Reed can start using some mana going hunting.
Now, it is notable that there is just the 1 island that you mentioned, but that Field of Ruin takes Darby from 3 mana down to 2, not 2 mana down to 1.
Which is really critical here to get Darby down to 2 mana, because it means that if Reed can find an answer for the Brazen Borrower that is in play, there is at least a 1-turn reprieve from the second Brazen Borrower that's currently on an adventure. The way that Darby was trying to set things up there was to say, okay, I've got this threat that's lethal. If you play Kalidas, it's no defense against this. And if you find a way to remove the Brazen Borrower, I got another one coming, and maybe with the Memory and cantrips, I can threaten lethal again. Now, all Reed needs to do is answer this 1 Brazen Borrower, and there's a lot of time to find an answer to the second one.
Well, there's your first answer. It's a copy of Deadly Cover-Up. Evidence has been collected, and you see just how weak Wyatt Darby's hand is. Just a couple of lands right now. So, Reed, I think he selected Treasure Cruise probably.
Yes.
To get rid of. Yep.
It's not that surprising that Wyatt's hand looks like this, because there was that turn when Reed tapped out where Wyatt was, basically had an open shot to do whatever and did very little.
So it's going to need to be a pretty good draw step here from Darby, because that's a heck of a turn there from Reed. Taking care of that 7-power Brazen Borrower, as mentioned. Darby not able to end step play another copy of Brazen Borrower, as you did mention. So I don't want to say advantage Reed. I still think this game is very much up in the air, but Wyatt Darby's hand is not particularly good.
What Reed has done on this turn has basically made it impossible for Wyatt to punk him out.
Yep.
It's not like Reed is out of the woods yet by any stretch, but it would be very hard, especially with Treasure Cruise not in the deck, for Wyatt to chain together some sequence of draw a bunch of cards, play an Arc like Phoenix, or get out of my graveyard somehow, pump it up with the Memory, you're dead. Wyatt, from this point forward, is basically going to give Reed a main phase to respond to any sort of lethal sequence. So again, that's not a lock by any means. It doesn't mean Reed has this game won, but Wyatt's ability to do something explosive to end the game in one shot, that's pretty much gone at this point.
Oh, look at this beatdown.
Oh, yeah.
An incubation token coming in for 1, going to knock Darby down to 9. Big draw step here for Wyatt. Just 2 lands in hand. Can he do better than that? Well, it's just a copy of Ledger Shredder. And now it's going to be a main phase copy of Brazen Borrower to trigger the Shredder. That's the second spell for the turn. So Darby's going to draw a card and discard a Hallowed Fountain. And he's reaching for mana. Might be a little something else to do here. And it is. So it'll be a copy of Opt. Top card is going to become, it looks like he's thinking about making it the bottom card. Going to consult his Exile Zone real quick.
Some of these spots for Darby going forward are going to be a rock and a hard place here, because Darby does need to spin up enough cantrips to make every individual threat show lethal. But if he finds something like Negate, it's not like you can just put that at the bottom trivially, because the Negate would be pretty valuable here too. So what do you do when you're looking at cantrip into counterspell?
Sure.
That's not an easy problem to solve at this stage.
Darby thought for a minute there on where he wanted to put those 2 counters from the memory. Decided ultimately on Brazen Borrowers. So Borrower's going to be a 5-3. Shredder's a 1-3. And none of it matters anymore because they are headed to the graveyard. So smell you later. Another deadly cover-up, getting the job done.
I was going to say, I do like the idea of putting all the memory counters on the Brazen Borrower because it is the hardest thing for Reed to Fatal Push.
You see Darby's hand here is a Lightning Axe and a Hollowed Fountain. So Lightning Axe kind of covers the Kalidas problem down the road, but the bigger problem right now for Darby is he's running out of threats again, partner.
Yes. You know, if you draw, I mean, at this point you have to do something like draw and cast Arclight Phoenix, and then chain together a load of cantrips without Treasure Cruise in your deck. Very tough stuff.
There goes the axe. So Kalidas will be a problem moving forward as Duke is going to lose 2 more life. We'll head back Wyatt's way. Wyatt needs a good one, and he's reaching already for some mana. This might be okay. Let's see what this is. It'll be okay. That's not bad.
That's the best draw.
Yeah. Picklock Prankster.
It's a threat and it's action.
Yep. So Free the Fae is going to get another copy of Picklock Prankster because it can be Free the Fae that you're selecting. Not so bad, I think. Actually, he's going to take a Consider, pardon me. So this will be a Consider now. There is Consider. Let's take a look at this. That top card is going to stay on top. And now,
Woo!
Well, that was a turn. There's a Crackling Drake. Hallowed Fountain untapped. Cast the Picklock Prankster. Trigger the memory. Put it on the Prankster, I would assume. Yep. So now 2 threats.
Yep.
Pass the turn back.
It's a nice sequence right there.
That's a pretty swingy turn. Now, do keep in mind, as you see the clock wind down in the center of our screen, we're going to be under 15 seconds here in a minute, but because of the judge calls, plural, that we've had in this match, I imagine there's at least a 5-minute extension. So we'll make sure our time is all correct here in just a moment as we head back Darby's way. And you see Darby has just acknowledged our table spotter / judge. So we are on turn 0 right now. The extensions and everything else have been added accordingly. So turn 0 will be Wyatt. Turn 0, 2, and 4, pardon me. Turns 1, 3, and 5 will be Reed's. Hell of a first match, huh?
Really good stuff.
Yeah. Is that another? Man. Another Free the Fae. When you're running good, you're running good. 2 ops. A sleight of hand, and a Hallowed Fountain. Now it'll be an opt here for Darby. Top card, where are you going? Staying. Next up, Consider. In the bin. But you better believe it's Arclight Phoenix. Memory now.
Just a cycle.
Yep, because it's a legendary enchantment. And now, it looks like Arclight Phoenix is going to come back. Memory is going to trigger on the Picklock Prankster. I mean, these past 2 turns for Wyatt are just unbelievable.
Well, I also really appreciate a couple turns back going and getting the Consider over the Prankster.
Yeah.
I was thinking, you know, Prankster's the most selection. Why not take that? But it's Crackling Drake. That's the thing to find.
Well, here's a 4/4 Shark token. Draw a card from the cycle. You've got some blocking to do, partner.
All right. That's probably best because it prevents lethal. I was hoping to eat that Arclight Phoenix, you know.
Dream big. Here's Drown and Lock. Okay. Oh, Mystical Dispute's going to take care of that. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think Reed's going to fall down to 5. Drake's going to trade with you. And now Reed on turn 1. I think he's got 1 card left. It's Kalidas. Ooh, Dig Through Time is not a bad draw step.
Yeah. And the Kalidas was known, too, so.
Not a bad draw step at all here for Reed.
Darby's got nothing to complain about, given how
not
turns
at all.
ago, but he knew Reed was, you know, last card in hand was not useful.
All right, Reed, let's see what you can do. take a look at the top 7 with the Pro Tour Phyrexia champion. And he's going to take 2 with him. Fatal Push among them. There's a negate in there too. And then Reed also looking at Kalidas. So, there might actually also be a copy of Deadly Cover-Up. I didn't get a great look. Trust me, we're going to find out in just a moment. Either way. But dig through time. One heck of a draw step there for Duke. That's done resolving. He's tapping 5. Yeah, I think it's a cover-up. Yep, see you later. Collect a little bit of evidence as well. And so now Reed is going to kick the Phoenixes out of this game.
It looks like Darby's deck is down to just a Crackling Drake as a threat.
Okay. So that means we know what he's going to draw. That's what that means.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Wyatt draws 1 card from the cover-up. Next one. As he's turn number 2. There's the Prankster. Looks like that's in there, and Darby's just going to pass the turn back. Turn 3. 5-7. I don't know if either player can win this one.
I mean, Darby certainly... Well, I don't know how much card drawing is left in the deck, I guess.
Reed, tapping 4. This is Kalidas. Pass the turn back. Darby, turn 4. Come on in.
Yep.
Prankster with a little nudge. That's a push. That's good. That's exiled. Reed gets a 2-2. Oh, boy.
You're back, buddy.
At least for a moment. Is he going to be able to win this game, actually? This is unbelievable. All right, there's a deduce. Make a clue. Ooh, Spell Pierce is going to take care of that. Turn 5. How do you get across the finish line? He's got a high on the Eye Tyrant.
Yeah, we got a creature to land down there.
No way. No way.
Yes, way.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, this is brutal on the last turn. That's going to do it, Reed. Duke is going to win this game and match. 2-1. They played as many turns. It took as much time as they could. But Pro Tour Phyrexia champion takes care of Pro Tour Dominaria champion.
I feel like we're back.
I think we're back.
I think we're back.
I think we're back. What a match between those two.
Yeah. If I was a viewer at home, I would theorize that that was staged. But it wasn't.
No,
as far
it
as I
wasn't.
know.
That was great.
Really great stuff.
That was absolutely great. Getting to watch 2 Pro Tour champions right off the jump. Dimir Control, not our most played deck, obviously. That is we're going to see a lot of blue-white control here this weekend. At least we presume, assuming it performs well this weekend. But you kind of see some of the reasons there to play blue-black.
Yes. The amount of removal that you have that exiles and sort of cranial extraction, surgical extraction style effects. Again, in that matchup in particular, and I'm sure it's true against the blue-white too, they just don't have that many ways to win the game. It wasn't like Wyatt got cut off of being able to draw cards for the entire game or something systemic happened. It was just you have 9 cards that can possibly kill me, and if I could defend myself against those 9 cards, you have nothing left over that can get over the finish line, and that's what happens in games 1 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of good back and forth there between both players, especially that sideboard game of cat and mouse with Lightning Axe, Kalidas, and it's always a mouthful to say. Where is it? Chrome Host Seed Shard.
Yeah.
So that kind of dynamic back and forth between 2 great players, especially in an open deckless tournament like this one, is obviously a lot of fun to watch. But at the end of the day, Reed Duke does what Reed Duke does, which is win another match of Magic.
On turn 5, with a creature land that had not been close to activated in any of the games leading up until that point.
That's right.
Perfect.
Some things, folks, they never change. We are going to take a short break here from Washington, D.C. When we do come back, ideally we're going to take a look at the metagame breakdown that Nick Miller has spun up for us, as we have over 1,800 players. We want to know exactly what's going on in this particular tournament. And then we're going to bring you round number 2 of the regional championship. So we'll see you back here for all of that just a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C., hosted by Star City Games at SCGCon. Cedric Phillips, Patrick Sullivan, getting ready to bring you round number 2 of 9 today of Pioneer action. We got to see a wonderful first match between two Pro Tour champions, Wyatt Darby and Reed Duke. Reed Duke was victorious with Dimir Control, taking out the proverbial boogeyman of the format, Is It Phoenix?
Probably, I think a week or two ago, most people would have said this will be the most played deck.
Yeah.
We're going to have our metagame breakdown for you shortly, and I don't think it ended up playing out that way.
Yeah, maybe a little bit surprising. It is in Is It Phoenix, a deck that, of course, we see a ton of in Pioneer. But there appears to be some other options because of Duskmourn, because of Bloomburrow, and just because of, thankfully, Amalia and Sorin. Bye-bye.
I still think we're more or less in Big 3 territory. It's just a different Big 3.
Okay.
Is It Phoenix, Rakdos, Blue-White Control. Again, we should have our metagame numbers for you shortly. Nick Miller has been nose at the grindstone.
As always.
Doing this research since literally yesterday morning.
That's true. That's true. Nick is hard at work. So let's take a look at that metagame.
He's going to die in that chair. Here we go.
248 players playing Azorius Control here this week, and that's 15% of the metagame. Into Rakdos Aggro, 235 players playing that. That's 14.2% of the metagame. And then Is It Phoenix, 11.9% of the metagame with 196 players. So you kind of called it there, bud. There's your big 3.
Yes. But we still have a lot of decks that are very close in representation to number 3 in Is It Phoenix. With Enigmatic Creativity, Rakdos Transmogrify, Sacrifice, Grease Fang, Rakdos Midrange, Mono Black Midrange, Boros Control, and Mono Green Devotion, all accounting for at least 3% of the field.
So the Enigmatic Incarnation deck is a little bit of a weirdo that I know a lot of players do like here this weekend, especially with the additions from Duskmourn. So I'm hoping we get to see that deck a little bit. Rakdos Transmogrify, some help from Duskmourn, but looks like most players are putting a Traxa onto the battlefield. Sacrifice does encompass all different versions of it, right? So there's Rakdos, there's Jund, and there's Golgari. Nick has grouped all of those together because there's a lot of different ways to build it. For you Sacrifice fans out there, you are 6.7% of the metagame. A little bit maybe surprising to see Greasefang back.
I don't know. It's a deck that people used to play, and the format got arguably powered down some. It's not a deck with a lot of exposure to High Noon. It plays just fine against that card.
That's true.
And we're still only talking about, 3.5% of the field, 3.7 to be precise. So in a field of over 1,800 players, 61 players deciding to go with it is not a huge metagame share.
Rakdos Midrange, once upon a time, was one of the stalwarts of Pioneer. Not so much anymore. 54 players electing to play that strategy. That'll be 3.3% of the metagame. Mono Black Midrange, kind of a newer deck that's like waste not territory for some builds. There's the combo with that unslashable, that thing that can't die, that killer from Duskmourn.
Well, it does die if you have Kamano faces Kakazan, which a lot of people do.
I'm going to say, you certainly do.
I certainly do.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different ways to go about building Mono Black Midrange, and then, 52.
Big Boros Enormous.
That's right.
3% of the field.
The highest of noons among other cards hanging out in that deck. Maybe we'll get the opportunity to see that one at some point.
You got a Lightning Helix?
No,
Just
man.
one.
War Leaders Helix.
War Leaders Helix, yeah. You split them 1 and 1.
Take 4. I think the one thing that stands out to me here, because I'm a Mono Green Devotion player and because Nykthos is so powerful, this deck only 51 copies, 3.1% of the metagame. Maybe Mono Green Devotion just isn't that good anymore.
I think largely it's just the matchup against Rakdos is too bad. I don't think the deck is necessarily a bad choice, but you look at the big 3. You played this deck a lot in RCQs. You won a lot with it. In those, let's look at the decks at the top of the metagame. Are any of those matchups you're thrilled to play against?
Well, once Karn got banned, not thrilled about playing against Blue-White Control anymore, right? So that's number 1. Rakdos Aggro, I have heard.
You're dead.
Okay,
You're
cool.
dead.
Good talk.
That's the one matchup I played when I was playing some Rakdos leading up to this event just to kind of get some more prep in.
Okay.
Where my sideboard was same 60.
Oh, no need.
Not changing a card.
No need. And then Is It Phoenix? It's not your favorite deck to play against.
Yeah.
Like, you can beat it, but you're not
Right.
thrilled.
That sounds about right.
And I would also say that if Is It Phoenix wants to beat you, you're in a whole lot of trouble because they got better tools against you after sideboard than you have against them if they decide they want to beat you.
Yeah.
Now, one of the appealing things about Mono Green Devotion is, you know, and you can say this about really any deck, like if you're running good, you're really hard to beat, right? You start a game with a ley line, you've got Nykthos being activated on turn 2, that sort of thing, but that doesn't happen all the time.
That is true of all decks, but it is the most pronounced in the Mono Green Devotion.
Yes.
You're the tippity top of your range, no one can touch it.
Yeah.
But I think that just on balance, as you know, you aggregate out the metagame or whatever, the matchups look not as appealing as they did maybe 4 or 5, 6 months ago.
You see Lotus Field Combo, Gruul Aggro, spirits of all different varieties. Probably most of them are Azorius. Humans of numerous varieties. Most of them probably mono white. 5-color Bring to Light, Rakdos Cauldron. That's like, I think, the Tree of Perdition deck that some players are playing this weekend. Selesnya Angels, various different takes of Aura, Selesnya Collected Company, and so on and so forth. What this says to me, this graphic, as we get ready for our next match, is there is a big 3. We'll see how it performs. Azorius Control, Rakdos Aggro, and then is it Phoenix. But you can do a lot of what you want to do in this format.
I mean, 10% of the field, 9%, is bundled under Other.
Yeah.
So those are just decks that didn't have a half a point of metagame share. So a lot going on here. Mono red aggro, I want to know, I need to talk to Nick after this round. If mono red aggro is actually mono red wizards and he just labeled it as mono red aggro, we are going to have a talk.
Oh boy. Okay. Really? You want to do battle against Miller?
There's a couple Viashino Pyromancer Gitu Lava Runner fans in the house. They came up to me. People playing in the LCQs yesterday said, I copied your deck list. And I didn't win. And I said,
tough.
Sounds like a you problem.
That's fair.
I have not had that experience.
You have been I don't know, how many trophies? Do you know the number? Are you in double digits?
No, I pumped the brakes on myself a little bit by playing that Rakdos deck.
Okay.
Stinky. Not for me.
Ooh, okay.
I think it smells.
You don't think that's good?
Well, if you mulligan, you lose. If they have any piece of interaction, you lose. Every sideboard game gets many, many times worse.
Does your deck get better after sideboarding against anybody? Not really?
No.
Okay.
I was going to say blue-white control because Thoughtseize is very good against them.
Sure.
But whatever they have against you is better than Thoughtseize.
Yeah, that's probably true. And they probably have some sort of banger against you.
High noon.
Okay,
and you have +3, +1 in your hand. You have a grizzly.
Yeah, I do.
You have a grizzly bear. Maybe you can cast Fling sometimes. The lands, awful lands.
Okay.
You know how many lands enter the battlefield tapped when you have Den of the Bugbear and like the inflection point of the game is maybe turn 5. I can get them to put their shields down and then tune up the band, and you draw Black Cleave Cliffs.
Sure.
There's no black cards in your main deck. What are we doing here? Sulphur Springs. Have you ever drawn that card?
I have.
Have you tapped it for mana? Awful.
Yeah.
Awful card. I'm not about it. I understand the deck's very powerful. I understand it's going to be very popular, but it did not feel materially better to me than the mono red deck.
Sure.
The mono red deck also because you're not once you're doing Valiant Creatures plus pump spells. That's a lot of your deck's architecture. You can't really get away from that sort of thing. So how do you sideboard? Well, the default is, you cut 4 copies of Titan Strength because it's bad. Okay, fine. That's a way to do it. You need that card. Your deck's predicated
That's like what your deck's about.
Yeah. Okay. So I got to the point where it's like, okay, I just need to I need to cut the Fling against everyone because I can't beat interaction. I can't beat the pump spells. Not a great place to be because the deck's built around Fling.
Sure.
High noon. Not great for the mono red deck, but you still have Wizards, Lightnings, and Play with Fires. You have spells you can play on their turn.
On their turn, yep.
It's not great. It's not the card you're excited to see. But it is not the same thing as Titan Strength and Fling.
Sure.
It's way worse.
Sure.
Way worse if you're doing that.
Sure. No,
So
that makes sense.
I want to break down these mono red aggro lists. I'm interested. Is this actually aggro?
Yep.
Are these people playing with Eidolon of the Great Revel or what have you? Or is it the Wizard?
Forgot that card was even legal.
Oh, it is. You don't see very much of it because you can build all sorts of red beatdown decks you can build in this format that are strong. Whether it's Rakdos, Gruul, or Mono Red, whatever, where you get access to Gigantha, and it does come up in these games.
Okay, sure.
The games play at a slow enough pace that I have picked up and played Gigantha against Blue-White Control, Is It Phoenix, and Rakdos / other Mono Red decks, just depending on how the game goes and how much removal both players are bringing to bear.
Sure.
So when I first started playing, and it was probably different in the pre-ban era, Gigantha, I felt like You know, if there was a double red card I really wanted, if I really wanted Eidolon or Searing Blood or something, I would get away from this, at least in the post-board games. My position on it now is I'm actively preserving this. It's been good enough, like, in basically every single matchup, that something would have to be extremely appealing to get away
for you to lose it.
And I assume the same logic applies to people who are playing Gruul or Rakdos or Boros Convoke or whatever in that red beatdown space.
Okay, that all makes sense. That all makes sense. So, I guess the thing I'm most curious about is, so in tournaments like this and Pro Tours and stuff like that, I always feel like when blue-white controls the most played deck, it's not a good choice. Because when people are gunning for blue-white control, I feel like it's not particularly good because it doesn't have a busted card.
Well, it depends what you mean by gunning for it.
Okay.
It's a deck that is not easy to upend with any one individual card. It has a lot of one-for-one removal that generates card advantage or plays at value or whatever the case may be. And you have Supreme Verdict and Cellar Wreckage, so you're pretty good against people who are going wide as well. In terms of, and you have cards that can interact with all card types. Sometimes blue-white decks just don't have an enchantment removal spell game one, and
you got like March and Get Lost and stuff. Like you've got some good pieces of interaction.
So you have play against someone going single, you have play against someone going wide, you have reasonable play against all card types. The place where the deck is a little bit lacking, in my opinion, is you have really no way to shut the door on someone. There's no Sphinx's Revelation.
Yep.
You have Memory Deluge, which is a fine card, but it's not in that just, all right, it's the board stable, now the game's over. It's not quite like that. You have a couple copies of Teferi Hero Dominaria, which can be that, but it's not the easiest thing to resolve. It's 5 mana, it's commitment on your main phase. Sometimes they do have some removal where you just walk away with it with a 2-for-1, whatever. So decks that are able to play a long game with it and have something to shut the door, that's going to be where the deck struggles a little bit.
Yep.
But it's not an issue of any one individual threat. Interestingly enough, the deck is actually a little bit vulnerable to Vigilance because the Wandering Emperor doesn't interact with it.
Okay.
But there's no Vigilance threat that anyone really plays.
Yeah, that really like stands out or anything like that.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that's the big thing for me. Is like it just doesn't have a way. I can't believe I'm actually saying this because like Rev is like 2012, 2013 era of Magic, I think, but it doesn't have that kind of card to just say the game is over now.
Yeah, I mean, and it doesn't necessarily. Sphinx's Revelation is the most obvious example of that sort of thing, but just some.
Elspeth Sun's Champion.
Yeah, Dream Trawler. Just something,
something
like where if I get this onto the battlefield, you've got maybe one turn and there are 1 or 2 cards that could undo this advantage, and if you don't have it on the spot, it's over.
Yeah.
It does have to play back at you a fair bit, and because most of the counter spells are in sort of, negate, mana leak sort of territory, they work, but not all the time. You can get upended even in the spots where the game has gone on for a long time. You're favored, but it's not a guarantee.
Yeah.
That said, you can interact with all card types. Most of the cards in the deck are individually very strong, and you can interact against narrow, interact against wide.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good foundation for a control deck.
Yeah, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. I like in a tournament like this, I'm just curious, has everyone tested against it and just said, you know what? I know exactly what my game plan is in this matchup. I know what my approach is after sideboard and everything else, right? Because once blue-white is a known entity and people are testing against it, they have 2 mana up on turn 2. I know exactly what cards they can have. In turn 3 and turn 4, I'm not going to run into the Wandering Emperor, or I'm happy to attack and run into the Wandering Emperor if they do or don't have it because I, want to play a spell when they have 4 mana up because Memory Deluge, all of their stuff, right? Once you get the play patterns down against blue-white, because it doesn't have that busted card that says, oh, all my play patterns don't matter because Elspeth, you lose. That sort of thing.
And it just a paper tournament like this is so much different than just Magic Online leagues.
Sure.
One, because the draws are so bad.
Yep.
You can only have so many of those over the course of the tournament before they basically count as losses. Another issue with playing it in this sort of environment is open deck lists. I've had a lot of experiences against blue-white of just, all right, I'm playing around Wandering Emperor, and that often involves send everything.
Yep.
And then it goes settle the wreckage. It's like, okay.
Sure, I'm dead now.
It's hard to play around everything. Do they have a censor or draw aisle disruption? Sometimes they got 1. Often they have 0.
Yep.
How much are you playing around it? Probably very little. But when they do have it, you get blown out in those spots. when you actually know the parameters of what your opponent's range is, which is not the case when you're playing FNM or Magic Online Leagues or whatever, some of those cards do lose a little bit of value, especially the difference between 1 and 0 is so huge.
Yep.
You're playing a league on Magic Online, you're just sort of shrugging your shoulders and guessing. They probably have 0 or 1 settle the wreckage. I can round that off to a half and then play accordingly.
Yeah.
That's very different when you literally know who has 0 and literally
who has
has 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And I guess that's one thing that's kind of not talked about enough coming into this tournament. You know, back when we were doing our final shows, really, open deckless tournaments weren't really a thing.
Yeah,
is this I think this might be the first open deckless tournament that we've covered.
Depends if you count the Players' Championships.
Okay.
But yeah, it's at least very uncommon for us historically to cover in that environment.
Yeah, so, you know, we might see some plays that maybe look a little bit strange or different over the course of this weekend where we wouldn't have back in the last decade, because players sit down, they get their pairings on Melee, share deck lists, and then, you know, you get your, I think, a 3-minute review period, and you can kind of look and see exactly what your opponent's doing.
Yeah.
And that's a really big deal.
And I'm curious how much that informs people's main deck selections or whatever. Like, is the tiebreaker for you playing one copy of Settle the Wreckage just how much you have to play around this value do I get in an open deckless tournament versus if I have literally 0, how much does my opponent gain from that information? I would assume it's at least part of the calculus. It has to be.
I think so.
It has to be different than in an environment where the deck lists are not public.
Is there a card that you would play in red because of open deck lists that you just want to show them that you have one of these?
In the main deck or sideboard?
Either one.
I think I'd be a lot more inclined to play with Pithing Needle. I do actually like Needle for my sideboard right now.
Oven?
Primarily Oven.
Yep.
Other stuff comes up, but it is a very good anti-Oven card.
Okay.
Of just how much Beseiju type of stuff are you willing to have in the deck if, like, it's not good most of the time, but there's this card you're really worried about. I think that's the type of card that your opponent almost naturally has to over-sideboard for in the spots where it's good.
Okay.
And especially if some of those cards just don't line up the right way against what you have going on otherwise.
Yep.
It's also a card where it sort of preempts a lot of their sideboard cards.
Okay.
You can get caught off guard by, I don't know, Vraska. Like, pick a Planeswalker or just you play against a Rakdos deck and they don't show any of the Cauldron cards against you game 1, right? There's some amount of time where there's some signal where they give you some clue that they have that engine going on, but not always.
Yep.
One Needle gives you a lot of coverage against some of the weird stuff they could have that maybe you don't see game 1 or is lurking around in their sideboard.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, we have been informed that we're ready for our next feature match, so I've got some deck lists in front of me. Let's take a look and see what I got here for you. Brian Weller Gordon, I believe a Portland Magic player, if memory serves. That's one. Oh, no. Oh, God.
What you got?
Party.
Oh, yeah.
Sam. What's Sam got here? Okay, he's playing Sacrifice. Okay, I'm going to give you Sam's deck.
Yeah, the Sam Party, good friend of mine, lives in the Denver area.
I guess he's not a good friend of mine.
On the record.
Can't be a good friend of ours.
On the record saying, I don't think these Phoenix decks can beat someone just making food.
Yeah, he feels pretty strongly about that. And what does Sam know? What does Sam know anyway? I think second place in the last Pro Tour. What does that guy know?
Yeah, best combo player in Denver. Shout out Matt Nass.
By far best combo player in Denver. It's not even close.
Well established.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Sam got second in the Nadu PT. Right. Remember that? Is that card legal for this tournament?
It has never been legal in Pioneer.
Okay. Well, a boy can dream. A boy can dream. If we are ready to head on down to our feature match, I'd love to do so. So let's take a look-ski here as we're going to get our eyes on the best combo player in Denver whose eyes are closed.
Yes.
He's that is Sam Party against Brian Weller Gordon, who I remember playing against in the Northwest. He's playing Rakdos Transmogrify, as both players are really into both Jingantha and Blackcliff Cleaves. Or excuse me, Blackcleaf Cliffs. All righty. So for Weller Gordon, we're going to start things off with, is that a case? Sam has a vampire.
Yeah. Blood Tithe Harvester. As honest as they come.
Pretty honest threat, if I'm being honest. It'll be a duress here from Brian. And we're going to take a look here. What is old Party cooking with? We got a Fable, a Push, 2 Deadly Disputes, and a Blood Crypt. So Weller Gordon's going to get that information taken care of. As we get a deeper look here into Brian's deck list, you might be wondering exactly what is going to come from a Transmogrify, and it will be a Traxa.
Yes.
It will be a Traxa. No surprise there. And now the follow-up is a Push to take care of the Blood Tithe Harvester. A Blood Crypt on the battlefield tapped. We're going to head back Party's way. Who is now without a Fable, but does have a Deadly Dispute. So, goodbye Blood Token. Hello Treasure Token. 2 cards coming. Party also top-8'd Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
He's been on one, as they say, in 2024.
Magic Online Worlds or something a few years
Probably,
back.
yeah, probably. Strixhaven champion, if memory serves. He wins a lot, okay?
Yeah.
He wins a lot. And so does his favorite football team, the San Francisco 49ers, who are going to demolish the Cardinals this weekend. And Brian looks like he's going to be doing some Case of the Stash Skeleton. That's a fun name.
Yes, it is. Works in a bunch of different ways with this deck. You know, getting a token, that's nice. Being able to tutor, that's nice.
Yeah, tutor's fun.
Yes.
Find yourself your Transmogrify?
That's right.
Yeah, that's smart. Okay. It looks like old Bank Buster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we got all the hits coming out here early in the day.
Another, you know, you draw some cards, you sit around, you don't do anything. Eventually you get a pilot. That becomes an Atraxa.
Absolutely.
You know?
Sam has a new addition here to Jund Sacrificed. Yagra? You want to go with Yagra?
I have said Yigra, but
Yigra?
it's whatever. Yagra's fine.
Eater of All. Those are the easier words to say.
Yeah.
Combo with 2 cats. We'll see if that comes up.
It's also very, very hard for creatureless decks to kill.
Yes. Let's see what Weller Gordon has here. This is another copy of Duress. Sam has a Claim, the Firstborn, Deadly Disputes, and 2 Fatal Pushes.
So the instant speed removal is useful in this matchup. Can break some stuff up. But this is a lot of time that Sam is currently giving Brian here.
There'll be a Blood Crypt tap there from Weller Gordon. We're going to pass it back over to Pardee. I guess the cat's big on its own.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
also that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Combo enabler, but also just huge. Let's see what the follow-up is here for Sam. Oh, is that a Hunted Witness? I might be wrong about that. Hang tight.
Unlucky Witness.
Unlucky Witness, thank you. Bankbuster going to draw another card.
That is the Fountain Port. Another way to potentially, you know, finagle in
Wow.
an Atraxa.
Brian has 4 copies of that card this weekend. That's a lot of those.
Yeah.
I mean, it is pretty good.
It does a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. No, that's legit. Unlucky Witness is going to get sacrificed to a Deadly Dispute, so.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Sam right now is basically trying to set up a spot where he could generate lethal in 1 turn here, which is possible if he could find, you know, maybe something like Oven Cat plus Devil could potentially get over the line. I believe that Brian's at 12 right now from that previous hit, which means that if Sam can basically find 2 more pieces of food, that would do it.
Here's a Claim the Firstborn. So this is fun, because Claim the Firstborn, a lot of the time you think about only targeting their stuff. But you can target your own and give your creature haste. So it looks like Brian is going to be using a Torch to the tower. All right.
But it's not the end of the world. Oh, no, sorry. That does cut off, actually, because of the exile.
Yep. Now here comes the Big O.
And Brian not able to find an answer there, and that's going to do it.
Sam is going to win game number 1 here over Brian as Jun's Sacrifice. Very quickly up a game over Rakdos Transmogrify, as Transmogrify didn't really get much going.
Well, Sam was still able to set up a spot there where he had Fatal Push for coverage against any sort of, polymorph style effect. And with Brian not committing any creatures to the battlefield, that Yegro was basically unkillable.
Yeah, pretty much.
And, any interaction that Brian has for anything else is just growing it. So Sam kept his eye on the ball there, realized it was unlikely that Brian could both generate the combo and stop Sam from killing over the course of 2 turns, and Sam was correct.
Let's go to the sideboards here. We'll get our eyes on things. Let's start with Brian Weller-Gordon, as he's going to be on the play here for game number 2. It'll be 3 Leyline of the Void, 2 Duress, 2 Hidetsugu Consumes All, 2 Obnixilis the Adversary, 2 Urabrass Forge. You cast that one?
A little. I tried some of it. I tried it in the Rakdos deck. It was okay.
1 Damp Sphere, 1 Reckoner Bank Buster. What do we like here and why?
I mean, it does seem like a Leyline of the Void matchup. The Sam's deck is operating largely out of the graveyard. Beyond that, I really just don't know how much Brian can cut out of the core engine here. This might be the type of deck that can only sideboard 3, 4, 5 cards anyway, but it does seem like a Leyline of the Void matchup.
Sam's side, 4 Obnixilis the Adversary, 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Damp Sphere, 2 Haywire Mites. Let me check Sam. Okay, a couple Overgrown Tombs to activate that thing. Acclaim the Firstborn, the Big O, Jingantha, and then an Unlicensed Hearse.
There's a lot of just kind of marginal cards here. I think Obnixilis is probably the best of the bunch. If you anticipate Leyline of the Void on the other side, it's just something that has a lot of lift if Sam doesn't have access to his graveyard. You can sort of always vaguely justify Thoughtseize. It doesn't seem like a great matchup to me. A lot of this is just going to be a function of how much does Sam want to get away from things that are predicated on the graveyard in the face of Leyline of the Void. If he wants to kind of bail, then you could actually see him sideboard quite a few cards. If he's willing to risk it, then we might just see Obnixilis.
Alrighty, both these players have had the opportunity to do some sideboarding and take a look at each other's deck lists, so we are going to very quickly go over the StarCityGames.com newsletter, which, Patrick, you can sign up for. I can too.
Yeah. Well, I'm already signed up.
Okay.
In any event, you can sign up on the main page or just head over to StarCityGames.com/newsletter. A lot of information comes out there. If you happen to not get to the website or feel like you missed some significant bit of news, it's always good to be signed up and have that delivered directly to your email. Included in the newsletter right now, you can order cards from Dustborn House of Horror.
Spooky.
Information, including registration for SCG Con Atlanta, January 3rd for the 5th. And anytime SCG has a flash sale, you want to know about it. It's a flash sale. Things go on sale, but not for that much time.
That's how they work.
It's nice to get a notification about that. Again, you can head over to the Star City Games main page to sign up or head over to StarCityGames.com/newsletter.
Like that.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of time on the flash
So
sale.
it's a flash sale. That's why it's supposed to be motivating. Because it isn't around for very long.
All right, it's true. It's true. You got to be quick. Like that first game was between Sam and Brian. Sam, who, again, we know quite well because we both live in the Denver area, and who's having a heck of a year here in 2024, he does enjoy a good sacrifice strategy in Pioneer. This is a thing he's been doing for a little while. I know there was a fun conversation between him and Matt on if this is a combo deck or not. We don't have to work into that. I know you stated your case with the 2 of those bozos. But here's what I will say about sacrifice. Good deck.
Very strong.
Good deck, yeah.
And I think the addition of, maybe it's Igra? Is that a possibility?
That sounds right.
Igra?
That sounds right. Bang.
Rust is coming off.
It is. It is. Card's good.
Something that the food decks have often struggled with is what if your opponent happens to make the game about something else? Do you have a way to really go over the top, or are you just sort of just always grinding little bits of value here and there? And having a combo finish through the back door that isn't at odds with your fundamental game plan, it's a really nice addition to the deck. It's rough playing 3 colors when you're so sensitive to black mana and red mana untapped early on in the game. So it's not free to play the 3rd color, but I do think Iggro is worth the squeeze.
I think it's worth it. You know, it's not that hard to get into the deck, in my opinion. It's a small green splash. It's nothing crazy. And the upside of the card seems pretty high. Look, we just saw a game where it attacked multiple times and got the job done pretty quickly while Brian was fumbling and stumbling around, but also just kind of having that backdoor combo doesn't seem like it costs much to do. Reminds me of how this deck in some formats used to play Corvold.
Sure.
On the splash, it's kind of doing the same thing there.
And it's nice to be able to shut the door in a format as powerful as Pioneer, because a place where this deck can struggle at times is against creature keywords. It's not great against trample. It's not great against flying.
Yep.
You do have some removal. You do have some blocking, but being able to shut the door quickly, because the spots where you aren't really doing the cat oven thing, if you don't have that going, the food doesn't really amount to much.
Yep.
It is cumbersome to be sacrificing for other things. And if your opponent is just curving out with good rate creatures that either have trample or flying or some other version of unblockable, a lot of time your engine doesn't work. And so having something that's like, hey, this is huge.
Yep.
And if you're attacking on the ground, shut that down. Even if you have a trample, it's not going to be bigger than this. And if you happen to have some cats, even if you didn't have this big oven infrastructure set up, it's still lethal on the spot.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get to kind of see the Yigra cat oven combo, which is game over.
Yes.
Right? Or it's Yigra, cat in play, cat in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Do that, and then they die.
Right.
Because they're food tokens, and then they get to just do that whole thing.
Yeah, no oven required in the spot where it's 1 in play, 1 in the graveyard.
Yeah.
And that's also a big reason, that, among other reasons, that this deck has moved into Scavenger's Talon. It's basically 4 of, not disputed. It does synergize really, really well with everything. But it's also another, well, as you're milling yourself over once you get through level 2, an Igra is going to end up in the graveyard. Any extra cat that you flit over, that's great.
Yep.
There's stuff to do with that. And with the Chapter 3, that's often a reanimation for Igra. And so it's a very low opportunity cost way to fit that sort of combo into your deck. And all these cards are cards you could justify playing anyway, even if you didn't have access to the combo. Scavenger's Talon on levels 1 and 2 is like pretty strong for what the deck is doing at the core.
Yep.
Igra has spots where, like as someone who plays beatdown decks, I've lost that card not comboing out all the time. Just, yeah, it's a 12. And stuff they had laying around, they can turn into food and sacrifice. It's useful on a lot of fronts.
All right, let's head on back down for game number 2 here between Brian Weller-Gordon and Sam Pardee. Rakdos Transmogrify on your left, Jund Sacrifice on your right. See if Brian can get things tied up. Oh, boy. Tied things up here with 2 of his 3 copies Leyline of the Void to start the game. Thoughtseize.
Well, I think this is an interesting indicator from Sam.
Okay.
Because you know about the ley lines. The deck lists are open. How much do you want to sideboard to just get away from things that need the graveyard to function? If you're bringing in Thoughtseize, that to me says I'm getting away just from the graveyard stuff. Because it's not like you can Thoughtseize a ley line, right? It's only working on the stuff that comes after the fact. And so Sam probably has a game plan that's as much as possible not relying on the graveyard.
Well, there is a Witch's Oven here for Sam and an Overgrown Tomb as well. For Brian, it's going to be an attacker for 2 with a skeleton, thanks to the case of the stashed skeleton. And remember that Brian does have a copy of Atraxa in hand. 2 in the main deck, 1 already in the grip as far as the Transmogrifies are concerned. Next up will be the incredibly powerful Fable the Mirror Breakers.
Yep. And a great card, again, if you're just trying to get away from graveyard-predicated synergies. Because you can't get rid of all of it, right? Your deck doesn't function that way. There's too many cards. But in the spot where Brian has Leyline, good, you smooth it out by discarding all that stuff. In the spots where Brian doesn't have Leyline, then you can discard some of your more modest cards and try to set up your various combos.
Here comes the skeleton once again. Looks like Party's going to fall down to 14. And now it'll be a second copy of Case of the Stashed Skeleton.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to head Pardis' way. Fable's going to go up to Chapter 2. I know this is your first match getting to cast Fable.
Well,
Real humdinger.
I've had people play it against me.
How's that gone for them?
Sometimes good, sometimes not so good.
Okay.
It just depends.
It's a heck of a card. I'll tell you that much. Looks like Sam's going to discard one and draw one.
Is Shock good against Fable? Really depends on other stuff.
That's true.
Hard to answer that question. Sometimes awesome, sometimes embarrassing.
Yeah, well, very, very true. Very true. Remember, these skeletons are suspected, and now a Torch the Tower. Ooh, it's not Shock, but it does beg the question: is it good right now? Maybe. We're going to see Sam sacrifice the token.
Yeah, I think the issue here is that you can't sacrifice to turn on the Case of the Skeleton because there's too many skeletons.
Yeah, skeleton flooded.
Yeah, the case is not solved.
At least not yet. It'll be a Mayhem Devil after that Goblin token is sacrificed to a Witch's Oven. So now the skeletons are going to keep coming on in. Party's going to fall down to 10. Let's see what the follow-up is here for Brian, who's got ley lines, cases, and skeletons.
It is a fun feature of Constructed the times, and it happens a lot post-board, where someone gets a draw that would not beat a draft deck.
That's true.
Here's two ley lines, and now it's 2-1 City. All right, Mayhem Devil. Everything's dead. Or maybe I'll let you keep one so you can't solve the case.
What a guy. What a guy. Fable's going to transform into Reflections of Kiki Jiki.
Sam is about to tee off.
Yeah, it's impossible. That's certainly possible. As the Blood Crypt's going to end the battlefield tapped, and Mayhem Devil's going to come into the red zone. Looks like Brian's going to fall down to 17. An uncontested Mayhem Devil against creature decks is tough to beat. And so there is the first Mayhem Devil trigger, sacrificing a food in order to bring Sam up to 13. But still has some skeletons to work through as Brian Weller-Gordon will draw a card.
I think he'll figure it out.
Bold. Here come the skeletons once again. Party's going to fall down to 9. The follow-up is a Fable. That's a real one.
I mean, it's. I don't think it's likely that Brian is actually dead, but it is closer than it looks.
Well, again, uncontested Mayhem Devil against a creature deck needs to be answered pretty quickly because Sam can take over pretty quickly. But, there are ley lines on the battlefield, so it's not. I don't think it's going to get out of control, but we'll see.
Well, we do have the reflection now with Mayhem Devil. That's all sorts of combos.
Well, here we go.
I'm not that good at math, but I can tell you it's a lot.
Sam is going to come in here for 6. Weller-Gordon's going to fall down to 11. And now, sacrifice the token to Witch's Oven. 2 triggers, take care of the Goblin token, make a food token off of the oven. There is a Blooming Marsh that earns the battlefield tapped. We're going to head back over Weller-Gordon's way again. We're going to go to Chapter 2 on the Fable. 2 cards immediately going to the graveyard. It's Atraxa and Leyline, so 2 fresh ones come in here for Brian. These skeletons, they won't stop.
No.
They can't stop.
They've been unstashed.
Yeah.
They knocked down the closet or whatever they were buried in, and they're not going to waste their chance to party.
And now it's another Fable and another Goblin token that's not going to be along for very long. Let's see what Sam wants to do on the end step here, if anything. He's probably counting to see if he can kill now. So let's see. It'll be a push that takes care of the Goblin token. Sam will untap.
This is just so lethal.
It's pretty close. Right, 3, 6, 7, 8. It's at least it's 10. It's 10 right now for sure, right? So 6 with the Devils puts you to 5. Sack a food token. Yeah, I think this should just be lights out. Yeah, second oven. Sack that. 2 triggers, put you to 3. Make a food token. 2 triggers, put you to 1. Sack another food token, put you to negative fun.
Yeah. I'm happy the Skeletons got to have a good time, though.
You know what? We have more proof.
Yeah.
Best combo player in Denver.
Yeah.
Right there.
Evident. 2-0.
Sam Party. Gonna win this match over Brian Weller-Gordon, 2-0. Jun Sacrifice doing some comboing, taking care of Rakdos Transmogrify that didn't even get close to putting Atraxa in play.
It's challenging to play against a deck that has instant speed interaction that can break up your ability to do the thing you're trying to do. Sometimes that comes at the expense of pressure, right? You have to leave up mana, and that can come at the expense of developing your board or interacting in other ways. Mayhem Devil is a very nice solution to that problem.
Yes.
Because it is pressure that does interact and allows you to commit mana when the spot's open. And once you have something like Fatal Push back up with the ability to, shock or ping, whatever, it's just very hard to maneuver around that such that you can resolve your spell, and you have very little time on top of everything else.
And that was one of those instances, right, where maybe it was open deckless, maybe it wasn't, because we don't know exactly how Sam sideboarded, but Brian ends up finding a hand that has multiple copies of Leyline and incredibly ineffective.
Yeah.
Right? Just don't have much of an impact of the game at all. Again, we don't know exactly how Sam sideboarded. Maybe he sideboards out some number of Cauldron Familiars or something to make his deck a little bit more robust against Leyline of the Void, but those cards, keeping a hand and putting 2 Leylines into play, in that game looked like a mulligan of 5, right?
What I like about Sam's deck is you have 4 Obnixilis and 4 Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
Now, there's going to be some matchups where those cards are just good for different reasons, but it is a very stable base to get away from your graveyard against Leyline of the Void. Those are cards that just work.
Yep.
They're actually very good against people who leyline you. It's not just, okay, I don't have these graveyard cards in my deck anymore. That's nice. They're actively good. Leyline, you play a leyline, and then your opponent thought seizes you and doesn't really care about your graveyard. You're really low on resources.
Yes.
Your opponent plays a leyline, and you are able to casualty an Obnixilis. Like, that's a lot of cards.
Yeah.
And the game is naturally going to slow down when your opponent has leyline, because instead of having threats or answers in their hand, they have this card instead. So I'm sure there's other ways to justify bringing them in against specific opponents, but just to say, hey, I really don't want to be messing around my graveyard. I don't think it's going to work very well in this matchup. These Mayhem Devils, maybe I never get a shot to, or not Mayhem Devil, rather the Unlucky Witness type of cards. Maybe I just never get a spot where they really work. All right, I have just 8 strong cards that play onto the battlefield. Awesome.
Well, we don't have a backup match for you, but what we do have... Oh, I was lied to. We do have a backup match. Lucky us. What do I got here? Let's see. Ooh, Greasy McFang. That's for you. Oh, boy. Dom Harvey, huh? You heard about this guy?
I have.
Yeah, you heard about this guy? Guy, never loses. It's kind of unbelievable. Enigmatic Incarnation here from Dom. Oh, okay. Here we go. We got the new Overlords.
How many cards are in this deck?
80. Yeah.
15.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of those here. A lot of enchantments.
Okay.
Where's the big bird at? Oh, it's in the sideboard.
All right,
okay.
sure. Okay.
All right, so we got Dom Harvey playing Enigmatic Incarnation. A lot of colors in this deck, too. You have Greasefang?
Yeah.
Okay. This could be fun.
In the hands of Edric Paul.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get our eyes on this. If our backup match is ready to go, I'm ready to head down that way. A little 80-card deck? Okay. So this Incarnation deck.
Yeah.
It's powerful.
Yes.
I know that for sure. But it's kind of weird to build, and it has a lot going on. This is a very Dom Harvey thing to do. So you have the base of Enigmatic Incarnation. You have Fable the Mirror Breaker, 4 copies of High Noon, Leyline Binding, Omen of the Sea, Up the Beanstalk, some interaction with Get Lost, 34 lands, and then these new Overlords from Duskmourn. Some, fun of one of us is being kind. We have a Knight of Autumn. This one I think you've played against a lot. Cutzill's Flanker?
Yes.
Isn't that the one wherever they cast it, you're just like, I don't understand what it does?
That was I've had an experience over and over again of my opponent casting that while I have Rampaging Ferocidon in play.
Yeah.
It's not even close to doing anything.
Yeah.
And then I realized after, playing against it several games, I was like, wait, this thing costs 3?
Oh, yeah, it's not
I
cheap.
thought it cost 2.
No, it's not
But
cheap.
I'm sure it's good against other people. Whatever, it's fine.
There's a Titan of Industry. There's a Skyclave Apparition. There's a Moon-Blessed Cleric.
Now, on the other hand, Beza the Bounding Spring, I've gotten it handed to me by that thing more times than I can count.
Oh, this thing, it comes into play. It gains all this life, makes the fish. Yeah, that thing's that you can never beat that.
You seen this card?
Yeah. You hear about this thing? Yeah, that thing has a ton of text. So yeah, this is a deck that did well in the hands of a version of this deck did well in the hands of Derek Davis at Pro Tour Phyrexia, and other players, of course, have played Enigmatic Incarnation. But the new Overlords, one of the Hauntwoods, there's 4 of those here for Dom, and then Overlord of the, what kind of word is this? Boiler Bilges? What do you think that says? Yeah?
Boiler Bilges.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
2 of those?
So that these are really big upgrades for the deck, because previously it was leaning very heavily on leyline binding to be able to cheat and sort of bridge your bigger plays. Setting aside that the card's also just excellent as a card once you're playing 4 or 5 colors.
Yeah.
The most powerful line the deck has is just you have a leyline binding, you have Enigmatic Incarnation, and that spins up Atraxa. But you don't get that every single game, and sometimes your leylines can get blown up. The Overlords are so powerful at sort of bridging you along the way. It's a much less all or nothing build in this iteration.
Okay.
You still have your best draws, which are very, very fast Atraxas with interaction along the way. But now, if you don't have that kind of draw, or you need to slow play things a little bit, you can spin up the Overlords. They count as enchantments. They do stuff on the way in and on the way out. And that's added a lot to sort of stabilizing the deck's core.
All right, you know what? Let's see it in action. Let's get our eyes on it right now. Dom Harvey on your left. Edric Pohl on your right. Looks like Dom is up a game. So we do have a second match to bring you this round, which is wonderful. Greasefang, I think we're just doing Parhelion still. When's the last time they made a vehicle that's good?
They usually make like 1 or 2%. It's really hard to do better than Parhelion 2.
Yeah, I know. That thing's a lot. Yeah.
They're hard to do better than that. The other ones, the Zeke's Chariot, the Sky Sovereign, those are cards you can just draw and play, and they work.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily the best things to reanimate with Greasefang, but they're not shabby. Certainly if you're doing that on turn 3, those cards are way ahead of schedule. But I also don't know how much of the deck would we even want to add on the top of it. To the extent that they would want a card, I would imagine it's not a Parhelion level, you reanimate this, the game's over.
Sure.
I think the deck would actually desire more Chariot type of cards that do work, that are really strong ahead of schedule, but also if you happen to just draw and play, they're still good.
Alrighty. Looks like Edric may be doing some mulliganing here. We will find out soon enough. Dom has presented a companion.
A buddy.
Yes. Heck of a card. Heck of a card.
Yeah. Now, this is a card I have not covered a paper tournament with yet.
I know.
Fortunately, the sort of laborious, just nothing but fertile grounds, that cantrip type of thing is not good anymore.
Yeah.
But it could still be it can be a lot.
A Temple Garden for Edric. And now a Black Source for a Thoughtseize. Dom is working with Skyclave Apparition. Let's see how I can do here. Fable, Archon of Emeria, Skyclave Apparition, Get Lost, Leyline Binding, Breeding Pool, and I don't think...
Is that Copperline Gorge?
Yeah, I think that might be... I don't think it's a stomping ground.
I mean, I'm struggling a little bit with what land that could be, because you're playing with domain cards. How do you not play with the dual lands that are basics?
I think it might be Flood Farm Verge.
What is that?
It's red and green.
I got...
You're welcome.
Whatever.
You're welcome. Here to help.
I'm never coming back and doing this again.
Breeding Pool enters the battlefield tapped. We're heading back over to Edric. All right, Grizzly Salvage. 3, 4, and 5 cards. Well, there's Greasefang. That's kind of step 1. Doesn't look like a vehicle is in the graveyard right now.
Yeah, no one lays their graveyard out like that if they have a vehicle.
Oh, sure.
They want to admire their work.
That's fair. That's fair. And it is a Fable here for Dom. Goblin token on the way. And we're going to head back over to Edric now. And Greasefang is a deck that has been in and out of Pioneer for a little while. When it first hit the scene, took some players by surprise, but can be adjusted to well enough. As here is Rafine's Informant discarding a vehicle.
Yeah, the big one.
Oh, yeah. Parhelion is in the graveyard now.
It is possible here that the door is kind of closing on Edric. Because a lot of the potential plays that he can make, the most explosive ones, going to be hard to resolve through Leyline Binding.
Confirmed Thornspire Verge.
What's it do?
It's kind of a personal question. It taps for a red, and then you can add a green, but activate only if you control a mountain or a forest.
Okay.
There you go. So it's like a red-green land, but also not, because it doesn't have the basic types for Leyline Binding.
All right, I got you.
All right. Let's see what Dom wants to do here.
Yeah.
It's going to be a Dovin's Veto. All right.
Yeah. Edric tried to clip it with a bit of triumph right there.
Dom said absolutely not. So the Goblin Shaman's going to rumble on in. Going to yield Dom a treasure token, and Dom will pass the turn back.
No block with the
Informant.
big plans.
Yeah, apparently. And we know that, well,
I love people with the capacity to dream big.
I don't even know what to do with that.
I would have blocked immediately. My thinking is there's no way that whatever ends up happening here, I just have to block next turn.
Sure.
I'll tell you what, you better give Dom the business.
Well, I don't think Greasefing's going to get to do its thing. Yeah, there's a get lost. But
Ooh, map time.
got these map tokens for
All right.
you.
Oh, this is a lot of damage coming now.
Yes, indeed. It certainly could be. Here for Edric, who's going to use a map token. Remember, you got to kill Greasefang before you go to combat, so we're still in main phase 1 right now. Reveal with the map. Reveal again. Now, who should have blocked? How about that? Oh, yeah. Beat down City. Dom down to 15. We're going to head back Dom's way. Fable the Mirror Breaker is going to transform into Reflections of Kikijiki. I think Edric could maybe be in a little bit of trouble as Dom's going to make a treasure token.
As long as Dom has instant speed removal, that exiles, it's just very hard for Edric to do anything big, and doing the small stuff is probably not good enough at this stage.
Oh, let's see what this humdinger is.
Oh, yeah.
We are in a sideboarding game right now.
You get an everywhere or everything. What's that called? The land token? Every who?
Every which way.
Every which way.
There you go.
Beat down City. I assume this is a chariot. Okay, yeah, I still got it.
Kitty cats. Couple of 2/2s. But Dom now is kind of everything going right. Active Reflections. Pretty good hand. Mana is mostly online. There's a Skyclave Apparition. That'll take care of the chariot.
Is it time?
Yes. Cat and Goblin Shaman are going to trade. The Overlord of the Hauntwoods is the green permanent in play, for the record. And you got it right, by the way. You get a tapped colorless land token named Everywhere. Yeah,
nice.
Well done.
Yeah.
Shout out Michelle Branch.
I thought I more or less knew that.
No, you did good.
Yeah.
You did good.
And it ticks down here, and then when it comes, you know.
Mm-hmm. And it's a big old 6/5 when it enters the battlefield. Pretty cool card. All right, another Rafine's Informant. Trigger. Let's do a little conniving. Edric will discard a land. Looks like just a Godless Shrine. Nothing notable.
Gotta keep attacking. It can't stop. Cannot stop.
I don't think you can stop now. Well, I don't know. Maybe you can. Maybe you can.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, this
Yeah.
I think this is going to go poorly.
Sure, but what are you gonna do? Not attack? We've already, you know.
I didn't say that. I just said I thought it was going to go poorly. There's your block. All right. So now there's just a 2/2 left behind. Skyclave gets copied by Reflections. Trigger. Eat the Rafine's Informant. Then trade. 2/2 left behind here for Edric. That was that exchange. And now here's a Witherbloom command. Let's see what we have here. I think Dom gave that the thumbs up.
Is it? I'm guessing it's mill and drain.
Well, there's a Takanuma. Okay, and I think you got it right. 11-8. Let's head back Harvey's way. Remember, the impending counter off of the Overlord of the Hauntwoods gets removed at the end of turn. That's when you
Yes.
start to take it down. Seems like it would maybe be an upkeep effect, but it's an end-of-turn effect. Is Big Bird. The Orient is going to be added to Dominic Harvey's hand, pardon me, from the, what do we call that, the companion zone?
I guess.
Yeah.
I do like that design of the tick down at end of turn because it alleviates the whole, like, does the thing have haste or not?
Yeah.
It's just, well, it's blocks and then it's.
And then it can attack the next turn. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Here's another copy of Rafine's Informant. A little conniving. Parhelion in the graveyard again. Right where it belongs. Now here's Skyclave. Yeah, this is kind of the lock right now because if a Greasefang ever shows up, Skyclave can just take care of it via the Reflections of Kiki-Jiki copying it.
Yes.
So this is not a good spot here for Edric, is what I would say.
Setting aside Dom's, grip of cards.
All of that too.
He might just cast Atraxa this turn.
Don't tease me with a good time.
Huh.
Oh, here it comes.
Here we go.
All right, you called it, partner. That resolves.
Looks good. Yep. Anything else?
Nah, just this. Just this. All right, let's see. Otawara, Wandering Emperor. That's a land and a Planeswalker. We got ourselves in Overlord of the Boiler Bilges.
It's an FTK.
Okay.
Just a lot of insurance here. Again, something going wrong, and then one or two proactive cards. Nice spread of stuff.
Yeah, and an Enigmatic Incarnation as well. And now, also this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's your turn.
Yep. Dare I say Dom Harvey's going to win this match 2-0?
It's looking pretty good.
Okay. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but
yeah.
Dare I say.
Ooh, Thoughtseize.
Get a little look.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Duress.
All the same.
Yeah.
All the same. Let's take a look at this hand. Dovin's Veto. Otawara. Overlord. Enigmatic Incarnation. Leyline Binding. Urian. Wandering Emperor. Not bad.
A lot of ins and outs to that hand.
Not bad. Dom is going to at the end of Edric's turn, copy the Overlord of the Hauntwoods with Reflection to Kiki-Jiki and make another Everywhere token.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the proverbial?
People love playing it out.
I know. I know. Oh, that's right. I forgot. That's a thing for you.
People just love it.
I haven't done this for so long with you. Yeah, just playing it out.
That's fine. Whatever.
Let's just say it
That's
happened.
okay. It's okay.
Overlord, play it, copy it. This is the basketball spinning on the finger right now. Dom Harvey putting on a show for viewers at home. Cat down. Now's good. Now's good for an attack. That's dead too.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's dead too.
All right, we got to do the math here.
Couple of everywhere tokens. Dom keeping the battlefield clean.
All right.
Game state looks good. Headset down. 2-0 victory. Enigmatic Incarnation. Going to take care of Obzon Greasefang as Dom Harvey. Anytime we watch his matches, whether it was pre-COVID or post, he just wins a lot.
Very smooth. Good pace of play.
Yep.
Deck is cool. I think we're going to be seeing a fair bit of it. There was a little bit of an upswell on social media and at the site yesterday of, oh, I think this could actually be the thing to be doing.
Well, this is a deck that, I mean, big card deck, powerful deck. Up the Beanstalk's a pretty powerful card.
Yeah.
Fable's obviously powerful. Enigmatic Incarnation is powerful once you get it online. It's a deck that moved away from Fires of Invention because I guess it just doesn't really need it that much anymore. And then it's got this nice suite of, one of fun ofs as far as creatures are concerned. We talked about a couple of them: Beza, Atraxa, Archon of Emeria, Knight of Autumn, Moonblessed Cleric. Pardon me. It's got a lot of powerful cards. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe things get a little clunky, but if it's able to actually do its thing, it looks like it's pretty good.
It's also nice that the deck gets to play High Noon. It's not a deck that's about resolving multiple spells in the turn for the most part. And it's also something where if it's not good in the matchup or you draw the second copy, you can get away from it very easily with your core spell. So nice little extra bonus there. Sometimes this deck historically, in my opinion at least, has not been very good against the hyper aggro decks.
Yeah.
It just takes you a little while to bring to bear. A lot of your lands either enter the battlefield tapped or take damage, whatever the case may be. And so having High Noon as like a 4x main deckable card is a nice bonus too.
Yeah, and as you've mentioned multiple times over the course of the first handful of rounds, High Noon is a card that it sounds like you expect, but I think folks out there among the 1,800 expect to see in pretty high numbers this weekend.
For sure, absolutely. Yeah. And, when you're playing a deck like Blue-White Control or Boros, how many can you really play?
Sure.
You can't really do anything with the extra copies, and it's not good against every opponent, so there's some risk in playing anything beyond the first copy. You are incurring some risk putting in your deck. When you have a Birthing Pod engine that lets you just get away with it if the extra copies are bad, not to mention the fact that this deck can ramp mana and generate red, so you can also sacrifice it too if it comes up in that spot too.
Yeah. Now, this may be, can't say for sure, might be the best High Noon deck that's in the format right now, but it's early. It's early. We're only 2 rounds in, and we're going to be preparing, to take our break here for round number 3. So on our way out the door, we're going to step out. I know we have a deck that we're going to show you guys at some point over the course of this weekend with Mason, who is playing Enigmatic Incarnation as well. So if you want to learn more about that deck, of course, we'll have time to do that over the course of the weekend. But as we step out, Ailey Loney, Corey Baumeister are going to be stepping in and bringing you rounds 3 and 4 here from the Regional Championship in Washington, D.C., hosted by Star City Games. So prepare for those 2 awesome people, and we'll see you all back here in just a bit.
everybody. Welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. We're back in the booth again. Sorry or you're welcome. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
One
to be
of those two.
determined.
Yeah.
To be determined, for sure.
TBD, yeah. But it's going to be an excellent weekend. It has been already so far.
Yep.
I mean, a Pro Tour, or excuse me, a Regional Championship starting off with Reed Duke costing a Thoughtseize. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Nature is healing, really. You know, I mean, that's about as good as it gets. And having Cedric and Patrick in the booth, you know,
yeah.
I mean, this has already been an amazing show, and I can't wait for the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, people have been begging for them to be back in the booth. So
Yes.
you better be watching if that's what you wanted.
Yeah,
Just saying.
I was just waiting in my hotel room before this started, watching Cedric and Patrick for the first round, and I'm just like, God, what do I have to do today? Oh, yeah, I need to get to work. You know, I
Yeah.
could have just sat there and watched all day.
Me too. I mean, even just walking around the event hall, I was like, oh, I
Yes.
want to go play. It looks like so much fun. Like,
100%.
seriously, this is my first time being at an SCG con. Chef's kiss.
Oh, yeah.
If you missed out on this weekend, though, friends, there are a bunch of future events for you to check out. So let's have a look, see what's near you, and make a plan to come and hang out because SCG cons, they're pretty sweet, Corey.
Yeah, they're sweet. I go to a ton of them here, either just as a player, you know, commentating here is one of the first for me as well. We are back, but
Yeah.
always great events. There's always a lot of high-stakes Magic you can be playing, qualifying for regional championships, and then as well as winning yourself a ton of money and qualifying yourself for the Pro Tour here.
Yeah, that's what's happening for some of our players here today in the regional championship. But speaking of upcoming events, we've got one in Columbus, Atlanta, Portland, and Charlotte. So if you are anywhere near those places or can be sure to check them out. Columbus is happening this year, still November 15 to 17. That's going to be awesome. So come and hang out, come trade cards, sell cards, do whatever the heck you want to do here. Just make sure it's legal, I guess.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah. Let me not give you permission to do absolutely everything.
Yep, I will be here as well, so come say hello to me. I'll be battling this time around. If you want more information on these kind of events, go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon to learn more.
Yeah, and then just the other three that we have, Atlanta will be January 3 to 5. That's going to have a regional championship attached to it, too. So, oh, no, excuse me, not that one.
Spotlight event there. That's going to be the first Spotlight Series. Yes.
That's what it is. Spotlight Series, that is going to be awesome. This is basically the Grand Prix got a glow up.
Yeah, pretty much. They get a glow up. Inviting 8 people straight to the Pro Tour is really, really awesome. You know, you see this event, you qualify through the RCQs, and then you play in your gigantic RCs, which, of course, you can get more Pro Tour invites at an event like this. But the Spotlight Series, you don't have to qualify for it. You can just show up. You can win yourself $10,000 for first, and you can head straight to the Pro Tour after, you know, not going through the sometimes grueling qualifying streets.
Yeah, I mean, some of the ways to get to the Pro Tour are, it's definitely a slog. But
Oh, yeah.
Spotlight Series, you could get lucky. Just pitch up, play, and see you on the Pro Tour.
Yep, absolutely.
Next up, we got Portland. That is going to be February 7 to 9. This one has the regional championship attached to it. So come and check that out then. And hopefully a couple of players that qualified we'll see there.
Yeah, absolutely. The first of the 2 regional championships for next year. It's going to be really exciting. We just like regional championships so much here at SCG. We decided to just do it twice a season. You know, that's just more chances for you as a gamer to win more money, qualify for the Pro Tour. And let's get real. The most important thing, play some Magic and hang out with your buds.
Yeah, Magic is cool, Corey.
Magic is pretty cool. I'm a fan.
Yep, and then looking ahead to March 7 to 9, that is going to be in Charlotte. So come hang out with us there too. Another regional championship, like you mentioned. We got 2 of them next year, so this is going to be awesome. Again, hopefully we'll see a bunch of you there. And yeah, you might see one of us there playing, both of us maybe. I hear some rumblings that Patrick is going to be playing in one of these next year.
Patrick did queue for the Portland one. You know, not to one-up Patrick, as I'm about to do. But, of course, I'll be playing in both of them. I locked up both my invites. So, you know, I'm really excited to get into the battlegrounds here for one of these events. It just looks incredible. You know, I've cast a lot of these regional championships, but never actually been in the building. And the energy you feel from the players, there's nothing like it. It's unmatched.
I love it. I love it. So, but Corey, if you're playing, who am I going to hang out with?
You know, in between rounds. And I'll have plenty of times to hang out after the first 3 rounds that I lose. We can do anything after that.
Fair.
Yeah.
So if things do go poorly for you, you just walk up to whoever's in charge of the tournament and be like, hi.
Yeah.
You need a commentator?
Exactly. That was my exact plan. Yeah. I think that'll work.
Alrighty, friends. Well, we have heard that our round is ready to rumble, so let's jump into the feature match area, see who we got for you. And oh, we are waiting on that for 2 seconds, so we're gonna chat to you a bit more. Round 2 is just wrapped up, so we get to round 3 very quickly. But let's chat about the metagame, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we can pull up the metagame graphic and take a look at it because, Ailey, this metagame is absolutely incredible. You know, there's some metagames that we have been a part of, you know, where it's just like, okay, this deck is clearly the best deck. Deck X is, you know, 25, 35% of the metagame. That's not what we're getting in Pioneer here. Looking at this, the top dog of the tournament is Azorius Control, but only 15%. Any time you have 15% or lower as your top deck, it is just all you can hope for. This was kind of the big bad going into the format to Fairy Hero of Dominaria, which I know you're a huge fan of, Ailey.
Yes, very much so. I love Teferi.
Yeah. So all control mages are rejoicing here at this deck being on top of the metagame. Then you have a great aggressive deck, Rakdos Aggro, and then your solid mid-range deck with one of the best, you know, cards in the metagame right now, Treasure Cruise. So a very diverse top 3 decks. And then we have basically a second tier, you know, the tier B here, Enigmatic Incarnation, Rakdos Transmogrify, and Sacrifice. Those top 6 decks make up the majority of our most played decks. But then, you know, looking at the rest, you can play whatever you want.
Yeah, it's so cool. I mean, I saw Reduke playing Dimir Control. That's not even on the first batch of numbers there, or deck lists. So
exactly.
Play what you want. It's going.
Yep.
Jeez.
So here is the total number of players. We have around 1,800 plus players here in DC competing to be our next regional champion. We got 248 copies of Azorius Control. And all the way down to, on the first page here, Rakdos Transmogrify, which is the deck I think I would have played. It would have been between that and Lotus Field, as I think both of these decks are just really sweet and pretty well positioned here.
Oh, you like combos, so that makes sense.
I do.
Personally, I am definitely going for Rakdos Sacrifice. That is just my jam. I love it. I mean, it would be a toss-up between that and
John
Sack.
Oh, the prowess deck. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Mice or rats? Pick your poison, huh?
Yeah, I guess. Well, cats. I mean,
excuse me. Cats or mice. There we go.
Cats or mice. I tend to enjoy the cats more, but yeah, that would be my pick for the weekend. But even so, I mean, we've seen these decks still holding their weight or holding their own in Pioneer.
Yeah, so this is the one page I want to stop on a little bit here. This is what I think as far as the players that are going to have a really good weekend. It's these 47 Lotus Field combo gamers. Yeah. This is one of these tournaments where Lotus Field doesn't really have the target on its back. There's not 2-3 damping spheres in every single sideboard. I actually think this deck looks really, really good for now. It crushes Azorius Control. It crushes Phoenix. And then it gets crushed by Rakdos Aggro. So, you know, it has like number 1 and number 3 as, you know, the top 3 matchups. Having 2 of those be good matchups is great. And then Enigmatic Incarnation, the 4th most played deck, it also crutches. So, you know, once again, we see the metagame so spread out that Lotus Field might not even play against the top 3 decks. Yeah. You know, because the format is so diverse, but I still think they're going to have a great chance at it.
They'll have to meet in the top 8 then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Oh, this Rakdos Cauldron deck. This amuses me greatly.
Yes.
I heard about this tree deck, and I'm like, tree? What are you guys on about? And I go and check out the deck, and I'm like, oh, that's very cheeky. I love it. I hope we get to see it.
It's really cool. So basically, all the Rakdos decks since Sorin was banned, they all got a little bit nerfed. You know, like we saw Sorin just be incredible at the Pro Tour here earlier this year. But now there's still a plethora of people that are Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, Fable gamers.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a way to play that good mid-range shell with having a way over-the-top way to kill your opponent aggressively with Cauldron, Tree, and then the 3-mana Vampire where you can fling something at it. The card name escapes me. But it's kind of a combo deck where you can just go end step, exile the Tree, put your opponent's life to 3 with a Blood-Tithe Harvester or something, and then just fling that Harvester at them for the last 4 points of damage or whatever. It's pretty disgusting, and it's not fun to lose to, but it's a lot of fun to play.
It is. It is exactly that. Taking a look at the lower decks in our metagame breakdown here. Got a couple of familiars. mono black, or excuse me, mono black and mono red aggro, but then also is it in soul?
Yes, yes.
That's really silly too. I like that deck.
Yeah, run with scissors, you know. These are kind of all the decks of yesteryear's Pioneer, basically. You know, Quintorius combo made a big splash at one point.
Yeah, then lost his buddy.
Yep, lost the buddy. Omnath and Landfall, that deck, you know, used to be a dominant force in Standard and Pioneer. It's definitely got weakened now. And just a lot of different stuff you can be playing. Mono red aggro if you just don't want to be playing the black cards.
Yeah.
You know,
if you don't want to have to think about dual lands.
Yes,
just
yes.
Mountain.
And then poor Boros Heroic here on the page alone with the 168 other decks. I want to see an other deck take it down. I just can't imagine what's in that other category when we just looked at 25 decks. You know, like elves maybe.
Yeah.
You know, like,
I mean, there could be absolutely anything.
anything.
Pick your poison.
Yep, exactly.
So we are definitely looking forward to getting into the action here, friends. As soon as we do have round 3 ready, we'll take a look at the players, go and check out the decks too. But just talking about things to look forward to from this weekend. If you could if you had a bingo card for Pioneer, what would you want to see this weekend?
Well, I already crossed one out because it was Reed Duke play Thoughtseize,
Sure.
you know, so that's great here. I would say I want to see Lotus Field actually kind of go the distance here.
Yeah.
They can win in such a plethora of ways, you know, like seeing the different choices they have in the sideboard, whether it be Zakama or just, you know, approach wins. I think that's pretty sweet. God, I don't know. It's too early to tell. It's too early to tell for my bingo card.
Oh, man. I just kind of want to see all the decks do their thing, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, I personally, I despise it when Magic players don't get to play Magic. I'm looking at you, Mana Base.
Yes.
When the lands misbehave.
Yes.
So I just want to see players have fun, do their thing, and good close games of Magic.
All the Azorius control players are just like, well, I hope a lot of players are not playing Magic and having any fun. You know, pretty much the opposite side of that.
Well, yes, we can see why I don't like Azorius control.
Yes, I can see that as well. Absolutely.
But we were also looking at a couple of the results from previous tournaments, also the regional championship in Brazil, which happened not too long ago. And if we had a look at the very handy table that Frank Carson made, we saw that a lot of the decks that go big or go over the top do pretty well against Azorius control. So if you are a control mage, how happy are you about the metagame?
You know, I'm pretty happy because I do think it is just the best deck. But the one thing I'm not as happy about is I'm 100% being gunned for the entire tournament. Azorius control and Izzet Phoenix, Rakdos, Aggro, whatever order you had those in, that was pretty much the consensus top 3 decks. You know, so I think you're mildly happy because you really like your deck. But there's going to be a lot of, you know, mystical disputes in the sideboard. Just a lot of ways to be able to take advantage of Azorius control post board. But Azorius control is also one of those decks that just kind of dominates game 1. So they still have to beat you in both of the post board games. So I'm still feeling pretty good if I'm a good piloted Azorius control deck player here this weekend.
Yeah. And a lot of these mid-range or aggro decks, they have too many pieces of spot removal, so it's essentially you're playing with a 50-card deck if you look at it like that. So, yeah, you know, I think game 1, like you mentioned, Azorius control is feeling pretty good, and then the sideboards we've seen so far, they're all ready. They know people are going to be playing aggro. I mean, that prowess deck, oh, I love it so much.
It gets you dead really quick. It gets you dead really quick. But yeah, even in the Wyatt Darby Reed Duke match, which we saw, you know, earlier today, Wyatt was firing off Fiery Impulse on his own creature to trigger Ledger Shredder to discard another Fiery Impulse against Reed's control deck. So that pretty much tells you everything you want to know about how much dead removal is in the pre-board games.
Yeah, you get to sideboard and you're just like, get out of the deck, get
exactly,
out of the deck.
Exactly, 100%.
I mean, but then you do have to kind of hedge your bets a little bit because they do bring in like Chrome Host Seed Shark, for example, that sort of thing. So.
Yeah, and it's an open decklist tournament, so you kind of know that's coming in. That's the mind games you play with open decklist tournaments. And another thing about open decklist tournaments is just putting like a lot of one-ofs in your deck and stuff because, well, the players are going to look and see these cards, and they're going to be like, well, I should play around this. Maybe I should play around this. Usually the better players are just like, it's a one-of, I shouldn't play around it. But you gain some equity in that process right away.
Is it the saying, should have played around it all the time?
Should have played around it. Yeah, then you have complaint equity at dinner as well. You know, you should have played around the one-of.
Alrighty, friends. Well, while we do wait for our round 3 to get ready to rock and roll, let's go and check out a deck tech that we did a little earlier with Mason Clark.
Hello and welcome back to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship at SCGDC Washington, D.C. I am Nick Miller alongside Mason Clark, professional Magic player, caster, all of the things.
Game designer, yes.
Content creator, and you are here playing the Enigmatic Incarnation deck. And take us through this deck in Pioneer, because this has been a known quantity for a while. It's been on the outside, but it's really got a supercharge out of the last 2 or 3 sets.
Yeah, I got a lot of big upgrades. So you probably know this deck if you haven't played much Pioneer recently as a Fires of Invention deck. And what's happened in Pioneer is High Noon has become one of the big parts of the format. So much of the format is tempo and action based. So having this card and removing Fires from your deck makes your deck leaner, better against all of those decks, and it's something you can jump with your Enigmatic Incarnations into your strong package of tutorable targets. Combine that with the Overlords, which are just some of the best cards from Duskmourn. I mean, these are what the Titans would be in Standard if they designed them today. No fail rate, incredibly powerful. They take over games immediately, and you play them for cheap, jump with your Enigmatic Incarnation, get your high power end cards, close the door incredibly quickly.
Yeah, and these cards, like you said, not like the Titans. They don't rot in your hand if you're missing on land drops. In fact, Haunt Lord gets you an extra land so you can keep playing the game.
Yeah, Overlord of the Hauntwoods has this unique ability where it makes a land token that's everywhere. So it has all 5 land types, which matters a lot for late line binding, and the fact that you're a 5-color deck. It really helps make your draws that can sometimes be a little clunky and a little hard come together in a real way.
Now talk about the mana base, because you have done something different with this deck. You know, I think in this tournament we're still going to see a bunch of these decks running Fires of Invention.
Yeah.
But you have went a different direction with the black in the deck and the mana base as well.
Yeah, so someone I actually coach who plays this deck all the time was like, hey, Thought Distortion and Nowhere to Run are great in the deck. And I was talking to one of my friends, and I heard from like good players like Paul Green that like they were trying out similar stuff. And that really got me interested. And the black has helped so many of your bad matchups and just let you have the early interaction you need for decks like Rakdos Valiant, while having strong haymakers in the sideboard like Thought Distortion for blue-white control, which is your worst matchup typically. And so doing that, you know, it revolved changing the deck a lot. It's much more of an Absent deck now. My girlfriend Niall really worked a lot on the mana base, ran all the numbers with the Frank Karsten, and we came out with just these strong black cards. And it lets you also have some unique tutor targets, you know? We get to play Zur Eternal Schemer, Glissa Sunslayer, these cards that are good in various matchups and also mirror breakers.
And take us through how, you know, you came to all of the picks, you know, why you wanted some of these cards over the other ones. You know, specifically when I read the text on Zur, obviously all of that matters.
Yeah, Zur is nice, turning your enchantments into creatures, and then Zur makes enchantment creatures get lifelink, death touch, hexproof. That works with your impending creatures. So with the red one, you kill anything when you attack. That's obviously a very strong turn 4 play. You kind of have the, what I call the Exodia draw of Hauntwood into Zur on turn 4, attack, make a token, it's a 5/5. But that was a pretty easy one because I wanted something that, like, if the game went long, I could grab. You're going to see a lot of the Temur players play Oculus from Duskmourn, another cool, exciting card, but we get to have this with our mana. Glissa is sort of a card that when our deck plays, we play a little bit like a Jund deck. We go long, we exchange resources, so having something that draws cards great, but Glissa can also remove 3 counters, so if you play the impending creatures, you can get them on the battlefield as creatures so much quicker. And she destroys enchantments, Nick, and I'm hoping I have one of the best decks in the room. So it's a nice thing where it's just like the first 2 modes I want, and it's just weirdly mirror tech. And there's a bunch of random enchantments in these recent sets, like, you know, all the Rakdos decks play Fable.
Yep.
I just kill Fables. I kill Planeswalkers. So that's how I end up on those. Skyclave Apparition, so you get all Renegade Rally is a good value card, and then the big cards are just big things that take over the game instantly.
And how do you feel about your metagame position? Because, you know, blue-white is the most played deck here this weekend. You said that's one of your tougher matchups.
Yep.
But what do you think about the rest of the kind of the spread of the format?
I feel pretty good. My interesting thing about me for this weekend, Nick, is I am sure this deck is a good deck. I am curious, is it a great deck? I think it kind of is. I'm going to have to see how the weekend plays out and how the metagame develops. But I feel pretty good about the rest of my matchups. You know, I have High Noon and all these kill spells for the Rakdos decks.
Yep.
I'm really good against the aggro piles. The control decks, you know, I have cards like Rookstar, Thought Distortion, Thought Seize, post board. I have plans for them. Same for the combo deck. So I feel like I have game versus everyone, but also my deck is so tunable that you're just going to see a billion different builds in this deck. You know, like I talked about Paul Green earlier having a build, and Jarvis Yu having a build, and Dom Harvey having a build, and there's just a billion different builds. So I think our deck is pretty good. It's really a matter of everyone kind of coming together after this event and figuring out how to make the great version. But I feel good about everything but blue-white, and honestly, post-board, I feel good in those games. I just got to steal a game 1.
Is there anything you think that sets your deck apart? You know, the black, you made concessions to make the deck like this.
Yeah.
Is that what you think the difference maker in the tournament's going to be, or is there anything else going on in your build?
I think that is the biggest thing, specifically having the instant speed removal spell. When you have the white as your main mana, if you have instant speed removal spells, they're all much more expensive on average. And against the Valiant decks, we play up 10 to 12 triumphs depending on your build. You're just going to have tap lands on turn 1 and often on turn 2. So it's important to have a 1-mana interaction spell, especially at instant speed where these aggro decks are playing pump spells. I want to get the classic blow them out, We've seen Tom Ross do it to people for years. It's not happening to me. I've got these instant speed spells. No one's getting me. I go to an SCG event, I'm ready for the pump spell deck. And I think that is the big difference where, cards like Get Lost, I have some on my sideboard. They're great. They're powerful cards, but they're 2 mana. In my deck of tap lands, it's too much to ask for.
All right, well, the deck looks great. I'm excited to see how this plays out. I'm excited to see how the weekend plays out. It's been a few years since I've been here. It's good to see you. It's good to see a sweet deck. Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Washington, D.C.
Thank you so much, Nick, and thank you to Mason as well. Playing one of the coolest decks here this weekend. You definitely want to get your hands on, Corey.
Oh, definitely. Enigmatic Incarnation is the deck I love the most. I don't know if I would have played it, but Mason's version looks chef's kiss. I'm a big fan. That's
does
cool.
Look like lots of fun. Perhaps we'll see it later, friends, but not right now, as we do have our feature match for this round number 3 here at the Regional Championship. It is going to be Aaron Barrich up against Corey Burkhart.
The better, more talented Corey B here in the Magic Sphere, and it's not even close. Yeah,
he said it, not me.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. We were all thinking it. I know it.
Self-dunks all around. But yeah, let's take a look at these deck lists.
Yeah.
We have Gruul Prowess here in the hands of Aaron. She loves playing the aggressive decks.
She's an absolute master of aggressive decks. Has been a poison gamer here back in the day. Infect gamer, I guess I should say, even way back in the day. Just hyper-aggressive strategies where she utilizes Snakeskin Veil, Blossoming Defense, all those kind of things to protect her creatures. This deck is really no different. It's kind of the Rakdos aggro deck's general shell.
Yeah.
But instead of, doing the fling, the sellsword type stuff, you have Snakeskin Veil, Atarka's Command, which is a card I played in a Pro Tour 10 years ago. So I'm feeling great about that one. And then probably the main reason to be playing the green cards, Questing Druid, a good way to have a threat on the front end and a spell on the back end to gain you some card advantage. But outside of this, it's a Kamado Faces Kakazan deck that is really trying to get you dead as soon as possible.
Yep, it's just basically red stuff with a couple green things chucked in there to protect the critters, because we know how out of steam a red-based deck can run.
Yeah.
Those are words I just strung together. But
you nailed it.
I did. Thank you.
You
very
nailed
much.
it. This deck runs out of steam a lot less, though.
Yeah.
Just because you do get to play a solid amount of creature lands, and the questing druids are the main thing in this matchup. And Slick Shot Show Off, I'll try not to screw that card name up this weekend.
Don't worry.
That's my goal.
I'm keeping track of all the mispronunciations you make this
Thank you
weekend,
for that.
so.
Appreciate that, Ailey. That's
doing
gonna
well so far.
That's gonna be really helpful throughout the weekend. Can't wait to see that. But Slick Shot Show Off is a card that Aaron Barrich immediately when she saw it is just like, oh yes, this is gonna be a card I'm gonna win many a matches with.
All right, let's go to our second player, Corey B, the better Corey, as you have stated. So you got to own that now, bud.
Yep, I like it.
Phoenix.
Yep, the big bad of the format, pretty much stock. Looks about as stock as it gets here, but the one thing that is not stock is Corey Burkhart's play. Corey has been a Grixis control master, played those kind of Izzet style decks here for a long time, and has just played Magic, for a good majority of his life. Back when I was playing on the Pro Tour, he was still there as well, and that was 10 plus years ago. So Corey's an incredible Magic player, playing one of the best cards in the format in the former Treasure Cruise.
Back in my day.
Back in my day when my knees didn't hurt,
Right? What is that? You get past 30 and just everything hurts? It's like, well, then you got 8 hours of sleep, but you did it wrong.
It's a rite of passage, really. Yeah, a terrible one.
Anywho, this is going to be a fun matchup.
Yeah.
Any predictions here how this is going to play out game 1?
I would think the Izzet deck is good against these style of creature decks, so I would put the advantage to Corey B by a little bit, but Erin, she's incredible at navigating. She has for sure tested against Izzet Phoenix a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Corey probably hasn't tested as much against Gruul Prowess, so there is that advantage there. So slight advantage to Corey, but could go either way.
I think Gruul definitely ended up in the other column of our breakdown, but our players are ready to rock and roll, so let's jump down there and let's go smash.
Let's go.
Woohoo! I am excited. All righty. Oh, who do I spy? World champion, former world champion, Nathan Stoyer.
Yes,
in the background there.
Nathan Stoyer looks like to be one of our backups here as, we see Ben and Nathan, which we'll be getting to a little bit later.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, that Nathan Stoyer is still pretty good at Magic.
Yeah, no, sure is. As we get things underway here, both players getting their turn one plays going. We see Kamana faces Kakazan there. That's exactly what you want to see on turn one as the Gruul player.
Definitely. And a very old Carplusian Forest just shows how long Aaron has been playing as well. Both these players 2-0. So great start to their RC. A lot of Magic left to be played, but kind of the ideal start from both gamers so far.
Yeah, Ledger Shredder out. Now we have the Gitu Lava Runner going. So entering with that counter there from Kamana faces Kakazan.
Yep.
That's such a I love sagas. That
Me
might
too.
be one of my favorite permanents, honestly.
Sagas are my actual favorite permanent. I absolutely love them. You know, I'm looking at you, Fable, one of my favorite cards ever, which maybe not everybody's popular opinion. In my opinion, they're fixed planeswalkers.
Yeah.
You know, I think planeswalkers got to be too good at certain times. I'm looking at you, Oko, and sagas really did some good numbers on correcting that.
Yeah, I enjoy them. I don't enjoy missing their triggers a couple times, but
Yes, yes.
these things happen.
So this is pretty strange here. We do see Corey Burkhardt here goes for the triple island draw here. I am looking at his hand and I caught a glimpse and it is all blue cards, but you know, I don't necessarily see another land to add red mana. So Aaron's for sure going to pick up on this and be like, well, you cannot kill a creature right now with what you have available. It's going to be a lot of, you know, opt here, maybe opt and consider to boost up Ledger Shredder. I did see a Picklock Prankster as well, so probably that with opt to make sure that there's going to be a 2/4 blocker. So if that 2/2 is coming in, you know Aaron has a plan for this.
Yeah, for sure. So Ledger Shredder blocking the flip side of Kamana faces Kakazan.
Yes, and I love this. You know, we didn't necessarily hear the players, but I can just feel what Aaron was saying there. Be like, pass priority to you, you know, because it's a 2/2. They're bouncing off each other now, and Aaron wants Corey to make the first move here, and then Aaron will play something like Monstrous Rage, something like that.
Oh, yeah. Pump spells are plenty in this deck. We also see a play with fire there in the hand of Aaron.
Yep.
So now we're going to see a Reminap Ruins do a little damage. But, you know, sometimes you just got to play some Pain Lands to do some extra damage later.
Yep, absolutely. And this Gruul Prowess deck doesn't really care about their life total too much. You know, you just want to get your opponent dead as fast as possible. Whenever Corey is starting to attack with Izzet Phoenix, Corey's winning the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's, you know, you don't often want to put your flyers on blocking duty, but here we're going to see the play with fire, targeting the Ledger Shredder, so that would make it go die-die.
It sure would, but if Corey were to play another spell and discard a spell, you know, it's kind of no big deal. Like trading Ledger Shredder and the 2/2 right here is not so bad of an exchange for Corey, and that's what we're going to see. So I would assume Aaron is now going to play another threat to boost this up, but no, looks like just a, I would say trade, but kind of trade in air quotes here, as it was a 2-for-1 in favor of Corey.
Yep, Brazen Borrower's Petty Theft, getting rid of the other creature on the board there, so back to hand goes the Wizard. And the Etching of Kumano dealt with 2 here by the Big Bird.
Yep. And there was the +1/+1 counter. Now the bird heads to the exile zone, thanks to the flip side of Kumano.
Yep.
So this leads me to believe that there was not a Monstrous Rage or something. It seemed like that was a really nice turn to Monstrous Rage and go over the top of that Ledger Shredder. So wouldn't be too shocked to see just a lot of creatures in Aaron Barich's hand.
Yeah, what do we got there? Slick Shot Show Off. Might be another land.
There's always a Slick Shot Show Off in her hand. Always. See, here's the red card with no red mana, though. So I wouldn't be shocked to see a Consider here. Ideally, put an Arclight Phoenix in the yard and draw red source. Accomplished half of the goal because there is a Steam Vents to hand, and now there is the ability to Lightning Axe something or cast everybody's favorite Ancestral Recall.
You want to go cruising?
Cruising for a bruising here. What an incredible card.
Seems pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it was definitely the card when the bans came out. Everyone was like, okay, Amalia, yeah, let's get that out of there, sure. And, you know, being able to get Sorin out of here, great, you know, but Treasure Cruise was the card that everybody kind of expected to go as well. But I'm glad it didn't. It didn't seem like it was too busted or anything like that. So, yeah.
Just a couple technical glitches, friends. We will be back in the action shortly. But as things look right now, we are going to get Monastery Swift Spear down ×2. Ooh, do we have a spell?
You know what that was right there, Ellie?
What was that?
That was just our directors showing off their fancy transitions here.
I mean, I would too, honestly. It's
yeah,
really good.
I mean, they put a lot of work into it. It looked really cool, so they wanted to make sure to show it off. Good job, guys.
Good job. Spells. I like prowess. Let's go.
Still only 2 cards here for Aaron, so could easily be light on gas. Could have something like a Snakeskin Veil, you know, just something to protect where you don't want to play that proactively. But all signs point to big advantage bar here to Corey Burkhart as nothing gigantic is happening on Aaron's side so far. Yeah. But it is a good setup so far.
So things looking pretty good here for Aaron. If we could just get some pump spells, man. Corey would be so dead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there is plenty of them, you know. I mean, the Atarka's commands look pretty great right now. Atarka's command choosing 3 damage plus the pump makes these Monastery Swift Spears 3/4s, so they get to attack through this Picklock Prankster. You know, there's still Monstrous Rage, probably the best pump spell. And then this version just gets to play burn spells like that, the Wizard's Lightning, where some of these Rakdos decks are pretty much all in on creatures and pump spells. I like the diversity of removal spells you can play.
So Wizard's Lightning just costing 1, courtesy of there being wizards on the board. And here comes the Slick Shot Show-Off.
And that might look strange, where you're like, why wouldn't you play that in the other way? You get to pump the Slick Shot. That is playing around Spell Pierce, and we just saw that flash from Corey. It was there. So look at that tight play from Erin Barrich here. I absolutely love it. She's a master.
Oh, wow. So how much damage you got coming in through there? It's 2, 4, 6, 7?
Looks like 7 to me. A good chunk of half Corey's life total. Now, there is a Lightning Axe here, which can be fired off right now.
Yeah.
And, discard that Spell Pierce because, you know, she's playing around it.
That's got to feel good.
That does. So gets rid of one of the 2-powered creatures here in the form of Swift Spear. I almost would have liked the Get 2 Lava Runner to be killed instead.
Yeah, why?
As it's a baseline 2-power creature now, with Aaron being low on cards. But the upside on Swift Spear is a little bit higher. And here we go, a second cruise to get it going.
Let's go digging. Let's see what Corey can find. Is down to 9. Aaron is down to 14. But, you know, Gruul doesn't really care too much about their life total.
Yeah,
Here comes
not too
another
bad.
Picklock Prankster.
Corey's looking for some Arclight Phoenixes, and you can see the wince.
Where are they?
You can see the wince on his head. It's like, come on, this is all he needs to kind of close the door on this game.
Yeah.
The game's going to be close if he doesn't find any here, you know, this turn or next. But would kind of be a blowout if he were to find 1 or, God forbid, 2.
So another Lightning Axe to hand for Corey. We'll be able to take care of one of these creatures. It could be the Slick Shot Show-Off.
Yeah.
You know, being in the air, a little bit of annoying or nuisance, excuse me, for any potential Arclight Phoenixes, but we need to find them first.
Yep. And I did see another red source plus a fiery impulse. So at the baseline right now, Corey can just go Axe, discarding another Axe, and impulse 2 creatures right now. Leave Erin Barrich with just a 1-power creature and a Ramunak Ruins. A Den, though. Den is pretty threatening.
Yeah, Den of the Bugbear is a little scary. Can be.
And be on your way from there. It looks like that's a 3rd Treasure Cruise as well. So wouldn't be too shocked to see Corey just do some damage control this turn, kill 2 creatures, untap Treasure Cruise, and say, where are my Phoenixes?
Yeah. Here, birdie, 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 birdie.
Where are they?
I don't suppose you can pss a bird, right?
I don't think so. No.
You can do that to a cat, or you just
a cat for sure.
Come here, puppy. You know,
Yeah.
what do you do to a bird? Do you whistle at them?
I would think so. Or a bird call, of course. There's always fancy
Like,
bird calls.
Caca.
Yeah, I think bird calls are more nuanced too. You know, I think it's for each certain bird you're
right.
trying to attract.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm
Well,
a big expert in bird calls.
thank you.
Okay, yeah.
All right, chat. Tell me what sound you need to make to get an Arclight Phoenix to arrive, as we are taking care of the board here. Corey Burkhart down to 7.
I know what sound the fox makes.
Please don't.
Okay.
That I'm pretty sure is copywritten or DMCA-able or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
probably.
Ledger Shredder hits the board. We are going to cruise some more. So Connive Trigger looks like that is on the stack first. What are we chucking? And then going to be drawing a bunch of cards here off of everyone's favorite Ancestral Recall, like you called it.
Yep, recall number 3. I mean, it's great to find nothing but treasure cruises and kind of get it going. But, you know, Corey does still need to get a little bit more action to be able to completely control this battlefield. But still, looking good.
What?
Still no birds and 2 lands and an op there. Not great pickups.
How many cards has he seen?
At least half his deck, it seems.
Yeah, where are these? Someone forgot to give the birds wings to get to the top of the deck. See, now this is what I didn't want to see. Yeah, cool, it's still a close game and whatnot, and as soon as he finds them, rad, but he's at 7.
Yep, absolutely at 7. Land 5 unlocks Den or unlocks Gigantha, so pretty big game either way. And outside of that, Monstrous Rage and stuff is fine, but with 2-3 toughness creatures, it's going to be really tough to get through with both. You might be able to, like, attack with 1 and pump 1 if a block goes there, but then all you're doing is killing, like, a Prankster and stuff, so this is a rough spot for Aaron. Aaron would really like to find a Questing Druid here and do something, Seek the Beast or something.
Yeah, just feel the hand a little bit.
Yeah.
For sure.
A passing of the turn, it looks like here for Aaron, and Corey's got to be thrilled about that.
Yeah, that's like a sigh of relief. We got Opt in hand for Corey. Consider. Let's kick things off here.
That's where there's supposed to be a Phoenix that you surveil into the yard, and Corey is having no luck. There it is. Oh. Wrong order. Wrong order, of course, but... And now here's the thing. Now that Corey has found the Phoenix, it's like, it's fine, as you can just cast it, or you can discard it to Shredder here, but now he's kind of ran through his spells, so we're going to see a draw, and if he finds a spell, he would lock in discarding Phoenixes, decides to go for it anyways, but...
Well, we still have the Brazen Borrower.
True.
That's not an instant, though.
Not an instant, but did find a Fiery Impulse, so gets to kill a creature, and a Phoenix is coming back on turn 1 million, it seems.
Hey, yeah, it does. Goodness me. Like, how many cards and turns did we have to go through to just see 1 trigger off of this Phoenix?
Yeah, sad day, sad day.
Yowza. Okay.
Kind of the same, though, for Erin. You know, just found the Monstrous Rage. You look at her graveyard, and not a single pump spell. So, you know, Erin's draw was not perfect either.
Yeah. Rough for both players here. Their deck's just not firing on all cylinders just yet. They're just getting warmed up, though. This is fine.
And I think Corey is debating if he wants to use that second Fiery Impulse in hand to just kill this Swift Spear now before there's any other shenanigans. Has the option to still cast Brazen Borrower. Really, any way you cut it, though, right now, Corey is miles ahead, especially with that Hall of the Storm Giant ready to take half of Aaron's life total away.
Yeah, so these Swift Spears definitely on blocking duty for the big giant. And here we go. Now we start flying.
Ailey, remember that time when I said if Corey's attacking, Corey's winning?
Yeah.
We're there.
Okay. Okay.
We are there. Now, even if Aaron finds land 5, that's probably the best next to Seek the Beast, the Questing Druid spell side. A 5/5 is just manageable. You know, it's not directly manageable with an axe in hand or something, but you have a land that's a 7/7.
Yeah. With a handy ward of, what, 2 or 3?
I believe it's 3, yep.
That's nutty. So, blocking here, this poor Picklock Prankster is gonna get a little dead if we see any pump spells, but alas, nothing happening here for Aaron Barrich.
6 is a magical life total here, though, as you do have Wizard's Lightning to be able to do some damage there. But the Brazen Borrower comes into play, and that is 8 damage in the air, and Corey taking down game 1.
Yeah. Man, like... You just kind of sit there as the aggressive player. You're like, come on, I just need this one. I just need this one card. And it just doesn't arrive, which is Which is sad for those of us who enjoy the aggressive stance.
Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of what you sign yourself up for. You don't always draw perfectly here. And we see these pieces of paper that these players are exchanging. Open decklist tournament. You know, you even see Corey's like, hey, I don't know what this card is. Aaron's like, I got you. Here you go. It's this. So you see the players kind of being able to look both at the beginning of the match and then during sideboarding. Once the games get going, of course, you do take away the list and you can't reference it throughout, but that's kind of how this works here.
Let's look at the sideboards, Corey. One of the things that I'm pretty keen to see come in, which I'm thinking we will, is the Cinder Vines from Aaron Barrich's side of things.
Yeah. Cinder Vines are really good. Unlicensed Hearse is something that I like from her. You can see, let's see if we like anything else. The one card I really do like, but it's not for this matchup, is Back to Nature. Get wrecked, Enigmatic Incarnation gamers.
Oh, I love that card. I recently put it in a commander deck, and I'm like, this exists?
Yes.
Why don't more people play it? It's so cool.
Yeah, I've heard some people that are even trying to, splash Is It Phoenix to deal with High Noon. High Noon is... High Noon is still one of the major cards that Phoenix has to deal with, but it has some collateral damage for all these Enigmatic Incarnation gamers. Outside of that, there's not a ton that's being brought in from Aaron Barrich's side, but from Corey's sideboard.
Ether Gust.
Yeah.
Ether Gust.
Ether Gust, definitely a possibility. Pyroclasm is a card that you can just kind of get her with, so I like that. But for the most part, not a lot of sideboarding to be done by Corey, as this is a matchup where Corey feels pretty comfortable. Creatures are attacking me. You have 1 mana lightning bolts essentially with Fiery Impulse and lightning axes, ways to kill a lot of creature already in the main deck. It's basically what do you need to take out from the Is It Phoenix deck. Probably Spell Pierces. I think those are not great. They can, of course, get Aaron Barrich's Feed the Beast, or Seek the Beast, excuse me. But outside of that, you just saw how well Aaron played around Spell Pierce. So for me, that would be like, all right, I'll leave in Spell Pierce against a player that's maybe not as accomplished as her. But seeing that she just played around it so seamlessly, I'd probably take those out.
Players are shuffling up here. Thank you so much to everyone who is joining us, wherever you're watching. This is the Regional Championship from Washington, D.C., hosted by SCG, Star City Games. Lots of abbreviations there, but
gotta love it.
Basically, at the end of all of this, Corey, 8 players are going to have a very, very good Sunday. 8
players are going to be into that top 8 playing for $20,000 up top. That's absolutely incredible as far as a prize that you can win, and then 64 players are going to still go to the Pro Tour. That's so awesome. Many invites here. Perfect. You can take a little visual representation here, everyone. All the way down to 64th, we look on the right side. You're going to get a Pro Tour invite. You're going to get to come back to the next regional championship here in 2025. And then kind of what every player would lock in right now. Yeah. There's going to be plenty of them that would just lock in 64th place, invite to the Pro Tour. There's nothing like playing a Pro Tour. We get the joy of, being there for round 1. Yeah. When everything goes quiet, the draft comes up. It almost gives you chills.
Oh, yeah.
Just to be in that room.
I'm getting chills now.
I know. I did too. So, it is amazing to just be at a Pro Tour. Yeah. But every player has their eye and would lock in second place right now immediately, being able to be qualified for the World Championship in 2025. That would be the main goal of all the gamers.
Oh, man. I can't wait for that. But we have to find that top 8 or top 64, as it were. We are ready to jump in game number 2 here between Corey Burkhardt and Aaron Barrich. Both would love to extend their record to a 3-0, remain undefeated.
Yep. And a lot of tournaments to play. If you lose at this stage of the game, it's okay. Yeah. But of course, the way that tiebreakers work as well. Like, you want to get all your winning done in the early stages, and then if you lose some of the later games, your tiebreakers are still high. That's a little bit of the nuances here. But, yeah.
Oh, I like the start here. Slickshot Show-Off getting, dead. Never mind.
Oh.
Kamana faces Kakazan into Slickshot Show-Off. Excellent start there, but Corey was ready for it.
Aaron had to have felt great about that, as the Slickshot Show-Off was going to have, or did have 3 toughness. So being able to get around Fiery Impulse, and the only way that was going to be killed was a Lightning Axe where Corey would add to 2-for-1 himself, or the one of Chandra's defeat in the board. So a nice card to have in his opener there for Corey.
We do have the Etching of Kamano, though, on the board here for Aaron. I do like this guy in a couple of other matchups because of his exile
Yeah.
text that he has on him. You know, so for the Jund Sack decks, they're going to want to kill him immediately.
Honestly, did it even need to have more text? It was already
No.
so good on the front.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kamano Faces Kakazan is one of those cards that hasn't gotten like the credit it deserves. It's one of the best cards in these aggressive decks. And
Well, it
you
was
know,
printed
yeah.
the same time as Fable the Mirror Breaker. Like,
Yeah, I've never heard of it. What does that card
no, I don't know.
do? Is it good?
It got banned, so it must
Oh, it's got to be bad then, yeah.
be. Jinx, you owe me a Coke.
Yep, there we go. So pick your poison, dealing with the Ledger Shredder, and then being able to play a follow-up threat. Both players operating on some high efficiency here. Here is a nice little play, though, from Corey B.
Yeah, let's go.
What would you like to discard to that Shredder? I got a certain bird that I'd like to send to the yard,
You
and
know,
there it is.
I'm not sure, but yeah, that bird looks like a good thing to have in the graveyard there for Corey. Sleight of hand, dig in deeper into the deck, and who knows, maybe next turn we'll be able to see the birds fly. On time this time.
Yeah, having just one in your top 30, top 40 cards, like, so much better than having none. Being able to just get Arclight Phoenix into play in this matchup and then just have it as a blocker. Just go for a block. Now, the flip side of Kamano Faces Kakazan does do exactly what you're saying, exiles it, so that is very good. Corey's going to want to deal with those before Arclight Phoenix comes back, but not always a perfect situation where you can't always do that.
Rending Volley takes care of the bigger bird, deals 4 damage if it's blue or white. So rude.
Yep. And uncounterable, that card is a really, really nice flex slot in the board, you know, being able to kill any white aggressive creatures too when that was a deck.
Yeah.
That did kind of fall out of favor. No Adelines really to be seen.
Yeah. I think what Boros Heroic is probably the...
Yeah.
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 Just
You
thinking about all the decks in the tournament that we've seen so far.
yeah, pretty strange. That's a very powerful card that just fell off the face of the earth pretty quickly.
Oh boy, Corey might be falling off the face of the earth here, though, if Aaron keeps going. 2 Etchings of Kamano now, so 4 damage coming in. Whee!
All
Turning
right.
things sideways, my favorite thing in Magic.
Absolutely. And now we see some removal spells here from
Yeah.
Corey. There's a Prismari command and a Lightning Axe, but it feels bad if you go to kill one of these creatures and then there's a Snakeskin Veil.
Oh
like,
yeah, for sure.
that's got to be the sign for Corey that it's like, all right, you know, bombs away,
Yeah,
kill
yeah.
these creatures here as soon as possible. But look at that disciplined play by Aaron, and look at the respect that Corey showed Aaron there by not doing that in combat. You know, it didn't soak up the damage, so that could be something that bites Corey later. But it could have been a lot worse if she had a lot of pump spells.
Yeah, but at that point, bringing Giganta to hand, Corey had the way clear.
Yeah.
Is able to get that spell fired off, because if there is a Snakeskin Veil, he doesn't get to do anything else with that Prismari command.
Exactly. Pyroclasm hits the board. If Corey didn't go to... Yeah, honestly, that was actually a mistake by Corey. If Corey would have actually considered first...
Oh, hey, look, Corey, it's you.
Nice, nice. Corey B's teaming up. I love that. If Corey would have considered there first, he would have saw Pyroclasm, and he could have probably saved Prismari command.
Okay.
But instead goes this way, and it's still perfectly reasonable.
So 1 bird in the bin. Let's cast some more spells here. It's going to be Consider once again. That's a lot of land in hand.
A lot of land, but still has plenty of stuff going on. The Arclight Phoenix is going to come back. There's a way to kill the Etch Champion, or excuse me, the flip side of
Etching of Kamano, yeah.
Etching of Kamano. So really, everything's going well here for Corey.
Yeah. Looking good, looking good. Able to get 3 spells cost, so here comes the Phoenix. Corey Burkhardt is attacking. Aaron Barrett is going to go down to 17 and is now going to have to deal with just 1 bird. Just 1. But it could get the job done here.
Yep, absolutely. 1 bird is fine. And, you know, there's not a lot of exiling from Aaron Barrich's deck now since the Kamano Faces Kakazans are both dead. And it takes a lot of time to flip that again to exile it.
Yeah.
So now you just have to push through the Arclight Phoenix, which sucks,
Yeah.
to put it bluntly. It's not fun to do as an aggressive player.
Yeah, so, you know, it is a race. We can't see Aaron's hand right now, obviously.
Yeah.
So if there are any creatures, they need to rock up right now and start smacking.
I know one, a Giganta.
Yep. Jaggy is available, but it's going to be Monastery Swift Spear in for a paltry 1.
Yep. And no 5th land, so that does mean Aaron Barrich has 2 non-Giganta spells in hand, so Corey is going to be able to pick up on that. And here goes Corey's Lightning Axe, his only other answer to that Giganta. And the reason, of course, he wanted to do that is just, well, I'm going to find more stuff off this Treasure Cruise. I want to give it a discounted rate.
Yeah.
And so far, Corey has Treasure Cruised 5 times in 2 games, so
Nice.
pretty good for him.
Very nice indeed, considering the top of the library. And this bird's going to fly in once again. Down to 14 goes Aaron. We did see another Arclight Phoenix in hand there for him, so if he has a way to discard that or just play it out now, at this point, it's just like, you know,
Yeah.
keep going.
Oh, that was to the face. I love it.
Ooh.
I love it. This is trying to be a, well, I don't want to kill
Burn,
your...
baby, burn.
Yeah, I don't want to kill Phoenix. It's just going to come back. It's maybe we'll have ourselves a Lightning Helix style moment, you know?
Alrighty. Couple of Wizards Lightning Bolts to the face will do very nicely here for Aaron Barrich. Corey is up a game, so...
Yep, and Corey's trying to do some math. He pointed at the Hall to try to see if he could finish the game off, and it looks like even if Arclight Phoenix could come back and Hall got in there, only 13, so Corey's going to try to piece together a 2-turn lethal, it looks like.
Ooh, Ether Gust is quite nice. Go
Ooh.
away, Jaggy, if we need to. Let's see, is it 6?
This might be the first Giganta that gets drawn here at the RC
Yeah.
so far.
Oh, boy.
Corey's got all the answers here, it seems. That we see
Yeah.
the Fiery Impulse in hand. There's the Gust to be able to deal with the only creature. So far, this matchup's played out exactly like I kind of thought it would. Corey's just controlled the battlefield and controlled every step of this game so far.
There's the Fiery Impulse, like you mentioned. Lightning Axe as well to take care of Giganta, and that is going to be, you know, enough at this point. What
Yep.
can we find on top of the library here for Aaron Barrich fans?
Yep. Yeah, the Aether Gust was still left in hand, so the Giganta just goes to the yard. And now there's 6 damage from the Phoenixes, and Aaron's kind of in the abyss, as we like to say. If Aaron plays a creature, it's going to get
blocking.
chumped by the Hall. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Pick a
that feels
poison.
bad.
Yeah, that does feel bad.
That feels bad.
So 1 bird down.
And I think this is as simple as Corey
Activate Hall,
firing
though.
up Hall and Aaron extending her hand.
Is it at 6 to activate Hall?
It is 6, yep. So 7 total mana.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5. So would have needed a land, so
Yeah.
not going to happen here.
Well, we'll just get a couple spells out, you know, do a little bit of this.
Yeah.
Another bird, come on, make it look cool.
But here's
One
the
more bird.
thing. Aaron can have, it doesn't look like Corey's going to be able to win this game this turn. So Aaron can have Wizard's Lightning, knock the top of the deck and say Wizard's Lightning again.
Please. Yes.
And we could have a dramatic finish here.
That would be sick.
At least, please
Let's-
have the first one, Aaron.
Let's go put in a request right now.
Okay.
I'll just run over there quickly.
Yeah, I got you. I'll do some chatting.
Sure.
And, you know, more than likely, I mean, there is an Aether Gust too, so that's kind of the buzzkill of that line. But,
Yeah.
you know, we'll ignore that. We'll ignore that, and we'll say it can still happen. How about that?
Yes. Let's do that. Down to 2 goes Aaron. Top of the deck. Woo! Oh, that was so close almost.
It was a Wizard's Lightning, but needed to have a Wizard's Lightning as well. So,
Oh, boo. I'm
Yeah.
sad, Corey. My request wasn't put in quickly enough, unfortunately.
was denied, unfortunately. But really a masterclass play from
that was
Corey
awesome.
Burkhart. You know, played the deck really well. Aaron Barrich's draws were just not that great.
Yeah.
You know, and that is kind of the problem with these Gruul Prowess decks. You need a good split of creatures and pump spells.
Yeah.
You know, and if you only draw all creatures, well, you have bad creatures. And if you draw all pump spells, well, you don't have creatures to pump. You always got your, your little helper Giganta to do some pumping, but that's
Little.
usually too slow against the Is It Phoenix deck. So
It's a giant moose or elk or whatever.
That's
it is,
an
not
elk.
Little helper. But yeah, I mean, it's a feels bad, obviously, for game one especially, because
Yeah.
those are the games that the aggressive decks typically want to win.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to sideboard, things get more difficult for you.
They really do. You know, I mean,
So-
most of the time, if you're playing against hyper-aggressive or decks that have a lot of removal,
Yeah.
these kind of Gruul decks can play like a bunch of Snakeskin Veils in the side, and then you can improve that matchup a little bit. But it seems like those kind of cards were already really front-loaded in Aaron's list. So, you know, really didn't get to add too much, and her draws were just lackluster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunate indeed, but we turn our attention now to our backup match with...
That is fortunate.
That is fortunate, yes. With Nathan Stoya on Azorius Control. Every time I see Nathan playing, he's playing something completely different.
Yeah.
Jack of all trades, I'll tell you.
100%.
Up against Ben Sager on Rakdos Aggro, so this should be a fun one.
Yeah, and we had the great joy of seeing this up close and personal of him winning the World Championship
Yeah.
in 2021, I believe,
Yep.
and then going and straight winning the next Pro Tour, you know? So Nathan Stoyer has just done some incredible stuff, and he's done it over the course of a lot of different decks.
Yeah.
Always a delight to see him play and talk about his strategy.
Yeah. And so humble, too. I mean, he's...
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, very humble as well. Absolutely. All right, so it looks like we got some creatures here from Ben getting the aggression going.
Alrighty, friends. We are actually going to jump in. This game is still going on, so we're
Yeah.
going to jump in and see as it's happening
Yeah.
live. So just give us a few seconds to get there. We had a little bit of issues with the technical. You don't want to watch two faces playing Magic, so
Yeah,
unless- we don't want you to have to go and get your magnifying glasses, is what we're saying.
Yeah,
So-
we got the camera view issue a little bit, so we are just going to get it where we can see the battlefield large,
Yeah.
and we'll get a little bit of feedback to see who wins game one. Slight technical issues, so just thank you so much for being
Thank you for bearing
patient with us.
Yes.
Yes.
Your patience is
Yes.
greatly appreciated. Alrighty, let's jump in here. So Nathan Stoyer won the first game there. Azorius Control doing what it needs to get done.
And yeah, there is a lot of creatures coming in here from Ben's side, that's for sure. And there we go, big magic here.
Woohoo!
Let's
Yeah,
go.
big magic cards. What is this, a game for ants?
There you go. I mean, these creatures are definitely not ant size
No,
right now.
This
here.
is looking real good here for Ben Sager.
Yeah.
I mean, jeez. Board wipes, please, for Nathan Stoyer is basically what he's hoping for. March of Otherworldly Light taking care of one of these pigeons. So Slickshot Show Off gets off the board. We have 2 Fables down. Corey, treat.
Yeah.
Just for you.
Absolutely. So yeah, both of these sagas here are gonna do some work, and this is kind of the
Oh, no.
struggle.
Come on, face Casa.
Yeah. Why not get them in there?
It's sideways.
Yeah, get them in there. But that's the difficult thing if you are a control player playing against this Rakdos deck. Kamano faces Kakazan. The fact that it comes in, it kind of has like
Yeah.
essentially delay, where you're automatically gonna get hit by
Yeah.
it once, you know,
Yep.
and then you can deal with them, which tends to be a little brutal for the Azoria side.
So Portable Hold takes care of 1 copy of that. Wow, 3 copies of Kumano Faces Kakazan.
Great card, but
Yeah. Woo! Emberheart Challenger! Mice time! Let's go.
the one thing I will say is I don't see any cards for Ben, so he must have mulliganed a little.
Yeah.
This seems to be the all-in moment. And, you know, 1 Supreme Verdict and lights out.
Yeah.
Lights out.
Yes, we know. Okay. Control players do things that kill stuff. Get lost is what Nathan Stoyer says there to the Emberheart Challengers. So a couple map tokens. Map tokens. I know words.
Yeah.
So he's going to be utilizing those to dig a little into the deck as he is hellbent currently.
So Nathan made a choice there. He decided to take 2 damage to get lost at end step to make sure this map shenanigans wouldn't be able to be done in second main phase. You know, Ben does get to just do it now, so it wasn't the most impactful play, I would say. It's trading 2 damage for Ben not using his 1 mana. So it is a choice, not saying it's necessarily wrong or anything. But now Ben is able to sack both of these maps and do some damage here. One of them gets dealt with here. Now the other map will be able to target your other Kamado Faces Kakazan, and then there was a Titan Strength that was drawn here from Ben as a
Nice.
way to push through a little bit more damage.
Okay. Basically a miracled Monastery Swift Spear.
Yeah.
Hits the board here too for Ben. Nathan's down to 11, but Azorius control players typically don't care until their life total is 0.
Yeah, 1 is fine.
Yeah, 1 is not 0.
Okay, so Swift Spear was revealed and kept on top.
Okay.
You see these dice here representing plus counters. Maybe we can get these judges to, you know, put the white dice on there. These are usually negative counters, you know, I'm being picky
You
here.
are being picky. Nothing in this format does negative counters, does it?
Well, I'm sure there's got to be something. Chat, you can help us
Yeah.
out. There's got to be something, but
Someone will tell us for sure.
yeah,
Chat's smart.
chat's super smart.
Mhm.
All right,
Level 5 judges, I tell you.
all of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's pretty wild.
JK, we love you guys. Here comes Monastery Swift Spear. Let's see what we find. It's a land. Boo. So no pump for that, unfortunately. And in for, what's that, 5? Ooh, more. 6, 7, 8, 9. That's dead.
In for lethal unless Nathan has something here. Oh.
Did you see him?
Yes.
Fingers crossed. No, the Wandering Emperor arrives and takes care of your critters. So,
Yep. And
boo.
I would have liked Ben to play that turn a little differently here.
Yeah.
Number one, if you're going to just jam, you know, no matter what, play it before you turn your creature sideways, then you get the scry.
Yeah.
Or just say, hey, Nathan, take 5.
Yeah.
You know, like, there's also a reason to go for it because if Nathan untaps and have Verdict, then you feel silly for not having your Titan Strength. But if you're going to go for it, and with Ramunak Ruins in place,
Yeah, that
That
would have
been fine.
Pretty good.
banger of a draw here, though, in Hazoret.
Oh, Hazoret, yeah. Fingers crossed once again. 2 Planeswalkers on the board. That's not going to block for Nathan Stoyer for sure.
Yeah.
Deaded?
Are we heading to game 3?
Ah! Gust, okay.
I bet,
Temporary reprieve.
I bet that one's going on top, Ailey.
Yeah, I would think so, yeah. I would think so. Again, more. Hazoret.
So now here's the thing. Nathan is dead to Ramunak Ruins. So
Yeah.
at any point, if Ben is able to just find land 5 under that Hazoret, it's GG. And we know one thing about Azorius control. It doesn't kill quickly.
No.
You know, pretty much glacial speed killing here.
Sometimes it is like watching paint dry, but
Yes.
you know, the Wandering Emperor can close out games with the Samurai.
Yeah.
Can gain a little bit of life.
Yeah, that's the nice
But,
thing right now is Wandering Emperor can just negative on this champion, deal with it straight away, maybe deal with Hazoret, be at 3 life, and that is pretty much as stable as it gets. So on board, Nathan can still live and beat 1 land 5 underneath that Hazoret, but he's got to beat the Hazoret too, and I'm not sure if he can do that.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to take care of the etching of Kamano. No?
Looks like Nathan's thinking it out
Takes
a
his
bit.
backsies.
He knows what's going to happen next turn, so,
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
I like this play, though,
Yeah.
because otherwise it's going to attack you. You're going to have to make a creature to block, or you're going to have to deal with that
Something,
champion
yeah.
as well, so might as well get rid of it now. There's the big bird to hand.
It's your other favorite card.
Oh, yeah. I got a lot of favorite cards,
You do.
eh?
You need to pick one.
I just love Magic, okay?
Yeah, Magic's pretty great.
Wow, okay.
Nice. Restless Anchorage, I believe that one is.
Yep.
Hazoret the Fervent is blocked.
So now goes to tuck that away, and now with should be the 3rd from the top.
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
there we go, there we go.
Yeah. Good job, Nathan. Well done.
So now with there being Nathan at 3, no Hazoret on the battlefield, is able to be stable.
And now, you know, now we can pretty much say if Nathan just keeps drawing stuff, which he will, courtesy of our lovely Teferi.
Yep.
Hero of Dominaria and Big Bird being in the way, like, he's pretty much good here? Question mark?
Seems like it. I'm not seeing any other burn spells in the main like we just saw from Aaron Barich's deck, where you could just draw Wizard's Lightning and win the game here. Not the case.
Yeah, it's very much I need critters or I die.
Exactly. So just a plotted slick shot show off here. Does have claim fame. You know, that can be a nice little one. I'd bring in a creature back depending on what's in the yard. But either way, Nathan is kind of starting to tighten his grip around this game. And
It's the moose, the elk.
And it's time to basically shut the door here, as this card is just absolutely incredible.
This card is sweet, man.
Oh, yeah.
The Bounding Spring, yes, it does have way too many words on it, but basically, if you have less of anything, you get a something, so.
Exactly. I was chatting with Shaheen Sarani here, an avid blue-white control fan, and, you know, who hasn't been playing a lot as of lately. So he was kind of testing with the rest of his friends in his group, and it's like, yeah, I'm still playing, you know, like, Timely Reinforcement, or what's the 2-drop one where you put 2 creatures?
Similar thing, yeah.
Exactly. And then someone told him about Beza, and he's like, well, that's way better.
Yeah. You know, that's immediately what I thought about when I saw this card spoiled. It's like, yeah, that just does everything that all those other comeback spells do for you.
Exactly.
Not resurrection, but yeah. So treasure if they have more lands, 4 life if they have more life, 2 fishies if they have critters, and then draw a card if opponent has more cards in hand. And doesn't get that one, but, you know, doesn't really need it at this point.
100%. We're seeing that card pop up in Enigmatic Incarnation decks as a one-of. It's really awesome. And now we're kind of seeing the end step part of this game, you know? When these creatures come into attack from the Azorius control deck, it's just like Corey Burkhart last round. Once he starts attacking, you know it's pretty much over.
Yep. Nathan is just stretching out a little bit there, getting ready to slam a door in the face here of Ben Sager.
And why not? Here's a High Noon to make sure there's not going to be any multiple spells being cast. High Noon kind of being the card of the tournament. Yeah. It's not even necessarily like the absolute best card in the format, but the format has warped around it as so many decks are playing it, including previous world champions, Nathan Stoyer.
Pretty
good.
Pretty good. Yeah, Hazaret, we got Gigantha in hand. Poor Hazaret's not doing much at all for Ben. It's just going to be sitting there. Slickshot Show Off joined the fray.
We see the portable hold. This is the one spell that Nathan can cast, but man, this Azorius control deck is so good at dealing with threats on a one-for-one basis when your opponent can only cast one spell. Believe it or not.
It's backbreaking, honestly. This card, High Noon, against the Prowess deck, against Phoenix, it just shuts down so many of these aggressive strategies.
Yeah.
It's good and I don't like it.
Yeah. I feel you on that. Because it was the Is It Phoenix Blue-White Control matchup.
That's going to be it?
Yeah. The Is It Blue-White Control Phoenix matchup used to be really, really good and really close. But now that they just have a 2-mana enchantment I win button, it's just completely lopsided. So that's kind of what makes Azorius Control what it is these days.
Yeah, you know, it's like, okay, cool. I feel good now. I have a board presence. I've got Teferi ticking.
Yep.
Let's lock this down, shall we? I know it's not the card lockdown, but
close enough,
it's close enough. It's basically, you know, find a key or get out.
I like it. I like it. That's pretty much it. So Nathan Stoyer, Corey Burkhart advancing to 3-0. You got to be thrilled about that start. 6-3 kind of being that magic number that you need to just compete tomorrow.
Yeah.
So they're halfway there. Can 3-3 into day 2, but you know both of them have a little bit higher sights here on day 1,
sure.
And want to maybe get a 9-0.
For a lot of these players, day 1 is the warm up. You know,
it's
the stretch. You know, you got to make sure you limber up, and then tomorrow's the race. So
exactly. Nope. Well put. Well said.
But that was very, very cool round indeed. So we are going to tell you about a couple cool things that are happening this weekend besides the regional championship, and one of them is a flash sale. Flash. You know.
Yes. Wait, you're not going to let me sing my songs on here, but you're going? No. I don't want to get DMC striked, you know? So,
sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm just saying I'm jealous. So,
okay.
Yeah. Let's check out this flash sale, though. There's some cool stuff going on.
There is indeed. There's a flash sale happening this weekend.
Yeah.
In honor of, I should say, the regional championship. So make sure that you go and check it out on SCG this weekend. Up to 50% off on select singles.
Yeah.
Through Monday. So if you want to go and buy some cool stuff, I like that Judge's Edgar Markov. I want to.
I like it.
I might be doing something in between rounds here, Corey.
Sell some cards? I gotcha. Yeah.
No,
buy some
I
cards.
want to buy them, but you can also sell cards.
Yeah.
Star City Games. So,
Absolutely, and that's a thing that I do all the time.
I know.
I'm lucky enough to live, right near the Star City Games headquarters, so I get to go right into the shop. All these extra cards I got laying around, just sell them right there. They give you great prices, and then I just buy the staples for the rest of the deck I need. It's very convenient. So just live in Roanoke, Virginia. It's easy. Just do it.
And then you can be neighbors with Corey.
You
too.
sure can. Yeah.
Maybe meet your dog. I don't know.
Yeah. He's a handful.
Henry. What's his whole name? Barkington?
Henry Barkington III. There's no first or second. But yeah.
Cool. Oh, yeah, but that is cool, friends. So if you want to go and buy some cards or sell some cards, go and check out SCG. If you want to even buy Duskmourn, it is the latest set that has been released.
Yep.
Very spooky. And some of the cards that have been making waves, let's talk about them. The Overlords.
Yeah. Duskmourn's just the perfect set right now that just is the perfect amount of power level where it's influencing a lot of formats, but it's not anything crazy broken that has the attention of needing something to be banned. And Overlords are my favorite.
Cool.
The first time that I went up the beanstalk into the green Overlord in Pending, and then all of a sudden I just drew a card off of the beanstalk. I'm like, is this a bug or is this a feature? And ends up being a feature. It's incredible. We're going to see, when we go to the Spotlight Series here in Atlanta, here at the beginning of next year, we're going to really see the impact on Standard for these Overlords and stuff like that. And I just love this set to death. Limited's incredible
cool.
too.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun at Limited, not gonna lie.
So whoever had part of designing the set and stuff, home run. It's an amazing one.
I have a mono black deck going at the moment because I opened Doomsday Excruciator. I'm like, I'm doing it. You can't stop me.
Let's go game that in between rounds.
Sure,
okay?
cool.
Yeah,
Actually,
sweet.
we might have some time now quickly because we are gonna chuck it to an interview with Jason Yee to talk about Rakdos prowess. So let's head there now.
Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship at SCGCon, Washington, D.C. I'm Nick Miller alongside Jason Yee, who you will probably recognize from top-8ing most Pro Tours. 2 of the last 3. 100K winner out in Vegas, right?
Yep.
And we got to talk to you about your standard deck, or your Pioneer deck, because you're playing one of the top decks in the format in the Rakdos Aggro Prowess Mouse, however you want to classify the deck. Firstly, I want to know how you wound up on this deck. Were you always locked in on this? Was it a bunch of different decks, or how did you lock in on this?
Yeah, I mean, starting testing season, really, I was first very interested in Phoenix because, Phoenix is obviously a very powerful deck. But then as Rakdos Aggro started gaining popularity online, first I was like, oh, is this really a thing? It looks kind of, gimmicky.
Yep.
Or flinging your creatures at people. Is that really Pioneer playable in a format that's so fast and has so much interaction? And it just turns out that the deck is just one of the fastest things you can do in the format. It just kills people really quickly. You can pretty consistently turn 3 with a pump spell, a creature, and a fling, basically. And that's really why I'm playing the deck, because it's just so powerful on that axis.
Right, so we have the 1-drop suite of the Heartfire Hero, which is one of the main fling targets.
Yeah.
The Monastery Swiftspear, the Saga, and that's your 1-drop suite.
Yep.
And there's not too much craziness going on there, but talk about your other creature suite and how your build varies from most of the other Rakdos decks.
Yeah, so like most Rakdos decks, we have the 4 Heartfire Heroes and the 4 Emberheart Challengers, the new cards from Bloomburrow that have really powered up red prowess. But where most people are playing 4 Slick Shots along with the cantripping pump spells like Ancestral Anger or Might of the Meek, we on Sanctum decided to move away from that, to be a bit less exploitable, a bit less vulnerable to interaction, and be able to play a bit longer of a game with the card Manifold Mouse, which just provides a more solid threat without having to cast spells, which is nice into lots of interaction, as well as some 2-for-1 potential with Offspringing it for 4. On top of that, so we have 3 Manifold Mouse, 2 Slick Shot, and 1 Inti as a nice one of, instead of the usual 4 Slick Shot, maybe some Dreadhorde Arcanist that most people are playing.
Yeah, you see a lot of 1 Manifold Mouse, but this really is a concession saying, hey, we're going to play against a lot of removal spells.
Yeah.
we're offspringing this, and then we can win some grindier games.
Yeah.
And that goes in with your main deck, Fatal Pushes and Thoughtseizes as well, right?
Yeah, we found that Fatal Push was actually one of the most important cards versus Phoenix, because you really need to get rid of those big Ledger Shredder blockers or like the Picklock Pranksters with counters on them from Profts. So we really liked having 4 Fatal Push in the main deck because it was basically the best card against 2 of the top decks, the Mirror and Phoenix. And then we also decided to put 2 Thoughtseize main because we just found it was good in every matchup. You just want to play Thoughtseize as something to clear the way for your creatures, like clear removal spells. It started feeling like almost like another creature that triggered prowess because you could take a removal spell, basically. That's been very valuable.
It strikes to me as very almost infect-like. You get the information so you know what to do with the rest, and
Indeed.
you know, take a removal spell or whatever. And you know, the pump spells, most of these are different than the the popular list that you see on Magic Online and whatnot. Obviously, Monstrous Rage is just absurd on rate.
Yep.
But talk about the other ones.
Yeah, so Titan Strength is what most people are playing, +3/+1 and Scry 1 for red mana. We explored a lot with both Titan Strength, Turn Inside Out, the new one from Duskmourn, and Infuriate. But we found that the +2 toughness on Infuriate just mattered so much, especially against Phoenix, but also against other decks playing cards like Torch the Tower. So we just found that Infuriate was the best option in the end, and the Scry one was not quite worth as much as the +1 toughness.
All right. Anything else you want to call out about your deck? Anything in the mana base or sideboard you're particularly happy about?
So one thing I'm particularly happy about is that we have a land in our sideboard, which is 1 copy of Rockface Village, which we also have 1 copy of main deck. We found it was very powerful with getting Valiant triggers, especially now that we have Manifold Mice as well, just extra mice to haste in. But you couldn't really fit 2 main deck in 20 sources because it doesn't cast your pump spells.
Yeah.
But post-board, there were a lot of matchups where we either wanted more mana sources because we were playing more expensive spells like Ob Nixilis, or we just wanted to board out a bunch of pump spells anyways and wanted more like grindy elements. So we figured it was like worth a slot in the sideboard, and I think it's been playing pretty nicely.
How do you feel about the meta now that's basically shaken out? Are you happy with your position, or?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my position. I like to I like to see a bunch of blue-white because I think our build is like actually pretty nice against blue-white. Is like even the high noon versions, because Manifold Mouse and the Rockface Villages really help with that. So yeah, feeling good.
Yeah, I was gonna say with the popularization of high noon, is that a concern for you and kind of why you built the deck the way it is?
Yeah, it was definitely a concern for like the stock version of the deck, and that's a large reason of why we've built this deck, how we've built it, with the Manifold Mice, with the Rockface Villages, with like more interactive plans, less reliance on Slick Shot and cantrips.
All right, well, the deck looks great. That's the rundown on one of the most popular decks in the format from one of the best players playing the game at the moment. Jason, thanks for joining me here in the sideboard. Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Washington, D.C.
Thanks for having me.
What's up, nerds? Hello and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C. Brought to you by Star City Games. Corey, Ailey, that's us. We're talking to you. We're in your ear holes, by the way. And we're going to be telling you about a couple of the Rakdos decks, Corey.
Yeah.
Our next round gets ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, exactly. So
What you got?
all our rounds are in here for round 3. So round 4 pairings will be up shortly. But I wanted to talk about some of the new Rakdos decks that we're seeing since, well, we lost the vampires, the big bad of the format. Sorin into a Vein Ripper. I don't know if anybody's going to sniffle at missing those. But if you're a big
Tiny
Rakdos
Violin.
fan, there's still a couple really sweet decks going on. And the first one I want to talk about is a deck that I would have been very much considering playing. It would have been Lotus Field and Rakdos Transmogrify would have been mine. Rakdos Transmogrify is a new deck that kind of just popped on the scene maybe like 2-3 weeks ago. It won a challenge. You know, then a lot of streamers and a lot of Magic Online gamers have been picking up the deck. It's been doing well in a lot of events, and then it even took second in the Brazil RC here not too long ago, or maybe top 4, I want to say. But it did
Still
well.
pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, it did pretty well in that. What it's trying to do here is trying to transmogrify one of your tokens, and then you just put into play the only creature in your deck that is attracts a Grand Unifier. So it gets to play a lot of really sweet token generators.
Yeah.
You have, of course, Fable the Mirror Breaker, the best saga, maybe the best saga we've ever had, one of the best cards we've ever had. Being able to just get rid of your shamans. It gets to play Fountain Port, where you can just pay 3 mana to create a 1/1 fish, transmogrify that, and then I think my favorite card, Case of the Stash Skeleton.
This is cool.
Yeah, this is sweet. So you get to put a 2/1 skeleton into play. You can transmogrify that. Even if they did have a removal spell or something to deal with it, at least, hey, you cracked the case. At end step, you'll crack the case, and then it turns into a demonic tutor on a stick. Here, being able to just search your library for anything. But ideally, you're trying to transmogrify on turn 4 with this deck and sneak in an Atraxa. And it's kind of the new hotness, Ailey. I love it.
It seems like a lot of very complicated ways to get to Atraxa. But
Yeah, a little bit. You know, it's instead of doing like the creativity stuff, it's very similar to Indomitable creativity. But you know, you can just change the way your deck is comprised a little bit.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can't bring 2 creatures into play like you can with creativity, but you don't need to. You don't want to put 2 attract. Yes. That was a nice one that we saw kind of dominate Pioneer earlier this year.
Yeah, so this is sweet. And then a couple of other ways just to get Atraxa back in hand, Volcanic Spite, that sort of thing.
Yeah, to shuffle it away just in case you were to draw it. You know, it's not a perfect strategy because if you do draw Atraxas, it gets to be a little bit of a problem as, you know, you need these cards to be in your deck. So cards like Volcanic Spite help, you know, mitigate that problem, put them back into your deck. But one of the more consistent Rakdos decks that maybe doesn't have the most power level is
Tell me about this tree.
Yeah, the Rakdos Cauldron deck is what we're calling it. Rakdos Tree, if you want to look at it that way. And now this deck is awesome. Have you seen this deck? Have you seen this combo?
I haven't been killed by it, but I had a look at it, and I read the primer on it. I'm like, oh, that's silly.
It is absolutely silly. So you have to play some cards that are maybe less than ideal in your Rakdos deck. Tree of Predation as well as Voldarin Thrill Seeker. Both what did I do?
Perdition.
Oh, come on. Close enough. Tomato. We're gonna chalk that up to like 10 mispronunciations by the end of it. I have faith.
Yeah,
but
that's the first one I noticed. So.
Okay, all right. Not bad. So you have the tree, you have the Thrill Seeker as cards that you don't really want to draw. You want to go with Fable Chapter 2 and discard these cards and then use your Agatha Soul Cauldron to be able to eat these cards and put the ability on other creatures.
Yeah.
Now,
so Agatha Soul Cauldron has a lot of text. So.
Yeah, you got that one.
All right, so creatures with 1/1 counters on it can do anything that the exiled creatures under Agatha Soul Cauldron can do.
Yeah.
So basically, it's going to try and exile all the stuff that's in your bin, put counters on your critters, and then they can do stuff.
Exactly. So any Yawgmoth gamers here in Modern, you know, you're going to be seeing this kind of technology ported over here into Pioneer. So the kind of the go-to step that you're going to want to do is, let's say you go turn 2, Fear of Missing Out, one of the new red 2-drops here.
FOMO, as we like to call them.
FOMO, yeah, that's good. I like that. Being able to
Thank you. I thought of it myself.
I'm sure you didn't, but being able to discard the tree and then next turn go Agatha's Soul Cauldron. You can just say go. If your opponent does really nothing of, importance, you go end step, exile the tree, put a counter on Fear of Missing Out. Then you can tap it, exchange control of target opponent's life total with tree's toughness.
Yes.
Which will be 4. So all of a sudden, end step, your opponent's life total goes to 4. Now next turn, you can go Voldarian Thrillseeker, back up on your Fear of Missing Out, sacrifice it, deal the last remaining 5 points of damage. Your opponent's dead, and you have this kind of combo finish to your otherwise kind of mopey Rakdos mid-range style deck.
Yeah.
I just think it's really awesome, and it shows that these fair Rakdos decks just aren't that good right now. You can't just play good old-fashioned Thoughtseize,
Mid-range.
Harvester, Fable, and try to win with, Archfiend of the Dross or whatever. It's not good enough these days. You really got to go over the top in Pioneer.
Yeah, you kind of have to win quick or you're just going to die.
Yep.
Other decks that just do it better.
Yeah, and when these Rakdos decks had that I win button of Sorin into Vein Ripper, then it was fast enough.
Yeah.
But losing that, these Rakdos, Thoughtseize, Fable gamers had to get creative, and they went to the tree, or they went to Transmogrify.
They seem to have done so. But, these decks are putting up better win rates at all of these events, the previous RC in Brazil as well, than typical just stock mid-range like you called it. So, you got to adapt.
I think
Improvise,
they're sweet.
adapt, overcome.
Plenty of players at 3-0 with both of these archetypes.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to be seeing this deck making waves a little bit later. It's maybe not necessarily your big 3, your second B tier of big 3 decks. It is the 7th to the rest of your decks as far as ranking of the decks, but still a very powerful card and a powerful deck choice coming into this USRC. Thank you for coming to my TED Talks. Appreciate it.
Do we have to pay you for that now?
We do, yes. My rates are high, so
okay.
it's coming out of your paycheck.
Oh,
Actually,
hey.
I'm sorry.
I didn't sign
I
up
don't
for
make
that.
the rules, so yeah.
But friends, thank you so much for joining us wherever you are around the world watching the regional championship. We're so happy to bring you coverage from Star City Games. I know a lot of you are so happy to see Cedric and Patrick back in the booth.
Yeah.
I think the last
So
time.
are we.
Yeah. I think the last time they were in the booth was like 5 years ago or something.
Yeah,
Like,
5 years ago.
That is probably before my time even that I started, getting into Magic and watching Pro Tour coverage and, Grand Prix on the weekends. So this is a treat for me too.
Yeah, I mean, they're what I grew up to be honest,
Yeah.
I would be sitting at home playing Magic Online events. I lived, in North Dakota where I couldn't make it to a lot of these SCGs. So every Saturday and Sunday, just like all of you are doing right now, I would be tuning in to watch them give us high-level Magic coverage. And it just feels right. It feels like we're back, we're home. It's a nice comfort blanket that Star City Games is bringing coverage back once again. So big shout out to everyone on the team.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to everyone who made this possible. The regional championship is an awesome event to watch. You see massive names here. Pro Tour champions, world champions. They're all grinding it out to, get back on the train to win some extra money, because why not,
100%. And you see players like Seth Manfield, Reed Duke, they're both in there.
Yeah.
They don't need to be qualified for the next event.
Fine,
for instance, Seth Manfield won a Pro Tour this year, qualified for all of the events, qualified for Worlds, but couple things. One, the love of the game, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. These players love the game. I have not met many gamers other than Seth and Reed that just love playing Magic as much as those two do.
Yeah.
Plus maybe you're qualified for the first 2 Pro Tours of 2025. If you qualify here, now all of a sudden you're qualified for all of them.
Yeah.
So there's a lot at stake for all of these gamers, whether you're a pro or you just won an RCQ at your local game store.
Yeah. I think we have a Magic mechanic for that. Cascade.
Cascade, yes. Cascade those results. Absolutely.
Well, it does look like our players are getting ready to rock and roll. So as soon as they are, we'll jump down in there and check out who it is, because we don't know.
Yeah.
Unless I open the curtain and take a peek over there to see who they are and what decks they're playing. So
yeah.
this is what do you want to see? If you
Get that tree
Something
into my
fun.
get that tree into my feature match area.
Okay.
I want to see that deck.
Tree gaming.
Honestly, when it comes to what I want to see is what I'm seeing right now. Nick Miller coming to hand us paper deck list of the feature match. It's just the world is healing. There's nothing like it right now. But so we're going to see some 3-0 gamers for sure and start to see players that are really going to make a deep run here in this event. So I'm really excited.
That's just the perfect way to start a tournament, right? Being 3-0. There's a little bit of pressure just off your shoulders. Like, you don't want to get slack or anything like that. Thank you so much.
Ooh.
Ooh, Enigmatic Incarnation versus Jund Sacrifice.
Absolutely.
I'm so happy in the hands of Jared Calabrese and Will Pulliam. So that is going to be our first matchup. Ooh, this could be interesting.
Yeah, don't know a ton about Jared here, but Will Pulliam is a Star City Games mainstay. He's an incredible Magic player who has, broke into the professional level at different times in his career. Maybe has not had the games be his direct focus as of late. But he's someone who, I've played so many matches against in team events here at Star City Games.
Win rate?
Yeah. I think we're pretty close. Maybe someone can go double check. We've played a lot in team event top 8s, I'll tell you that. So we've had some nice results. And we'll start with Will's list here. The Enigmatic Incarnation deck, you do see 3 high noons in the list. And you don't see really the black splash that we saw from Mason Clark here a little bit ago. This is more your traditional Enigmatic Incarnation deck with Yorion at the helm. And then the other side, the Jund Sacrifice Cauldron Familiar deck with Yigra, so it has that combo finish with Scavenger's Talent and stuff like this. Normally, I've played a lot of Enigmatic Incarnation, and Sacrifice decks are exactly what you want to play against. You eat them for lunch, basically.
Yeah. Oh.
As many Cat Oven decks that get eaten with Oven, Enigmatic players usually eat the Jund Sacrifice players up for lunch. Now, it has switched with Yigra and the Talon, as there is this combo finish,
I like to hear that.
I would still say the advantage is for Will here, but it's definitely close.
All right. Yeah. So if I am the Jund Sac player, obviously I want to win game 1.
Of course.
What do I have to fight this Enigmatic Incarnation deck?
You really want to be leaning on Scavenger's Talent and really going for the combo. Mayhem Devil is kind of the card that is like distracting. You're distracting them with Mayhem Devil and the Cat Oven where they have to point their removal spells at those powerful creatures. And then after Will uses all his resources, boom, you go with level 3 of Scavenger's Talent, and you kind of win the game with Yigra and 2 Cauldron Familiars. So that's what you're going to see if we see Jared taking this down. It's going to be the combo finish. And if you see Will taking it down, you'll know. There'll be a lot of permanents on the battlefield. It'll be very clear who is winning this. There'll be Overlords aplenty and stuff like that here from the Enchanties deck.
That sideboard card that we saw Aaron have. What was it? That destroyed all enchantments?
Destroy all enchantments. Yeah, let's see.
That would be nice.
That would be nice, and it's a lot easier to play in this deck.
Yeah,
no, it is not there. You see Haywire Mites?
Yeah,
that's good, but it's nowhere near as good as Back to Nature, baby. I mean, that's a card I didn't think we'd be saying on coverage, and we've seen it in multiple sideboards already, which is awesome. Yeah.
Well, that's cool. Well, if it wasn't clear, Corey, I am Team Cat. So,
I'm Team Enchantment for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Will. I'm a big fan of the card Enigmatic Incarnation. And, High Noon is excellent as well. It's not a High Noon matchup, really, but I'm just a big fan of this enchantment
like
deck.
Once the engine for the Jund deck gets going, you really don't need to do all that much to add to the board. You're using your mana to sacrifice things to level up your classes. It's just,
The one thing I will say is game 1 is a little bit rougher for these Jund decks. It's definitely rough, as in you have Fatal Pushes in the main, you have Torch the Towers, you have Claim the Firstborn, you have all of these cards that are just dead in game 1. So that's 7 dead cards just to start with Jared, but yeah. So it's a little brutal for game 1.
All right. We like brutal. Maybe not, but our players are getting ready. They're shuffling up, doing their mulligans and stuff. So we'll head on down there as soon as we are ready to do so.
Yep.
And let's go see how this one shakes out.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. I think this, we saw Dom play the Enigmatic deck a little bit on coverage. He kind of won so fast and so aggressively. We didn't get to see much. So, yeah, I'm excited for this. Going to head down whenever. It sounds like players are mulliganing and getting it going. So, we got magic for you in no time.
I'm sure we can watch them mulliganing. Otherwise, you get to look at our lovely mugs for extended periods of time.
Well, that might be better for them, you know?
Oh, boy. But, yeah, these overlords that we were talking about earlier, overlords of the Hauntwoods, overlords of the Boiler Bilges, that's a word.
Yep.
They're sweet. I really, really like these cards.
Yeah, and the thing I love the most about the overlords is, you know, of course they work with Up the Beanstalk where you get to draw the cards, but, you know, one interaction that if you haven't been following Pioneer a lot, you can, impending these, I believe that was the correct thing, you can impending these, and then Enigmatic Incarnation sacrifice them, not
their actual cost.
Exactly, not their impending costs, so you can, you know, Overlord of the Hauntwoods, for instance, 3 to impend, triggers Up the Beanstalk still, and then 5 mana for the mana value, so you do go to get a 6-drop immediately, which is awesome. So the Overlords can kind of play nice with each other and keep getting bigger Overlords, get up to Atraxa and stuff like that. Ends up being really, really strong.
Yeah, this is a fun deck to play in between rounds. You
want to do some battling? I'm in, absolutely.
Let's do it. Yeah. That's going to be so much fun. Oh, boy. Friends, thank you again so much for joining us here at SCGCon DC. Washington, D.C., this is the regional championship. There are plenty more events by SCG happening, coming up not too long away from now, friends. In November is our next one, I believe. But let's take a look at our prize pool. What's on the line here this weekend, Corey?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is what the players are playing for. And one thing that isn't really listed on here, the first goal, 6 or 3 or better. That's the cut. So you do need to make sure you win, you know, at least 2-to-1 ratio here of your matches to be able to qualify for day 2. But here are our prizes. Top 128 will get a condolence prize of $128. And then, yeah, I mean, Kate can't complain about that. And then top 64 and up will get those Pro Tour invites as well as regional championships. And top 2 get the World's invite and a plethora of money.
We like money. We also like sacrificing things and, you know, chucking cats in ovens and all that. So at least I do. Him not so much.
Hey, I still am a fan. You know, we've seen it enough over our commentating career that I like the Enchanties a little bit more. But I'm still a fan of the sacrifice decks as well.
All right, our players are ready. Let's go jump into the action here. It is round 4. And we got some magic for you. And away we go. Speed magic.
All right, 2 companions here. We got Yorion up against Gigantha, definitely the 2 most popular. You see Kahira as well.
Kitty.
And there's your favorite cat coming in to do some draining.
Oh, I love this cat. I got to reveal this cat. I know I say it every time, but I'm so proud of it.
That is awesome. That's a cool card to reveal.
It's still seeing play. It's so nice.
It's not only seeing play, it's good. It's real good, that's for sure.
Yeah, Kitty, go get him.
So no turn 2 play here from Will. That is not ideal. You definitely want Up the Beanstalk, Nylea's Presence, anything to get on the battlefield to then have Enigmatic Incarnation, have something to sacrifice.
Look, now we just need Egra and we have a combo.
There you go, yeah.
Enigmatic Incarnation is what we're hoping to find. It is a Fable the Mirror Breaker first and foremost, and there is a Goblin Shaman. I want to go and doodle him a Goblin Shaman.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I just hope he's using the Corey Baumeister treasure token. We'll see if that gets in there, yeah.
Extra points, right?
And
oops, sorry. Mayhem Devil. I like this guy too.
So Mayhem Devil comes down. I got a quick glance of Will's hand. I saw Atraxa. I saw Leyline Binding. So you basically never want to draw the Atraxa here. That is usually not ideal. But the deck can definitely just cast it, especially with help from the Shaman.
Yeah.
But no harm in discarding it. I did see the red Overlord as well. So being able to impend that for 4 mana, kill Mayhem Devil, and attack with Shaman, sign me up.
Yep. That is an excellent way to deal with Mayhem Devil, who's not doing anything right now because there's no sack outlet on the board. Where is our oven? That's what Jared is going to be asking for. But otherwise, an ideal start here.
Yeah, and you know it's not in Jared's hand right now because last turn it was just a Cauldron Familiar and then a tap land. You definitely would have played it before. So Here comes the nice impending. Now, a little refresher of how these impendings work for anybody who hasn't seen it. At end step, it counts down, you know, and then once it counts down on the final turn, it's now a creature.
Yeah.
So when it's on the stack, notably, it's a creature. You can't spell pierce it.
Sure.
Even though now it's not a creature. So that is slightly confusing, something to be wary of if you're playing this deck or you're playing against it.
Yeah.
And then at the end of that 4th turn, it's going to be a creature now. It'll be an enchantment creature, though,
Yeah.
that can be destroyed.
And can attack and block.
Oh, yeah.
Notably. But not right now,
Yeah.
as the cats are trying to get in there. Get one of them in the bin. Shaman is going to do just that.
And this was a choice by Will to not attack with the Shaman to get the treasure token. Maybe just saying, hey, I don't need it, and maybe wants to play a little bit of defense. I was expecting him to attack with that because there's no way Jared wants to double block with 2 Cauldron Familiars
No.
and not get any value there.
Definitely not. Deadly Disputes is going to sacrifice the kitten. Get a treasure, get a card. Dig a little deeper to try and find the combo. We have Bloodtide Harvester in hand, and it looks like we have a copy of Eager in hand too, so that's really good stuff for Jared.
Yeah, Ygritte, a card that we don't necessarily see get cast that often. It's definitely brought back with level 3 of Scavenger's Talent. But, you know, it's just a giant creature that's pretty annoying to kill.
Yes.
Yeah. You ever played against that card in Limited?
Yes.
Ugh, not for long, I
died
bet.
several times.
Yeah, I bet you didn't play too many turns against it.
Nope. Fatal Push takes care of the Goblin Shaman. And we see the reflection of Kikijiki, courtesy of Chapter 3 of Fable.
Yeah, and I believe we see the new addition here of the Roaring Furnace and Steaming Sauna here in hand. I love this card. 5 mana for just a one-sided draw 2 cards. You know, we can everybody turn your heads collectively.
Yeah, or turn your TV.
Exactly.
Yep.
Now, another really interesting way this interacts with Enigmatic Incarnation, it's not really intuitive. If you've unlocked the Room of the Rolling Furnace, you get a 3-drop creature. If you've unlocked the Steaming Sauna, you get a 6-drop creature. If you've unlocked both of them, you get an 8-drop creature to combine the mana value. So there's no 8-drops in the in the deck, so we're not going to see that too often, but not an intuitive play and something for y'all at home to be aware of.
That is very confusing.
It sure is.
Yeah, we'll go play with that deck later and
Yeah,
see. Yee, kitty
100%.
cat. Big cat's in. Using that treasure, courtesy of the Deadly Dispute, and here comes Eager. I love new sets. Everyone's always like, what the heck does this card do?
And you see a lot of these tournaments where, like, well, grinders that have been playing the game forever, like Will Polium, that maybe haven't been playing a lot lately, maybe qualified when he had a free Sunday at his local game store because he's an incredible gamer, and then maybe didn't play until testing for this. So you're going to see a lot of these really great players that are going to have to read these cards.
Yeah. Leyline Binding is going to come on down, but we have to pay the price. Nope, not going to go for Igra because he cannot pay. And it's going to be the cat instead. Cauldron Familiar taken care of. 6 mana to deal with a 1/1. Not actually 6, but, you know, a 6 mana spell.
Exactly. And could have, I guess, sacked the Reflection if he really wanted to.
Eh.
But, you know, that is a cost and probably has an answer set up for it already.
Just check. Just check.
Oh,
Read it again. Corey, do us the honors of reading Igra so that everyone knows what this cat does.
So, of course, first it starts by ward, sacrifice of food. Most of the time, that's a near impossible ask. But other creatures are food artifacts in addition to their types and have pay 2 sack like a normal food would. And then whenever a food is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, put 2 +1/+1 counters on Yigra, Eater of All. So, you know, all of Will's creatures are food. So, has the ability, if he has another Leyline Binding or whatever, to then deal with Yigra. But we'll see. It looks like there is a get loss. So, here is the ability to be able to deal with it straight away. And I would recommend that he does so.
Yeah, this cat gets out of hand real quick.
Yeah.
2 cats in the, or 1 cat in the bin, 1 in exile.
Yeah, and I wonder if that was maybe a misspec here from Will Polium, as that Leyline Binding, getting rid of the Cauldron Familiar, is so low impact right now.
Doesn't do all that much.
And now he's holding up Get Lost to be able to deal with Yigra on Jared's turn, where Will could have went end step, Leyline Binding, Yigra sacrifice Reflection.
No. I think you had the combo win there because of Eager being out with a cat. There's one in the bin.
Sure,
So the cats
sure.
just eat each other and then ding 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 ding.
Sure,
ding,
sure,
ding,
sure.
So,
Okay. Not dying is good.
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't
not
see.
dying is good.
I didn't see the second cat in the yard. Then of course he
Yeah.
had to go for that. Otherwise he was dead. Good call.
Rough times, Corey. It's a cat eat cat world out there.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so I mean, get rid of the one that's easier to get rid of, keep your board, and then
Yeah.
let's see where we go from here. Still doesn't have all that many blockers. Will is down to 12. Jared's sitting at a very healthy 20 with Blood Tithe Harvester joining the fray.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is other cats
Yes.
gain the food ability, so Yigra itself is not a food.
No, it's not prey.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a predator. Munch.
So now it can be dealt with now that there's only one cat available in either battlefield or the graveyard.
Yeah. So Jared needs to find another cat or deal with the leyline binding, which black-red is, well, John, I
Yeah.
suppose the green side can deal with it, but not really in the main deck as far as I know.
Yeah, and the one thing Jared could have, we don't know exactly what's in hand. Now we do. It's Mayhem Devil and Blood and Cliffs, a land, where if he had a Cauldron Familiar in hand, could sack it to the blood, discard it, and then combo at instant speed. So doesn't have it. Now we'll know that the coast is clear and probably dealing with one of these high-impact cards.
Down to 6. Ooh, Mayhem Devil likes single digits, I'll tell you that much.
Yep. So now I believe Will does have 4 cards in hand, so this Roaring Furnace can deal with Mayhem Devil. And Get Lost can then deal with Yigra, depending on if Will decides to do that. Looks like that's where we're starting.
Room's a new permanent type introduced with Duskborn. Just a reminder, if you do want to go and get your Duskborn product, check out SCG's website and go get some. Because
Yeah.
the set's pretty cool. I wasn't a big fan when I saw the aesthetic and everything, and I was like, this seems weird. I saw the rooms and I was like, okay, I'm intrigued.
Yeah, the whole kind of horror aspect is not really for everyone.
Yeah.
I personally love it.
Yeah.
So I was excited from the beginning, but I'm like, the main thing that matters to me is the gameplay, and the gameplay is incredible. You know, I mean, in every single format right now, Magic's just got great gameplay.
Yeah.
Really nice here for the future of the game.
Shout out to all the designers who work so hard and test so many cards.
So the one thing is Will has the answer for the big creatures, kind of in air quotes, but let's take a look at the top left part of our screen. Will's at 4.
He is at 4, yeah.
You know, this is not a lot of life. The one thing that is sweet right now is Overlord at end step comes in as a creature.
Yeah.
Reflection's got a nice, juicy target.
Whee! Adios, dear vampire friend.
The classic MTG grinder here, Will Polium, not having his own tokens, of course, or a copy token or anything. Just the backside of a sleeve.
Yeah. So, Mayhem Devil was sacrificed because it is currently a food to the cat to get the one
Yeah.
cat out the bin. I don't love that, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have kept the Mayhem Devil around because there is one more sack on the board at least in the blood token.
Yep. But there we go. Yigra is finally destroyed. The ward was paid with the copy to Overlord. That would have went away
Yeah.
at Jared's end step, as this was Will's end step.
That's a sacrifice, right?
The
After the copy?
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes. Yep.
See, that's why I would have, okay. Granted, the Mayhem Devil just would have gotten killed, but
Yeah. But it would have been sacrificed at Jared's end step since you do it at your own end step.
yeah. Okie dokie. See, the map tokens? I mean, yes, yes, Mayhem Devils are indestructible. It's back. Cool. Yay. All right, so now we have 3 things that we can snack on.
This might just be GG.
I think it is.
Because if anything, you can always sack a map, deal 1 damage to Cauldron Familiar, sack the blood, deal 1, Cauldron Familiar comes back, deal 1, then sack the map again, deals 3. I guess I am only seeing 3 at the moment, but anything else from Jared,
Yeah.
and this should be GG.
Let's see. It's got 1 card in hand, it looks like. So
Yeah,
gonna
looks
pay
like
1,
that.
map token, sack. Targeting the cats, trigger on Rakdos, excuse me, on Mayhem Devil.
And with Jared pausing this much, it definitely seems like he doesn't have the win yet.
Yeah.
And if you don't have the win yet, this reflection copying the Overlord, killing Mayhem Devil, will stabilize.
Yeah. I wonder then if it's not better to kill the reflection.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't think that you can win right now, sure.
Yeah. Is that another Mayhem Devil in the bin off the top?
Yep. Just
Yep.
got explored into the yard.
Mm-hmm. Down to 2.
Okay, there's Scavenger's Talent.
Almost called it Scavenging Ooze. I'm like, no, that's not a card scene.
We'd be marking one for you on your little tally.
I sure would be, yeah.
And now it's a tough choice.
Mm.
You know, because if that last card is a land, then you can deal 1 to reflection, sack the blood. But I guess, yeah, you can't even, like, discard a card if you don't have a card in hand. So, yeah, that might not be good enough for Jared.
Big thinkies here.
And this could be a moment where we look back at the end of game 1 where we're like, wow, we needed to kill that reflection. As, you know, we see Will's hand. There's 2 different colored sleeves. That's because one's a Yorion.
Yeah.
And one's something else. So, yeah, here we go. Will gets a turn.
I think the other one is, no, yeah.
Looks like Beseju. Could be wrong, though, which is a nice one.
Is that Otawara, maybe?
Could be.
Let's do this.
Step number 1, copy the Overlord, deal with Mayhem Devil. That has to happen right now.
Ding, bye-bye.
And now Will's got to feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
So this is also an attack trigger. Because why not?
Ouch.
Yep.
Yeah, that hurts. Cat down.
So, cat in the yard when Will's at 2 is still scary. You know, there's no food yet.
Down to, jeez, that's a lot of damage.
Yep.
Down to 7. Okay. Will is pulling ahead here, friend.
Yeah, now it's just going to be, can he find anything to really gain him some life, close out the game? Didn't play Yorion, so there's at least something to cast.
Yeah.
I can't
I
quite
think it's
see.
Otawara.
That makes sense, and that's fine. That's a nice one.
Man, we just needed like a food or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, at any game when your opponent ends at an effective 1, you got to feel like, what could I have done?
Yeah, like this is a game I kind of want to go back and watch again just to see what different decisions could have been made at different points.
We'll just have our director rerun this, and we'll just check it out again and watch it in a closer
in
lens.
Slow motion.
Yeah. So the land was discarded there to the blood, so we know there's the Scavenger's Talent and a Fable of the Mirror Breaker here. Those don't do it, Ailey.
That's not going to do anything.
And I mean,
here.
look at this. The reflection wins the game where Jared could have dealt with it.
Yeah.
And maybe bought an extra turn or whatever. You know, it doesn't mean that Jared would have won the game.
No, definitely not.
But instead, the game ends immediately.
Yeah. See, now my brain is just going through that game. And it's like, okay, where could we have done things differently? The lack of a sack outlet is kind of what I think messed him up the most, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
An oven instead of that second Cauldron familiar would have been game over.
Game would have been over turns ago. It would have been not even remotely close. But as it stands, a nice, clean, close game by Will Pulliam. And, you know, this wasn't the combo finish that we saw, even though the combo was basically on the stack.
Yeah.
You know, Jared was that turn, you know, that one turn where Will had the Leyline Binding for the second Cauldron familiar away from just winning the game on the spot. So while that game, you know, looked dominating by Will at the end, it was extremely close in a lot of different metrics.
Yeah, excellently piloted by Will Pulliam.
Yeah.
Doing a great job with Enigmatic Incarnation. This is a rough spot, though, for Jund Sacrifice, because now let's take a look at the sideboard for Will Pulliam's side of things. You know, we have Rest in Peace there. That's bad news bears. If you can find a copy of that, like there's no combo. You're just relying on a massive cat, basically.
Yeah, so the one thing of how it works out when it comes to these Enigmatic Incarnation Yorion decks, most of the time you look at the cards in your deck and you think, what cards need to come out? Because while you're a Yorion deck, you play a lot of one-ofs, they're going to be pretty bad in certain spots. You know, kind of the first card I'm looking at, High Noon, I don't really want in this matchup that much. It can be okay. It's not absolutely terrible. but you'll get some cards out. I like Elspeth Conquers Death. There's some decent targets. That's fine to bring in. Lightning Helix, fine. Another removal spell. Rest in Peace, Slam Dunk, like you were saying. And then Reckoner Bankbuster as another card that can come in from Will. So fine options. Then we look on Jared's side, and we see Thoughtseizes. Those are going to be great to bring in. Just a good way to break up the synergies from Will. You kind of want to Thoughtseize on turn 3 right before the Enigmatic Incarnation because that's the card that really crushes you.
Or you just blow it up with a Haywire Mine.
Exactly. And then Haywire Might is the other card I really love. And outside of that, nothing too special here from Jared.
So this is going to be a fun game 2 here between these two players sitting at 3-0. They would love to advance their records to 4-0, get to that magic number of 6.
Yep.
To come back and jam some day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Great start to these players for sure. But, of course, they want a little bit more.
Who doesn't?
Yep. And, I mean, these were, I believe, 4th and 5th as far as most played decks. Enigmatic Incarnation being 4th, Jund Sacrifice being 5th, at about 7% of the metagame. So both of these being relatively known quantities for both players, so they should have a nice, solid game plan against each other.
Yeah.
Should see a nice match.
What's your sideboarding ritual? Do you go with a plan against different decks so you don't have to think too much? Because I've seen a couple players do that.
Yeah.
Or do you just like have it all in your brain and...
So it's a little bit of both, as my ritual before a tournament is I like to make a sideboard guide of my top, I always look on, certain decklist websites, and I'll look at the top, like 15 matchups. I'll write out my entire sideboard guide, and that helps me with my sideboard numbers. Like, I could be like, wow, against Phoenix, I need to take out 4 more cards than I have for sideboard cards. And I'm like, okay, maybe I need to rearrange my sideboard to be able to make sure that I can bring in enough cards. After I do all my matchups for every single deck that I expect, then I will either type it out, or if I know the deck well enough, which if I'm coming to a tournament like a RC, I will know my deck list enough where I don't have to have a printed out sideboard guide. And then I'll deviate from my plan based on the different choices that I see from my opponent's deck. So my answer is a little bit of both. Like, I think it's very important to have a guide, have a plan going into a tournament, but I think just looking at a guide as this, this
be all end all.
Exactly, is bad. So I think you need to be able to adjust on the fly if you're going to win a tournament like this, because Jared's list might not be like the Jund Sacrifice list I was preparing for when I built my sideboard guide. So, yep, that's my plan usually.
Sweet. So I hope you took notes if anyone out there is getting ready to play in an RCQ or getting ready for the...
Any other RCs, there's so many more regional championships.
RCs,
And Ailey, I got to say, we usually commentate the World Championships together, and seeing the players that win their RC and they convert it into a deep run,
that's sick.
There's nothing better. And these are usually the happiest players to be at Worlds. And, sometimes that's a detriment to them. Maybe it's the I'm happy to be there type mantra. But, the players that are like, all right, that was step 1, qualify for Worlds. And now they're like, well, now I got a big tournament to play. And those players that go deep, it's always really, really exciting to watch,
that's awesome.
Yeah, really cool stuff.
I would love to play in one of these.
Yeah.
My 2-year-old dictates otherwise. So
yeah, that's fair, absolutely.
But yeah, if I had the ability to go to one of the like RCQs or just to any of the qualifiers that feed into an RC, that would be rad. I would love to.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep, I've never played in the regional championships, but I've played of similar size tournaments. Grand Prix, nationals back in the day, those kind of things. And man, there's nothing like going deep in one of these events and like going to dinner with your buddies being like hearing the condolence stories of, hey, I just missed day 2, or the buddies that are 9-0, you all rally around them. You start practicing for them when it's close to their top 8 and stuff. The community it builds with your team that you go to one of these events with, it's unmatched.
I just get to see, as an outside observer, I get to have a look at all the players, all the testing teams, just, their preparations going into events like this from the Pro Tour side mostly, but even in the lobby, the last 2 nights, guys have been jamming games until like 1 a.m.
Yes, absolutely. I have loved it. Right when I got here late, Thursday,
Yeah.
I'm walking in. There's people gaming left and right. I'm trying to like peek over, and seeing like what kind of decks are being played. It's really fun to see this kind of energy from a big event like this.
Even in airports, like you could just sense some Magic players nearby when you start hearing things like triggers and
Oh yeah.
end steps, and I was like, aha, I know you're playing this weekend.
Exactly. I was just like getting ice in my hotel room last night for a beverage, and I just hear me like, dude, you gotta beat Atraxa. You have, and I'm just like, it just makes me feel all warm and fuzzy.
I'll tell you what doesn't feel warm and fuzzy right now for Jared is I think he's mulliganing to 4.
I think he is. That dice right there usually indicates how many mulligans you've had. So, as much as you don't want to see that, Will is like, hey, condolences on that. But in the back of his mind, he's like, 3. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, you know what? It's part of the game.
Yeah.
So here we go with the Scavenger's Talent down on the board. First and foremost, that is a good start now for Jared. So let's get going.
Yep, and we're seeing a lot of comments here in the chat, why the headphones from the players. So a couple reasons. One, this venue is extremely loud. We have the technology where we're kind of, neutralizing that background noise that you're hearing.
We've just given you all noise-canceling earphones. So
Exactly,
you're
so these players can communicate in a loud setting. We're also next to the feature match area, so we don't want the players to hear our coverage and get any kind of things, because believe it or not, Ailey, this is going to be news to you.
Yeah?
I'm loud.
Yeah, you're hella
I'm
loud.
a loud
You almost
talker.
blew my eardrums out yesterday
Exactly.
during the tech
So
check.
we don't want Jared to hear, or we don't want Will to hear about the things that we're saying.
Or any player, to be honest.
Exactly. So it looks like here's a Thoughtseize. This is going to be a snap fabled, I would imagine. But once again, Will drawing the Atraxa. You never want to be drawing these kind of gigantic hits. But, sometimes you have to. This seems like a slam dunk. Take the Fable. And then Will's hand is quite bad.
It is indeed, because a lot of players do rely on Chapter 2 of Fable the Mirror Breaker to make their hand a little better.
Yeah, I mean, Fable is definitely the card to take here, or the card that Will would have been slamming. But having a Torch the Tower to kill, maybe the first threat, as well as just probably what we're going to see is purchase Yorion next turn and kind of go from there. But, of course, Will can just top deck another 3-drop and be on his way.
Yep. So it's going to be Fable. Get that out of here. Looks like another land, perhaps, drawn off the top there.
I think a Leyline Binding, but I could be wrong. At quick glance, I've been trying to work on my, just try to view the card at a flat. Exactly. Boom, Leyline Binding in the back. Woo!
Look at you go, bud.
I'm trying.
That's why you earn the big bucks.
Yes. And a Triome picked up as well, so Will have the option to be able to play Leyline Binding on a notable card, or just cycle this Triome. I wouldn't be shocked to see Torch the Tower on. Oh, okay.
All right. No, I like that, because Yorion can bounce that.
Exactly. And now Yorion can clean up Fable next turn as well. So you kind of get both halves here for the price of one.
Bounce, bounce, bounce.
And I like that. Just take all the resources from Will that you can, but decides not to do it. Maybe didn't have an untapped land.
Setnalia's Presence. Yep. Gonna make some extra mana.
There is the beautiful combination with Leyline Binding, Nylaia's Presence on the land. You automatically have Domain. That also works for the Everywhere counters from the Overlords. You're going to be seeing that.
Overlords of the Hauntwoods, yeah, it makes the Everywhere land.
It really shows a lot about the player on what your token is for the Everywhere token, you know? Yep. I'm going to guess. Will doesn't have a token. That's going to be my guess. He's just going to like
that's going to be a sleeve or
a
something.
back of a sleeve. Yep, that's my guess. But we'll see.
So Fables aplenty here for Jared Calabrese. We got one little buddy on the board. And we did have Portable Hole take care of the talents. So still in the setup phase here, not looking to pop off anytime soon.
So it looks like this is the beautiful Bird Serpent to be able to blink 2 things, draw a card, plus Leyline Binding something, and then next turn, we're all wrapped up to just hardcast Atraxa.
Sure, why not?
Yep.
When in doubt, just pay for it.
Yeah, why not? Oh, there's nothing more exciting to me than just that trigger that goes on the stack at an end step where you get your stuff back. Now, back in my day when I played Yorion cards, you could get back some like Charming Prince,
Oh, yeah.
do some blinks, maybe Glasspool Mimic to copy
Yeah.
to do more loops. I could literally talk for days on different cool things you can do with Yorion, but I'm getting word from our director. He says, please don't do that, Corey.
Yes.
So I won't, okay?
Yeah, you're getting
Yeah.
word from me too that
Yeah.
that's probably not the best idea.
That's why you're punching me in the arm. Okay, I
No.
get it. I get
No.
it.
I did no such thing. I'd kick you under the table so no one could see.
Okay, okay. Thank you for the consideration. I appreciate you there.
Alrighty, what do we got? Deadly Dispute. Let's take care of a critter, or I should say sacrifice a critter to draw, get some treasures.
Yep, got the shaman in there so you can get the treasure
Mhm.
and then get essentially another treasure after this Deadly Dispute. And
Nice.
Jared's trying, you know, fighting the good fight here, drawing some extra cards, got some resources going. But the one thing you need to do against this enigmatic deck when you're playing Jund Sacrifice is get out of the gates quickly.
Yeah,
At this
not
point,
happening.
I don't want to call it this early.
It's
but-
look. You said if there's a bunch of permanents on the board, Will is winning.
Yeah. Oh, he's winning. But I don't want to call it as over yet. But next turn, hard casting Atraxa here is going to be definitely difficult
Okay,
for
if
Jared.
you won't, I will. It's over.
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah, I ain't no coward.
And I don't actually see land 7 from Will, so maybe it's not over just quite
Question mark?
yet. Yeah.
Oh boy. Alrighty, we're gonna do some more goblin things. What's that? The third one now he's played?
And I mean, that's one of the cards that
Crikey.
can kind of get you back into it, but it is an amazing card, but a little late.
Yeah. Burb's gonna swing in here for 4, down to 14. We'll go Jared. Hey, there's a land. Let's tap all the things. Make sure we got enough mana, and boom! Atraxa. Grand Unifier.
This is exactly what this deck's trying to do, just hard
Mhm.
cast Atraxa,
Exactly.
not sacrifice a leyline
No,
binding
no,
or
no, no, no.
anything.
Not at all. So, word soup here for Atraxa. Keyword soup, flying, Vigi, death touch, lifelink. Gonna enter, look at all the cards. You get to pick one of each type. And it's just in your hand, so good old refuel.
And here's an interesting thing that we'll probably see, maybe
Mhm.
not in this specific pile, but the Overlord can be enchantment
Yeah.
or creature. It doesn't count for both. So, you know, if there was a leyline binding or whatever here, you could get leyline and Overlord essentially.
Were those 5 cards all lands?
It looks like it.
Yeah.
So this was
Jeez.
actually a
Yeah,
relatively,
that's pretty good.
it was like a relatively bad hit for Will though.
Yeah.
As in, like, this deck can really get 6 or 7 cards off Atraxa.
Yeah.
It's one of the better Atraxa decks out there.
I kind of want to build an Atraxa deck and just see how long it takes me to get all 10.
To get all 10,
Mm.
I don't even know if it's possible.
It is.
Is it?
It should be.
I'm not even going to
You know,
try to
Fences,
figure out all of
Divining,
them.
Toppers. I'm not in Pioneer, that's for sure.
Okay, okay.
But like, yeah, you know, battles. Just chuck everything in there and
Sure, sure.
stir the pot and see what comes out.
That deck sounds heinous, Ailey, I must
Yeah.
say.
You wanna play?
Yeah, I'm in. I'll play against you. I'll rack up my wins, okay?
Oh boy. All right, Jared, what you got, bud? You need to get back into this somehow. And we are going to discard, goodbye, Mayhem Devil, and
Oh, no.
land to keep drawing. That's a Haywire Mites.
Okay.
Yeah, that could kill Leyline Binding.
Get back a Fable, sure. But, you know, the whole problem of 11 power in the air is,
Yeah, it's a bit, that's substantial.
and that's a Harvester and a land, so no way to deal with Atraxa. And to be fair, I don't think Jared should leave in a lot of removal. And as I kind of look at his list, he just can't kill that card. He has one Bitter Triumph. Otherwise, like, his best way to remove Atraxa from the game is to remove Will from the game.
Yeah.
You know, that's
no,
like,
Yeah, no picker poison,
Yeah.
nothing like that.
no. So once you get to this point, Jared's basically conceded the game. You know, just says, I can get under most of these type draws, but with the mulligan to 4, it just wasn't possible.
That's bad beats.
Yeah.
So Haywire Mites on the stack. Hits the board. That can take care of something and gain him a little bit of life. But yeah, I don't know if there's much you could do here to stem the bleeding.
Yeah. No, I think we're just kind of going through the motions here. And should be pretty wrapped up here. I mean, look at Will's hand. It's
Jeez.
just 1 million threats.
I'm sad. Oh, Jund, how I love you. But alas, it is not to be. As Jared Calabrese goes down to 3.
Wow.
I'm writing him prose and sonnets, you know?
That was impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. You're a poet and you didn't know it.
I didn't. If it went to 2, though, it wouldn't have rhymed, so thanks.
Jared
Will?
was very considerate there for that. Yeah.
Rough beats here. The Malta 4 not finding anything to get going in game 1, so just everything came out pretty good here for Will.
We get to see the everything token at least. Okay.
Hey, what is it? It's a, I don't know.
It's a piece of paper that says everything. Okay, that's about what I would expect from
Yeah.
Will. So I'm here for
I'm
it.
trying to figure out what's underneath it, but
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Looks like a different game type
yeah,
thing, but
which we shall not name.
because we don't know it.
No, that's precisely it. Yeah. All right.
Okay. So
Oh, okay.
all right, I like this from Jared. Doesn't have the win right now, but maybe there's a chance that he can sacrifice the things, get Yigra down, have 2 Cauldron Familiars. Now remember, you don't have to have this stuff in your yard. Like, you can go level 2, then sacrifice the things, mill yourself, and who knows, Jared can get lucky, hit 2 Cauldron Familiars, hit Yigra, and hope Will's hand is full of absolute nonsense. There is a chance Jared can win this game because of that talent, for sure.
It's a very slim chance. but-
Agreed, agreed. He's got to get lucky, but give yourself a chance.
All right, so any permanent sacrifice will get him 2 cards
Yeah.
in the bin. They need to be kitty cats. Oh, look at all the thinks. He is in the tank, man.
Yeah, just debating what is the only way to be able to win. And basically, when you get to this stage of the game, Jared isn't thinking about, okay, I need to try to play around this. I need to try to play around that. It's, okay, how can I actually win if my opponent has absolutely nothing? And Leyline Binding on the Scavenger's talent should be the door shutter.
Yeah. Rough. Leyline Binding number 2 or 3.
Yep.
2? 3? There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
That's going to take care of the class. So, alas, nothing going there for Jared. No spectacular comeback. Kitty?
We're going to
Nope,
try.
that's going to be the hand extended from Jared. Jund not behaving this round, but still sitting at 3-1. So, really good record there. Will Pulliam advances to 4-0.
Yep, absolutely. Big congrats to
Nice.
Will. Will is an incredible player who has torn up these SCG tours back in the past and, you know, has made his mark at the professional level events as well. So anytime he's in a tournament, you got to expect he's going to have a deep run. So big congrats to him at going to 4-0.
Yeah.
But like you said, 3-1, you're still doing completely fine here if you're Jared. And, yeah, I'm just excited to see some more magic here, Ailey.
Oh, man. When you said
Yeah.
that the enigmatic deck kind of just eats Jund for breakfast,
Yeah.
I was just being like, no, it's fine. This will be fine, right? But, I mean, he didn't even do the thing that the deck wants to do.
Yeah,
And
it's just a good value deck as well.
Just massive birds.
And the one thing I will say is it used to just completely destroy the matchup. Yigra and Scavenger's talent have switched it where it's much closer.
Yeah.
I would still put the advantage for the enigmatic decks by a little bit, but, you know, Pioneer is a format where there's, you know, each deck kind of has its really, really bad matchup where it's maybe a 70-30 or whatever. But this matchup I definitely think is closer to 60-40, 55-45.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
it isn't anything crazy that you just absolutely don't want to play against it type thing. Yeah.
So, doubtless we will see more from both players as our weekend progresses. Again, thank you to everyone who has joined us so far. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. SCG Tour Con thing back after
Yeah.
5 years. I don't remember. It was SCG Tour?
The SCG Tour back in the day.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what we had now.
For all you old gamers, I hope you're happy. I hope you're watching, and I hope that you'll continue watching this weekend,
Yes.
today and tomorrow.
I'm one of the old gamers. I'm happy. I may be right here, but I'm still excited that this is back. It's been awesome to watch. And it sounds like we got
Yeah, we
some
got a
even more
backup.
magic.
Let's jump in and go and check it out. Ooh, Sol Malka.
Yep.
Hey, and a Nicholas Dariu. 5-color Bring to Light versus Rakdos Sacrifice.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Soul Maka, you know, kind of the original creator of
The
Rock.
Yeah.
Good old green-black. My first PTQ I ever played,
Yeah.
Troll Aesthetic, Umazawa's GT, you know, just that when that was in Standard back in my day, you know. So I have a big fondness of that style of decks for sure. So Soul playing Rakdos Sacrifice up against the Bring to Light deck. Bring to Light is one deck that fell off the face of the earth
Yeah, it did.
because of High Noon. You just think Bring to Light and High Noon, that's a brutal one. You can cast Bring to Light, but you can't cast the card you get because it's the second spell you cast. So ends up being really brutal. But in this matchup, the 5-color Bring to Light deck has some really nice stuff going on. The one thing I want to bring attention to, though, there's one Yasharn in the main deck.
Oh, that's brutal for the sack deck.
So basically, if you get to 5 mana, you get to Bring to Light here from Nicholas. That's kind of the I win button in this matchup.
Yeah.
And, you know, as I say that, it's just in hand, so you can even do it on turn 4.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen this pig in quite a while, honestly.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, essentially shuts off the sack engine as we see Scavenger's Talon hit the board here for Soul Malka.
Get a double check on that card. And as it stands, Nicholas just needs lands. 2 Thoughtseize have picked apart. Number 1, the most important thing up the beanstalk, as that would have been a card for Nicholas to get a redraw. Is land 3 there? If not, this is one of the big problems with these 5-color Bring to Light decks compared to the 5-color Enigmatic list.
Yeah.
Well, those have Nylea's presence at least. Here you just have to absolutely draw the lands you need, which Pioneer's mana bases, let's say, are interesting at times. Interesting. Let's go with that.
Fable the Mirror Breaker and our cute little goblin shaman on the board.
I like that.
Do you believe that's Lady Lavinia's?
Oh,
mistaken?
okay. Absolutely.
It's like, I recognize that haircut. I
Yep.
could be completely wrong, though, so apologies to whomever that is if I am.
It's awesome regardless.
Yeah, I like it.
So discard some fatal pushes here. Not great targets for that. Now there is a Yasharn, so that would you know, be able to deal with that at some point. Here comes a treasure here, getting that token. And let's see what Soul Malka's follow-up is.
Chapter 2. Taking a look, seeing if we can chuck some things away, draw some cards. I appreciate the hand being laid out, because we know about those ones.
I also appreciate the mountain and what's the black-white spell there? The removal spell.
Oh,
Vanishing Verse, excuse me.
Vanishing
I
Verse.
just love, you know, how outrageous the mana base is compared to your spells in this deck.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing you can do. You gotta basically have one of each basic for Fabled Passage. But sometimes your draws just look like complete nonsense.
Yeah, this is rough.
I'm here for it.
Lightning Helix will take care of the Shaman token.
You got to do the Lightning Helix moment.
No,
like, yeah,
I don't want to blow out people's eardrums.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, we'll save them that. If there's an actual Lightning Helix moment, then you, by all means, go ham.
Perfect. I'll blow out some eardrums.
All right.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Reflection of Kiki Jiki hits the board. So we got food and treasure, our favorite things.
Yeah, and just so far, nothing crazy as far as something to go way over the top from Soul.
Look at his his graveyard. It's just hand disruption, hand disruption, hand disruption.
Yes. I'll take 3 Thoughtseizes, 2 Fatal Pushes. Thank you very much. So the one thing that is interesting, I mean, we see this Rakdos Sacrifice deck. We just saw it last round, but no Yigra. Decides, you know, Soul's just like, I don't want the over-the-top aspect of that combo finish. And, like, just think if he plays Will next round. Let's say Soul wins, and he plays against Will next round. Will's going to look and just be like, ooh, no Yigra. You know, it's going to be licking his chops, just being like, this is the matchup where, you know, those 70-30 matchups I was talking about, that's how bad it would be up against Enigmatic Incarnation-style decks.
Oh, boy. But Soul Malka at 3-0, so things are going well so far.
Yep.
Hopefully avoid that Enigmatic Incarnation matchup for a little while longer.
And so far, just nothing going on here from Nicholas.
Yeah.
This is just one of those games, you know, that
Yeah,
it's just nothing's really going on.
It's kind of a non-game, but, you know,
Yeah.
Sol's, I don't want to say not doing all that much. He's got a lot going on, but in terms of attack power, here we go. Now we're going to get in for, what's it, 5?
Six, yeah.
Six, yeah, it's a copy.
Sol is taking way more game actions, I'll tell you that. That's
Yeah.
for sure. It's interesting to be playing Scavenger's Talent, though, without Ygra. Just shows how powerful these talent cards are.
Yeah.
You know, especially we saw how powerful they were in Limited.
Yeah.
All of them were good.
Yeah.
They all had their niche role. And, you know, a lot of them made their way into Pioneer here today as well.
Caretaker's Talent, I think, was registered a couple times.
Yeah. Yep,
Woo,
absolutely.
kitty in the bin, kitty in the bin. Cat alert, cat alert.
And
Get
that's
some
got to
food.
just
Yeah.
lock it up, you would think.
You would think. Yeah, I think with the cat there, sacrifice some food tokens, get the kitty out, start draining, and yeah, just let's go to game 2, shall we?
Yeah, pretty much. And just having Gigantha in hand, too. Like, Gigantha just destroys what Nicholas has going on. Like, you can't Vanishing Versus it. You can't Abrupt Decay it. And there's a Leyline Binding.
Okay.
There's 3 mana, so you still can't cast that one. It costs 3. There's 2 Leyline Bindings in.
Oh,
so,
my.
So Nicholas hasn't cast
Yeah,
a
no.
single spell. Yeah.
Jeez.
Good
That
game.
was awful.
Close game.
Yeah.
Close game here.
Turns out you need lands to play Magic. Ugh. That was rough. Nicholas, my condolences, man. That sucked.
Yep, there is no way to get around that. That was just brutal. So, kind of looking at Nicholas's sideboard as cards that he would want to bring in here against Rakdos. First card I'm seeing, Culling Ritual, looks great.
Yeah.
Deafening Clarion seems totally fine. There's a Fatal Push. Elish Norn, get Mom in here.
This sideboard's just like one of fun ofs. It's great.
And that's going to happen a lot. We're going to see a lot of one of fun of type sideboarding in all these 5-color decks, either Enigmatic Incarnation or Bring to Light, as you're basically a toolbox deck where you can kind of get any of these really powerful one-ofs to really do some damage. So Fatal Push, another one of. Pest Control, another one of. Rest in Peace. Gonna get those in there. And it's another Yorion deck, so it's basically you need to take out X amount of cards, so you're going to put in as much as you can.
Yep.
You usually have to leave in 1 or 2 stinkers, as I like to call them, but still going to say I would put advantage to Nicholas going into the match.
Sure.
Obviously, with Sol being up a game, you got to sway it the other way, but I think this matchup's still totally fine for Nicholas.
Well, let's see what Nicholas can do.
Into game 1, I think, if anything, and then we can slow it.
On the Recto Sacrifice side of things. You know, a little more consistency.
Yep.
You know, 2 Duresses, 2 Colligans, come on, 2 Shieldred's Edicts, 2 Torch and Towers, 2 Unlicensed Thirsts, and then a couple other extra one of fun ofs, as we like to call it. So we are going to speed up a little bit here as our players sideboard and shuffle and do all the boring stuff that no one really wants to watch.
Yeah, and, you know, normally we're going to give you all the magic. We're going to give you all this action here. But, you know, that first match did take quite a while, so we're going to be getting closer to
Which is
round
surprising,
5 here. Yeah.
Considering 2 lands.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Oh, boy. Nevertheless, the players are shuffling up. They have made their sideboarding decisions. They get to take a look at their opponent's deck lists before the game starts.
Yep, absolutely. And here we are getting ready for game number 2. We are going to see Nicholas on the plate, really looking for that up the beanstalk draw on 2, interact on 3. There's Ancient Cornucopia, which is a really awesome one. The last 2 or 3 Pioneer events I've played, I've played this Bring to Light deck here before High Noon was kind of the card. So I'm a big fan of Bring to Light, but I have kind of just written off the deck a little bit, and maybe unjustly, as High Noon really has done a number to this deck.
Yeah. There's other more fun 5-color decks that you'd be playing, huh?
Yep, absolutely. So here we go, underway.
Whee! Spar's headquarters. Triumph down for Nicholas, so that's a pretty good start. Let's see, we got 2 other lands at least in hand, so that is even better already. Omnath. Hey.
Wait, are we going to play Magic? Is that what you said? We're
Yeah.
actually gaming? Okay,
We're
good.
gaming. Let's go. Woohoo.
Looks like Nicholas is just putting another tap land into play.
Yeah.
One thing that you'll see from these Bring to Light decks, if you can help it, is a Triome on 1 that contains white mana.
Yep.
And then a Triome on 2 that completes Domain, so you can Leyline Binding on 2. Not the case here, but so Leyline Binding does cost 2 still.
Fable the Mirror Breaker in hand for Sol Malka. Has his Scavenger's Talent down. Let's see what else we can spot in his hand. Just tilt it a little bit more, Sol. Come on.
Oh, I see Fable, Mayhem Devil. We got a Blood Tithe Harvester,
yeah.
Mountain.
Well, Fable go. Yeah, hate to see it, but you're going to see a lot of it this weekend.
You love to see it.
I'm actually going to ask Nick Miller later on what the most registered card is. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize, that
Or
would make
Fable.
sense. Yeah, it's always interesting what it is. It's always one of those cards like Thoughtseize, though. Wouldn't be too surprising.
It's always fun.
Fable the Mirror Breaker's in a lot of different decks as well. And yeah, Soul's Hand is awesome. I see Cauldron Familiar, a Shieldred's Edict.
Oh, Mayhem Devil 2.
Yeah.
Oh, this
Mayhem
is
Devil
looking-
2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah. How did you know? Up the Beanstalk in hand there for Nicholas, so that is great. Nick says Thoughtseize or Fatal Push.
That makes sense to me.
Nick can sense my questions from across the hall.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, there is Domain.
Yeah.
So, if Nicholas does have a Leyline Binding, not only can he cast it here at any point, but it
That's a good
also
free card.
triggers up the Beanstalk. I mean, that interaction is just so gross.
Cool.
So gross.
I love it, but I also hate being on the other side of it.
Yeah.
Because I would be the Recto Sacrifice player in this matchup, for sure.
I'd be the up the Beanstalk gamer for sure. Give me the cards. I want cantrips on my 2-mana enchantments all day. And then I want to blink them with Yorion. Oh.
Ew.
Woo!
That is gross, yeah. Alright, turn passes back now to Sol Malka. Gonna suck a treasure.
And now we'll see if next turn is the namesake card here from Nicholas. Bring to Light.
Yeah.
That another sweet interaction there. You get the trigger off the Bring to Light and off whatever card you get. But also Bring to Light most of the time in a lot of matchups, it's your I win button. There's usually some really high variance card in your deck. I'm looking at you, Yasharn, that really does a really nice thing here.
2 Blood Tithe Harvesters down on the board, 2 blood tokens. Again, just a whole bunch of permanents on the board here for Sol. Only an Up the Beanstalk on the board for Nicholas, so he's going to have to start getting some stuff happening. I want to see the Bring to Light. Come on.
Doesn't look like we have it, though,
No.
I must say. How unlucky.
Sadness.
First you get, all the good cards, no land. Now you get all the land, no good cards. It's not fair for Nicholas, okay?
Yeah.
I do see, what is that, Go Blank. There's an Omnath as well.
that's
so.
pretty rude.
Oh, there it is.
Hey!
There we
woohoo!
go.
Let's go. So that should be Domain, right? All 5 colors.
Yep.
Get to go find Niv, or what are we fetching?
It'll be interesting. Yasharn seems like the card that stands out, but okay, gets Culling Ritual. Nice.
That's sweet. That gets everything except for the Fable.
Yeah, it does get up the Beanstalk as well. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 combinations of green and black.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm here. I'm here for it. That's great. Now, I mean, just having green or black, it's not amazing, as you can't, cast Bring to Light again.
Yeah.
But I did see Pillage the Bog, so we can start with that, and at the very least, we get to go buy Yorion. It's not amazing, but at least you can do something with your mana here from Nicholas.
Wow. Sol had all the things, and now only has the one.
Get those permanents out of there is what I say.
Yeesh. But we'll get the food off of the... No?
I don't think
Don't
so.
get
I
the
don't
food?
think you get anything.
It's destroyed there, right?
Oh, off the talent?
Off the
yeah.
talent, yeah.
Oh, easily.
Yeah,
Yep.
there you go, there you go.
Yep.
Cool. Got him. All good.
Okay.
Nobody panic.
I was panicking. All right, let's see what is that a Go Blank as well? Okay.
Yeah. Go blank. Let's see what's in your hand, and goodbye, Graveyard.
Nicholas is taking everything from Soul.
Jeez. In response, though, the cat will jump out of the graveyard before the incinerator is turned on. So exiling that entire graveyard for Soul.
And now we'll see what Nicholas wants to do. He actually has 3 options. Plot, pillage the bog, cast, pillage the bog, or buy Yorion. And I think plot is by far the best. That way you can untap, and whatever you pillage for isn't susceptible to Thoughtseize. So nice play, Nicholas. Cool. Nice play.
That is really cool.
And it doesn't change. There's not a... Maybe you get an abrupt decay that you can kill the Fable or whatever. Who cares? That doesn't really matter. You'd rather get another Bring to Light, to be honest. So we do see Omnath and Biza in hand. So right now, if Nicholas could find maybe a Fabled passage so you can do the Omnath thing.
That would be sweet.
But as it stands, a Fable off the top here is pretty excellent. And now we
Fable of the Mirror Breaker, though.
Yes, yes. And now we can pillage the bog for the top 12 cards. Pick the one you like.
Seems decent.
Dig through time at home.
Yep. The Golgari version.
And being at 16 life, I don't necessarily love putting a land into play tapped, but it's fine.
Yeah. Jeez. We are speeding up here a little bit just so we can show you the end of this game, friends, so that we also don't miss the start of the next one. So let's see where we go here. Where we go to next for Nicholas. Lots of options in hand.
And I think if I could Diabolic Tutor, I would just pick another Bring to Light. That just seems like the best card. So that looks like what we selected. You don't have to reveal. And did select that. Now we'll see if we're going for it. Nicholas knows what he wants to pick, I'm sure, well before what we do. Is there another Culling Ritual? Ooh, that's a nice one. Deadly Cover Up.
Kill everything.
Kill everything and also take something away in the graveyard. Collecting Evidence 6 is pretty easy here. Looks like Soul Malka just packed it up.
Yep. Graveyard's gone, key card gone, Critter's gone. So, Nicholas, that is what we want to see from the 5-color Bring to Light deck.
And I will say, Soul Malka had an incredible draw. You know, like, it was just a very good draw. So that really shows me a lot about this matchup, where if both players draw very well, slight advantage to the person on the play, of course, but just big advantage to the Bring to Light deck, as I think this matchup is great.
So we're going to jump ahead here as the players sideboard. As round 4 is coming to a close. We want to show you guys the end of this match. We'll jump in right here, so...
Yep, we definitely felt like it's always better to kind of fast forward for you so you get to see the match instead of saying, hey, this is who won.
Yeah, that's
so more magic for all of y'all, even if it's a little bit quicker. And we're underway here.
We'll fight our director for it.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Please don't fire me. Alrighty, so game underway. Again, turn 3. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. But that is going to get got this time around.
The one thing is that was a turn 3 where he used the treasure instead of playing land 3.
Yeah.
So Soul does not have another land.
Looks like it. Culligan's command now. Looks like we're going to take care of the token. So no
And
treasure
discard.
even. Yeah. Oof.
Man, Nicholas is just depriving of resources. And only a Cauldron familiar where Nicholas's hand still looks good. You got to put a huge advantage bar in Nicholas's favor here.
Deafening Clarion in hands. Ugh. Yeah, this is going to be bad news for Soul. Needs to find a land and some action. Does indeed. Fable of the Mirror Breaker number 2 hits the board. Let's make a goblin. Hey, buddy.
That was maybe a little aggressive from Nicholas dealing with that now. But what he was doing is playing around another Deadly Dispute. Not having a permanent to sacrifice like a free one like the cat.
Yeah.
But now he doesn't have Vanishing Verse to just exile Fable. So he did get kind of punished. But here's one of the what used to be the namesake card.
Niv to Light.
This used to be a Niv to Light deck, but now
I was going to say, why did he get demoted?
There's usually just only one Niv, and there's so many other better options that like you're fine with calling it just a Bring to Light deck now.
He kind of does his best Atraxa impersonation here. Top 10 cards, you're looking for each color pair as he cares about the guilds.
You usually only get 1 or 2 cards, too. It's not the best Niv deck anymore,
Nah.
but it's fine. You know, it's hard to argue with a card that would trigger your Up the Beanstalk twice, plus draw you 2 cards, like 5 mana, draw 4, 6/6 flyer. I'm in.
Yeah. 6/6 flyer is going to eat a Goblin Shaman for breakfast, that's for sure.
Yeah. I saw Deafening Clarion, so Nicholas can go destroy the creatures, gain 6. Not bad.
Seems decent.
Has Unmoored Ego as well to clean up any problematic card. Normally here in this matchup, you just name Yigra or you name Cauldron Familiar and be on your way, but...
Suck, we're gaming. What up, Beanstalk gamers? I'll see myself out.
Please do.
Unmoored Ego.
Please do.
All right, have fun.
What do we name here is the question. Probably just Cauldron Familiar.
Cat,
Yeah.
Gotta get the cat out of here. The cat is the heart of the deck, okay?
Yeah.
Big Cat tries to take the you know, the limelight, but it is the Cauldron Familiar.
Always has been.
Always will be.
There is an experiment. Experimental Frenzy. Is that the card? It's been
Yeah,
so
yeah.
long
It's
since
been a
we've
while,
seen
yeah.
that one. But wow, what a
That
powerful
was
card.
like 2020, I think, when that was in Standard.
I think so. But we even see Face Up with Nicholas, a 2-mana answer to it.
Yep.
There's just plenty of ways to deal with that card now. Like when in Standard back in the day, you play that card, it's just like, well, I'm dead.
Yep.
There's no way to deal with it ever. Cards can deal with it now, though.
Yeah. Plenty of options for all the colors, basically, to deal with all the various permanent types as we go to Chapter 3. If Reflection of Kikijiki hits the board.
So I did see a Go Blank picked up, it looks like. So we can attack with the Shaman, get a treasure. Now a plethora of options available for Soul. Being able to play Gigantha and then just, or go wide on going, playing a bunch of stuff this turn. Definitely an option.
So Niv doing a big chunk of damage there. Previous turn, now we will see Gigantha hit the board, as you mentioned.
Okay. And no way to deal with that just straight away right now. And this Niv Mizzet is just a 3-turn clock right now.
Yeah.
Being at 13 instead of 12 is huge for Soul, but I still just don't know. Like we saw in our last, matchup, there was one bitter triumph to deal with big creatures. I wouldn't be shocked if there's not many more from Soul here.
Clarion taking care of the little creatures. Gonna gain some life. Take Soul down to 7. And there's like no incidental damage anywhere in this 5-color deck either.
No, there's Lightning Helix.
Yeah.
Probably, but yeah, no, like, I'll deal you 1 damage.
Yeah.
And maybe there's not in this particular list, but.
Yeah, Lightning Helix, 3 of them. But not too sure if any of those are hanging out.
Yep. So here is the Go Blank. So, there is the ability to take some cards out of Nicholas's hand, but still plenty of gas going on that I wouldn't be too shocked if this Niv kind of goes the distance.
Oh, I think that's going to happen for sure. See Croxa, Titan of Death's Hunger. And I think that is pretty much going to be it soon here.
Get that elk in there. Damage.
Yeah, go, Big Moose. I can't block, so may as well. Down to 1, goes Sol.
Okay, is there a way to finish this game off right now? Culligan's Command, maybe?
Perhaps.
Nope, looks like just a Yorion.
Burp. Pause turn.
And now it's, can Soul find something? If not, this match is just completely over.
GG, yeah. Can't deal with flyers. Rakdos' deck isn't very good being attacked.
Yeah.
It wants to be the one doing the damage, and unfortunately, doesn't look like it's going to get it done here as we see Experimental Frenzy hit the board, land off the top.
Shieldred's Edict?
Yeah, that would do it.
Shieldred's Edict would be huge.
Eek.
Oh my god! What?
Okay.
Oh my!
Are we still gaming?
What a top deck here! That could easily be this game flipping it on its end right now.
Oh my. Are we going to see a Lightning Helix? So that is the question, Corey.
What a top deck here.
Blood-Tithe Harvester now for Sol Malka. Are we seeing a comeback?
And Gigantha there was just adding mana to cast Blood-Tithe Harvester there.
Land off the top there for Nicholas. What's he got available to him right now?
Is he coming back here to win this?
Maybe.
We had already booked Sol
Written him
Malka
off,
at being 3-1. What a draw.
All right, Nicholas does have plenty of options, though. We got the Cornucopia.
Plus Yorion, I think that's it. So basically he's deciding, do I play Yorion now and try to draw something to win the game?
Draw a card, yeah.
So he gets a couple of draws. he gets to blink that out, so that can come back too. If we can top deck a Helix or something, then we have a Lightning Helix moment. No big deal.
Yeah.
Get ready for it.
You're gonna do it, man.
Okay, no.
Leyline
Binding.
Okay.
Now there's no way to win the game right now, but that can just prevent Sol from winning immediately. Gets that Experimental Frenzy out of there.
Yeah.
And now this flyer still has to be dealt with. So once again, advantage back to Nicholas here.
Do we don't have enough.
That looks like desperation.
Yep. That's a dig. We don't have enough to use the ability on the Bloodscythe Harvester to kill the Orion. So.
Nope.
Croxa, sure.
Not great.
Not great. He's coming back from the yard once again. Escaping. We'll just chuck the cornucopia. Don't lose any life.
Yep.
And that's going to be it. Sol, almost coming back there. If that Experimental Frenzy had stuck around, perhaps we could have seen something real cool. But yeah, that was too much to come back from.
Sol wishes he could save that absolutely amazing top deck for a match where he could have won it. So, like, used maybe his one-outer a little too soon. But other than that, they both played quite well.
Though.
Yeah, nice stuff.
That was fun to see. And I'm very glad that we actually got a game out of that after game one.
Yeah.
Because that was just icky.
Honestly, it was 2 beatdowns, It was a non-game game 1, an absolute beatdown by the Bring to Light player game 2, and then game 3 was definitely a little bit closer, but that Bring to Light deck really munches on the sacrifice when they don't have Ygra. So interesting choice from Sol. He's going to be better set up against like Rakdos and stuff like that. His mana base is going to be better, but doesn't have that explosivity with the Jund version with Ygra.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So Nicholas picking up a win there. 5-color Bring to Light, still hanging in there. So if any of you are looking to play some 5-color nonsense with a big dragon at the helm, why not give Niv to Light a chance?
Absolutely. I love it.
Friends, we are going to be jumping out of the booth shortly because I do believe that the next round is ready to rock and roll. So let's get out of Cedric and Patrick's chairs before they throw us out.
Yeah. I'm gonna go watch Cedric and Patrick in between rounds right now.
I'm gonna do that too. Sweet.
I'll see you in chat.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C., hosted by Star City Games at SCGCon. Cedric Phillips, Patrick Sullivan, we are back here in the booth for rounds number 5 and 6 of this very, very large tournament.
Yep. I believe 18-18 at final count, though I saw Brian Koval post 18-19, but we're talking about north of 1,800 players.
You mean undefeated Brian Koval?
Naturally undefeated. Never loses.
Yeah.
For also never losing, Tommy Ashton, a.k.a. Standerson on Magic Online.
Yep.
We just filmed a deck tech with him. He's playing Rakdos Cauldron.
Yeah.
And we're going to have him in the feature match area momentarily, trying to extend his win streak to 5.
Yeah, it looks like Tommy, who grinded in yesterday via Duskmourn Sealed, has picked up the Agatha Soul Cauldron deck with Tree of Perdition and is going to try to put together another win here. We'll get to that match in just a second, along with the standings for the round. But let's talk about kind of what we've seen out there so far. You know, we know that Blue-White's a heavily played deck. We know there's a lot of Rakdos decks in the room as well. Rounds have been going pretty long. 1, because there's a boatload of people here. And 2, because Blue-White's the most played deck.
I did some perusing of the top tables during my break.
That's not your area to peruse. You told me that you like the lowlights.
But early on, I want to get
a
a sense of what's doing well, maybe some unexpected decks.
All right.
Believe I saw a copy of Blue-White Spirits undefeated.
Okay.
But the top tables right now, a lot of Rakdos, a lot of Blue-White control, and the third deck, is it Phoenix?
Ever heard of it? We're about to watch it in just a second.
I just blank out because it's so ubiquitous. You know, sometimes it takes me a minute to bring it back in.
It is. That's
it's like breathing air or drinking water.
Oof. Is it that ubiquitous? I hope not. You know, the deck that has 4 copies of Treasure Cruise in it is doing pretty well. Koval is 4-0 with that deck.
Yes.
So we do know that. And at some point over the course of the weekend, and maybe at the back end today or early parts of tomorrow, we'll have more of a metagame breakdown. We, of course, went over the metagame a little earlier today to, you know, establish what the big 3 decks are that you just mentioned. But as we have seen thus far through 4 rounds, the 2 with us and, of course, the 2 with Alien Corey, Pioneer, dare I say, the healthiest it's ever been.
Well, I don't know if you can go that far back in time.
Okay.
I mean, the format's been, I think, pretty solid throughout the years. Generally speaking, I'm something of a Pioneer defender.
Yep.
Even if you look at the top 3 decks in terms of representation this weekend, I don't even know if it gets you to 40% of the room, which means, you know, your average round, you're likely to be playing against something else. Now, how do things break down as the tournament moves on and some of our better players and more established decks maybe make up more of the top of the tournament? That's likely to go that way.
Yep.
But coming into the tournament, at least, this is a very diverse metagame. We had at least a dozen decks that were at least 3% representation. A pretty healthy amount of the deck, of the format, rather, was undefined / one person playing this deck.
Yep.
We had Reed Duke in round 1 playing Dimir Control, who won the feature match we had on camera against Wyatt Darby.
Yep.
So still time before the dust settles, but it does look to be in pretty good shape.
That is true. That is true. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of shakes out near the top here, of course, because there are a lot of weirdos out there like Lotus Field, like Enigmatic Incarnation. You know, there's a lot of different things that you can do in this format right now. Heck, even a deck that I don't consider to be particularly good, but that doesn't mean that I'm right, like a deck like Celestial Angels.
Yeah.
It's certainly good against some portion of the metagame.
Absolutely.
Not good against all portions of the metagame, but it could be a deck that does also do a really nice job here this weekend. And as we did mention, Tommy Ashton's playing a very unique deck here as well. A lot of different ways you can build Rakdos in this format. You can do the Rakdos mid-range thing with like Bone Crusher Giant and Fable the Mirror Breaker and Children. You can, of course, do the Rakdos Sacrifice thing with Mayhem Devil and Witch's Oven and Cauldron Familiar. You can do the Rakdos deck, which I know you don't love that much, but it's very popular here, which is, I'm just going to call it like Rakdos Aggro, I guess, like Rakdos Fling.
Prowess, I think.
That's probably better.
Valiant, I think you could also call it that.
Yeah. So you can do that sort of thing, which a lot of folks are doing here this weekend. Or you can do this. You can do this Agatha's Soul Cauldron sort of thing, which we're going to go over here in just a minute, because I've just been informed that we can take a look at our standings right now and at least get an idea of how some players are doing, and maybe more importantly for you viewers at home, how some decks are doing. As we see Rakdos Transmogrify, another Rakdos deck I didn't even consider. That's at the top of the standings right now in the hands of Jason Chan, checking in at 4-0. You got Dimir Aggro. What is that? What is that?
What was the set with all the flash creatures? What was that? Were those spirits? There's a blue-black set a couple years ago that had it milled a bunch and.
Oh, you're Rogues.
Rogues,
yeah.
Maybe Rogues. I don't know though. 4-0.
Gabriel Brownfield, 4-0 with Dimir Aggro. A Rakdos Cauldron deck here is 4-0. Mono Black mid-range 4-0 in the hands of Benjamin Hamilton. Daniel Will 4-0 with Azorius Control. So those are your top 5 players through 4 rounds. We take a look at 6 through 10 here in a moment. Jun Sacrifice, Azorius Control. Is it Phoenix? Let's go. Mono Green Devotion.
Twice.
Nykthos.
Twice.
Nykthos is still legal, and you people aren't playing it. Michael Mitch just crushing people. 4-0. How about 11 through 15? What are we going to see here? Oh, Greasefang, Azorius Lotus Field, Enigmatic Incarnation, a couple copies of Rakdos Aggro. We know that one's probably going to, it's got to be somewhere up here, right?
It's a very popular deck. How it's actually doing remains to be seen, but not surprising to see some 4-0s. Remember, we're talking about a tournament with over 1,800 players, which means we still have hundreds of undefeated players at this point.
Yeah, I think we can take a look at 5 more, though, and see Azorius Control, Is It Phoenix, Azorius Control, Rakdos Cauldron, and Jun Sacrifice. So, as you did mention, because there are so many people here in this tournament, this is just a little sampling of players that are undefeated. There are a lot of undefeated players through 4 rounds when you have a tournament over 1,800 players. You didn't see Tommy Ashton's name in there. We're going to see him in just a moment. He is also 4-0, as is his opponent, Ian Robb, who is playing Is It Phoenix, a pretty normalized build of the deck. So you're not going to see anything too crazy going on here. It's got 1 copy of Brazen Borrower where some players play 2, 1 copy of Artist Talent where some players and most players I don't think play any. You got your 2 Spell Pierces and a bunch of 4F cantrips and all that jazz. But Tommy is kind of the star of the show here for those of you who have not seen the Cauldron deck, because it got a little bit of a combo here with Tree of Perdition. You got Agatha's Soul Cauldron, which looks to be pretty good in the matchup, and just some obscure cards in general, which you don't always see in Rakdos.
And a lot of stuff from the new set too. You have Fear of Missing Out, which is just kind of okay on its own in the context of the deck. You have a desire to put things in your graveyard. You have Inti, so drawing and discarding has its own context.
Yep.
It's another way to go off with Chapter 3 of Fable the Mirror Breaker, because you can just keep copying and get into combat, assuming that you have Delirium.
Yep.
So there's a lot of that theme kind of going on in this deck of the cards all just kind of work on their own or have context with some of the synergies, but also can help you essentially combo out. Not necessarily kill in 1 turn, but do something that is overwhelming. Voldaren Thrillseeker, that's a very powerful thing to have alongside Agatha's Soul Cauldron, and Tree of Perdition as well. Very, very challenging if you're able to set that up early on. If the game is about combat and managing life totals at all, that combo is very, very hard to beat for almost any deck in the format.
So the interesting thing here about this deck is, how does this Rakdos Cauldron deck match up against one of the boogeymen of the format here, and Is It Phoenix? Unfortunately for us, our players are ready in the feature match area, so we get to find out right now. Tommy Ashton on your left, Ian Robb is on your right. It's Rakdos Cauldron against Is It Phoenix, and our players are about ready to begin. We'll give them, excuse me, the green light. Oh, don't forget about Jingata.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bonesaw's ready.
Oh, you put that under the cauldron. You make as much mana as you want.
Here's a Thoughtseize from Ashton via a Black Cleave Cliffs. The hand here for Ian is a Picklock Prankster, a Treasure Cruise, a Lightning Axe, a couple of lands, and it looks like the copy of Prof's Edric Memory. I'm going to get that right this weekend before it's over, I promise.
Eidetic?
Eidetic, Edric. I hate
Well,
it.
I don't think there's an R.
Eidetic it is.
Well,
You win.
there is in Profs and Memory, but I don't
Appreciate
think the
that.
second one.
Good save, good save. Prof's Eidetic Memory. I'm going to get it right. Promise you that. Words are tough.
If that is actually a word in English, I am not familiar with it. Gonna have to look that up.
You're familiar with most words, too.
I don't know. There's a lot of them out there.
that is true. Does Tommy have a Cauldron, which is a key card in this matchup? It'll be a Blood Tithe Harvester instead here for Ashton. As we're going to head back Ian's way. Now, it is actually worth noting here, because we got a little tweet. Little birdie sent us a word that Ian grinded into this yesterday.
Same with Tommy?
Yeah, so we have 2 players that it appears did some work in the LCQs yesterday to get here today, and both are off to a fantastic start, as Ian also has a really nice turn there in Ledger Shredder into Lightning Axe, discarding Arc-like Phoenix as part of the cost, trigger the Ledger Shredder with the Connive, discard an opt to that, and now the Ledger Shredder is a little larger in combination with that, and Prof's Eidetic. memory.
Were you around for me working with Tommy on his list yesterday after he grinded in?
Missed that.
Yeah, I told him to play another copy of Duress instead of some gobbledygook he had in his sideboard. Something way worse than Duress.
That's true. Dress an all-timer.
Bit of feedback that's undefeated. Someone tries to explain why they want some 3-mana card in their sideboard instead of Duress. And I go, come on, man. And then they put it in a Duress.
And that's all that needs to be said.
Yeah.
Here's a Fable of the Mirror Breakers. We're going to head over to Ian now. Ian is not wasting any time on the delving for a treasure cruise. So 1, 2, and 3 cards headed his way. And now it'll be a beatdown here for, let's make it 6 all day. As Ashton's going to fall down to 10 from a very large ledger shredder.
Good news there for Ashton. No land, no follow-up there from Ian. If Tommy can find a fatal push or other piece of removal, probably can seize the tempo back here. But there's very little time to find it.
Ashton on Chapter 2 of Fable the Mirror Breaker going to discard a Swamp and an Agatha Soul Cauldron. Here comes the Goblin Shaman. That'll yield a treasure, and Ian's going to fall down to 16. See what the follow will be here, if any, for Tommy, who appears to be in a little bit of trouble. Now, you did mention the Fatal Push. There are 4 of those in his deck this weekend alongside a copy of Bitter Triumph, so there are answers to creatures for the Rakdos player. There's a Blackleaf Cliffs. This is another copy of Fable the Mirror Breaker, so another Goblin Shaman going to join the fray here in just a moment.
So remember that Tommy has the treasure token, so it's possible that he could be sandbagging Fatal Push. But remember, with the deck list shared between the players, and with Ian playing 2 copies of main deck Spell Pierce, I think that would be unnecessarily risky. I don't think Ian's going to respect the possibility if he has an opportunity to just draw a bunch of cards and set up lethal this turn. I think he's going to do it even at the risk, theoretical risk at least, of Fatal Push.
Another Goblin token on the way. And that is in there for Ashton. It's a 1-1 of me. But technically right now I'm a 2-2, as here's an opt here from Ian. Top card's going to become the bottom card very quickly. There's the right Goblin Shaman. Let's see what's next here. It's going to be another copy of Opt. So Ian very quickly keeps that card. And now here's a copy. Excuse me, that's a Connive first, pardon me. And now the Opt is going to happen. Top card becomes the bottom one. Opt is done resolving. You see the counters there for Ian. Means this is going to be attack here for 6, 7, 8, 9. That's lethal if no push.
Like I said, I guess there's some chance that Tommy's trying to trap here, but it would be awfully risky.
Yep. And looks like no trap has been set. That's 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 1 is 10 all day, which is Tommy Ashton's life total. So Ian Robb is going to win game number 1 here over Tommy Ashton. Is it Phoenix? Very quickly up a game here over Rakdos Cauldron, as our player on the right who grinded in defeats our player on the left who grinded in. It's time to take a look at the sideboards here, everybody. And as we do, we'll start with Tommy Ashton, who'll be on the play here this game. 3 Leyline of the Void, 2 Duress, 2 Hazoret the Fervent. 2 Ob Nixilis the Adversary, an Extinction Event, a Feed the Swarm, and a Redcap Melee.
I know that Tommy is a huge fan of Hazoret against Is It Phoenix. Tommy said to me, and I quote, "They cannot beat it," which, you know, they do have Aether Gust, so I don't know if that's necessarily true, but in any event, very hard for them to remove, very hard for them to race. I believe that Tommy will want copies of Leyline of the Void in this matchup. It doesn't solve everything, but with Fatal Pushes to kind of control the Ledger Shredders in an ideal world, turn 0 Leyline cuts off Arclight Phoenix. It makes Treasure Cruise almost impossible to resolve, and I think Tommy's going to want his copies here as well.
Other side of things here for Ian, 2 Annul, 2 Ashiok Dream Render, 2 Crackling Drake, 2 Mystical Dispute. A couple of cards non-listed here as well, so we'll be as complete as we can. It's an Abrade and Aether Gust, a Brazen Borrower, a Brotherhood's End, a Chandra's Defeat, a singleton copy of Fable the Mirror Breaker, and a Negate.
I like the Aether Gust in general, and especially if you know you're playing against Hazoret. I also would want Crackling Drakes in this matchup. Matchup's likely to go on for a long time. And in addition, it's something that operates even against Leyline of the Void. I also think this could be a nice matchup for a Null, as it tags Fable of the Mirror Breaker and Agatha's Soul Cauldron, two of the most important cards in Tommy's deck.
All right, everybody, we are going to very quickly talk about the Magic Spotlight Series that is taking place at SCGCon Atlanta at the beginning of next year. First weekend of the year, which is generally, you know, in our time doing this sort of thing, kind of a banger.
And not a bad time to get down to the south.
Oh,
It'll be
yeah.
nice and warm
Oh, yeah.
if you live up in the Northeast or Midwest like you and I do. The Spotlight Series is a new tournament coming to you from Wizards of the Coast. They will be all over the world through 2025. It's an open tournament. You just show up and play. $50,000, in the prize pool, along with Pro Tour invites. You can find more information over at starseedgames.com/SCGCon. And this is going to be an especially fun one to kick off the year because we're going to have the Foundations as the series spotlight here. The new set that will be legal and standard for 5 years. It'll be a standard tournament, so it'll be an opportunity to play with Foundations. And if you can't make it to the tournament, make sure to be checking out the coverage on a variety of streams, including on Twitch over at Star City Games.
Game number 2 coming up here between Tommy Ashton and Ian Robb. Again, Rakdos Cauldron. Is it Phoenix? Appreciate you joining us at home. It's Cedric Phillips and Patrick Sullivan here in the booth. We are, of course, joined by Ailey Loney, Corey Baumeister, and Nick Miller in the sideboard, and over 1,800 of our closest friends. Though I'm actually willing to say it's more than that because there's just 1,800 people playing in the main event. There's plenty of other things going on here this weekend.
It's a big show.
Yeah. I know people like to say on the old internet, the world is healing right now. This is the biggest tournament I've been to in some time, bud.
Yeah, I guess if your definition of the world healing is predicated around attendance of card game tournaments,
I don't know what someone would base it off of.
then yes. On other vectors, maybe not so much.
Well, tough
But
to say.
if you're a card game enthusiast, hopefully you've been enjoying this weekend so far, whether you're here in person or watching at home.
See how this Rakdos Cauldron deck is able to shake out here in game number 2. Tommy does have some good sideboard options, but that first game, Ian didn't really do anything special. Was able to win the game pretty easily.
Tommy's deck, if you're trying to do all the Soul Cauldron and creatures that you want a Soul Cauldron and have enough stuff left over, that's a lot of space in your deck. It comes at the expense of some generic, straightforward cards. So game 1, he only has access to 4 copies of Fatal Push and 1 Bitter Triumph, and that's just not a ton.
Yeah, not much at all.
If he was able to find one that game, he was probably in very good shape, but didn't have much time to find it and wasn't able to.
If you were with us at the very beginning of the round, it is worth noting that our 4-0 players that we took a look at, our top 20, one of them was playing Dimir Aggro, and Nick Miller, as he is one to do so quick, doesn't waste any time. It's ninjas.
Awesome. With
the new Kaito Planeswalker, and we're going to try to get that on camera ASAP, especially if it moves on to 5-0. I tell you what, didn't even know ninjas was a thing one could do right now.
Mm-hmm. Neither did I.
I'm a pretty big fan of ninjas. I like it to be a deck.
Yeah.
I just like ninjutsu and ninjas in general. It's just a thing that people can do.
How many times do you think this person in this tournament has gotten someone with right before damage opponent tries to Fatal Push?
I am going to not have fun with your question.
Okay.
Here's why.
It's an open deck.
That's why.
Yeah.
I unfortunately the answer is probably 0, but if it's anything above 0, that makes it even better. Yeah. Gotcha. But now I just want to know what's in the Ninjas deck. Maybe a deck tech is on the horizon for us. We will see. Oh, this is look at that card right there. All Den.
A Japanese Den of the Bugbear.
You ever activate that thing before?
Well, every once in a while,
Okay.
but only every once in a while.
Yeah. It is powerful. It is powerful. A Blood Tithe Harvester is going to yield Ashton a blood token, while we'll see a Consider here for Ian off of a Spire Bluff Canal. The follow-up is a Ledger Shredder, so both players do have some 2-drops, as Ashton's going to untap and draw for his 3rd turn of the game. That is a Fatal Push. Tommy didn't have one of those last game, but he has one of them this game, along with an attack with the Blood Tithe Harvester. Is there a follow-up? It's a Sulphurous Springs, your favorite. Going to deal 1 because it always does. And now it'll be another copy of Blood Tithe Harvester. So a couple of blood tokens, a couple of 3/2 vampires on the battlefield.
I don't mind a Sulphurous Springs if you're playing a card as strong as Blood Tithe Harvester. Sulphurous Springs, Titan Strength, not my language.
This will be a connive there on the Ledger Shredder. It's up to a 2/4 now as it helped an Is It Phoenix jump into the graveyard. Now Opt is done resolving. So we're going to head over Tommy's way.
It looks like Tommy has brought in at least 1 copy of Extinction Event. Only 1 in the sideboard, so that's the maximum.
How about another push?
Well, it's really nice here because the Extinction Event does not line up very well with Tommy's army of Blood Tithe Harvesters.
Yeah, not quite. Curious what Ashton may be thinking about now before going to combat. Is this maybe an Inti? Yeah, it is an Inti. Okay, so here come the attacks. And now Inti, well, that's a good card to put in the graveyard. Extinction Event's going to go there. Trigger there off of the Inti will be a mountain.
It's a nice hit here for Tommy.
That sure is. That's going to be an attack there for 7. So Ian's going to fall down to 10, play the land off the Inti, and keep it rocking and rolling. This will be a sleight of hand.
It's not like Tommy has a ton of hits there. It's basically just the lands. And hitting a land there, first of all, just make sure that you get a card. But second, it's getting Tommy closer and closer to being able to activate Den of the Bugbear.
Free the Fae. That's going to yield a couple of cards there for Ian. Bunch of cards in the graveyard right now. But Ian needs to actually stop what's on the battlefield.
And if this is a Treasure Cruise here, that is a land drop.
Well, that is a cruise.
And I think that with the blood tokens, I believe Tommy has lethal coming back pretty much no matter what.
Yeah, this should be pretty easy, right? Well, I guess a Phoenix is going to come back.
Okay. Blocking Phoenix is a tough way to do it.
Looks like perhaps a discrepancy on the way, so perhaps not. We'll see. Can't tell for sure if Tommy called a judge or not, but we're going to see Tommy doing a little bit of math here as now he's going to untap. So it looks like the game state is clear. And now Ashton will draw. Oh, it looks like something might die really fast. There's a go for the throat. Get that out of here. Here's an attack for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Trigger. Discard a spell. See you later. Tommy Ashton going to tie things up here against Ian Robb. Rakdos Cauldron. Is It Phoenix? Getting ready here for game number 3. Rakdos Cauldron, notably, hasn't done the Cauldron thing at all.
Well, my suspicion at this point is that Tommy has taken it out of the deck. Because we saw a variety of creatures, a variety of removal spells, including ones that are maybe a little suspect in the matchup. And at the end of the game there, Tommy discarded a Thoughtseize. So what is possibly left to make room for these cards? I'm assuming it is some combination of Agatha's Soul Cauldron, Tree of Perdition, maybe the Marvin Murderous Mimic. Just get away from some of the fidgety stuff and become more of a streamlined, classic Rakdos mid-range sort of build.
Do you think anything notable changes with Ashton on the draw and Ian on the play here?
I think, I guess it would theoretically make a null a little bit less attractive. The mana efficient but very situational kind of card is usually more appealing going second. But, and especially if, given what you saw out of Tommy that game, there's a good chance that Soul Cauldron, or at least some of them, have been removed. At that point, I think, if a null was in as a no-brainer before, I think it becomes a lot more sketchy.
Well, game number 3 here between Ashton and Rob will be taking place in just a moment. But we just talked about, of course, the Spotlight series. That'll be Spotlighting Foundation. So we might as well talk about the next set that's headed our way. In Foundations, as Patrick did mention a little bit earlier, this set's going to be legal for 5 years, which is a really long time. But you can pre-order yours today at StarCityGames.com/MTG/Foundations. Product is released on November 15th as play boosters, collector boosters, bundles, jumpstart boosters, and a whole bunch more. I am genuinely looking forward to seeing not only what the entire set is, but how it's going to impact things moving forward.
I think it is a worthwhile experiment. Now, that is to not say no risk, because 5 years is a long time. Even if the designs are good, 5 years is a long time to play with stuff. But what I've seen, the most powerful cards, at least as far as the reprints go, I think they're reasonably good bets. Things that you can easily get away from, cards you can make things that are good against. If you printed something like, let's say, Mana Leak in this sort of product, I think that would be a huge mistake.
Sure.
Just 5 years of that card is a lot, and it's not an easy thing to design around. Land of War Hells, Pyroclasm, Day of Judgment, really strong cards, definitely impactful, cards that will have their day in the sunshine for sure, but also things that a talented design team can make stuff that is good against, or at least make incentives to play other cards instead of them.
Yeah. So these players are going to shuffle up here for game number 2. It looks like we'll at some point have a backup match to bring you to here as well. So looks like a lot of Magic in front of us here in round number 5. As we did mention at the top of the round, over 1,800 players in the main event. 1,818, I think, is our final number. But regardless, this is one of the biggest Magic tournaments that we've had this decade.
Yeah.
Right? 2020 is what we're in.
Yep. Tommy sort of wildly gesticulating at the camera and or the judge and or the opponent. Not quite sure what's going on there.
All three.
But it looks like we're ready to go.
Now, I do want to point out one thing here very quickly, partner. Gigantha.
Yeah.
Gigantha. Elemental Elk. No card in your starting deck has more than one of the same mana symbol in its mana cost. Didn't present it, and that's why.
Well, the
Leyline
rules are tricky. You have to affirmatively declare that you no longer have it.
Yes. Yeah.
So we didn't hear that. But it's also not surprising to see Tommy here with Leyline of the Void.
There you go. So the Leyline is here to kick things off. Sleight of Hand is exiled along with just about everything else that Ian is going to play this game, presumably.
And what I really like about Leyline in this sort of deck with a lot of looting, you can get away from the second copy very easily.
Like that.
Yes, like that.
Just like that.
We saw a match earlier on in the tournament here that involved, double Leyline but no way to loot, and then just kind of died to stuff.
Well, a fear of missing out discarded a second Leyline. The first one has been bounced via petty theft. Brazen Borrower is currently on an adventure. Might be joining the battlefield here in just a moment. But first, Ashton will attack here for 2.
But even that is the fail state for the Leyline is still not that bad. You have an exiled sleight of hand. It forced a Brazen Borrower. It's still a threatening card potentially for Ashton to hard cast in 2 turns. So that was about the best case scenario for Ian in terms of interaction, and it was still not bad from Tommy's perspective.
Next up is a copy of Blood Tithe Harvester. That'll yield a blood token, and very quickly Ian is going to play Free the Faith. So top 4 cards, a Pathway and a Steam Fence among them. Consider as a selection, Sleight of Hand, and those lands will go to the graveyard as we're going to head back Ian's way in just a moment. First, it is that Consider via Spire Bluff Canal. A Picklock Prankster will go to the graveyard, as will the Consider, and a new card coming from the Consider and now from the draw here from Rob.
Considering over a Prankster, that is a sign that Ian is under some degree of pressure, however you want to quantify that. You can't even make the argument that it's really about Treasure Cruise because it's also really good with Treasure Cruise.
It is indeed. Say its name and it will appear. Treasure Cruise is here, my friends. 3 cards coming here for Ian Rob. And there is a land for the turn. But no real interaction yet. Just a lot of card draw.
2 mana up with the ability to cast the Prankster that's on an adventure. Signifies some amount of interaction. Could be a desire to leave up something like Aether Gust. Maybe another copy of Brazen Borrower. But a 1/3 would be at least somewhat useful here against fear of missing out. So it suggests something real is in Ian's hand. You wouldn't do this just for the sake of bluffing.
It certainly suggests something. I agree with you there. So Ashton is going to attempt to attack here. And it looks like Rob may be prepared to take the damage.
Well,
maybe not.
this is risky business here for Ian, because if you just played a removal spell, Tommy would have to think about Spell Pierce or Annul before redeploying the ley line. Now the coast is clear.
And the coast is clear, not just for the ley line, but for anything.
Yes. Now, Ian at least has gotten to resolve a treasure cruise. It's not the end of the world necessarily.
There's a copy of Ledger Shredder. The follow-up is a copy of Fable the Mirror Breaker. Trigger Connive here on the Ledger Shredder. Draw and discard. There goes an Arclight Phoenix. That'll be exiled. Turning Ledger Shredder into a 2/4. Goblin Shaman token from the Fable. And it's a pretty good turn there for Ian Robb. We'll head back Ashton's way.
Mirror in the sideboard, also kind of a nice way to be able to get around ley line.
There's a push. That Shredder should be exiled, I believe. So we'll make sure that game state is correct, and that's been taken care of by a table spotter, so kudos to them. And now, the Blood Tithe Harvester is going to finish off the Goblin Shaman token with its activated ability. So Ashton keeping the battlefield clear, and now a Fable the Mirror Breaker of his own. So the very powerful Saga is controlled by both players, but Ian gets to Chapter 2 first. So that's why you'll see the die tick up to 2. Ian, of course, has the option to discard up to 2 cards. They'll be exiled if he elects to do so, and then draw that many. There goes a Phoenix and an Opt. 2 new cards coming. That'll be a pathway. This will be a Picklock Prankster. And Ian will just pass the turn back.
A quick thumbs up from Tommy.
Ashton will also read Chapter 2 of the Saga. A 2-mana 1/3, not the scariest thing in the world. At least not yet. That can certainly change. Ashton's going to discard a copy of Hazoret. Doesn't seem like the best of cards right now.
Yeah, Tommy, not playing super efficiently in the moment here. Hand, I believe, about 4 cards in it. Not quite Hazoret time.
Let's see what this is. Okay, well, that kind of explains things a little bit. It's another copy of Hazoret here for Ashton. And simply going to pass the turn back.
Seeing the value of all this looting. Second ley line, no big deal. Second Hazoret, no big deal.
That Opt should be exiled as well, so we'll see if we can get that corrected here in just a moment as the Brazen Borrower comes in on the end step. And now Reflections of Kiki Jiki is here. So a lot of cards exiled, just 3 cards in the graveyard. Leyline appearing to have an impact on this game. Not the fastest of clocks here from Ian with Brazen Borrower and Picklock Prankster.
But that can change very quickly if Reflection is not accounted for.
Yep. It'll be a Steam Fence that enters the battlefield untapped. And now a copy of Ledger Shredder. The follow-up is a copy of Crackling Drake, and that can certainly change some things. So, Spirebluff Canal is the discard. Shredder is not going to get any larger. With the draw from Crackling Drake on the stack, this will be a copy of Bitter Triumph that's going to get Spell Pierced.
Very nice turn there for Ian.
Yes, indeed. So, Pierce will get exiled. Crackling Drake draw a card. Here comes Brazen Borrower and Picklock Prankster for 4 in the air. And now Hazoret's got some real work to do to try to get through this nonsense. And Tommy wants to know exactly how large the Crackling Drake is, and I think the dice may aid us a little bit here and that.
So I'm curious if Tommy has this covered on the way back. Ian sent a very loud signal that Spell Pierce was in hand, with starting things off with an untapped Steam Vents.
Sure.
With a ton of mana in play, which would have been pretty easy to work around. Now coming back to Tommy's turn.
Yeah,
You know,
continue.
if Tommy has something like Extinction Event or even another removal spell, that would make a lot of sense. But as it stands, without some sort of haymaker to punish Ian for it, it seems a little dubious to me to have allowed yourself to get Spell Pierce in that spot.
Well, let's see how Tommy wants to start his turn off. Going to start by discarding a Blood Crypt to a Blood Token to draw a new card. The follow-up here for Ashton, unclear at this stage. Looks like we got 2 mana. It's a fear of missing out, discarding a Blood Tithe Harvester. Another card coming. Looks like just 1 card left over, but it doesn't take much for Ian to cross the finish line next turn with Reflections alongside Crackling Drake.
So we got to check for Delirium here.
Yes, indeed. Here comes Hazaret and a Goblin Shaman. That'll yield a treasure. Looks like that's going to be a double block there with Picklock Prankster and Ledger Shredder. So 2 1/3s in front of a 2/2 means Ian's going to win that combat pretty easy. And that is going to do it. Ian Robb's going to win this match here over Tommy Ashton, 2-1. Is it Phoenix going to take care of Rakdos Cauldron? Both these players grinded in, but only one of them is 5-0. It's our player, Patrick, on the right.
Very nice win there for Ian. A very classic as if it is a game. Very efficient. Tapped out pretty much every turn. I was very impressed there in Game 3 with Ian's ability to kind of finagle around that Leyline of the Void. It was not like it did nothing that match. It certainly had an impact early on, required some resources to move around, but Ian was able to buy a little bit of time with Brazen Borrower, fire off 1 Treasure Cruise, and then work around it with cards that were not predicated on the graveyard once Tommy recast it.
Is it Phoenix doing Is it Phoenix things, huh?
Yeah.
That's just kind of what it looks like most games. And, you know, for what it's worth, that's kind of the appeal of the deck. It sees so many cards every single game. Deck is just pretty powerful in its own right, and then it also gets to play, I was going to say one of the best cards in the format, but arguably the best card in the format in Treasure Cruise.
I mean, it's certainly up there, and if it's not that, I think you can make a case for Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Very nice sideboard card here. Again, you know, it's not like you can answer Leyline as such. You're playing a blue-red deck, so you don't get raw enchantment removal, and your counter spells don't work if it's getting turn zeroed. But if you have enough stuff that operates in play, a couple Brazen Borrowers to maybe at least get a little breathing space against a turn 0 Leyline, even if you can't stop the card, you can land enough big punches where you can play through it, and that's exactly what we saw in Game 3.
Indeed, we did. So that's our first match here for round number 5, but it looks like we have a second one to bring you. Matt Tumovich, someone that you and we used to cover a lot of his matches.
Quite a bit.
In the Northeast. Playing mono black mid-range with Unstoppable Slasher, Bloodletter of Alcatraz, among other things in this deck, which I hopefully have the opportunity to see, against John Puffer, who is playing Abzan Greasefang. So I'm going to give you mono black.
Thank you.
There you go. You're very welcome. And I'm going to take Greasefang, which has looked more or less how it always has. Greasefang, a couple of vehicles here in Asika's Chariot, Parhelion, and Sky Sovereign. Ways to put things in the graveyard in Grizzly Salvage, and Rafine's Informant, and then a couple one-ofs and fun-ofs there.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy going on.
Over here, we got Mono Black Preview Season.
Dude, nice.
Cards of varying cost and quality that you have seen. But it is a deck of some popularity. I believe it's in the top 10 most played decks this weekend. 25 lands, nice and simple. 12 swamps, 4 Castle Lockbanes, 4 Beauty Vaults, 3 Field of Ruins, a Takanuma, and a Nurborg. Fatal Push, Children's Edict, Go for the Throat, Duress, Thoughtseize, Unholy Annex, Reckoner, Bank Buster, Unsolvable Slasher, Archfiend of the Dross, a Bloodletter of Zots.
Got it. It's not Alcatraz like I just said, that's for sure.
And Graveyard Trespasser.
Okay, this is so mid-range.
Yeah.
This deck needs a Cabal Coffers.
Every single one of these cards, you don't have to explain why you're playing it.
That's true.
It's like, look, just read it.
Yeah, it has a lot of text and does some things. So I think our match is ready for us to hop into, so I think we'll be heading that way. Get our eyes on Mono Black mid-range. Let's take a little look here. Looks like we're going to speed this one up a little bit. So a Thoughtseize is where things did kick off. And see, just like us, what's that card do? Who knows?
Which card?
That's the one that matches cast. Who knows?
Oh, I think I do know that one. Give me the list here.
Okay. I think it's Unholy Annex, maybe? What do you think?
Maybe it is. I believe it's the you get to Thoughtseize your opponent,
Okay.
and you get to gift them a card, and if you gift it, you can cast it.
Oh, that's fun. Okay.
Look at this.
How about Duress and a Hearse? And a Hearse is not a good time for Abzan Greasefang.
No,
Not a good time at all.
very strong against Is It Phoenix as well.
Indeed. But here's one thing that Abzan Greasefang can do that other decks can't do, which is just play a normal game. So here's a Seeker's Chariot.
And tokens and vehicles is not the easiest thing for this black deck to handle. It does trade 1-for-1 a lot.
A couple of removal spells say get those cats out of here. Puffer is left with just a Chariot now. So we're going to head back Matt's way. Here's a Thoughtseize. Another Chariot down with one Chariot left in the holster. All right.
Chariot flooded.
Yep, sure is. Might be cat flooded in just a second. Here is another Chariot. 2 cats on the way. Fire it up. And there is Shieldred's Edict to take care of the Chariot. So cats are still left. And the Hearse getting a little bit larger, taking care of those Chariots in John's graveyard. Last card here for Matt is another copy of Shieldred's Edict. Just going to pass the turn back. Now it's time for the kitty cats to maybe get to work here a little bit. This is a Greasefang.
Not too threatening here. John basically without access to the graveyard.
Yep. So Shieldred's Edict's going to take care of that. And these cats are not going to successfully attack. As Mutavault goes active, Hearse gets crewed and blocks a cat. So Buffer is not going to be able to make any, well, I was going to say no good attacks, but I don't know. 8 versus 2 means that Matt can win this game pretty fast.
And it's not that easy for Greasefang to get a Mutavault off the battlefield. You can interact with some of the creatures. This is not an easy thing to break up.
Here's an attack for 2 from Puffer. Well, let's just do this again, huh? Ooh, looks like this is interesting.
Just the Mutavault.
Just Mutavault this time, not the Hearse. Well, okay.
Yeah.
Into Graveyard Trespasser.
Well, I think part of the reason for Matt to be a little cautious there is, let's say you go, all right, Mutavault, and turn on the Hearse, attack you. Now your shields are down for end of turn, salvage / whatever, Greasefang. It's unlikely, but if John just says go with a card in hand, you have to respect the possibility that he's found an instant that mills. So err on the side of caution. It's going to take a lot for John to wiggle their way out of this spot.
Look, if you can play around getting perfect,
Right.
you might as well.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's not like Matt's underneath all that much pressure anyway. The hearse is going to gobble up a couple of more. So 10 counters on that thing. I think that's a
I believe is that Archfiend of Dross, I believe?
that's a flying monster of some sort.
That would be Archfiend of Dross.
Oh no, that's the bloodletter, my friend.
Oh, that's the Bloodletter.
I mean, it's bad either way.
Yeah.
It's bad news either way because it's a spell. And now the Graveyard Trespasser will trigger, eat something from the graveyard. The hearse is coming in. And now Cat's on blocking duty. So 3 damage will come through there, and then the Bloodletter will trigger as well, and more life loss is going to take place. Puffer is not dead yet, but pretty darn close.
Yeah, has to chain together quite a bit in one shot.
Yeah. There's your Rafine's Informant. And that is going to do it. So Matt Tumovich is going to win this game and match you over John Puffer, as Mono Black midrange is going to clean up Obzon Greasefang pretty quickly there. Now, in addition to the Mono Black deck having, we have main deck copies of Graveyard Trespasser, removal, discard, and then hearse. This seems like a nightmare pairing for Greasefang.
Well, when you're talking about game 1, 2 copies of Graveyard Trespasser, that's not the hardest thing to work around.
Sure.
You know, the Obzon Greasefang deck ideally can go off at pretty close to instant speed, or at least bridging through their end step into your main phase. Post board, I mean, Unlicensed Hearse is one of the more challenging cards to beat here. And when you compound that with sort of sideways answers like Trespasser, very hard for Greasefang to get anything going there. A lot of the individual cards from John's side were still productive. The Chariot ate up a bunch of removal, but it was just impossible for John to ever do anything powerful or threatening.
So Matt Tumovich is going to move on to 5-0 with Mono Black midrange. So for you Swamp fans out there, not bad. Didn't see the combo. Didn't see the slasher in the Bloodletter combo. That's just a thing that's also just kind of baked in that people can lose to. Like if you play a slasher on 3, the opponent, they might contort the way they place. You could argue maybe too much, being scared of getting killed right away.
Yeah, because the card is not, it's still pretty productive even if you don't have the combo going. So how much equity are you willing to give up trying to manage around that thing when if you just slow the pace of the game down, that thing blocking and attacking and coming back a bunch is already going to be pretty challenging.
Yeah.
It puts you in a bit of a squeeze.
Now, I am curious, not in a bad way. What do we think Greasefang, where's this getting advantages from? Maybe people just not ready for it? Maybe?
It's part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be, a lot of the time where I've lost to that deck, it's because I didn't expect my opponent to do it. They played some lands that looked like maybe they were playing food.
Okay.
Or whatever, and then suddenly it's just, okay, mill over a bunch of stuff, untap, you're dead. In an open deckless tournament, I think it's a little rough, but the core of the deck is still very strong. I mean, it was popular for a long time for a reason.
Yep.
It just wouldn't be high on my choice for the weekend, and that's sort of borne out here.
Yeah.
3% of the field playing it. That shows that some people are into it, but, by and large, people have decided that's not the deck for the weekend.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe we'll see it perform a little bit better because it didn't perform great in that particular game. But again, when we're talking about a tournament that has over 1,800 players, and there's a decent chunk of players playing Greasefang here this weekend, so we'll see how things do shake out with that deck, Mono Black midrange, and many others. For now, we are going to take a short break, here from Washington, D.C. 5 rounds almost in the books, with 4 more left to go. So when we do come back, I think we'll take a look at standings one more time, see what players are sitting at 5-0 alongside Ian and Matt, and then we'll watch some more Pioneer action. So we'll see you back here for all of that from D.C. just a bit.
Hello and welcome back to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship at SCGDC Washington, D.C. I am Nick Miller alongside Mason Clark, professional Magic player, caster, all of the things.
Game designer, yes, yes.
Content creator, and you are here playing the Enigmatic Incarnation deck. Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship at SCGDC Washington, D.C. I'm Nick Miller alongside Jason Yee, who you will probably recognize from top-8ing most Pro Tours. 2 of the last 3. 100K winner out in Vegas, right?
Yep.
And
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C., hosted by Star City Games at SCGCon. Cedric Phillips, Patrick Sullivan here in the booth, 5 rounds down, 4 to go. And as we do get ready here for round number 6, we're going to do something that we have not done in a very long time. Make people use a hashtag.
Yeah, get ready for some engagement.
Mm-hmm.
Be part of the conversation.
There. Still got it. Join it. Join the conversation. If you were with us for some SCG Tour broadcasts way back in the day, to fill time while we wait for rounds to finish of very large tournaments, we would take questions from you, the audience. Now, the way we'll be doing so today is you can tweet at me. My handle is underneath my name, right over, hang on, here. Great job by me. Cedric A. Phillips. Use the hashtag SCGDC. I won't answer your question unless you do that, because they have to join
the conversation. Over at X, the app formerly known as Twitter, the Everything app.
That's right. Right around, yeah, that. Keep going. There you go. Right around this area. Don't bother tagging him, because he won't look at it or read it or acknowledge it in any meaningful way. So you can send whatever questions that you'd like us to answer right now to me on X.
Formerly known as Twitter, the Everything app.
There you go. At Cedric A. Phillips with the hashtag SCGDC.
Remember about a year ago when Elon was like, oh, yeah, you're going to be able to bank on this thing. We'll do everything.
I imagine that's a thing Elon said, but we're not going to talk about it.
Now it's just the same thing but worse.
Yeah, we're going to talk about your questions as soon as they start firing in. What is a deck, by the way, while we wait here for a moment, that you want to see on camera?
Lotus Field.
Oh. Come on.
Come
man.
on. Just a little nibble of combo. Doesn't have to be a lot. Just a sample. Just something to whet the appetite. The palate.
You want to see that? You want to see hidden strings? And
Once.
Seer.
Once. Not. I don't want to see it twice.
Okay.
I don't want to see it 0 times.
Okay.
Just
once.
Once.
Okay.
Come on. It's a thing
right.
people do. People like that card for whatever reason.
All right, that's fine. Ailey Loney, who's probably over there somewhere. Am I doing this right? Yes, you have. Well, no, that's the wrong. God.
No, you're not. Next question.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Blocker.
No. Test the function. Okay, we have someone who's done the hashtag right. Sexy Flamingo Bartender asks.
This was a mistake.
All great things are. How many copies of Big Boros are going to be in the top 8?
Probably 0, but
No,
we can keep
at least one, hopefully.
we can keep our fingers crossed for 1.
Okay.
That would be nice.
Okay. KP Talks ask, any militia buglers in sight? No.
No, nothing.
That card stinks.
No humans. James Gates has a story. You'll have to maybe you want to tag him.
Let's see. Cal Van Dorn asks, what's the spiciest deck list we've seen so far? I'm betting, assuming we get the chance to have it on camera or put in front of us, that Ninjas deck. I want to know what's going on there.
Dimir Ninjas has to be.
We don't have the exact deck list yet, but the hope is that we do get it in front of us and can answer that question in a meaningful way. Arcto, I would answer your question except for you didn't use the hashtag.
Block him.
Consider it done. Okay, this is a good question here from Aldo. For Patrick, why play 2 Viashino over the set of Giatu? It's time to go back to 4 Giatu. So I believe this is 2 Giatu Lava Runner over 2 Viashino Pyromancer.
Yeah.
I think I know the answer to the question, but go ahead.
So they're both very bad.
Extremely true.
But, at the end of the day, I'd rather draw 1 of each than 2 of either. I tried 4 in both directions. Let me tell you, you feel the second copy, and not in a good way. So you see, you need a critical mass of cards that cost 1. You need a critical mass of cards that sort of, kind of, at least do something.
Mm-hmm.
And so for the first thing, you have 2 Lava Runners, and for the second thing, you have 2 Pyromancers.
Dude, nice. Nice.
Anyway, I want to make this clear.
Okay.
Pyromancer, very deceptive. If there was a creature that was a wizard 2/1, haste, can't be blocked, the turn enters the battlefield,
Okay.
you go like, oh, that's a thing to think about. There's stuff going on there, right?
Yeah.
Pyromancer's that, but better.
Yeah, sure. Because you get the damage right away.
You get the damage right away.
Okay.
Can't Wandering Emperor it. Sometimes you want to block. There's just a lot to like. And also, it does lead to some curves where your opponent will DM you on Magic Online.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
For a little, they want to join the conversation.
Is this Pauper?
Yeah.
What is going on right now?
A great question. Let's see. McGrimmon is disappointed that Ian Robb didn't do his patented salute when he won. Hasn't done it yet. How about that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Me either. Let's see. Tyler, what are some cards you would like to see added to Pioneer?
That's an interesting question. Just as, like, put it in some set in Standard and then it's legal for forever.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what? It is a hard question for me to answer. And do you know why?
Why?
Really not sure what's legal. Hold on. Bear with me here. I know the cards that people play.
Sure.
But if you asked me, gun to head, is Damnation legal? I really wouldn't know what to tell you. So that's a hard question for me to answer.
Well, here's my best guess is no, because we watched Reed play blue-black without it.
That's not like 100%. I wouldn't bet.
I said my best
That's
guess.
a really good case, but I wouldn't know for sure. Maybe Reed really values the exiling. A lot of things to exile.
The exiling
nowadays.
was very good.
Really good.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Let's see. Okay, final question before we go to a deck tech here. This one looks exclusively for you. What's worse, watching a Nadu deck do its thing or playing with Name Sticker Goblin?
Name Sticker Goblin for sure.
Okay.
The problem with Nadu is you people don't concede.
That's
it would be so easy.
That's true.
It would be so easy if you were just like, yeah, I'm dead.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of sitting here while you're just spinning the ball on your finger for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to do something else with my life. Maybe play a game I could possibly win or go leave the tournament and do something else.
Yeah.
That's not really Nadu's fault. I'm not in the habit of defending Nadu.
Yep.
The fact that it takes 30 minutes is your fault, not that card. On the other hand, Name Sticker Goblin, horrendous whenever it shows up.
I have nothing to add to that. But what I do have, especially for the person asking about spicy deck lists, is I believe we have a deck tech that we're going to go to. So we're going to do our best attempt at watching Tommy Ashton, the one and only Stainerson on Magic Online, sit down with Nick Miller to go over his take on Rakdos Cauldron right now.
Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship at SCGDC in Washington, D.C. I'm Nick Miller alongside Tommy Ashton, Magic Online ringer, 4-0 in the current Pioneer Regional Championship with one of the hot new decks on the scene here, and this is the Rakdos Cauldron deck. Some people are calling it the tree deck, but there's a lot of moving pieces going on with this deck, and it's not your typical Rakdos deck. So tell me about how you got to this this particular build of this deck.
Yes, so there's a person, I believe it's Jupiter Brando, who has been, I'm not sure if they are the inventor of it, but they're certainly the person who has championed it the most and done the best with it on Magic Online. It has been doing very well in events on and off, but it's never taken up like top 5, like saturating the metagame or anything. And it is something I was drawn to because obviously like having a 2-card combo that can win on turn 4 with Agatha, Soul Cauldron, and Tree of Perdition it's terrific to have that capability. But really I just wanted to continue playing Push, Thoughtseize, Harvester, Fable, and I mean, they took away Sora and Vein Ripper from me, so Cauldron Tree fits in just as well.
Yeah, and a lot of people are like that. They kind of just want their 1-mana interaction that the Rakdos deck offers, and then the extra tools, however they want to customize, whether it be, the aggressive versions, the mid-range versions, the combo versions, and this deck specifically almost feels like a toolbox deck, even though, it kind of operates differently than that.
Yes, because the deck is pitching all the ways that I've played the deck, I'm pitching cards all the time. Like I'm very, very easily able to get rid of something that might not be like Fatal Push against blue-white, or just being able to draw, like if you start with Tree of Perdition in your opening hand, it's never an issue to get into the graveyard because you have for Fear of Missing Out, you have for Fable, you have the blood tokens off Harvester. I prefer personally to play Inti. I actually wish I was playing even more than just 2 because you can always ditch extras, and that card has been like a pet card for me in these types of shells. And I've found that because the deck has not reached like the upper echelon of popularity yet, I have had opponents who forget about the +1/+1 counter from Soul Cauldron being an onboard trick, so that my Fable token's bigger than theirs. I've had opponents not realize that I had lethal because it's going off of a Fable token, a Mutavault, and a Cauldron in play. It just happens that if I have Tree in the graveyard, they can go from 17 to 3 just like that.
Yeah. And so that's the big draw to the deck. What are the other little pieces that someone who's experienced with the deck will kind of see that isn't just the flashing lights, turn 4 kill situation?
So Fear of Missing Out, it doesn't produce some kind of infinite loop, but it's when you have reflection, when you have a flipped Fable, so a reflection of the Mirror Breaker, Fear of Missing Out essentially acts as another reflection. It's able to attack, untap the Fable, make a copy of the Fear of Missing Out if you have a mana, attack again, untap the Fable. So it's essentially producing a 2-power attacker for each mana that you have.
Yeah.
That allows you, like you can just keep playing lands, and if you've got 6, okay, well that can easily be 12 damage in the mid to late game. I would also say that I added a couple extras, like I have the new card Marvin Murderous Mimic. It hasn't performed that great for me, but it's kind of a concession against Graveyard Hate. But you could have that in play, cast Tree of Perdition, and immediately swing them down to 2 life, and make Marvin, I guess, like a 2/17. I also love that the deck continues to play tons of tons of creature lands. They've got Den of the Bugbear, Hive of the Eye Tyrant, Mutavaults. It's got a very flexible sideboard where you're able to play Ley Line of the Void, and again, if you draw it late game, you can just pitch it. I'd say that the other interesting card that's been developed recently has been Hazoret of the Fervent in the sideboard. And finally, one of the best cards in the deck has been Gigantha. With so many ways to discard, it actually, in some ways, the errata to companion, where it lets you put it into your hand, just generates an extra card. Like it's 3 mana, draw a card in the mid game. And also, I've been just attacking with it. And in one case, exiling it so that my creatures can tap for 5 colors of mana.
Yeah, it's really wild to see the evolution of Gigantha go from it's just there because you can do it type of situation to, in Pioneer, it really feels like it comes up a lot. You're actually casting the card, you're making use of the card way more than before.
I'm not positive that there are cards that I'm not playing because of Gigantha, but I would not play them because of Gigantha. Starting with the extra card continues to be great, and even if it's just a 5/5 for 5, or even if it's just an extra card to pitch. I'd also say that the toolbox of, or the base of decks like this, that like the 4 push, 4 harvester, 4 Thoughtseize, really prepares you for decks at the top of the metagame right now, like Rakdos Prowess. In particular because Thoughtseize is actually good against red decks now. Yeah. You don't have to worry about a Wizard's Lightning off the top late in the game. What you need to do is stop them on turn 2 or turn 3 from having bursts of damage coming at you. So even Duress and Thoughtseize are things that stay in against them.
Now you mentioned the Hazoret real quick. We'll touch on that because that's one of your key sideboard cards. You said that's just a deal breaker against Phoenix.
Yes, it's something that Phoenix isn't really equipped to deal with. Aether Gust is not really a card that has been seeing a ton of play because a lot of green decks have kind of been pushed down. So there aren't that many ways for them to ever deal with Hazoret. It also comes up that I can discard it and Cauldron it onto something, and essentially any time that I have a creature that I can get a counter on, I'm back to being able to pitch lands at them. They don't have any way to deal with it on the board. They don't really have ways to deal with it in the graveyard, dealing damage to them.
All right, well, you're 4-0 in the event. How do you feel about your position in the meta, and how happy are you with your deck choice here?
I feel pretty good because there aren't a ton of decks that this deck doesn't have draws and cards to be able to beat. Thoughtseize is just very text agnostic to what my opponents are doing. So I played against Incarnation last round, and I was able to take Enigmatic Incarnation both games, and an enchantment-based deck would usually be something that Red-Black can't really do much against. I'm pretty much prepared to play against most things. Obviously, I'm often terrified of Lotus Field, and I'm just happy to be able to essentially continue playing Fable, play a pet card in mine of Inti, and just get to attack for 2 and 3 a lot.
Awesome. Well, the deck looks great. You're off to a killer start. 4-0. Tommy, thanks for joining me here in the Sideboard.
Thank you.
Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Washington, D.C.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to Regional Championship, Washington, D.C., hosted by Star City Games here at SCG Con. Cedric Phillips, Patrick Sullivan, we're back. We have Deckless in front of us. We're about to be going to a feature match in just a moment. Here for round number 6. On one side of things, I have Bant Auras.
Yeah.
Okay. Glade Cover Scout, Optimistic Scavenger, Sabia Cryptomancer, and Toadstool Admirer are the weapons of choice here. Some newbies. And then some oldies, but some goodies here as far as the auras are concerned. Audacity, Curious Obsession, Ethereal Armor, Griff's Boon. So, you know, if you've seen one Auras deck, you've kind of seen them all. Now, the thing is just how well does it line up in the format?
Well, it just got a huge, huge shot in the arm with Dustmorn and Sheltered by Ghosts. That card is so good for strategies like this. Now, it's obviously very narrow. You had to play it in a very particular deck, but for decks like Bant Auras, for blue-white spirits, talk about kind of everything you want in the creature matchups. Interaction and lifelink. Often with these style of decks, it's just the early turns, there's jockeying for position. Who's ever on the play has a really big advantage because the games usually devolve into some sort of damage race. Yeah. Being able to break serve going second, where you're taking out their best threat and hitting and gaining life, and your creature is now harder to kill, it's a huge boost for a very narrow range of decks.
Well, that's the odd deck that we're going to see here up against Rakdos Transmogrify. We'll go over that deck list here in just a moment, but our players, are ready in the feature match area. So let's head on down that way and get our eyes on our first match here of round number 5. It's Will Erard against Sam Piegler. It is Bant Auras, Rakdos Transmogrify, and more importantly, both these players are 5-0. So, a Glade Cover Scout, a card that I know. And now here's a Thought Seize to try to break some things up. So, Sam's going to take a look at the hand here. You mentioned Sheltered by Ghost. That's there, as is Curious Obsession. And a Seachrome Coast. So, I have to imagine most of the time these Aura decks are 2 colors, but given the lands that are available in the format, well, it seems like 3 colors is probably pretty doable.
Well, we have the full suite of 12 fast lands: Botanical Sanctum, Razorverge Thicket, Seachrome Coast, 3 copies of Mana Confluence, a sprinkling of Pain lands, and 1 basic.
There goes the Curious Obsession to make this hand a little less awesome here for Will.
And while Liliana of the Veil is legal, it is not a commonly played card.
Yeah, that's definitely true. The kind of card that the Aura decks used to have a lot of problems with, as you mentioned, not really showing up in Pioneer at the moment. This Rakdos Transmogrify deck, we've seen it, you and I, at least a couple of times on camera. We haven't seen Atraxa or Transmogrify actually do its thing just yet. But we do know the deck is pretty powerful, and obviously Sam is off to a wonderful start, checking in at 5-0. So here is a copy of Duress. Sheltered by Ghosts, going to bite the dust. Adakar Waste is the card that's left over. We're going to head back Will's way.
And that card you're seeing is another addition from Duskmourn, the Optimistic Scavenger. 1 cost, 1/1, Eerie, which is whenever enchantment you control, or you fully unlock a room, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature.
Audacity off the top. And it's time for some beatdowns. You do see the Scavenger, as Patrick did mention. So not a bad little draw there for Will, as Sam is going to draw a card now. I think if you're Will, because your deck doesn't have much interaction outside of Sheltered by Ghost, the plan is to just try to make something large and kill the opponent, right? That's really all that can be done here unless a Sheltered by Ghost is drawn.
Yeah, and if you draw Sheltered by Ghost, you might even have coverage against an Atraxa, because that card doesn't do very much the turn in question if it isn't able to block.
There's a Mana Confluence. Oh, yeah.
There we go.
No time like the present. Bad news, no good attacks.
Well, that's sort of true, sort of not. I guess Will wants to be able to block this turn.
It looks like Obnixilis is going to be discarded to the Fable. And now there's a mountain in this. Is it time? Okay, we're finally going to see a Transmogrify. So here is Transmogrify, which means we're going to see a Atraxa here in just a moment. So a whole bunch of cards are going to be revealed. And then the Grand Unifier will enter the battlefield. And then, of course, there will be a trigger after that. So there is a Atraxa. Sam will shuffle the deck from the Transmogrify, and then Atraxa is going to reveal the top 10 cards, and we'll go from there. So Transmogrify looks like a case, a handful of lands, Fatal Push, Torch the Tower among them, and we know that a lot of players in these Transmogrify decks, they like playing Fountain Port in multiples.
A lot of good stuff going on with that one. The basic use case is just being able to make a fish and Transmogrify, but you can also use the 2-mana ability to get rid of a skeleton, solve that case, and if the game really drags out, you can try making some treasures and be able to actually hard cast Atraxa.
Will needs a good one.
That's the face of someone who just drew a really good one.
Yeah. Is that what that is?
Griff's Boon.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. A little bit larger. but not quite large enough.
That's right.
No, we're in your
Hit.
home. We're in your home now. Just gonna play it out. Play it.
I don't mind playing this out.
Okay.
You could still plausibly win drawing Sheltered by Ghosts. I don't think the odds are good.
Fair
I
enough. Fair
don't.
enough.
This isn't to me an acceptable. Let's give it one more turn. See what happens.
One more draw step.
One more draw step.
All right. All right. Fable's gonna transform into Reflections of Kiki Jiki.
I mean, even ethereal armor, depending on details, right? Because at that point, you would have first strike that goes beyond Atrax's toughness.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is well within acceptable range as far as I'm concerned. Of let's give it another turn.
Okay. We'll give it another turn. We shall. Peegler's going to go up to 19. Will's going to fall down to 13. There's the case of the stashed skeleton.
Yeah, I really enjoy this card because I can never quite remember the word stash, so I just get to make up a new one each time.
Oh, that's a fun game to play.
Yeah.
Okay. That's like bingo, kind of.
Right. Salacious.
That's
The salacious skeleton.
that's not on any card. Fountain Port looks like it took care of the skeleton, so that's long gone.
Mm-hmm.
And that means the case has been solved.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right, here it comes. Will.
Let it rip.
My guess, a fast land. Looks like I'm wrong. All right, another copy of Audacity.
Okay.
Bigger. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 power
Yeah, I mean,
by my math.
yeah, certainly large enough to brawl.
Yep.
You get to peel off the audacities.
Mm-hmm.
Griff Spoon, that's just waiting. That's money in the bank.
That's true. By that logic, it's not over yet. You're right.
I'm still fine with
It's
the
not
draw
great.
step.
It's not great for Will, but it's not over yet.
We're holding on for dear life,
Mm-hmm.
but we're still playing.
And Will's thought about attacking, decided not a good idea, and now, oh well, this is going fast.
I mean, what could he possibly have here? Oh no!
Oh yeah, yep.
Oh, no!
Oh yes.
That's a main deck copy.
Oh yes.
Oh my God! Hidetsu consumes all.
What could he possibly had? You asked.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it was necessarily with this matchup in mind, but
Bang.
my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Will appreciates you were ready for me.
Yep.
Honorable.
Those are gone. As is Will's chance to win this game. So Will will draw one more card. Yeah, Smush in for, what is that, 9?
Yeah.
Will's going to fall to 4.
Man, Chapter 2 gets the Griff Spoon, too.
Yeah.
Long way between heaven and here.
You know what? You don't miss a thing. You don't miss a thing.
Back, baby.
Still got it, never lost it.
Yeah.
I think it's time for Gigantha. What do you think?
Well, I am someone, all right.
Ooh, game 1 shake.
I love it.
Friendly.
Yeah, Will's attitude has been phenomenal.
Love it.
Really into it.
Absolutely love it.
As someone who has peeled a lava runner after Chapter 2 and has their graveyard's been nuked, I'm familiar with the rub-ins. Because it's all about Chapter 1, right? If you get anything at all out of Chapter 2, it's just a little bit of found money. So I've been there. Will, I've been there.
Sam Piegler going to win game number 1 here over Will Arad. Rakdos Transmogrify up a game very quickly over Bant Auras. Sideboard time. We're going to start with Will, our player on the left, who's got 3 copies of Light Pause, Emperor's Voice, 3 copies of Portable Hold, 2 Pick Your Poison, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Slip Out the Back, 2 Stubborn Denial, and that Gigantha, the Wellspring.
I think I might be in same 60 land. I don't know how much sideboarding you can really do in a matchup like this, where you kind of need everything. I think maybe Stubborn Denial. Stubborn Denial seems fine against the best cards.
I like bringing in Stubborn Denial. I'm not thrilled about it, but I like bringing it in. On Sam's side of things, currently up a game, 2 Duress, 2 Go Blank, 2 Obnixilis, the Adversary, 2 Urbrass Forge, and we got some singletons in front of us, an Extinction Event, another copy of that.
Three of those, huh?
Yeah, 1 on License-Hurst, 1 Bankbuster, 1 Torch the Tower, and Sam's got his own copy of Gigantha.
Yeah, I would just bring in the additional just completely sick sweepers against the Hexproof deck, Extinction Event, and the 3rd copy of Hidetsu Consumes All.
Yeah.
I don't mind the Duresses either.
Those are fine.
Totally fine.
Yeah, the discard spells were good in the game we just watched.
They were.
So it stands to reason that maybe a couple more of them could be pretty good. These players are going to shuffle up. We'll get game number 2 here underway here in just a moment. But first, let's talk about where you can subscribe to Star City Games' newsletter.
Well, it's easy to remember. You can head over to starcitygames.com, just sign up on the website, or head over to starcitygames.com/newsletter and sign up there. You know, you got a lot going on day to day, week to week. You can't always go to your favorite websites, but if you are subscribed to the newsletter, you will never miss out on key information. What about Dust Moon, House of Horror? You want to get some pre-orders in or orders in? Great. Hey, SCGCon Atlanta, that sounds fun. January 3rd, 5th, bang, get some more information there. Register right now if you want to. And hey, who likes sales? Everyone does. What about flash sales? Well, sometimes kind of sucks. They go away before you even knew about it. If you're subscribed, you won't miss any of them. You can shop right now. Again, the main page over at starcitygames.com, or for whatever reason, a second URL over at starcitygames.com/newsletter.
Beautifully done.
Thank you.
Beautifully done.
I'm trying to ease into my Bill Burr era.
No, you've been doing the Bill Burr ad reads for a long time now, partner. I would argue that he stole it from you.
Okay.
That's what I would argue.
That's flattering.
But, you know, you got to keep it interesting.
I got to look up what Light Pause does.
2 mana 2/2. Aura friendly. I'll tell you this much, it's got a lot of text. Lot of text. Go ahead, read it to the class.
White and a colorless for a 2/2 legendary creature dash, a Fox Advisor. Whenever an aura enters the battlefield under your control, if you cast it, you may search your library for an aura card with mana value less than or equal to that aura and with a different name than each aura you control. Put that card onto the battlefield attached to Light Pause, comma, Emperor's Voice, comma, then shuffle. So it's, you know, if you're playing against a deck with no removal, that's a ton of value.
Yes.
If you assume people are going to cut their removal or what have you. We've seen that before in you know, these sort of hexproof decks over the years. You have one threat that can be targeted, and it's outrageous if it gets running. And your opponent's in this squeeze of, do I have removal spells that don't work against the stuff, or do I cut all my removal spells and my opponent happens to have that, then they are going to run away with the game.
We will see if Bant Auras can tie things up here against what looks to be a pretty difficult matchup here in Rakdos Transmogrify. But if you are just joining us, I want to thank you for doing so. Cedric Phillips, Patrick Sullivan, we are here in the booth once again. Coming to you from Washington, D.C. for the Regional Championship hosted at SCGCon by Star City Games. Ailey Loney, Corey Baumeister joining us as well. They'll be in here for rounds 7 and 8 today. And, of course, tomorrow. And Nick Miller will be here all weekend long, working in the sideboard. He's doing your deck techs. He's doing your metagame breakdowns. And eventually, he'll be doing your winner's interview of whoever's able to win this tournament of over 1,800 Magic players. That's a lot of those.
It's a ton.
Yeah.
It's been, I mean, you know, you can't hear it through the headsets if you're listening at home, but we can hear in the background. There's a lot of people out there. It's been a packed hall.
Both these players are going to send it back, look for better hands in just a moment. Nick has also informed me that our backup match for you Demir Ninjas fans out there, that's what should be on tap here next.
Sick. We are going to have some readers.
Including us. Including us. And Demir Ninjas is against Azorius Lotus Field. Oh, in the hands of Patrick Wu. Okay.
Okay.
Patrick likes that deck a lot, and has performed very well with that deck. So that should be fun. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because we have this match in front of us, but all I'm saying is Moon Circuit Hacker,
Yeah.
Thousand-Faced Shadow, Silver Fur Master.
One of them is like a cantrip ninja.
That sounds right.
It's connect and loot unless it came in the battlefield this turn, in which case,
Man,
you just get it.
You are on it today.
I don't know which one that is, and I'm not even sure that's true.
Here is a Glade Cover Scout via Razor Verge Thicket. Sam has a Thoughtseize. Looks like an Ethereal Armor, a Curious Obsession. Looks like it's going to bite the dust again, ruining all of Will's fun. Yep, there that goes. Slip out the back and Hollowed Fountain.
I had to assume from Sam's perspective, as long as Will is not drawing an avalanche of cards, you can kind of play one for one, slow Will down a little bit, and then any one of your sweepers should be enough to lock the game up.
Well, Ethereal Armor it is. Give you a little beatdown. Sam going to fall down to, that's interesting. Hollow Fountain's going to end the battlefield untapped. You smell that?
You think maybe it's a stubborn denial?
Got to be some sort of interaction, right?
Slip out the back.
There you go. Might be something even better than that. We'll have to see. This is another copy of, well, we're going to find out right now. Two of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Slips out the back.
Mm-hmm. Sam is down to 14 now. Looks like it might be 12. Because we're going to head back Will's way. Oh, okay. You see, I saw a little pep in that step.
Yeah, finally. You know, it's been a rough game and a half so far. Do we have a Curious Obsession? Did we hit something?
I saw a little pep in that there step after Will drew that card.
But it looks like some pumping of the brakes emotionally.
Maybe a little something to think about.
Maybe a card that costs 3 mana.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let's go
there
for
we
it.
go. Come on, Will.
Yeah. Look, if Sam has
Yeah.
that busted saga,
Yeah.
whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah, you're dead. It's fine.
Yeah.
Hidetsugu wins the game.
Just let it rip.
Yeah. See, there's yeah. Okay, yeah, good for you.
Look.
Good for you.
Oh, yeah,
yeah. Good for you, tough guy.
Yeah, tough guy.
Yep. All right, all your stuff's dead. You can't win anymore. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's all part
Will
of
is handling this in stride. Very fond here of Will's attitude towards this.
Well, that's
yeah.
because it's not over.
Yep.
Because it's not over.
Graveyard God.
Yep. There's a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Jagotha can beat that.
Yeah.
Not worried about that.
Not worried about that. Hey, you got Fatal Push? No problem. 5 mana. Look it up. Well.
All right, Will's just going to pass. All right. Fatal Push Chapter 2. Discard a couple of Fatal Pushes. Draw a couple of cards. Yeah, just Chapter 3 not on Hidetsugu's. Winning of the game. I think missed that. You know, are you allowed to miss that?
What?
How does that work? Chapter 3 on the Hidetsugu's Easy Was It's.
I have no...
You missed that?
Dude, the rules now are so crazy.
Yeah.
You can somehow do everything and nothing. I don't really know how any of it works. They changed the Saga rules now. I think it's a trigger you can miss. I don't really know what that means.
I don't want to interfere. Can't say for sure.
I don't think it's going to come
Thump.
up. I don't think it's going to come up.
I don't think it's going to either. Oh, here we go. There's a... Nope, never mind. It's just a treasure token. here for Sam. All right, let's see how this works now. Okay, Chapter 2. Start here. 1, 2. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's see if we get to the third cycle. We're going up the chain, right?
Yeah, so far so good.
Okay, so far so good. And all right. There that is.
All right.
Kill that. Oh, okay. Well, don't kill that. Well, sort of. You know, technically, kill that.
Yeah.
Kill that goblin. Technically. I presume Atrax is on the way. That's a lot. Yeah, there that is. Transmogrify about to be 6-0.
Pretty sick if Will draws Audacity. You can send it in.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And get a card for your trouble, perhaps.
Can't get anything by you. Really can't today. Fatal Push among the cards.
Too many deck copies of Hidetsu's powder keg or whatever. It's really, really messed up. Really messed up.
Let's see. Fatal Push, Duress, another Hidetsu's Consumes All, and a Mutavault.
Sure.
It's a lot.
Sure.
It's a lot. Got a quick tweet here from Todd Anderson.
Okay.
Didn't use the hashtag. I'm gonna let it slide though.
Okay.
Todd said, quote, was unable to complete the Todd Anderson, a.k.a. win round 1 feature match, followed by chatting from home on Twitch in round 9.
Uh-huh.
Home early, though. So I think Todd's already back. Might already be back in the Nook. Not too far here from DC here.
Maybe a couple-hour drive.
Yeah. Great to see you, buddy. Great to see you.
Send Callie my best.
Absolutely. Sam just putting the finishing touches on this one now.
Yeah.
It'll be a Shaman and an Atraxa that are attacking. There is the treasure token from the Goblin Shaman.
So now we're at a spot where I'm feeling like playing this one out might not be that useful.
Oh, you changed your tune a little bit. Okay. Okay. Tough to argue with you on that one.
What happens when you slip out the back Jagotha? Anything?
I mean, style points at least.
Show off your sideboard card.
Will, I can tell, doesn't want to take this damage, but is going to have to. That's my read on the situation. Not happy about it.
Yeah.
But resigned to his fate.
Oh, that's sick. He can kind of make it like a sandbar crocodile.
Oh, yeah, just like a little phasing.
Yeah, just a little phasing.
Yeah.
Why not?
Put a +1/+1 counter on it, and then it phases out. So a
Yeah.
little something, something.
Yeah.
Looks like players are going to make sure their life totals are in order really quickly. Super important at this juncture.
Yeah. Keep the game clean.
Yep. Oh, Will, at least give him a taste.
That's right.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, now we're going to go off on the end step. Reflections of Kiki Jiki's going to copy Reflections. No, it's not. Will said enough. Sam Piegler going to win this match here over Will Herard 2-0. Rakdos Transmogrify destroys Banauras. Not close at any point.
How do you not slip out the back of the Jagantha there? It's so much fun.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I would argue our most lopsided game and match of the day.
By far.
Yeah.
I think the matchup was that great for Bant Auras, and that is before I got to the main deck copies. Copies.
Plural.
Too.
Two of those.
So messed up.
With a third one in the board. I don't think that Sam came looking to defeat Bant Auras, but has built his deck in such a way that incidentally has a very good matchup there.
Well, that card's got a lot of play against the Rakdos decks, and it just happens to have random matchups where it's not like that card's in mind, but it just happens to be absurd, and that is one of them.
And second chapter is good against, like, Is It Phoenix?
Yeah.
Never, right? So it's all just kind of fine. It's all just kind of fine. All right. Rakdos Transmogrify, Bant Auras. See you later. Because let's get to the star of the show.
Ornithopter Ninja?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Dimir Ninja's Azorius Lotus Field. Here's a Thoughtseize. Now, Patrick Wu is a big fan of the Azorius Lotus Field strategy. It's basically Patrick's take on blue-white, but has Lotus Field in it alongside Strict Proctor to be able to, basically cheat the clause.
Well, there's also decks out there where Strict Proctor is just a nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
It's very good against Rakdos, very good against Mono Red, very good against humans. So, yes, it is mostly about your own stuff, but there are random decks that you're going to run into where that card is incredible.
Alrighty. Another copy of Thoughtseize. So a couple copies of Shark Typhoon. Get Lost is going to get lost. And it's a fairy.
Storm Count 2.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's an Ornithopter. Here we go. Partner, how well do you know your ninjas?
I know the Champions block ones pretty well.
That makes the two of us. Here's a Mutavault.
Ooh.
Technically a ninja.
A ninja.
Here comes Ornithopter. Oh, here it is.
Here we go.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Oh, this one is sick. This is like a discard one.
Yeah, this is Biting Palm Ninja.
Yeah. I think when it comes into play, it has a menace counter, and then when it hits, you can remove the menace counter to Thoughtseize them or something. Vintage Cube, help me out here.
Oh, don't look at me. This thing doesn't hide out in Vintage Cube.
The last one that I played, or two ago.
I will say, Ninjutsu for 3, enters the battlefield with a menace counter on it. When Biting Palm Ninja deals combat damage to a player, you may remove a menace counter from it. When you do, that player reveals their hand, and you can choose a non-land card from it, exile that card. You crushed it. You crushed it.
And Ornithopter on the way back.
Redeployed.
Basically has Vigilance.
Biting Palm Ninja giving a gigantic beatdown there. And also, it's a 3/3.
Yeah, that card's...
Think about that.
I mean, I know you got to play with Ornithopters and stuff. Some of these cards are, like, nasty.
Yeah.
That one in particular is...
Oh, that's the whale. I know that one. A lot of new cards nowadays.
The Hornlock Whale?
Hornlock Whale, yep. That's what you got there. That thing's on an adventure right now. Let's see, Patrick's going to play a land and just pass the turn back. Ooh, okay, a little Channel of Takanuma. Biting Palm, another land. Lands plural. Biting Palm and Grip.
Well, unfortunately now, for Gabriel, we're in Cycling Shark Typhoon territory.
Yes, we are.
Classic Ninja Stopper.
Yeah. Ornithopter looks like it's going to have to stay at home. Or will it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever. If you got something, I'm going to see it.
All right.
I'm not going to not tap out here for Shark Typhoon.
All right, here's Cycle Shark Typhoon. That's a 2-2. A push, probably. Yeah, okay.
Sure.
All right, push that. And bite ya. Thanks. Bite you real good. Menace counter on here. Shark Typhoon, that's being staged among the cards here for Patrick. Typhoon down.
And Storm count 2.
Yes, indeed. And pass it back. Ornithopter is working overtime.
Just cooking.
Looks like this might be a main phase deduce. Yes.
Oh, I mean, I appreciate having to look for some stuff, but you know, playing fast and loose with that hand over there.
Get a look at it again, maybe. We'll head back Gabriel's way.
I love Fighting Palm Ninja insofar as very obviously a card that very few decks can play. It's asking a lot. But when it actually comes up, it's like, oh, that card is not messing around.
Yeah, that's not bad. It's not bad. There might be some times when you actually want to leave the menace counter on. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Yeah, all right.
my
All right,
goodness.
Oh!
So this is the Ninja. It's the same cost to Ninja as it is to play, but it makes your Ninjas one less. So you can, like, go off in combat. You pick up a Ninja, you know.
Good use of good
You
use,
gotta- you
good use
gotta-
of go off.
Are we keeping the Ornithopter back? Something to rebuild with?
Maybe save it for a little later. Have you considered that? I mean, look, Gabriel's not 4-1 on accident.
Whatever's going on right now, Gabriel knows what's up.
Absolutely.
I'm here to learn.
Do apologize for the lack of updates here on the life totals, but it looks like Patrick should be at 9 to Gabriel's 16.
Yeah. With the time shifted, you know, it's our players' fault. That's what happens.
I like that.
Well, no, it's true.
Yep.
Someone set the device to airplane mode. That's for sure a player.
Monster.
I guess maybe a judge, but almost certainly a player.
Yeah, the Gold Ninja is Silver Fur Master, which, oh, by the way, pumps up Mutavault.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because other ninja and rogue creatures you control get +1/+1.
And it's both.
Ah, it's your mortal enemy.
Oh my God, a wandering emperor not in English. I would for sure lose to this.
Yeah.
If you ever wanted to cheat me, here's the card. Looks like something got exiled.
Let's see what the follow-up is now. There we go. I know this one.
All right, hit me with it.
Don't worry, viewers at home. It's Nashi, Searcher in the Dark, I believe. I'm pretty confident in that one.
Oh,
Now
boy.
is that a farewell?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a good way to describe this game.
Abandoned commander.
Yeah.
Or I've been told it should be.
That's why is the Ornithopter still in hand?
No, I think it was deployed last
Oh,
turn.
that's tough. Okay. That's all right. Another copy of Nashi. 2 mana, 2/2. Rat Ninja Wizard, in case you were wondering, has Menace.
Okay.
Okay. Whenever Nashi deals combat damage to a player, you mill that many cards. You may put any number of legendary and or enchantment cards from among them into your hand. If you put no cards from your hand, if you put no cards into your hand this way, put a +1/+1 counter on Nashi.
All right, well,
Okay.
we got a second blocker.
Yep, that's going to make it tough. Patrick's starting to stabilize a little bit here. And I think Gabriel might be in a little bit of trouble. Looks like a Mutavault was drawn, and I think there's an Otawara in hand. Yeah, I think that's actually true.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think? Bounce that token, give some beatdowns? Is that anything?
Well, you got to make it count. As the door's shutting after that, bouncing either one of the permanents and attacking is no good. So it kind of has to be token and hit, and wherever that goes, it goes.
Okay, well, it wasn't Odawara, so I take it back. These card faces, there's so many of them now that it's just a ninja and a passing of the turn. A +1/+1 counter on the Samurai. That's a mode on Wandering Emperor.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you know.
And first strike until end of turn.
There he is. There he is. Played against it enough on Magic Online. You got it all figured out now.
Yeah. Only took 6 weeks.
Yeah. Let's head back Gabriel's way. This game is slipping away, to say the least, as Patrick continues to stabilize and has very good draw steps. And I know what that is. Do you? You want to guess?
Fountain Port.
Try again. Oh, great. A very clear token, too. Go ahead.
Castle Armvale.
What? Yes!
All right.
You are correct!
I know there's 2 of them that you pay for and make a thing.
Yes. That's some sort of promo version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings, maybe?
I think that might be it. Might be it. It makes yellow sleeves that are 1/1s.
Yeah.
In case it wasn't clear. There. Now we're getting it done in the feature match area. There we go. Samurai comes in for 4 vigilance damage. The struggle here for Gabriel starting to be real. Gabriel has to, obviously, I think, in my opinion, let's say win the early game.
Yeah, and it was going well there for a little while. It's just, the way that Patrick's deck is built, there's just a lot of huge draws. And it can take Gabriel a little bit of time to bring enough power to bear to threaten before something like Sunfall resolves. Or Farewell, excuse me.
I mean, either one would be
Yeah.
a disaster. Patrick, of course, electing for the more expensive sweepers because, of course, in combination with Lotus Field, doesn't appear to be that expensive at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 6 is kind of the magic number for what a lot of what you want to do because field plus stage is 6.
Now the whale wants to do some attacking, finally. And it looks like the ninjas are on blocking duty.
They are quite poor at that.
Yeah, that's not their specialty. Not their specialty. But you know what's nice about the ninjas? They all have awesome names. Thousand-Faced Shadow.
I like the enchantment part of it, too. It's a nice little wrinkle.
Yeah.
A lot of them are enchantments.
That's fun.
Easy to tell a story that makes sense. They have a presence. You can feel them, but you can't necessarily see them. That makes sense for an enchantment.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. Here's something that we can tell you for sure. Patrick Prue wins game 1 there over Gabriel Brownfield as Azorius Lotus Field takes care of Dimir Ninjas. So, looks like we're gonna move it along pretty quickly here. On to game number 2. Don't want to make you wait at home, as we are watching a time-shifted match here between the players. So, looks like players are happy with their hands. Looks like maybe a double mulligan there for Gabriel. At least 1 card's on the bottom. Man, actually looks like 2. This might be pretty tough here for our Dimir Ninjas player. And there is Thousand-Faced Shadow. 1 mana, 1/1 with flying. It has Ninjutsu for 4, 2 blue and a blue. And when Thousand-Faced Shadow enters the battlefield from your hand, if it's attacking, create a token that's a copy of another targeted attacking creature. The token enters the battlefield tapped and attacking. That's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It's another, A lot of these cards they're obviously good with other ninjas, but not
Mhm.
prescriptive that you have to be playing with other ninjas.
Yep, I would agree.
Love that.
I would agree. And now, this is the 1-2 punch. You don't see starts like this every day.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's Silver Fur Master.
Uh-huh.
Can't stop, won't stop. And Gabriel would like to do some attacking if Patrick, I think, will allow it. We'll see if that's the case. Oh, Silver Fur Master is going to hang back. Okay. Looks like that's a march.
Before blocks.
Of course. Ornithopter up to no good.
Yeah. I assume that was the draw step, but not one of the cards kept on 5.
Honorary Ninja is Ornithopter. Combat. Beatdowns. All right, Patrick. Patrick is a reach-in. We know there's at least a deduce in hand right now. We're going to have to do a little bit better than that. All right, no effects. Is it ninja time? Oh, I think it's ninja time. Okay. Oh, yes. All right.
Here we go.
Best card in the deck.
Yeah.
All right, Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. Talk to me.
So, as long as its loyalty is whatever, relatively high, it's a 3/4 ninja. You can get a ninja emblem on the plus. I think you can put stun counters on things if you minus. Like tap and give some stun counters.
Yeah, you get an emblem. It starts with 4 loyalty, gets +1. +1 to make an emblem. It gives all your ninjas +1/+1. 0, what is that? Surveil 2, then draw a card for each opponent who lost life this turn.
Commander implications.
Yeah. And then -2, tap target creature. Put 2 stun counters on it. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Yeah, not bad. Okay. If you're going to build a ninja deck, this is the reason why.
Yeah.
I don't know how much blue-white likes to play against this thing. All right, let's go Patrick's way. Patrick hasn't done any of the Lotus Field stuff of his deck. But he does have 4 mana up. And we know what that can mean from a Azorius deck.
But remember, post-board here, Gabriel has a couple copies of Duress and Disdainful Stroke.
Yep.
So has a little play back against the Wandering Emperor.
So, Gabriel's rolling up the sleeves, ready to get their hands dirty. Beatdowns. Ornithopter 2. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
So Kaito in for 3. Actually, hang on. Let's make it
4.
Let's make it 4 because of the emblem. And let's make it 5 because of the silver fur?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, that's a lot. We're going to do something about that. All right, there's the whale.
Don't know if this is worth any sort of fight here.
Doesn't really seem like it.
The 1-for-1 stuff kind of feels like you just kind of let that happen to some degree.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. The adventure half is Lagoon Breach, which is the owner of target attacking creature you don't control, puts it on top or bottom of their library. So yeah, I agree with you. Just kind of the one-for-one stuff, not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, you can draw 2 cards a turn with your Planeswalker. You kind of need to save the scant few cards you have that can kind of answer anything. I think you need to hold for the most impactful stuff.
So Deduce is done resolving because the clue has also been drawn. So all pieces of the Deduce puzzle are taken care of. Patrick with a lot of cards in hand. But as you mentioned, Gabriel does have the ability to play back some with cards like Disdainful Stroke if they've shown up. The top card is going to stay on top here for Patrick. And now just passing the turn back once again. So Gabriel's going to untap that Ornithopter and that Kaito.
And you're seeing a little bit about the dynamic shifts once we get post-board. These little kind of, nickel and dime advantages that Gabriel is able to produce in game 1, they're really easy to upend with something like Farewell. Post-board, where Gabriel has some hard counters, can actually push back against that. Patrick has to be a lot more cautious about how ahead of the action he allows Gabriel to get, because there's no guarantee that the key spell actually resolves to stabilize.
It's a silver for Master. Pre-combat. And now, Kaito's coming on in.
And Gabriel needs to do this pre-combat to have an opportunity to use the 0, which is really the prize here.
Surveil 2, Water Grave goes into the graveyard. Card stays on top. Now draw that card. And now, there's a Duress. There's the Wandering Emperor. Teferi's going to bite the dust. Rest of the hand is lands here for Patrick Wu.
That looks like another whale.
Oh, you're right about that. My apologies. But Wandering Emperor, of course, still has its text. And now it'll minus. Okay. There's a land. Wandering Emperor is going to minus again, so now 2 tokens. And what does Patrick Wu want to do next? Looks like it's going to be Otawara taking care of the Kaito, at least for right now.
So Patrick doing a really nice job here of gumming up the works. Hard to make progress on the ground and not super threatening if Gabriel redeploys the Planeswalker here. Because it involves no damage. And at this point, I think Patrick's primary concern is trying to cut off the extra cards that Gabriel was just looking at. Because Duress, Thoughtseize, Disdainful Stroke, those are all problematic cards. If we play top of deck against top of deck, you have to assume, if you're Patrick, that you're favored in that sort of game. It's just a function of 2 cards versus 1 when it becomes a problem.
Stun ya. 2 stun counters on that Samurai. And now here comes, or at least an attempt to attack. Get that out of here. Gabriel doesn't look thrilled about that, but is going to leave it on top.
Lock Whale is a particularly incredible card to have against ninjas.
Yes, we have seen some weird things this round. Hidetsugu consumes all
against
auras.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now Hornlock Whale, but more importantly, Lagoon Breach against ninjas.
Yeah.
This might be the matchup where it's quite literally at its best.
Right.
There's a block. Ornithopter taking one for the team. Well, Gabriel knows, just like we do, and Patrick does, what the draw step's going to be. It's that copy of Silver for Master.
I really like the way that Patrick has leveraged the Wandering Emperor in this game. I think it would have been very easy just to say, all right, minus, get my money's worth. Whatever happens from here happens. But I think Patrick correctly identified that the Vigilance tokens were actually more effective at defending than the minus ability, and also allows Patrick to quickly pivot towards attacking.
Kaito and Thousand-Faced Shadow coming into the red zone. You know, I did a lot of prep for this tournament, but I didn't read the ninja cards enough.
No.
Clearly.
Or the auras.
Yeah, fair enough. A third whale. A third Lagoon Breach, okay.
Horn Lock Whale.
Yep.
Main deck, 4.
Yeah.
The maximum they allow you to play.
And now it looks like a Castle Ardenvale is just going to be activated and block Kaito. Silver for Master post-combat, and we're heading back Patrick's way, who is really starting to dig in here.
Horn Lock Whale in this matchup, it's the definition of splash damage. There's no way that Patrick has this in his deck with you in mind, but here we are.
Yep.
We draw what we draw.
And now the Wandering Emperor token, that Samurai, is going after Kaito, so Silver for Master has to jump in front of it because Kaito is the best thing that Gabriel has going on. And Patrick will simply pass the turn back once again. That's a duress. Clear the way for a little something. Patrick's not thrilled about it. As that looks like, I think that's knockout blow.
Yep.
And it looks like Kaito is going to stun that. And Kaito's like a pretty good card. This thing's doing a lot.
Yeah. A lot going on here. I think, unfortunately, in a matchup like this, or at least a board state like this, the advantages it produces are a little too incremental or assume a little bit too much that you're on the front foot. Once your board state erodes, it's not going to protect you very much.
There's Thousand-Faced Shadow past the turn back. So stun counter there. Make sure this is all correct. So there we go. Stun counter there. The die that's on 2 on the Wandering Emperor signifies the Samurai token, signifies that it's a 4/4. And then the one behind it signifies the number of stun counters on it. And now that is Wandering Emperor ticking up, putting a +1/+1 counter on the Samurai. Attack for 3, first strike vigilance damage at Kaito, which presumably forces the block via Thousand-Faced Shadow.
And the extra counter there is significant because there are 2 emblems in play that are +1/+1s. So that 1/1 is actually a 3/3 in this spot.
We got it all figured out. It's an easy battlefield to navigate.
But keep in mind, Patrick is at 5, so he still has to respect the possibility of Ninja off the top with at least 3 power.
Yeah.
It represents lethal. So as much as it appears that Patrick's advantage is overwhelming at this point, and perhaps it is, it can still potentially be undone by the right draw set for Gabriel if Patrick isn't careful.
All right, whale time. And there's the battlefield tapped. Because it's not Patrick's turn, but it is now, so it's untapping. Stun counter removed from the Samurai. That's a 4/4. I think that's Memory Deluge.
Mm-hmm.
2 cards in the hand. Other ones are going to the bottom. See if Patrick found something he likes. Looks like a Thespian stage. And again, the reason that you see Wu playing a couple copies of those is because of the Lotus Fields that exist in the deck. 3 stages and 4 Lotus Fields here for Patrick Wu. Wandering Emperor. It's going to be cashed in, looks like, for another token. And now there's another Wandering Emperor. That's going to finish off the 1,000-faced Shadow. Wu's up to 7.
So that should shut the door on any one card killing him.
Yep. And there's a Mutavault and just a passing of the turn, and I think that's going to do it now, partner.
Yeah. At this point, too much vigilance, too much offense. Gabriel's deck not really equipped to block or play defense.
Yep.
And it's just an issue of Patrick just making sure that nothing shaky can happen on the way back.
A Whale and 3 Samurai are coming into the red zone. Remember that Mutavault is a little bit larger because of the emblems. It is a ninja, after all, among many other things. It's also, I think, about to die, as Patrick is reaching for mana very quickly before a block. I could be wrong, but we'll see. This is 7 mana, so this looks like a Memory Deluge with flashback. So top 7 cards, Patrick will take 2. Dig Through Time-esque. Those will go to the bottom. Blocking is allowed. There's 1. There's 2. So Whale and a token are going to come through. You see the life totals here, 3 to 7 in favor of Patrick Wu now. Well, there's a couple of those Samurais. The land for the turn is a Hall of Storm Giants, and we're going to head back Gabriel's way. Mutavault for Gabriel's a 4/4. Does he have any way to actually get through right now? Well, might as well fire it up. We'll find out.
Certainly can't just hang back, so at least kind of move the game into a position where there's a mistake for Patrick to make.
Yep. The ninja on the battlefield is Toro, the infiltrator. They're both coming in. But one is attacking the Wandering Emperor, so that... What is this? Speaks volumes. Is this silver? Maybe not. Okay. Wandering Emperor down. Mutavault lives. Follow-up. Yep. Silver for a master.
But I think this is now 2 lethal attackers from assuming that Brownfield has no cards in hand.
Removal spell will work just fine, too, and get lost, and that is going to do it. Patrick Wu is going to win this game and match over Gabriel Brownfield. Azorius Lotus Field going to take care of Dimir Ninjas. Not 2 decks that we had on our list of things to prepare for this weekend.
I didn't even get to see the Lotus Field stuff.
Not any of it, actually.
Bant control.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Azorius, Bantish, just
right.
A very, very board control deck there from Patrick, which, again, it does have the ability to do some things that we don't often see in Azorius control decks because of Lotus Field, because of Strict Proctor, and because of Thespian Stage. But those big bursts in mana, not necessary. Just a handful of exchanges and able to finally pull ahead.
And also probably not the way you want to approach the matchup here anyway. The more that your deck is fidgety or requires this piece over here, this piece over there. There's so much discard in the Ninja deck. There's some counter spells too that I think just sort of playing a board control strategy is a better approach than trying to find some way to combo out.
Yep.
That's basically how Patrick played game number 2 and seemed pretty dominant there.
Dominant, I think, to say the least. So that is round number 6, everybody. It's time for us to take a break here from Washington, D.C. Ailey Loney, Corey Baumeister are headed in the booth to bring you rounds 7 and 8. We'll be on the floor checking to see what's going on and seeing what players are getting very close to being undefeated in day number 1 here from Washington, D.C. So we'll see you back here for more of the regional championship in the nation's capital just a bit.
Kraken, everybody. Hello and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here in Washington, D.C., hosted by Star City Games, SCG Con. One heck of a good time here so far.
Oh, yeah.
Corey Baumeister, Ailoloni, we're going to be hanging out with you for the rest of the day. And this next matchup that we have for you is going to be real spicy.
Let's just say this deck is in the other category. The other, indeed. This is going to be a really exciting one.
It's sweet, it's spicy, but is it salty?
Beautiful, beautiful,
Yeah.
yes. So Ailey has
We
hinted.
get paid for this, by the way.
We sure do. So Ailey hinted at it. This is a Sultai landfall deck that Brad Shepard decided to bring to the table. I'm going to give you a brief little demonstration of kind of what we're going to be looking for. This deck wins the game with repeatedly putting into play Festering Gulch.
Do you know what that card is?
Did you have that on your bingo card?
Probably not.
I didn't think so either.
It's a
So
desert. I'll give you that much.
this is a landfall deck that we have seen before with the Crimson Vow lands, Broker's Hideout, stuff like that, as well as Lotus Field. You have Lotus Cobra, Nissa. Whenever a land comes into play, you add some mana, and then you're comboing with Lumra, Bellow of the Woods. I can talk, I swear, and Port of the Carefell. This is going to be incredibly sweet. You're going to be able to infinitely loop Lumras as long as you have a second one in your graveyard. You bring back Lotus Field, Festering Gulch. They'll untap with Splunking. Then you'll sacrifice both of them, and you'll repeat this process, dealing a damage every single time. So, really spicy.
Spicy indeed.
Yeah.
The players are getting ready. Let's take a brief look at the standings just to see where all of your favorite players are sitting or standing, as the case
There
may
you
be.
go.
And then as soon as we have done so, friendos, we're going to jump into the feature match area.
Yep, and the standings here, this is kind of what's, you know, really starting to paint the picture of what our tomorrow is going to look like, because these are going to be the 6-0 players.
Yeah.
You know, these are going to be the players that have already locked up day number 2. So, pretty exciting stuff.
All right. As soon as we have that ready for you, we will show you, friends. Just a couple technical thingies, but, you know, this is a live production.
Yeah.
Things are going to go wrong.
I'm
What can I say?
hearing we have something even better than standing. So
What's that?
I mean, that's pretty sweet.
Hey, there we go. So I'm going to butcher the surname. Abe, I'm sorry. Abe Snakey, I don't know. Jason Chan, Nicholas Johnson, Matt Tumovich, Truyong Hai Nguyen, all 6-0 right now. How many 6-0s do we have, though? Let's take a squiz through our standings bracket just to see how many are still rocking it. Let's see who. Anyone you spot out, Corey? Let me know.
Yeah, so far, no real gigantic names I've seen so far. We have Azorius Humans there from Michael, which is pretty
Nice.
spicy.
Go, Michael.
You know, we see 15-plus players at 2-0. There we go. We got
Hey,
Will
Will.
Pulliam.
Wow, 6-0. Look at him go.
Yeah, crushing
Yeehaw.
it there. Demir Rogues. There's that Sultai Landfall deck from Brad that we're going to be seeing a little bit later. And, yeah, really, really cool stuff here. I'm very excited for this round.
I am too. Let's jump in
Yeah.
to this matchup, friends.
Yeah.
It's going to be real cool. I'm looking forward to this one.
Sounds like we might have a graphic to check out here first, and then we're going to be jumping into it. And I believe this is just of the sweet deck. So
Yep.
there you go,
Hey,
everyone.
there we go.
There is the combo decks. You know, it took me a while to just spot how we win the game here.
Yeah.
But this deck looks really, really awesome. Instead of being this Bring to Light Omnath deck that's trying to combo with Lumra and Nissa, you are able to play the Sultai version, and that allows you to do probably the thing you need to do most, have cards like Assassin's Trophy and Abrupt Decay to be able to deal with High Noon. That
Yeah.
card kind of really hurts this deck, so this is a spicy one that we're going to be seeing here in a sec.
Yep. And blue for the good old counter spells. Let's jump in now, friends. Let's get this game underway. I want to see how this deck plays out. Abe Snake on Is It Phoenix. Let's take a quick look at their deck list just to make sure that there's nothing unexpected.
I mean, compared to Brad's deck, snooze, but just kidding. Is It Phoenix is still a great deck. This is just very stock, you know, pretty much the go-to stuff. You have 2 Brazen Borrowers as the way to interact, but I would imagine that this is just a pretty rough matchup for Is It Phoenix. You know Brad is prepared for this matchup, but you know Abe is not prepared for this matchup here. So this is going to be really exciting to see this deck do its thing.
Players getting the game underway. A very fancy version of Sleight of Hand there. So sleight of hand, brazen borrower, and consider in the bin there, I believe, from the picklock prankster, perhaps.
Just whatever they play is totally fine. All right. Yep. So get some cards going. And this deck from Brad is definitely going to just have a lot of setup. You know, it's not a deck that's going to win very fast, even though it's a combo deck. It's much more of a value deck that can just be really resilient. You know, you have cards like Memory Deluge to draw the game out. You have Lotus Cobra and Nissa as your early card advantage.
Woo!
And then you have cards like Aftermath Analyst that just go crazy once they get paired with Lotus Cobra and Nissa.
Okay, but Corey, the Izzet deck is doing things. Look at that. Bird in the bin, Treasure Cruise as an option to bring back.
Yeah, there's a reason Abe's here. He's been doing it.
Oh, yes. Exactly right. Not going to bring out the Treasure Cruise, though, I believe. Didn't pick that up. Spire Bluff Canal. And a go.
Okay. All right.
Prophesidetic Memory as well, hanging out there. Ooh, excellent land choice, Brad Shepard.
I do love those.
Oh, they're great. Here comes Aftermath Analyst. This is going to be milling some stuff as well.
They're my second favorite land, only next to John Avon's other full art lands that he does. I am a huge John Avon fan.
You can't go wrong with John Avon.
Exactly.
Someone pretty similar in style, Sam Burley.
Okay.
I love his lands too. So.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So, looks like the players are separating their graveyards a little bit here to kind of help us out at home. Brad separating the lands to make sure we know that how many cards are going to be brought back with Aftermath Analyst, and Abe separating the Arclight Phoenixes here. And a Treasure Cruise to get this going. Abe didn't want to take second cruise because, well, you already have one. They do have slightly diminishing returns, but as we've seen from these Izzet Phoenix gamers, you know, they do kind of restock pretty quickly.
Oh, for sure. And they can refill the bin pretty quick, too. So,
yeah.
Sleight of hand, let's take another look. Top of the deck. What he fancies next. Just the one bird in the bin. Another sleight of hand.
I believe these were the sleight of hands, the promos you get for top 8ing RCQs or making to the final, something like that for this season. They're really sweet, I must say.
It's not a secret lair one. I'm gonna have a quick Google.
Yeah. I only know because I have about 10 of them.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not because I won a lot of tournaments. It was just top 8ing. So, and here we go for Arclight Phoenix coming in, and a very timely Fiery Impulse to deal with the Aftermath Analyst here. If you let that go crazy, it gets pretty wild.
Hey, we were both right. Secret lair showdown.
Dang,
hey.
We're both good. We're both good.
Look at us go. Okie dokie. Man, we are just cracking lands aplenty. Nissa now out on the board, so she's going to be making some extra mana. So we have one piece of the puzzle.
Yep, getting one piece of the puzzle down, and while you're constantly filling up your graveyard with lands, now Brad gets to add a second land, and you get to flip over Nissa to see if you hit an elf or an elemental. Now, there is going to be multiple targets. You can either hit Aftermath Analyst, Lumra, or redundant copies of Nissa. You know, most of the time, you want to hit anything but redundant copy of Nissa, but it does come up. Yep. Your opponent is going to go to kill them, so.
There's so many juicy targets here.
Yep. It's going to be.
Izzet Phoenix not known for taking care of bigger creatures?
Yeah, not really. Once it hits 6 toughness, you got a 2-for-1 yourself by casting 2 spells. And, yeah, I mean, you're going to be able to Fiery Impulse the Analyst and the Nissas and all that, but if Lumra hits the battlefield, good luck attacking through that as the Izzet Phoenix player.
This bear is sweet. Do enjoy some good old bear magic.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, against Izzet Phoenix or from the Izzet Phoenix side, it's an unbearable card. You just cannot deal with it.
I can barely deal with you, Core Baumeister.
So this is a big turn for Abe. You know, really has to find a clear path for this game. And, like, the best path that I can think of without knowing Abe's hand is to just put a bunch of threats in and try to present a 2-turn or a 3-turn clock while simultaneously killing at least one of those cards. You need to deal with either Nissa or the Analyst here, and ideally both.
Yep.
So this is kind of exactly what you want to be doing from Abe as far as the start.
Fiery Impulse, able to take care of Nissa, so maybe that redundant copy wouldn't be too bad after all. Spell Mastery, very easy for this Izzet Phoenix to achieve.
Yep.
Spell Pierce in the bin.
Yeah, that one's not so good here.
Yeah.
All right, and this is a great turn. So, oh, wow, just incredible. Abe was able to deal with both creatures
Wow.
while getting 2 threats into
Jeez.
play. I mean, this was the dream.
Lightning Axe taking care of the Aftermath Analyst, and no mana available to sacrifice it in response.
Now, it does seem like no matter
Ooh.
what, Brad is going to have this turn as a potentially setup turn
Yeah.
and is not going to die on the crackback. But Brad missed his land drop, so not able to cast Lumra or something extremely powerful next turn. So not ideal there from Brad.
No, not at all. Able to take care of the conniving Ledger Shredder, but still 2 Arclight Phoenix to deal with.
Yep. And it is a 3-turn clock unless Abe can find something else here, which I'm sure he can.
We cruising?
Yep. Even just playing the Picklock Prankster
Oh, yeah,
this
no.
turn is going to be nice.
More axes, Sleight of Hands, Spell Pierce, and Brazen Borrower.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good way to deal with a bear. You just pick it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm just imagining this tiny fairy hauling a bear out of the woods.
So Brad with another removal spell does prevent being dead next turn to just
Yeah.
playing a Picklock Prankster. So if anything, Abe has to kind of have another setup turn and can't kill Brad at least next turn.
Finds the land. Are we going to see the big old bear? Oh, we need 1 more mana for the bear.
Yeah, definitely unable to be doing the combo things.
Yeah. Not this round. Well, not this game, at least.
Yeah. Did play a Brazen Borrower, though, so if there was some kind of bear shenanigans, the Petty Theft is not going to be able to clean it up.
Ledger Shredded, start things off. Let's get some conniving going. Follow up here with...
Okay, if Ledger Shredder can put another Phoenix into the yard, we
Yeah.
can be all done this turn.
Yeah.
So it looks like Abe was saying Connive Trigger on
Yeah,
the
first.
stack. Going to opt first. This is really smart. It gives Abe the max amount of chances to find an Arclight Phoenix to discard it to this Connive Trigger.
That's cool.
So he's once again responding to the trigger.
Yeah.
Right
Consider.
now, Opt and the Connive Trigger are still on the stack as far as I'm aware.
Consider is so, so good in this Arclight Phoenix
Definitely.
deck. Otawara in the bin.
And now the Connive will resolve.
Do we find it? No, that would have been cool, man.
That would have been cool, and that was still really nice sequencing from
Yeah.
Abe to give himself the chance to win the game this turn.
Yeah.
He recognizes, like, you're a combo deck that can just win out of nowhere. I want to try to get you dead as long as I can help it.
Nope. It's going to be a bunch of birds flying in there. 9 points of damage. Fatal Push once again to take care of the Ledger Shredder. And another removal spell to get rid of Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, that's just not how Brad wants to be attacking this Phoenix deck on that axis. You know, it's just not great as all these Arclight Phoenixes are just going to come back. So it would be a tough one for Brad to win
Yeah.
this one.
He knows it, so just save going through the motions for that killing blow. And let's go to sideboards.
Yep, absolutely. So first we'll take a look at Brad's deck as far as the options that we have there. You know, one thing that he can do, he can try to go big and go Thought Distortion.
Yeah.
If he's able to ramp up to that, he can really just clean the battlefield off. That's not really what that card's for. That card is definitely for blue-white control,
Yeah.
Lotus Field, those type of things. We're definitely going to see the 2 Mystical Disputes, as those are excellent against Phoenix. Could easily see another Fatal Push come in. And that's about it. Nothing too crazy as far as what Brad's going to bring in. And then switching to Abe to be able to sideboard for this deck. You know, Abe's probably just looking, okay, first, like, what does your deck do? What are you planning to do against me? That's the advantage that Brad's going to have throughout this tournament is just a lot of people are not ready for what he is doing. So some of the options here, you can definitely bring in Aether Gust. There's a lot of green cards, so I like that.
Yeah.
Outside of that, you can bring in another Fiery Impulse instead of some of your Lightning Axes, as any creature that you want to kill 3 damage is enough, minus Lumra, where
Yeah.
Lumra's kind of going to be out of range anyways. And outside of that, Ailey, I don't
Lumra's gonna be
see a
huge.
lot.
Yeah, it's a little rough.
Yeah, but just
2 copies of Fable in the sideboard.
I
Love it.
actually like that. You
Yeah?
know, yeah, because the Fable and the Crackling Drakes are really good against, let's say, other black decks that are attacking you on an axis where they're bringing in Leyline of the Void.
Yeah, sure.
You're just like, yeah, sure, Leyline me. I'm going to play Fable into Crackling Drake, and I don't care about my graveyard. And all of a sudden, you wasted a sideboard card that sits in play and does essentially nothing.
Yeah. Friends, as our players are getting ready here for game number 2, just a reminder that the Spotlight Series is coming up in January. If you want to be in Atlanta, I know you want to be in Atlanta.
I do, and I will
3
be.
to 5, you're going to be there?
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
I'm going to be there too. That's going to be a pretty sweet thing. It is an open tournament, so just rock up. You can play. Bring your deck. That's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be standard, you
Yep.
know, so you're going to be able to see some big tournaments and get some ideas of what decks you want to play. The World Championship. You want to hang out there?
Yeah,
You
sure.
down? Okay.
Cool. Sick.
We're going to be there hanging out in Vegas, and we're going to be seeing a lot of different standard decks. So you'll be able to get a good, grasp of what's going to be good in standard, get some practicing up in between, Halloween weekend all the way to January weekend, January 3rd weekend. Test out your favorite standard deck.
Yeah.
Come join us all. This is going to be a gigantic tournament similar to the U.S. Regional Championship that we're at now. 8 people we're going to send to the Pro Tour, that entire top 8, get invites, 10K up top. These new Spotlight Series are going to be incredible. I cannot overstate how fun it is to have basically Grand Prix back. That's what we're closely comparing them to.
Yeah, I remember when this was announced, basically everyone was like, the Grand Prix are back!
Yes,
yes. We're not going to call it the newfangled name. It's Twitter, okay? And it's going to stay Twitter.
Yeah, there you go. Now, the Spotlight Series looked really incredible. Big props to everyone behind the scenes who brought us those kind of tournaments. I can't wait to be there as a player, as a caster. I don't care. I'm going to be there.
Yeah, that's going to be so cool. And, we have seen a couple players really make a name for themselves through events like the Spotlight Series.
Oh, yeah.
Through the RCQs and into the regional championships. I mean, I was just reading a couple articles about the Brazilian RC that, happened not too long ago.
Yep.
And some of these players are like the final boss.
Yeah.
They just make back-to-back-to-back top 8s.
Yeah.
It's insane.
And I mean, that's what it's always like. The pro players that we look at right now, the Brad Nelsons, the Reed Dukes, these kind of Hall of Fame level players, Seth Manfield and stuff like that. They all started by, doing well at these events, making a lot of top 8s, getting really close. And then when they break through, they're gone, we're starting to see those kind of players come up on the regional championship series as well.
Magic's cool, man.
Magic is great.
Ooh, 2 sleight of hands.
2 sleight of hands and a land. I mean, good enough for me.
And
Lock it up.
axe. Yeah.
So left an axe.
Dig, hit.
Yep. Patrick Sullivan's favorite cantrip there.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand. I mean, all right,
I
fair
learned
enough.
something new about Patrick Sullivan.
There we go.
Sweet. Looks like a mulligan here from Brad. Wants to find some action. What would you say is the ideal opening hand for Brad?
I would say being able to start with Lotus Cobra on 2. That is probably the ideal play. Then maybe Splunking on 3. Being able to ramp yourself. And then, you can just combo on turn 4 through a variety of ways, and you don't need that specific draw. But, on turn 4, Aftermath Analyst having 4 mana available, all of a sudden the game could be over with a Lotus Cobra or a Nissa in play. So I just very much want to see Brad do the thing at least once.
Yeah, I want to. Come on, please.
Because he's clearly done the thing multiple times.
Yeah, he wouldn't be 6-0 otherwise.
Exactly.
Unless he just had a massive bear and no blockers in the way,
Hey, that's a thing,
Yeah. How does this bear not have trample? It's got vigilance. Okay, it'd be busted if it had trample. But
I
still,
think it would be.
like, if a bear is chasing you, you're going to get squished.
Here's Ailey just trying to add keywords to Lumra here.
Why not?
It's not good enough.
It's a good bear. Yeah, okay, it's a giant. It has reach. Fine.
Good enough. Yeah, the card's incredible, and it just plays a good, solid Sultai control feel as well with memory deluges and stuff. So I really like the look of this deck. Anytime you can have a combo control deck, that's usually some of the better decks here in Magic's history. Splinter Twin, for instance, is a combo control deck. And any kind of aggressive combo decks also are very good. Teamer Energy, you know, that would be one of those kind of style of decks. Teamer Energy with the Copycat combo. Those style of decks end up being some of the best of all time.
Oh, hey, friends, if you like discounts, you should go to Star City Games website because they have a flash sale up to 50% off. That's a lot of numbers off of cards and sealed products. So that's through Monday until Monday, but you should go buy it now because it'll be in stock now.
Why not? Yeah. See the decks you like. Check out Brad's deck. Buy it right now so you can play it. I'd be in.
And if you don't like the deck you've purchased, well, you could just sell it right back to SCG.
Smart. You're like, didn't have fun with this one. Get it out of here.
Get some store credit, you know, go and buy the next one. Wash, rinse, repeat.
I'm in for that. All right, it does look like Brad has double mulliganed here, as those are 2 cards ready to be sent back and being on the play. Pretty brutal here for Brad. But here we go, getting it underway. One of the New Capenna lands.
I like those New Capenna lands.
Yeah, they're sweet.
They're kind of fetches.
Yeah.
But not. But they're still really cool, especially for a landfall strategy. So
definitely, we saw some of this style of deck in the Teamer landfall deck. You know, with Bonnie Paul and stuff. The standard deck that we saw here at Pro Tour OTJ.
Sleight of hand, 2 cards. I like this one. The other goes to the bottom. And followed up by another sleight of hand. They look like snakes. I know they're not snakes, but they kind of look like snakes, right?
Yeah, it's a really strange art. Usually I don't like that style of cards that don't look like exactly like a Magic card.
Yeah.
But these ones are the exception. I really like those sleight of hands. I think they're nice.
They're easy to read.
They are easy to read. That's the main thing for me, you know? That's the main thing for me.
Our aged eyes can't see that text, Corey.
Exactly.
3 sleight of hands. Good grief. Well, we're just going to keep digging. Dig, 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 dig.
Yeah, trying to find some threats, get them onto the battlefield. And there we go, Bird Law.
Yeah. Ledger Shredder on the board. Didn't come out when he was supposed to, but we'll probably get the connive trigger this time round as we kick things off with a consider this.
And just Brad just shipping back the turn, missing a land drop. This is not the way we wanted to see this match.
Brad, come on. Sadness goes in the stack, probably resolves. Phoenix in the bin. Good job, Shredder. One more spell. Can we do it?
I'm pretty sure we got it here from Abe. Abe kept a 1-land hand from the eye that I got.
Yeah.
So more than likely has a plethora of spells, but we shall see.
1 land. 1 land and 2 sleight of hands? Yeah, sure. That seems right.
Okay, and there is
Let's
Free the
mill.
Fae. Let's see if there's another Phoenix. Oh, boy.
One more for good measure? No. Jeez, that's going to be 6, 7, 8 damage coming in?
Did that come into play? Yeah, that came into play last
turn,
yeah?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. The turn passed so quickly from Brad's side. We just thought he was still summoning sick.
It's just got to be GG. No way he can come back.
Oh, man, that's rough. Brad, sorry, bro. That really sucks. But, you know, still 6-0, 6-1 now.
Yeah.
That is day 2.
Yep, 6-1. You're already locked in at the 6-0 start, so you got to be feeling great about that. But of course, Brad wants to, you know, keep it up and get some more wins with that really sweet deck. We also want him to get some more wins so we can see that deck perform on camera.
I want to do the thing.
As that was just, you know, not really it. And condolences to Brad.
That's the only thing I asked for this weekend is the decks to do the things.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, it's just. It's no fun. We have another match for you, friends, that we're going to take a look at right now. Let's jump in. It is going to be time shifted, so we might start talking real quick. Don't be alarmed. This is all part of the show. We have Daniel Will on Azorius control up against David Muraoka on Demir Rogues. I apologize if I butchered your surname there, David.
Yeah, so really interesting decks here. Of course, Azorius control the big bad, but Demir Rogues is something we haven't seen in quite a while. But trying to just take advantage of some of the cards that we remember, the Thieves Guild Enforcer, Soaring Thought Thief. Man, I haven't said those cards in a long time.
You haven't tripped over that one in a while, yeah.
Exactly. And just trying to have a nice, good, cohesive game plan with the new Kaito.
Yeah, that one's sweet.
You have Thought Seizes. You know, this deck looks really, really awesome.
We got a battle as well. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, the new invasion there.
Invasion of Amonkhet. That card's pretty gross.
Yeah.
If I remember what it does correctly.
Yeah, we saw this in the Reanimator Shrells
yeah.
a lot before, but yeah, enters as a copy of a creature in the graveyard on the backside. Just a big creature that also just does some nice stuff when it comes into play. You know, each player mills 3.
Yep.
Then each opponent discards a card, and you draw a card. So already just 3
Just
mana
doing stuff, yeah.
disinformation campaign-esque, if you remember that one.
Yeah, I lost to it plenty.
Same.
No more lies, says Daniel Will. So getting the counter fired off there. So no critters on the board just yet. Control doing what it does best.
And I would assume this has got to be a pretty good matchup for David. Like, Dimir Rogues pretty much acts on your opponent's end step pretty much the entire time. The threats are small, as in they are very cheap, but they're very effective threats. And David really only has to present 1 or 2 and then can just back them up with counterspells. So, you know, I would assume David has a good matchup here.
Speaking of counterspells, Dimir Rogues, they're playing blue, so you know they're going to have it. Drown in the Loch, able to counter or kill something, so pretty flexible 2-drop there, and Spell Pierce as well in the main deck for him.
Yeah, this looks incredible for David's chances here. You know, there's Fatal Pushes in the main deck, which are really bad against blue-white control, but outside of that, really, really looks awesome. And then David does get to get rid of those for just more counter spells in the post-board games.
Yeah, I think this deck can hang with a control deck.
I think so, too.
As things stand, just the Thieves Guild Enforcer down on the battlefield. It's swinging in, and it's going to go attack a battle. No, the Wandering Emperor says, I shall slice ye down, and get some life. That's exactly what she says, by the way.
I believe she does, yeah. That's the arena sounds. David didn't have any answer to that, though, so pretty brutal. I think I saw Fairy Mastermind, which is decent. But, yeah, as it stands, not really playing out the way it seems here from David so far. As looks like Daniel has Memory Deluge plus a Teferi, plus the active Wandering Emperor. Really, really good start here for Daniel.
Now we do see the flyer. Yes, it has flash, but, you know, if your opponent's tapped out, playing control, you're going to cost things when you get the chance to. Da-da-da-da, Teferi.
And, you know, this is the thing. If Daniel draws a card with Teferi's plus, David gets to draw a free card, so decides to just tuck it away.
Yeah, get out of here. Fairy Mastermind, of course, our former world champion, Yuta Takahashi. Probably one of the most incredible
comebacks
events
for sure.
that we have seen. And did you commentate that one?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. We were together. I can't remember.
I can't remember either in my old age.
I think I was with Cedric, but I don't know.
Yeah, but I know one thing. He started 03
amazing.
and came back to win the tournament, which was awesome.
Absolutely amazing. Oh, Planeswalkers, Planeswalkers. Why are you the way you are? So difficult to deal with. Sure, they're at low loyalty.
Yeah.
That's a tongue twister for you. But some of these creatures need to survive. And Azorius Control sure knows how to protect their Planeswalkers.
These were honestly some of the last Planeswalkers that were, like, really, really strong. Wandering Emperor being the last one I can really think of. You know, outside of that, the Planeswalkers have definitely calmed down quite a bit.
Yeah.
They're a lot more niche role-playing cards.
Yeah, like Kaito.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that card is totally reasonable. Teferi, unreasonable. I think we've all had our fare of Hero of Dominaria.
Oh, yeah. Thoughtseize is going to get rid of Memory Deluge, but, I mean, it likes to be in the bin.
Yeah.
7 cards at a later stage. It seems pretty good.
Yeah, 1 land away from it already from Daniel, so is pretty content with that. All Daniel's thinking is, like, as long as my Teferi lives here, which it's pretty hard not to.
Ooh, nice. Nighthawk Scavenger joins the fray. This is a big ol' house eventually. Life-linking Death Toucher. Thieves Guild Enforcer, also Death Touching.
You know what card I'm sad that we don't see from the Rogues, though?
Yeah.
Into the Story. Come on.
Yeah.
That was the card that went with it.
That was cool.
But, yeah, it makes sense they don't need to play it anymore, as it wasn't that, you know, amazing.
Do we have 8 cards in the bin? I don't know if we have it just yet for Daniel.
I would think so, but we will see. And now the one thing that Daniel does have available is we see 6 mana, so you can't do the whole Memory Deluge trick. But one thing you can do is go to end step, untap trigger on the stack, float 2 mana, and then cast it if you really want to.
Yeah. Teferi is known to untap a land or 2.
Yeah. Could also deal with the haul, just untap the 2 lands that you do. Almost always when you're the Azorius control player, you want to at least use 2 mana so you can untap it. You know, not always correct. Sometimes it's not the biggest deal, but the value, you know?
Yeah, you gotta get the value. If you're not getting full value as a control player, are you even a blue mage?
Are you even a control player?
Yeah.
Riddle me that.
Do you even magic?
All right,
Oh
look.
boy.
I believe I might have saw a Settle the Wreckage in the main deck.
No. Are
Wow.
we gonna see Settle again?
So this is pretty interesting thing to bring up. You know, the way that people approach open deck list tournaments versus closed deck list is very different. You know, I don't think there's a chance Daniel would have played a one of Settle the Wreckage in the main if it wasn't an open deck list tournament. You put the fear of God in your opponent if you play one Settle, though. They're playing around that for the rest of the game.
I'm just sitting here going, don't do it, David. Don't do it, David. Don't
Yeah.
go with both. Don't go with both.
Man, the amount of times I've walked into a Settle the Wreckage,
Oh, yeah.
you know, I just get so sad whenever it
over it.
happens. Yeah. But I mean, what are you going to do here? David has to and should swing with both.
Yeah.
And is just going to get blown out by this because, well, what year is it? But
We're back on Exelon. Yeah, that's a feels bad. He gets 2 lands, though. There's
does
that.
get 2 lands. But Daniel even has the...
Oh, counterspell?
I mean, Daniel does have the No More Lies already. And he gets to No More Lies the Cling. Yeah.
Might as well try.
I
had
get it.
enough.
How many scoops do you think have happened just right after a Settle the Wreckage? Like
Multiple.
80% of them, you
Oh,
know?
I mean,
Yeah.
that was kind of like the original feels bad farewell, you know?
Yes.
Not as severe, but jeez.
Oh, yeah.
Instant speed. Yeah, your board's gone. That sucks.
I remember playing Pro Tour Dominaria when that was a really big deck. It was pretty much blue-white control versus the Chain Whirlers and Rakdos mid-range. That was kind of the 2 best decks. And, you know, needless to say, the highest win or the highest percentage played back in that Pro Tour wasn't 15% as the most played deck. It was, you know, both of those decks were like 30% each.
Wow.
Yeah, because those were kind of the 2 best things to be doing.
Yeah.
And Settle the Wreckage was blowing out a bunch of Rakdos gamers all weekend.
What was the Rakdos deck? I remember the mono red because that's when I started playing.
Yeah, it was like Chandra Torch of Defiance, Scrap Heap Scrounger, Bowmat Courier, Chain Whirler.
It was basically mono red. It just had a couple of, you know, black cards with black activation costs.
Yeah, it was like just for duresses, Scrap Heap Scoundrels, unlicensed Disintegration, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a Pro Tour where day 1 just felt great. I started 7-1, and then day 2 I went 1-7.
Good job. At
Yeah,
least
thank you.
You palindromed that one.
I sure did. A nice even 8-8. I octopus that tournament.
That's a phrase we will never say again.
Wyatt Darby famously winning that Pro Tour, as he was here a little bit earlier today. Hopefully still sticking around.
One of my bad habits that I picked up as a Magic player is playing things in my first main phase. It's because I learned how to play Magic with a mono red deck. And they've got hasty creatures.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. You know, the little firebrand monkey. He was my favorite.
Yep, I remember those good old days.
Yeah.
So, kind of looking at the sideboard here, starting off with Daniel and the Azorius control deck up against a Dimir Rogues deck. Not a ton that you want to be bringing in here, as, well, most of these cards are not really planning for Dimir Rogues. You have Shark Typhoon, which I'd be happy to see. Hullbreaker Horror would be nice. You have some negates if you want to fight Counter Wars.
No Chrome Host Seed Shark?
Yeah, no Seed Sharks. That's what I'd really like to see, but it is a Namba with Kahira. You're not able to play it, so that gets a little brutal. I mean, so is Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah.
You also have Enduring Curiosity if you want to bring that in. But overall, not a ton from the Azorius control side. Now, on the flip side here from David, definitely want to slam 2 Duresses, 2 Mystical Dispuses. Those look excellent. And that's all I'm seeing right away. But step 1 is get those 4 Fatal Pushes that are not very good out of your deck. and you at least have an easy 2 duress, 2 dispute, and that looks excellent to me.
Crypt Incursion. It's like, I have not seen that card before, and it's, what is that, Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, it's an interesting take.
Yeah, that's
Interesting
cool,
take,
that's cool.
yeah.
Crypt Incursion, that's pretty sweet for the graveyard-based decks. Get rid of some critters there.
Yeah, really, really good there. Probably not coming in here, but definitely a cool card.
For sure.
All right, game 2 underway.
Player is going to resolve their mulligans. As we get into another control fight, I would imagine.
Yeah, kind of a control deck as well as a sort of tempo deck. You know, and usually those tempo style of decks really do beat control, but being down a game, of course, you know, definitely got to put the advantage here to Daniel. And Azorius Control, just the best deck in the format right now. Not by a lot or anything crazy like that, but it is a very strong deck and will have game against everything.
You think it might win the whole thing?
You know, the thing I think that it might win the whole thing is there's a lot of great players playing it.
Yeah.
You know, there's a ton of great players. But I think, you know, something like Reed Duke's Dimir deck where you're a great player playing a control deck, but a little bit of an innovative take and, you know, maybe some forward thinking on how to beat blue-white control, I would give those kind of decks an advantage. But, of course, time will tell. We got plenty of tournament left.
So we're underway here. Duress able to take care of the Wandering Emperor in the hands of Daniel Will. Just taking a peek at seeing what the other cards are in hand. No More Lies being the other targets. So we'll be playing around those, no doubt.
Yep. And that's pretty much the only thing available. But if David did have another threat, let's say, you know, another Thieves Guild Enforcer, he would have wanted to jam it right now, as No More Lies is going to be available from here on out.
Yeah.
And Daniel's not going to tap out because he doesn't have anything else to play, and no land for David, y'all. Ouch.
Hate to see it. Restless Anchorage hits the board now for Daniel. Those creature lands are also really, really cool.
Oh, yeah.
I like them so much.
Yep, they're very, very strong. And, I mean, even next turn, Daniel is able to just hold up the land and block. So Daniel decides to not fight over this.
Yeah.
As it would have taken a No More Lies anyways.
That's all you're going to get from me. No More Lies. It's like a lie detector test happening on him. Land for turn. Passing back to David. Does he find a land? I mean, this deck is very low mana value in general.
Yeah, a lot
on
of
average, but it's not looking good.
So David made a conscious choice to play this now. So there's got to be maybe a mystical dispute to back up this No More Lies. Otherwise, this play does not make very much sense from David. Okay.
Yep. Mystical disputes, you called it. So now we're going to get the mill. Is that 8 cards in the bin now?
I mean, 4 just got sent, so I would assume.
That should be enough. So now it's a bigger Thieves Guild Enforcer, which is really neat here for David, who has to win the race now, because sitting on 2 lands, that's not great.
Yeah, and it is now, what, a 3-2, so...
Yeah.
Oh, Supreme Verdict off the top.
No, Matt.
We're done here. We're done. Oh, my.
I just died a little inside for David.
Yeah. The settled, now this. Please, Daniel, leave him alone.
Stop. He's already dead.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's rough. Any mass reanimation you got going in your butt? No.
Yeah.
No.
Not really. David just has to rebuild slowly but surely. I saw Brazen Borrower, so you can get that going.
Yep.
And it does look like Daniel doesn't have much, but if anything, still has Restless Anchorage to be able to jump in front. We're getting close to 7 mana. If there was any Memory Deluges milled off those rogues, that's disgusting, and you just get that kind of value. But
so punishing, jeez. But we're gonna kick things off here with a Thoughtseize and nothing.
yeah, that's when you feel great.
Yeah.
If you're Daniel, be like, haha,
Bounce.
got it.
Yep.
And then as you're David, you're like, well, that is a bummer. My Thoughtseize got nothing. But on the bright side, you don't have any cards.
So now Petty Theft available again for Brazen Borrower and David. Pick a card, any card. Taking a quick squiz through Daniel's graveyard to make sure there's no Memory Deluge is available for Daniel.
That was lucky. That was fortunate that we
Yeah.
didn't mill one of those over.
Very, very much so. Damn, what does he do against the Arclight Phoenix deck?
David?
Yeah, cross fingers and hope.
Yeah, that does not seem like a good matchup. I'm with you. Play a Nighthawk Scavenger and try to race.
Yeah, with Kaito. Maybe?
One Cling to deal with Phoenix. Yeah, this is a deck from David where David probably very much wants to play blue-white control all day, even though this isn't going well, and then probably doesn't want to play Phoenix. Probably is pretty fine against the aggressive decks, as, you know, you have a lot of fatal pushes, you have the hand disruption, but at the end of the day, you play Thoughtseize, you can kind of beat everything, but it doesn't seem great. I'm with you.
Thoughtseize, my superpower. Alrighty. Let's get another land on the board here. Okay, hitting land drops now is David, but needs some more action. Brazen Borrower still just hanging out. Rogan Triome is going to get cycled. Draw another card. It's Teferi.
It's always Teferi, Ailey.
Right on time. As his voice line would say.
Yep. Okay, that's what that land is. A foundation port, I'm guessing, right? I was wondering what that
Fountain port?
or a fountain port, yeah. It created a human. Oh, it's got to be a castle lock
Oh,
coin.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's one of the Lord of the Rings ones.
Gotcha.
Reskinned, so gotta. Let's make critters. Now this is the glacial pace win con here from Daniel, as you described it so eloquently last time. I'm gonna hit you for one, and then I'm gonna keep doing it.
So it looks like Daniel's just passing the turn. He now has 3 absolute, great cards in hand. I saw Farewell, Teferi, and Settle. So, like, a bunch of no. But decides to not even rush out the Teferi. Doesn't want to run into a counter spell. Reasonable.
Sprays and Borrower can't block. He's just gonna hang out.
Yeah. I don't think that Brazen Borrower is going to try to block. That's for sure. Get it in there.
Brazen Borrower can't block the cryptos on the ground, so yeah, just try and race, get that done. No Castle Ventress either, just to try and shore up some draws here from Dimir Rogues.
Yeah, which I like that.
Yeah.
I think that land is not very good, but people, it still makes some lists here and there. But Castle Ardenvale, a pretty nice one here. When you pair that with Teferi, making 2 tokens a turn for no value, it gets to be pretty gross.
Poke you to death.
Yeah.
Poke, poke, poke. Hey, all right. Fairy Mastermind hits the board. Are we going to see that dealt with? Anything Daniel can do about it? Not right now.
And Daniel did pick up a Memory Deluge, probably his best draw right now, as that just equates into 11 mana, 4 cards.
It's crazy. Invasion of Amonkhet. Hits the board once again here for David, who is fighting as much as he can, as best he can, to get back into this matchup.
So this is probably with the invasion on the stack.
Memory Deluge. Let's see what we find. That changed the equation, a number lies, and a Wandering Emperor, and what was that? Temporary Lockdown?
Temporary Lockdown. None of those cards actually counter this invasion on the stack, so that's just going to resolve.
Yeah, no more lies can be paid for. Alrighty. That lands. And we're milling.
Okay. Farewell gets exiled. A card that is definitely a little slow.
Yeah.
But still a powerful one. I'd be pretty afraid if I was David, as you just discarded one of your 5 cards was Farewell, a card that just kind of does some good work here.
Yeah. That makes me pretty terrified about what's in hand. If I'm sitting in David's seat, I'm not loving things as they stand right now.
Yep, and this is just basically counterspell bait, if I've ever seen it. Like, Daniel doesn't mind if this gets countered because then he can just untap and slam Teferi. So this smells like bait to me.
Thought you were about to say Teen Spirit.
Yeah.
That's bait.
And it resolves. David either doesn't have a counterspell or doesn't want to fight over it and wants to save it for a counterspell we're probably going to see next turn.
Man, look at all that real estate Daniel's got.
Yeah, I mean, well, Daniel didn't have a real card in his hand until turn 14, so. But
Has it been that long?
But
Jeez.
but now he has just so much gas in the tank that you gotta like Daniel's chances here moving forward.
Yeah, he's looking good. Down to 9. Field of Ruin to take care of any creature lands that may be on the board. Don't see any at the moment, though.
And I gotta love that. Rumor has it, according to chat, that David qualified with this Dimir Rogues deck
Yeah.
as well,
Sweet.
and just rides this deck into the RC. You gotta love when you just have
Yeehaw.
specialists of a
Yeah.
certain deck, specialists of a format, and then they come in and they turn their shot at the
Yeah.
RC into a 6-0 start.
Yeah,
Like,
that's insane.
these are the stories you love when you come to a regional championship.
And you also love a format that allows that to happen. So
Yeah.
Pioneer's in a great place right now. If you are looking to get into competitive Magic, why not Pioneer? I
Yeah.
understand it's pretty good too.
Standard's good, Modern's good, Pioneer's good, Limited's good, Legacy's
Limited's always
good.
good.
Yeah.
It's never bad. What are you talking about?
The 5 formats I play, they're all good right now. I absolutely love them.
All right. So we've got Teferi. He's hanging out. He's got 2 1/1s. We've got the Invasion of Amonkhet. Where are we going?
Yeah, we definitely need something here. So, bounce to Fairy. Alrighty.
Boing. Out you go. Petty Theft gets rid of the Planeswalker for a turn. That's off on an adventure now. The turn passes back. What do we have in hand there for David? See if we can get a quick glimpse. Make a creature, draw a card. It is a land, so now we're just going to keep swinging. Here comes our Soaring Thought Thief. Gosh, I almost butchered that. I'll put that down as
Yeah,
1 for me.
One for you. What, 3-1? Not bad.
Thawing Thought Thief.
There you go. I mean, it's a card we haven't said in so long,
know,
you know,
right?
that it's pretty wild.
I
But
had that down pat when this deck was everywhere in Standard.
it really was there for a while. I mean, you got to play with Luris back in that day. That
Aw,
was
my
pretty
kitty.
good. Pretty good.
I miss that cat.
I believe you're the only one. This just in. You're the only one in the entire world.
March of Otherworldly Light says, get out of here. So, in for 3? Yep, down to 6 goes David, and this is looking pretty darn good for Daniel indeed. I think we're going to have a winner here pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Well, maybe painfully slow, but
I mean, Hall of the Storm Giants just got played here from
Yeah.
Daniel, so that's a card that David does not deal with very well.
No.
Those Fatal Pushes almost assuredly are taken out,
mhm.
and Brazen Bar can't chump block. Like, David's got to be very wary of that little sneaky land here on top of Daniel's land pile, as Daniel just might go for it.
Sneaky. Giants don't sneak.
Yeah.
They squish. Okay, cool, Kaito. Hey, we get to ninjutsu him in because on David's turn he is a critter for loyalty and hexproof, notably.
And then being able to activate it right away, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
It's pretty cool.
he's a little late though to the party, I will say.
Definitely the first Kaito I've seen on the battlefield this weekend.
Oh, he's fun.
Yeah, looks great.
I was playing this deck in between rounds. It's like, oh, okay, I like this. This is sweet.
Yeah, ninjutsu on a planeswalker is a new one. I'm a
Yeah.
fan.
What will we have next? Stay tuned to Magic the Gathering. Alrighty. Okay, Nighthawk Scavenger, if that somehow survives, that's some life for
Yep.
David.
Now, if Daniel has a removal spell for the scavenger and still has the mana to activate the hall, we're done here. Let's see, Teferi. I think they might have enough mana to Teferi, tuck the scavenger, and do this. So first you get to see, play Teferi. If it resolves, tuck, game over.
Yep.
You could flash in a blocker, I guess, but whatever. That's still trading a creature, so.
Yeah. Hall of Storm Giants activated.
Okay, here's the test.
There's Teferi. Bounce, bye-bye, get out of here. No life gain for David.
Boom.
3 attackers, 4 attackers. Here comes Hall of Storm Giants, along with the 3 little 1/1s who, okay, let's be honest, they did all the work, but
Yeah.
Hall's gonna take the glory.
Yeah, Hall's gonna be able to take all the credit for that win when
All the marbles.
all the humans are like, come on, we did it.
We put in so much effort, man. He's like,
Yeah.
yeah, you did it too slow. Stop.
Impressive stuff there from Blue White. I gotta say, you know, I mean, it was definitely a match where Dimir Rogues has got to be favored. That's got to be the reason to play Dimir Rogues. just didn't work out that way. Those Thoughtseizes bricking when there was only lands in hand, you know, and then drawing spells. Sometimes that happens when you're playing a 4 Thoughtseize, 3 Duress deck. Sometimes it works perfectly. You go creature, creature, Duress your counter spells, hold up counter spells for their Teferis, win the game easily, but that type of game can definitely happen too.
Yeah, but still sitting at 6-1, he's got to be feeling pretty darn good about that indeed. So best of luck to David for the next round. Hopefully we'll see him, you know, maybe in the feature match area a little later on, just sitting at X1.
We'll definitely be seeing him tomorrow, that's for sure, with another deck that's, you know, firmly in the other category.
Yes.
I would be curious if there's anybody else playing that deck, you know, but who knows?
I wouldn't think so. But
Yeah.
it is great to see the variety of decks that can do well in this format. And also, like, it makes testing a little difficult because you expect the Arclight Phoenixes, right? You're like, okay, cool, yeah, I have a good game plan for that. But then someone comes with this, you know, homebrew, essentially.
Yeah.
And he's like,
So that's a spot where if this was a closed deckless tournament, David would have a huge advantage. Nobody knows what he's doing. He's tested against the other decks. Nobody's tested against him, and nobody knows what he's playing. They might think it's a Dimir control deck. With it being an open deckless tournament, you still get to know the tricks a bit, but still the familiarity of being able to know that David has tested against Azorius control plenty of times, but Daniel has not tested against rogues. Still will add up and has probably given him some free wins throughout the weekend.
Awesome, friends. Well, wherever you are joining us from in the world, thank you so much for being here for the regional championship. We still have 2 rounds to go, so don't go anywhere. Plenty of magic. What's it, at least like 4 matches we're going to be showing you?
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
Maybe more. Hopefully more. Yeah.
So what's happening now is the players are finishing up their round, and then as soon as the next round is ready to rock and roll, we will jump in. But I do believe we have a couple deck techs that we're going to show you. I think Nick Miller has gotten to chat to a bunch of players. So
some real good ones.
Yeah. So as soon as we have that ready, we'll bring that up and go and hear more about the decks that our players are super familiar with.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see our first one.
Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship at SCGCon Washington, D.C. I'm Nick Miller alongside Jason Yee, who you will probably recognize from top-8ing most Pro Tours. 2 of the last 3. 100K winner out in Vegas, right?
Yep.
And we got to talk to you about your standard deck, or your Pioneer deck, because you're playing one of the top decks in the format in the Rakdos Aggro Prowess Mouse, however you want to classify the deck. First, I want to know how you wound up on this deck. Were you always locked in on this? Was it a bunch of different decks, or how did you lock in on this?
Yeah, I mean, starting testing season, really, I was like first very interested in Phoenix because, you know, Phoenix is obviously a very powerful deck. But then as Rakdos Aggro started like gaining popularity online, first I was like, oh, is this really a thing? It looks kind of, you know, gimmicky. You're flinging your creatures at people. Is that really Pioneer playable in a format that's so fast and has so much interaction? And it just turns out that the deck is just like one of the fastest things you can do in the format. It just kills people really quickly. Like you can pretty consistently turn 3 with a pump spell, a creature, and a fling, basically. And that's really why I'm playing the deck, because it's just so powerful on that axis.
Right, so we have the 1-drop suite of the Heartfire Hero, which is one of the main fling targets.
Yeah.
The Monastery Swiftspear, the Saga, and that's your 1-drop suite.
Yep.
And there's not too much craziness going on there, but talk about your other creature suite and how your build varies from most of the other Rakdos decks.
Yeah, so like most Rakdos decks, we have the 4 Heartfire Heroes and the 4 Emberheart Challengers, the new cards from Bloomborough that have really powered up red prowess. But where most people are playing 4 Slick Shots along with the cantripping pump spells like Ancestral Anger or Might of the Meek, we on Sanctum decided to move away from that, to be a bit less exploitable, a bit less vulnerable to interaction, and be able to play a bit longer of a game with the card Manifold Mouse, which just provides a more like solid threat without having to cast spells, which is nice into lots of interaction, as well as some 2-for-1 potential with offspringing it for 4. On top of that, so we have 3 Manifold Mouse, 2 Slick Shot, and 1 Inti as a nice one of, instead of the usual like 4 Slick Shot, maybe some Dreadhorde Arcanist that most people are playing.
Yeah, you see a lot of 1 Manifold Mouse, but this really is a concession to saying, hey, we're going to play against a lot of removal spells.
Yeah.
We're offspringing this, and then we can win some grindier games.
Yeah.
And that goes in with your main deck, Fatal Pushes and Thought Seizes as well, right?
Yeah, we found that Fatal Push was actually one of the most important cards versus Phoenix because you really need to get rid of those big Ledger Shredder blockers or like the Picklock Pranksters with counters on them from Crofts. So we really liked having 4 Fatal Push in the main deck because it was basically the best card against 2 of the top decks, the Mirror and Phoenix. And then we also decided to put 2 Thoughtseize as main because we just found it was good in every matchup. You just want to play Thoughtseize as something to clear the way through your creatures, like clear removal spells. It started feeling like almost like another creature that triggered prowess because you could take a removal spell, basically. That's been very valuable.
It strikes to me as very almost infect, like you get the information so you know what to do with the rest, and
Indeed.
you know, take a removal spell or whatever. And you know, the pump spells, most of these are different than the the popular list that you see on Magic Online and whatnot. Obviously, Monstrous Rage is just absurd on rate.
Yep.
But talk about the other ones.
Yeah, so Titan Strength is what most people are playing, +3/+1, and Scry 1 for red mana. We explored a lot with both Titan Strength, Turn Inside Out, the new one from Duskmourn, and Infuriate. But we found that the +2 toughness on Infuriate just mattered so much, especially against Phoenix, but also against other decks playing cards like Torch the Tower. So we just found that Infuriate was the best option in the end, and the Scry one was not quite worth as much as the +1 toughness.
All right. Anything else you want to call out about your deck? Anything in the mana base or sideboard you're particularly happy about?
So one thing I'm particularly happy about is that we have a land in our sideboard, which is 1 copy of Rockface Village, which we also have 1 copy of main deck. We found it was very powerful with getting Valiant triggers, especially now that we have Manifold Mice as well, just extra mice to paste in. But you couldn't really fit 2 main deck in 20 sources because it doesn't cast your pump spells.
Yeah.
But post-board, there were a lot of matchups where we either wanted more mana sources because we were playing more expensive spells like Ob Nixilis, or we just wanted to board out a bunch of pump spells anyways and wanted more like grindy elements. So we figured it was like worth a slot in the sideboard, and I think it's been playing pretty nicely.
How do you feel about the meta now that's basically shaken out? Are you happy with your position, or?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my position. I like to I like to see a bunch of blue-white because I think our build is like actually pretty nice against blue-white. Is like even the High Noon versions because Manifold Mouse and the Rockface Villages really help with that. So yeah, feeling good.
Yeah, I was gonna say with the popularization of High Noon, is that a concern for you and kind of why you built the deck the way it is?
Yeah, it was definitely a concern for like the stock version of the deck, and that's a large reason of why we've built this deck, how we've built it, with the Manifold Mice, with the Rockface Villages, with like more interactive plans, less reliance on Slick Shot and cantrips.
All right, well the deck looks great. That's the rundown on one of the most popular decks in the format from one of the best players playing the game at the moment. Jason, thanks for joining me here in the sideboard. Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Washington, D.C.
Thanks for having me.
everybody. Hello and welcome back to coverage of the Regional Championship here at SCG Con in Washington, D.C. Corey Baumeister, Ailey Loney. We've been through 7 matches of Magic. We're into round 8 now. We're going to show you some real good matchups. I can't wait for the first one, Corey.
You know, I absolutely love it. We keep thinking that, oh, we're getting to the later stages of the tournament. It's going to be blue-white control against Phoenix or Phoenix against Rakdos. No, we are still seeing decks in the other category that are doing well. So it really shows that you can bring whatever deck you kind of want to Pioneer as long as you prep and practice against the big decks. And I think it's just really exciting to see. You remember that card I was saying we were not going to see throughout the weekend? Adeline?
No
oh,
spoilers,
I mean,
no
never mind.
spoilers.
Never mind.
He said nothing. Right, we're going to check out standings first before we tell you about this super sweet matchup. But let's take a look and see who our 7-0s are. Because, spoiler alert, we're going to see 7-0s in this next matchup here.
Yeah. This should be our 7-0s.
Yeah,
so
this
maybe...
is our 6th round standings. So as soon as we have that for you, we'll jump in and show you the 7-0s. Okay, fine. Now we'll talk about Adeline.
Dang it. I guess we got to talk about it now. So our main feature that we are going to be looking at here is Table 1.
Yeah.
So these players are 7-0. We have our Rakdos aggro deck, our kind of traditional throw the mice at our opponent type deck. But the deck that we're also going to be seeing is Azorius Humans.
Yeah.
A deck that I didn't think we were going to see any humans in general. And this is basically as close to a mono white deck as we got, except we are splashing blue
You won't guess.
Yeah.
Take a guess. Any counter spells? You'd think so.
I'm gonna guess Mockingbird. Am I right?
You're not supposed to play. Fine.
It's mono white, basically splashing. Not basically, only splashing for Mockingbird. There's not even any counter spells in the sideboard. I was just looking. I was like, why would you splash something like this? But it's just so free. You have 4 Cavern, 4 Seacrum Coast, 4 Hollowed Fountains, and 3 Atacor Waste, where it's just...
that's another one.
As Atacor, thank you, yeah. It's just as free as it gets to splash this card. And if you can go Mockingbird on Athalia's Lieutenant...
Yeah, that's
look
pretty
out.
nuts.
Look out.
Even Coppercoat Vanguard, this is kind of like the newest addition from the not-so-popular set of Aftermath. Each other human gets +1/0 and has wards, so we could see a little ward fest going off here. But here are our 7-0s.
Look at this, Ailey. I gotta interrupt you here. Look at 4th and 5th here. 2 mono black mid range. This is a deck, another deck, kind of in our other category. It's a really strong deck that has a powerful finish that we'll be getting to a little later.
Let's see who else is up here. What are we playing? We got some Transmogrifies, Prowess, lots of Incarnation.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Not a lot of blue-white control.
Lots of birds. Check out the birds.
And then the end of our undefeateds here, down to 13th place.
Yeah.
We have that. And the one thing I didn't see a lot of blue-white control, Ailey, in our 7-0s. Did you?
No. That makes me happy.
That kind of makes me happy, too. I always feel pretty happy whenever the best deck doesn't dominate. You know, if we have the storyline the whole weekend, wow, this deck's incredible, and wow, it won, and it's dominating, that's okay. But, a tournament like this, people have been preparing. Knew blue-white control was going to do well, so seems like you can beat the bad guy in the building.
You sure can. We need the fun police.
Yeah.
As much as I dislike control decks, we need the fun police.
Yeah.
They are the ones that you got to beat. They are the ones that give Ailey joy on the inside. So our players are mulliganing, and we're going to chat about the other deck.
Yeah.
We've seen the humans. Cool, great,
Yep.
but mice that we get to throw at people.
Yes, this is another awesome deck from Daniel here. Pretty stock here as far as the Rakdos aggro deck goes. We have 4 of the Cell Swords to be able to kind of fling these gigantic creatures. Otherwise, a Kamano faces Kakazan, Swift Spear, Slick Shot Show-Off deck. Try to pump them up. Plays both Titan Strength and Monstrous Rage, as well as plays one of my favorite cards of all time, Dreadhorde Arcanist.
Yeah, this
only
card
one.
is sweet.
Only one. But
I remember, I don't know how many years ago it was now, but Dreadhorde Arcanist was like the card to be playing with because it could just recur so many spells. You pump it up nicely, and then just fire on all cylinders. That was cool.
Claim fame with Arcanist, that was always the spiciness. So
you might see that now. Our players are ready to rock and roll. Let's jump in. Game number 1, get comfy. Oh, actually, get comfy quickly because this might be over before you know it.
Yeah, and there's a little foreshadowing of our backup match. That's an absolute banger on the backcourts there. Brian Koval and Reed Duke. Hang on, everyone. Don't go too far because that'll be our next match.
Hang out. Stay where you are. I do not recognize that card. That's a fancy version of a something.
Yeah,
Chat,
not
help me out here.
sure.
It's a human noble?
Got to be Dauntless Bodyguard, I would imagine.
Is that a fancy? No,
Or it's a
no.
recruitment officer, yeah.
Recruitment officer?
That feels like the right amount of text for it.
Sure, yeah. I've never seen that art before. You learn something
We're
every
going to
day.
find out.
Anywho, we got a mouse. We have a lovely little mouse, and it's going to get targeted by a couple of things.
Maybe something to look into, but should be fine.
Heartfire Hero, gonna get in here for 2 whole points of damage. Now, this mouse is so cool.
Yeah.
This, alongside Burn Together with the Calicel Sword
Yes.
adventure, oh my gosh, it's just so good.
Yeah, it's incredible. And it looks like Titan Strength was put on there, so that was attacking 4-5. Woo. And, yeah, the follow-up, maybe nothing too special here from Daniel, but Michael just decides to chump block right away. That's surprising to me. But
Yeah,
you're
well,
right, though.
You can die out of nowhere with this.
You really can. You could die on turn 3 to a
Yep.
monstrous rage on
Yep.
this, and then just burn together and send
No.
it to the end. But Thalia is going to be a great card here
Yeah.
for Michael.
She is annoying for decks that like to play 1-mana spells for 1 mana.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Daniel's going to have to figure out how to get rid of Thalia if he wants to keep doing his thing. I mean, the mouse is going to attack. It's kind of cool because if Thalia does block, which she won't,
Yeah.
just kill it anyway.
Yeah, yep, you can do that, or, you know, you can still pay 2 for a pump spell in this spot. Monstrous Rage would trample over, so a pretty hard block for Michael to make, but Daniel with no follow-up, no land 3, not playing any more creatures. That's exactly what Michael wants to see. Now we're going to see if Michael has the ability to play, like, a Brutal Cathar or something to deal with this mouse.
Yeah, the mouse can get out of hand pretty quickly.
I'm a
if
mind reader.
things- Oh, yeah, look at you go. Brutal Cathar.
And look at this. This snapshot of the battlefield tells you all you need to know about these decks in the other category.
Yep.
You see Daniel having to read Brutal
Yep.
Cathar because, well, you know, this is not a very played card in the metagame
yeah.
anymore.
Yeah.
So Daniel's not going to be ready for it. But you know what card Michael isn't going to have to read? Everything in Daniel's deck, you know, presumably.
Man, I like the day token that Michael's brought along with him because, of course, Brutal Cathar. Well, you might not know this, but did you know it's a werewolf?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it has the day-night mechanic. So you're able to switch from day to night. But there we go.
Aha.
Fatal Push gets rid of it
Got the mouse back.
and got the mouse back.
All right, so Thalia is still hanging around. Ancestral Anger is going to cost 2. We're going to get some trample going here for the little mouse. It doesn't do all that much. You need some more anger and rage. You know, you need to just build it up, and then you're going to start cooking.
Exactly. You need to form a mouse trap, and then you get it going. Ancestral Rage is a nice one here, being able to not only pump it from the
Yeah.
ability of this powerful mouse, but also, you know, boost it up for each Ancestral Anger in the yard.
Yeah. Hopeful Initiate is going to follow Thalia into battle. This card is pretty sweet, but every time I've seen it, it never does the thing.
It
You
sure
know?
it sure would do the thing against Enigmatic Incarnation.
Oh, yeah.
But
Sure would.
But you're right. It's an expensive effect. But
Yeah.
when your opponent's playing something like a Leyline Binding,
Oh, yeah.
you know, in combat, and you can remove it with the ability on the stack, I bet it has some text. But at the end of the day, it's a 1-mana creature that attacks for 2 most of the time.
Yeah. Ooh, we got a Mockingbird down. Hello.
Okay.
So was that paid for 1? Just, you know, as it enters, it is now a Hopeful Initiate, but flying.
Yeah.
Or it's
okay.
just a 1/1. I don't know. We'll see. You can have it. It's not a you must. It's just
Yeah.
a you may.
So it's got to be just a Mockingbird. Otherwise, you have to pay more mana for it.
It's a bird bard.
Yeah. A strange play because you could have the ability to at least pay 1 and make it a Hopeful Initiate. So we'll see. Maybe there is a plan for that last 2 bit of mana from Michael.
Just checking the
And it's got to be, I would say a Get Lost, but there's a Thalia in play. I bet we're going to see an Aganjo. That's the only thing that makes sense to justify Michael not paying the 1 extra mana to make it a Hopeful Initiate.
Mm-hmm.
That's where my brain would be if I'm playing against Michael right
Sure.
now, at least.
So just a good old bird bard. I mean, a 1/1 flyer can do some damage here against the more ground-based aggro decks, as we're going to see our little mouse running in here.
Okay, and chat is correcting me. You can just play one to then copy a 1-drop. So thank you, chat. I did not know
Good
that.
job, chat. Yeah.
You know,
you still pay the one. You still pay blue, right? It's not free.
yeah, I mean, it's the prismatic ending style of effect, I suppose. All right, chat, forgive me.
Thank you, chat. MVP. See, level 5 judges.
Exactly. And, you know, I mean, that's the disadvantages of me not testing against Azorius humans either.
Who would have thunk they were coming? Monstrous Rage, though. This is a card that absolutely slaps until it gets dead by Iganjo.
All right.
Vampire.
At least I got the Aganjo part there, chat.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I evened it out here.
Corey's good at his job, friends. We just miss things sometimes.
Exactly.
Everyone's a little rusty.
If I miss a thing but then call out a future thing, that
Yes.
negates it.
Yeah, precisely.
So, yeah,
You know.
yeah.
We both make YouTube content. We know how it is. Like, we'll make a mistake, and then we'll fix it. And then we go, hey, you commented already, didn't you? Gotcha. Oh, counters. Woohoo!
Now you get the triggers from both of these hopeful initiates by attacking with the Thalia.
Yeah, I got training. It's kind of reverse mentor, I guess.
And now this is a spot where this deck, this Rakdos aggro deck, does not come back from behind very well,
no.
especially with Thalia. Without Thalia, Monastery, Swift Spear, a couple pump spells, you know, you can
Yeah.
do some damage, but with Thalia in play, first you have to deal with that, which I don't think there is many removal spells, if any. We have 2 Fatal Pushes, 1 Reckless Rage as the only ways to take it
Yeah.
off the battlefield, so this is going to be a tough one for Daniel for sure.
Yeah, Fatal Push being like the only clean answer for not even like, you know, a couple burn spells that we'll see in the Arclight Phoenix deck. Unfortunately for Rakdos aggro, still sitting on 2 lands though, so very much behind here in every sense is Daniel
Hear me out. Buy Gigantha.
by Gigantha.
Oh, all right. Probably a better play not to do
Fatal
that.
Push, Fatal Push, Fatal Push. No, Slick Shot, show off.
Okay.
Squawk. It is I have arrived. So that's on the board. That's just going to be hanging out. And we know, unless Thalia dies, that it's not going to get any pump from the 1 mana remaining there for Daniel. So not looking good here for our Rakdos hero.
Okay, it looks like we have another Ancestral Anger and a Swift Spear in hand for Daniel. So has
Okay.
something going on, nothing too special, but regardless, Daniel should be able to live through this turn. Athalia's Lieutenant only represents 9 damage, so
Yeah.
no matter what, Daniel's going to have a turn. Let's say he draws land 4 and Ancestral Angers into a Monstrous Rage.
Yeah.
We might be on, you know, we might be cooking there.
There might be a game
Yeah.
to be had. Or even the Carousel Sword. Would that get the game done?
Just the Sellsword, probably not, but in combination with an Ancestral Anger on
Yeah.
the Slick Shot Show-Off, the Anger gives it +2, the Show-Off gives it +2, so it'd be 5 power. The Sellsword would give it +2 power, so that would be 7 flung, so that's 12
Yeah.
damage. That would be enough. That's no longer enough.
Coppercoat Vanguard.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a get lost.
No. That's a Coppercoat Vanguard.
Okay.
So +1 to each human, and they have ward.
Still not a lethal attack, so
No. So what's it? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? No, that is. No? But there's a mouse in the way. Never mind.
yeah, just 9.
The Mighty Mouse. Ooh. We've just been shown the trophy for the weekend. It's very pretty.
Yeah, decides to not get in there with all the creatures.
Full send.
This is really being super defensive here
Yeah.
from Michael. This might be a little too defensive.
I agree.
I would have attacked with Thalia as well,
Yeah.
but I would have left the Mockingbird back if I would have been in Michael's spot.
Yeah, because Mockingbird can get
Yeah,
the slick shot. Slingshot. Gosh darn it, I screwed up. Oh,
there you
there's
go.
one for me.
One in you. Yep, I'm catching up.
Slick shot show off. There we go. But Ancestral Anger does give trample, yeah?
It does not.
No,
oh
it
yes, it
doesn't?
does. Yes,
Oh,
it
it
does.
does, yeah.
Yep.
Trample and then +X.
So just another setup turn for Daniel. Just has that one Ancestral Anger, but
This is a lot more intense than I thought it would be.
yeah, this is kind of the cost of not getting in there with Thalia and being
Mm.
super aggressive. You're just giving Daniel time to kind of go wide and scare you a little bit.
Yeah.
Now Michael might be getting to the spot where you're like, okay, I can't just attack all out. That's terrifying, you know?
Yeah.
So might be pinning himself into a corner with not getting that extra 3 points of damage in.
Yeah, because definitely enough to like triple block the Thalia.
Yeah.
There's no like pump spells for the mono white deck.
Now, just Thalia's Lieutenant, so decides to get in now. This is an attack for 9, and that will mean at least one thing has to be blocked.
Yeah. So we don't get the trigger for the trainees because they're all the same power now.
I wonder if Daniel is just going to want to block with the Heartfire Hero.
Yeah. On who?
Yeah, I was, never mind. I was thinking that dealt 1 damage to a creature and you could kill Thalia, but
yeah, I thought that earlier too. I'm like,
yeah.
nah, no, that's not how it works.
No,
it
this
just
is not
goes
gonna be
straight to
great.
face. So
Yep.
just 1 damage there. Just chumping and then
You got to chump and you knock the top of the deck. I think basically Daniel needs land 4 plus a spell. And now the Ramunak Ruins can't add red, can still add colorless, so not
But
the
he
biggest
would
deal.
die.
There's the Sellsword.
Okay.
Okay, so I think if we can Ancestral Anger into a land, Daniel's probably going to pick this up unless Michael has a Get Lost or some other
Yeah.
piece of interaction. So
We know there's no counter spells.
it looks like we might have a good old-fashioned sweat. But there's a lot of lands Daniel can't get, you know, so he needs something like a mountain.
Sure ain't paying 1 life to make red men off of Ramunak Ruins.
Okay, there is Get Lost.
Okay. In response, make it Lorch.
So that just does it. That's game. You don't get to
Yeah.
draw the card. Only 1 damage gets to be dealt, and that's going to be game 1 going to one of our other decks, Michael Greenberg.
Nice.
I love
Azorius
it.
humans. Well, mono white humans in a blue trench coat. We'll give it that.
Yes, absolutely. This is a mono white deck for all intents and purposes, splashing Mockingbird.
Yeah.
But
Kinda
yeah,
neat. I like it.
I like it too. So we'll kind of start by looking at the sideboard here for Rakdos Aggro for Daniel. And
Fatal push.
yes.
Fatal push.
every single matchup where you see only creatures on the other side, you're going to bring in all the removal you got.
Yeah.
Gonna see feed this Fatal Push, might even see feed the Swarm.
Yeah.
Outside of that, not great. So I would assume that's probably all we're going
Yeah.
to do. Take out maybe Claim Fame. We'll see exactly what Daniel decides to take out. And now on the other side from Michael,
There's a couple good options here.
there's a couple great options. Knockout Blow being my favorite. You know, that card is absolutely incredible against these red decks. And then 4 Portable Hole.
Yeah.
That's going to be awesome as well. Not any other real interaction, but with Portable Hole, Knockout Blow, Brutal Cathar, and Get Lost.
Yeah, that's a lot of
That's a
lot of removal.
That's a lot of removal and interaction. Well, you also have just a very quick clock. So this seems like a great matchup for Michael.
And if games do go long, perhaps even wedding announcement is a consideration.
Yeah, I think you could, but it's a little rough because you're going to want to leave in your Thalias against this deck. So
Sure.
if you ever go Thalia into
Yeah, that's
wedding announcement on turn 4, that is not ideal. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't think this is the matchup for it. I would think you want that against Blue-White Control, Dimir
Sure.
Control, any of those really slow, grindy
yeah,
ones.
it's just something that gives you value without you having to do anything.
Yeah.
Really.
Gotta love seeing 2 of our game's greatest here in the background there. Brian Koval on the left and Reed Duke on the right. A little foreshadowing of our
Yeah.
next match.
Speaking of foreshadowing,
Yeah.
the next set, Foundations, is coming out shortly. Going to be in January. You'll get to test it out at the next SCGCon. Pre-order it now. Go to starcitygames.com/MTG/. I'm sure they'll have a banner on the homepage. Just go click that.
Yeah. And
Yeah, make
wow,
it much easier.
Foundation is just a really cool idea. A
Yeah, it's cool.
standard set that's going to make it be around for 5 years.
That's
I
a
mean,
long time.
you know, you kind of look
Gonna
at
get
that.
to 2030.
Yeah, you look at that and you're like, wow, Llanowar Elf is going to be in standard for 5 years. And you think like, oh, that might make green decks too good, or Day of Judgment's going to be in white for that long. But these are all going to be cards that really help out other strategies. They're not individually busted cards. Llanowar Elf is as close as it gets to an individually busted card. But let's get real. If there's not a lot of other green 3-drops basically to go with it, it's nothing too powerful. But you best believe
It's going to be fun.
that gentleman on the right there, Mr. Reed Duke, is going to be playing some Llanowar Elves here at the World Championship.
Jun. Players are getting their sideboarding done, shuffling up. And hopefully we won't see too many mulligans from both players. Rakdos Aggro, Azorius Humans. Rakdos Aggro, pretty well represented here this weekend. Azorius Humans, though, I mean, Michael might be the only person on it.
Might be. Definitely the other category. Not sure how many of them there are, but, I mean, definitely treating them well so far.
Yeah.
The deck looks great.
Let's have a look-see quickly as we consult Melee to find out how many people are playing this deck.
And, you know, looks like so far Michael has had a pretty clean route so far. You know, has won all of his matches, of course, but has 2-0'd, you know, 3 of his opponents. Has played against kind of everything.
Jeez.
A couple enigmatic.
3 incarnations.
Yeah, 3 incarnations, 2 mono blacks, an Azorius control, and now Rakdos Aggro. This is his first aggressive match to be played, but yeah, so far he has just been destroying enchantments so far. Gotta love it.
Hopeful Initiate, go!
Yeah, probably doing some nice work.
Yeah. So hopefully Michael keeps doing good work and we can see that matchup either in the next round or, I don't know, tomorrow, because he's coming back, as is Daniel, so.
Yep.
It's got to feel pretty good at the end of the day.
And when we were looking at standings, there was, what, like 14 players? So we're going to have 7 after this round.
Yeah.
And after that, there's going to be 3 or 4 undefeated players going into the next day. And if you've looked at these regional championships of the past, this is the largest one we've ever had.
Yeah,
but
1,800 people?
Exactly. But, you know, the previous ones have been maybe 15, then 12 or so. And the people that start 4-0, you know, there's a solid chunk of them that make it to the top 8. So, you know, we're definitely could be looking at 1 or 2 of our top 8 competitors here in this round already.
I would love to see some angry mice in the top 8. Just putting it out there, universe. Please deliver. Both players taking a look at their hands they have drawn. Looks like Michael's happy. And Daniel mulling to 6, I believe. Monastery to Spear, go! I love it when the aggro players are just like, oh, I'm just going to bring it in sideways, you know?
Yeah.
It's attacking already, out the hand.
Save the time, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you're doing a lot of shuffling.
Yeah, you won't get carpal tunnel syndrome that way.
Exactly.
Or, how I like to do it, just throw it at the player. Maybe don't do that, don't do that, don't do that.
Rumor has it Ailey has been banned in all of her tournaments she's played.
Oh, boy. Titan Strength now. Going to get the scry here for the Monastery Swift Spear. Going to get in for a decent chunk of damage, too. That is what we want to see for Rakdos Aggro.
And whenever the Rakdos Aggro player does that on their upkeep, you usually think that they're missing a land. And doesn't look like we have a land coming into play yet, so that seems to be true. And that could be a huge problem if Michael just goes Thalia next turn.
Yeah, that would very much suck. Dauntless Bodyguard gets in the way and is going to get taken out by the Monastery Swift Spear. Prowess keeping it around.
Michael has been very quick to chump block here on these early turns, which is something normally you just don't want to do, you know? So very interesting play from Michael. Anytime he could prevent a Lava Axe, he's done so.
Lava Axe is such a fun card. I love it.
And to be fair, if Daniel would have just attacked, Michael would have said no blocks, but it's the fact that he upkeeps Titan Strength. You kind of get that value already.
So only 1 spell possible from Daniel. Thalia is going to block Fatal Push, or no, before blocks even. So we're going to get the Prowess trigger once again. 2 more damage coming through. Down to 17 goes Michael, and now we just need to, you know, choo-choo. Put your foot on the gas and go, Daniel.
Yeah, and looks like I saw Titan Strength and a Feed the Swarm in Daniel's hand, but this removal spell is primed to be excellent, but no 3rd land here from Michael.
Boo. Bad library, bad. Okay, so do we have another critter in hand? I don't think so, right?
Not that I saw right away, and if that's the case, this is quite bad. Feed the Swarm does only hit enchantment, so you can't even free your Swift Spear from the hole.
Okay, Calicel Sword. Not what you want to be doing with this card, I'll tell you that much.
But it has text. It's a 2-mana 2/2.
It sure is. Poor little guy. Doesn't even get his counter.
Just a good old-fashioned grizzly bear. Let's go.
Arrgh. Brutal Cathar says, get out of here, man. So he's going to hang out there. It is daytime, so I hope you're keeping track.
My favorite mechanic, day-night, let me tell you.
Day nights. Oh, it's such a pain in the butt to keep track of. Especially because like the old wolves and the new wolves, they work similarly but different. Anyway.
I was being very sarcastic. It's my least favorite mechanic. And we'll see if Daniel wants to just fire off a removal spell now to get it back.
Yeah, why not?
And it looks like a lot of pump spells outside of that Feed the Swarm, so it doesn't look like there's a big choice. It's either, you know, just say go and try to draw a spell, or just get rid of it. I would assume we need to just Feed the Swarm, but...
Yeah, we got to get rid of that. Just get something back.
Wow.
Targeting. Wow, this is desperation. Ancestral Anger. Targeting the Brutal Cathar just to draw a card. So essentially a cantrip.
It
There's
worked,
a mouse.
though.
Okay, we have something going here.
It totally paid off because that's the exact card Daniel wanted to find.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, Daniel ends this turn by just having a Brutal Cathar dead. But on the bright side, now Daniel does get
There's
to
a
feed
bright
the
side?
Swarm. Yeah, gets to feed the Swarm that Brutal Cathar. You
Sure.
definitely want your
The mouse.
Heartfire Hero back instead of the other one.
I'll forgive you that one. That's not another one in your mispronunciation.
Yes.
4 cards in hand, no third land for Daniel and Rakdos aggro. Both of these players are 7-0 here in our tournament. Just a reminder that there are 9 rounds each day. That's a lot of Magic to be played, Corey.
Yeah, 9 rounds on the first day, 6 rounds on the second day, plus top 8, top 4, and finals. Huge tournament, very much reminiscent of the old kind of GP schedules. They're always a grind.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Here comes a Mockingbird, which is actually, surprise, surprise, a Brutal Cathar. And now we're seeing the beatdown once again from Michael Greenberg. Azorius Humans just getting in for so much damage. Oh, boy.
And as I have said, every time this card got cast, if you pay 3 total mana, of course, X equals essentially 3, and you can copy your 3 drops.
Yes.
As I definitely
You
knew
definitely
going into
100%
this. Yeah.
knew, yes.
Without chat's help.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
we're not even looking at Twitch chat.
Exactly.
Nope, nope, nope. Hey, there's line number 3. That is a target for something that Daniel has.
Yeah, and now, I mean, man, just 3 Brutal Cathars is very aptly named here. This is brutal.
Yeah, it's rough.
Like, we see some pump spells, and oh no,
Oh,
just
boy.
a Titan Strength. I believe that's at upkeep.
Scry, yeah.
Oh.
Jeez. I mean, hey, at least these cards can target any creature, but definitely not the situation you want to be in, and I think this is going to be Michael Greenberg picking up a very clean 2-0 against Daniel Duterte. So, oh, 2 monstrous rages! Yeah!
I gotta say, Azorius Humans, or Mono White Humans here, has looked really good.
Yeah.
And it's a deck that has just been completely under the radar.
For sure,
You know,
yeah.
maybe we were I can't even remember if we were talking about it on camera or not, but I was just saying, Adeline has fallen off the face of the earth, you know? Like, it's a card that is just so incredibly powerful, but it really doesn't, it only has 1 home, and it's just not been a great deck. You know, it probably really struggles against Phoenix, but I bet it has a great Rakdos matchup. I mean, that looked pretty convincing, and it's fast enough to pressure Azorius control, and when you play against the nonsense, as in just any deck that you play against in Pioneer, it's going to just be good because it has a powerful and proactive strategy that can just interact its game plan very quickly.
We do like powerful, proactive strategies.
Yes.
And we do like more magic. So let's jump in. We have our backup matches ready.
Well, first, we have a deck tech to preview of our match.
Yeah, let's do that first. It is none other than the Duke himself with Nick Miller.
Hello, welcome back to the Sideboard here at the Regional Championship in Washington, D.C., part of SCGCon. I'm Nick Miller alongside Pro Tour champion Reed Duke. No stranger to the Sideboard. Good to see you. It's good to be back with Giant Magic tournaments, and you are, of course, here battling it out.
It is good to be back. I mean, doing an interview with you after all these years, Nick, having like Cedric and Patrick cover one of my, you know, on-camera matches. It's just so much fun. Like, so happy that this is that this has come together.
Yeah. Tell us about your deck choice this week. You're playing Dimir Control, a standout because, you know, the top deck, well, the most played deck in the field is Azorius Control by big numbers up there. but you're choosing the blue-black route. Take us on that thought decision.
Cool. So the storyline of this deck is way back at Pro Tour Karlov Manor. Gabriel Nassif played blue-black control. He was the only one in the entire tournament playing it, and he went 8-2. Really good, right? But as it turned out, the deck that caught on after the Pro Tour was Rakdos Vampires, and Nassif's deck like didn't get a lot of attention. But now Sorin is banned, so I had the idea, let's go revisit the deck that proved itself so strong in the pre-Vampires world, and it's also just really fun. I enjoy the cards in it, and it's cool to be at least a little different than what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, I know one of Gabe's cohorts, Edgar Maguier, also a big fan of the deck.
Yep.
Won some tournaments up in Canada, I believe, with it. Now take us through your choices here. A lot of, not 4-ofs. So you got a lot of range in this deck. You, of course, have Deduce and Fatal Push as, maxed out. But I think the card that everyone kind of sees is the Deadly Cover-Up and goes, now what's going on here?
Yeah, so you nailed it. The only cards that are 4-ofs, including the entire 75, are Fatal Push and Deduce. Those are the ones I want to see in my opening hand the most. And then, other than that, it's like the games go long, you see a lot of cards, you want a lot of variety to line up the right answer against the right threat. But yeah, the key card and the reason that I'm choosing Dimir over Azorius is Deadly Cover-Up. So this is really effective for getting rid of creatures with graveyard recursion. Like, I exiled somebody's entire playset of Cauldron Familiars earlier. And against Is It Phoenix, if you can wipe their board, get rid of all their Arclight Phoenixes, not only is it difficult for them to rebuild right away, but it pretty quickly gets to a point where they don't really have enough threats left in their deck to beat you in a long game. So it's really, really powerful, especially in the right matchup.
Yeah, once you have more removal spells than they have creatures,
that's the idea.
It's hard for them to grind a game out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's a lot of graveyard recursion in this format that you mentioned. And even decks, not like those two you mentioned, just have random cards that are coming back, or have Delirium and things like that when you talk about the Rakdos mid-range decks. So you have that covered. And in true Reed control fashion, the win cons are few and far between here.
Definitely, yeah.
Shark Typhoon and some creature lands.
Yep, yeah, so you honestly win a lot of your games with creature lands just once you've taken control of the game, gotten really far ahead. A couple Shark Typhoons that can be nice. Definitely have hard casted a few times. And I'll also highlight the one of Torrential Gearhulk in the deck, because sort of like the end game checkmate that you can go for is you play Torrential Gearhulk, flashback Dig Through Time, which great card, by the way, one of my favorites. And if you can put 3 steps ahead in your hand, then you untap with the ability to counter your opponent's next spell and copy your Gearhulk. And in any kind of close game, that's going to be enough to slam the door shut.
Yeah, hard to come back from that much card advantage and the creatures you're putting on the table. You got a removal suite of Drown in the Loch plus Shielded Geodate to kind of cover your bases. Hand Disruption, as the tournament, of course, kicked off with you turn 1 Thoughtseize.
Oh, is that right? I didn't even realize that. That's great.
And that's just poetic, I would say. Also, I think you need to call out the Cling to Dust here as the main deck inclusion.
Yep. Yesterday, at the midnight hour, I added a second Cling to Dust because this is just a really low cost, versatile card. Builds in some graveyard hate, builds in some life gain. Yeah, I'm just a big fan of it. A subtle inclusion, but it does pull a lot of weight.
How do you feel your matchups are against the top spread here, and in particular the blue-white matchup?
Okay, good question. So of the big decks, I think Is It Phoenix is a squarely favorable matchup, and that's a big reason to choose Dimir. Rakdos Prowess is structurally pretty tough, but I made almost every single card choice in my deck to pick up as much ground as possible, so I got that one up to close to 50-50, I'd like to think. And then the Control Mirror is just a Control Mirror. Hard to claim that I'm favored, but I've got some flexible stuff. I have Thoughtseize, Cling to Dust on their Memory Deluge, but Control Mirrors are always kind of brutal, and then you have the additional risk of not finishing in time.
Yeah.
So I would say that's not one of the matchups I'm hoping to play a lot for the rest of the event.
And I think I recall the original incarnation of the deck. I heard both of them talk about they won a lot of games just through milling, or deadly cover-up, taking out all the threats, and then you can just win however you want.
Absolutely, yeah. So I've natural decked Phoenix players because you remove their Arclight Phoenixes and then an attack with a Restless Reef, or you kind of bait them into resolving one too many treasure crews. So that can definitely happen.
Take us through your key sideboard cards here. Narset just seems like another door slammer against the Phoenix deck.
Yep. Yeah, Narset has been really effective. It was actually the very best Narset was today was against the Unholy Annex Reckoner Bankbuster mono black deck.
Okay.
So there's like a lot of if somebody's playing Caretaker's Talent, there's a lot of unusual places where Narset is just exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yep.
And then yes, very good if you can have it on the battlefield against Phoenix. Going down the list, Kalidas is really exciting in this deck. It's a great card right now with like Food and Phoenix and some other aggro decks running around. And Dimir Control is maybe the best home for it. Chrome Host Seed Shark just to kind of punish people when they sideboard out too many removal spells.
Yep.
And Path of Peril is my sideboard card of choice against the just really, really fast decks. It's like sometimes you need it to keep pace in the early turns.
Fantastic. In a closing thought, how would you describe Pioneer right now? It seems to be one of the more diverse metagames we've seen in this format before. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it's really cool. It's rare going into a tournament that you're not sure what the most popular deck is going to be. And here, we have Rakdos, Prowess, Phoenix, and Azorius Control that are all, it's a toss-up. What's the best?
Yeah.
But yeah, you can kind of play whatever archetype is fun for you right now. So Pioneer's pretty diverse, and there's a lot of directions you can go.
Awesome. Well, you're off to a 6-1 start, correct?
That's right. Yep.
2 more rounds to go, and then we hope to see you on day 2 doing the usual Reed Duke thing.
Let's hope.
All right, Reed, appreciate you joining me here in the sideboard. Stay tuned to Star City Games all weekend long for the action here in Washington, D.C.
Hall of Famer, Pro Tour champion. There's not much that Reed Duke hasn't done in his Magic career. And I'm wondering, Corey, is he onto something with this deck?
I think this deck is sweet. So I think this is kind of like the level 2 of the metagame of Pioneer. Like, you just think it's really good up against the blue-white control decks, having Shark Typhoon, Hand Disruption. That's going to give you an advantage in the control matchups. It seems like you're better off against these Rakdos aggro decks, as you just have Fatal Push, a very cheap, removal spell. Phoenix, I think it might be a little bit worse than blue-white control, but you still have the deadly cover-ups to exile the Phoenixes and stuff. I think Reed really did it with this deck choice. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, he's
Go Reed.
Yeah, go Reed. If you don't root for Reed, leave. Anywho, some people are Brian Koval fans.
There you go.
And that's our matchup. So let's jump in and see these two very established players go at it here. 6-1 are their records. Is it Phoenix? Pretty stock list that we see from Brian, and Dimir Control in the hands of Reed Duke.
Yeah, and by the way, I am a huge Brian Koval fan as well. He's been around the content creation streets for a long time, makes a lot of great decks, big lover of Legacy. I'm a big fan of Brian as well. So Thoughtseize turn 1 here is almost assuredly going to take this Shredder. And Treasure Cruise is Ancestral Recall at home, but not when you don't have any cards in your graveyard.
We're a ways from that.
Brian's like, time to pick the lock.
Pick lock, Brian Start? Yes.
Yep. Didn't find it.
Yeah, unfortunate. So Treasure Cruise and an Arclight Phoenix in hand, but there is a Consider, so...
Good draw.
Yeah, not too shabby. Dry Disruption in the bin. Also haven't seen that card in a hot minute.
Yeah. And that's another one, this is an open deckless tournament, and looking at Reed Duke's deck, there's a ton of one-ofs. He kind of said he got a little bit of the inspiration from Gabriel Nassif at Pro Tour Murders of Karlov Manor. And Nassif loves playing basically no more than a 2-of in any deck I've ever seen him play, so he's taken a little bit of that. But it's also really hard to play up against a deck that has a bunch of one-ofs. You just can't play around anything. It's like it's an open deckless tournament for everyone except for Reed, because he's playing, I don't know, dare I say, basically a commander deck. He's got so many one-ofs,
Almost, yeah. Just chuck Yorin in there, and then you're as close as you can be. So things off to a slow start here for Is It Phoenix in the hands of Brian Koval. Not what he wants to be. Not where he wants to be, as the longer the game goes and the more resources Reed gets hold of, the more the game swings in his favor.
Yep, and that was a big turn for Brian. Brian just said go, didn't have anything to do on that turn, picks up another draw step. You know, he's going to be firing off anything he can cast because he's just trying to get to that treasure cruise aspect and gets a sleight of hand here to get it going.
Dig, dig, dig. But does Reed say, no, thank you? Sure does. We're going to drown in the loch, as
Thank you.
Riley Knight would say.
Yeah, Riley Knight did yell at me multiple times for
Yes.
saying drown in the loch. It is drown in the loch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like you're spitting a loogie, I guess.
Ewy. So, board empty. Graveyards getting filled.
And this is the exact kind of game that Reed wants to be playing. Just draw, go, react to whatever Brian's doing, and Brian just discarded the hand size there. Now, while that's terrible, you know, you do not want to be doing that, it does fill Treasure Cruise, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if you chuck a bird in the bin, you're kind of okay with that, too. The higher our voices go, the less good it is.
Or the more we say, that's interesting. You know,
yeah. Interesting. That's commentator speak for, what did they just do there?
Yeah, that wasn't great. All right.
Oh, boy.
So the Memory Deluge now Reed was very patient to only cast this Deluge after he can pay for Spell Pierces, pay for Spell Pierce 2 times over. Reed just knows how good of a game 1 this is because Brian has probably around 8 dead cards. And Reed's just been preying on Phoenix decks for game 1 at least. You know, we've seen him play against Wyatt Darby here round 1, and he smashed Wyatt game 1, and then game 2 and 3 got a lot tougher. So that's kind of the trajectory it looks like Reed's on for this match as well.
Oh, yeah. Cling to Dust also getting rid of some stuff in the bin to make Treasure Cruise less good. But, you know, he's just drawn so many cards now. He's looking at a full grip. Counter spells, you know, eventually once he's just absolutely obliterated all the resources that Brian has available, then he's going to start doing his thing.
And I want to bring some attention to what Reed did there at the end. He had 8 untapped mana. Brian said move to discard, and Reed thought, and said sure. He could have flashbacked that Memory Deluge in the board, but it would have ran right into Spell Pierce. Not only would it have got Spell Pierced, but that would have been Brian not discarding a card instead. So nice tight play by Reed.
Change the equation, says no thank you to Free the Fae on the Picklock Prankster. So, yeah, I mean, Reed has just shut him down at every single turn so far.
Yep, this has been not close.
Not close. It's been a bit of a yikes, I would say.
A bit of a yikes for sure.
Yeah.
But it looked like Brian mulliganed. You know, I did not see a lot of cards at the beginning. And Reed had that very timely Thoughtseize to take the Shredder. Could have dealt with Shredder probably in a plethora of ways, but still.
Hey, all right, we get to resolve a spell. Birds in the bin. Birds in the bin. Cruise.
Okay.
Hey, love to see that.
Now Brian has 2 cruises. So if anything, we can see one fired off now and see if Reed wants to do anything about it.
Dig, dig, dig.
The one thing Reed doesn't have any counter unless you pay 2 type effect. Has 2 sensors worth playing around. So we'll see Brian probably not go and tap out with something like Treasure Cruise being the last spell.
Yeah. So fires off the cruise. 3 steps ahead, though, is Reed Duke. Going to counter that pretty comfortably. And, yeah, no more fodder for the second Treasure Cruise.
Reed Duke is usually 3 steps ahead. Maybe, you know, Brian Koval's also an amazing Magic player. You know.
Certainly no slouch.
Exactly.
Sleight of hand. Once again, let's take a look. Or is that opt? I think
that's an opt. Yep.
These old borders, they're hard to read, man.
Yes, there you go. You can tell you didn't play it way back in the day. These are all of Brian Koval's cards that he owned. All the oldest versions because, well, he's been playing that long.
Back in my day.
Back in my day.
So now we have the Picklock Prankster on the board. This is the first creature to stick, but yeah, your 1/3 ain't gonna do all that much against a Torrential Gearhulk.
Yeah, Torrential Gearhulk flashing back at Deduce. Come on.
Oof.
Yeah, that's nice. I love this. This game's over.
It's felt like it's been over for a while.
It really
Since that
was.
Shredder got binned, it's just like, well, how do you come back from this?
Yeah, Phoenix really needs to be very proactive
Yeah.
and dealing with this stuff very aggressively, making sure to always be playing threats. Brian took like 3 turns off. You just can't do that.
No, definitely not. So Reed going through the paces is going to start jamming in with the good old.
Here you can tell how
Yeah?
long the players have been playing by
Oh,
their
yeah.
basic island
Look at their
selections. Yeah.
I love all the signed cards that Reed has. It's sweet.
I think those basic islands were printed before I was born. Probably pretty close.
Yeah, you were probably a toddler at the time,
Yeah,
I'd imagine.
yeah.
My brain's trying to work out how old you are. I'm like, no, you're not younger than Magic.
24.
I call bull.
Hey. Chill.
Oh my goodness me. So Brian, I mean, at this point, if I'm in Brian's spot, I'm like, okay, let's think about game 2 here as we attempt once again to cast a treasure cruise.
This is probably the last ditch effort right
Yeah.
here. If this gets countered, Brian might just, pack it up. Because we do have that Hall of the Storm Giants that's available as well.
Yeah.
But Reed just says, hey, it's no problem. Either doesn't have a counter spell or, just not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
And you get to a certain spot where Brian has so many cards in hand that if you're like, yeah, you can cruise, sure. This is the one you want to counter, though, because this makes all of your little creatures like the pranksters extremely deadly threats.
Yeah.
And here is that counter unless you pay 1 censor. But Brian just didn't have an option to play around it.
And we're going to go digging, and that is going to be Brian scooping on up. Hey, when you dig, you do actually scoop.
Yes.
Whoop, dig, whoop.
I like it.
Yeah.
A lot of scooping going on there for sure. So let's take a look here at Brian Koval's sideboard here to see what he has for Dimir control. And,
Yeah.
I'm going to preface with, once again, these matchups are prepared for blue-white control.
Yeah.
There's going to be some overlap, like it's whatever cards are good against control decks are probably good against different flavors of control.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Mystical Disputes. Crackling Drake is probably good. Any just more threats
Yeah.
you can get into the battlefield. Negate's probably fine. You might
Disputes?
I like Dispute. Yeah, I mean, if there's Torrential Gearhulk,
Oh, yeah.
you want that. Maybe Ashiok. It doesn't necessarily seem like for this matchup, but you can prevent Memory Deluges, Cling to Dust, stuff like that. Overall, probably not, but
Yeah.
that is another consideration. And then from Reed's side, to get ready for Phoenix, a lot different selections. You have a couple Kalidas, which is an incredible card against them. Another Thoughtseize you probably want. Narset, Parter of Veils, is a card that we're going to see Reed play and probably not touch.
Yeah.
Just leave it at
Just
5.
just leave it sitting
Yep.
there, yeah.
Prevent Brian from having one of these crazy 3-opt Treasure Cruise style turns. And then also has the ability to bring in Chrome Host Seed Shark. And Ailey, I want to talk a little bit about this sideboard from Reed. If you're at an open deck list tournament, there's some decks that the open deck list aspect is not great for you,
Yeah.
and there's some where it's advantageous to you. This type of sideboard, Reed is taking the open deck list concept, and it's advantageous to him because he has cards like Chrome Host, Seed Shark, and Kalidas kind of must deal with threats.
Yeah.
The thing is, Reed doesn't have to bring those in. So if he doesn't bring those in, Brian might respect that they're there and leave in Lightning Axe, a terrible card in the matchup. So
yeah.
there's going to be some mind games between the players, and you might even see something like from Reed, where if he sees Lightning Axe game 2, he takes out the Chrome Host Seed Sharks for game 3. These kind of mind games that we play. If it reminds you of it was an event we were casting where Reed and Nathan Stoyer were playing in the top 8 of the Pro Tour where I want to say Reed won. I could be
Yeah.
wrong on that.
First for Exile will be one.
Yeah, but there was kind of this pivot where, you bring in your threats, you take out your threats.
Yeah.
And Reed went from leaving in the Zendigos combo one time
Oh, yeah.
to just going with the Kraken plan, the Hallbreaker Horror. And he switched it throughout the games, and Nathan just had to guess.
Yeah.
Didn't know what's up. That was an open deckless tournament as well.
Yeah, it's like a coin flip,
Yep, exactly.
Flip it and hope you pick right. Heads or
Yeah.
tails, what happens?
Yep.
Reed Duke, a member of Team CFB Ultimate Guard. Some good-looking boxes on the tables there for both players.
Fine products.
Oh, yeah. As the players get to consult their opponent's deck lists. and you know, try and guess what they're up to. So, Brian, things didn't go well for him in that game one. Like, if I was Brian, I would just try and erase my memory of that game because wow, that was a beating.
100%. I love this multitasking from Reed. He's pile shoving it on top of Brian's deck list, so he's constantly still gaining information to the very last moment. Once a gamer, always a gamer.
Oh, yeah. And one thing I want to say about Reed Duke is he is an absolute gentleman.
Yes.
He's an excellent Magic player, but he's just such a fan of the game.
Yeah.
He's been playing since he could probably read and hold cards.
Yeah.
You know, and just seeing the things that he's had signed and, you know, the people that he interacts with and is a fan of within the game too, you know, other players, artists, designers, like it's just great. You know, the biggest fans of the game are going to be the most successful in it.
100%. I remember leaving one of the Pro Tours where Reed top 8'd. You know, it could have been, I believe it was in Minneapolis. And we're leaving the event after a long day, you know, we're ready to go get dinner or whatever. And we just see Reed in a long line to get his card signed from an artist booth. And we're like, and he had the top 8 to play the next day. It's just like, yes, Reed loves the game.
Yeah.
And such
every aspect of it.
100%. Yeah. Same with Brian. Brian's always an amazing sport, always nice to talk to. You know, he's got a great Patreon where he's really, really friendly with all of his patrons, all his fans. And, yeah, just two ambassadors of the game right here. And, you know, I'm a fan of both of them.
Hell yeah. Definitely love to see great people like Reed Duke and Brian Koval doing so well here. It's round 8 of the regional championship. Thank you, everyone, for joining us wherever you are. Our players are just determining their hands here for game number 2. They're both 6-1 and would love to advance to 7-1.
Yep, and a reminder to everyone, this is a 9-round tournament.
Yeah.
And 6-3 is the cut. So both of these players, like you said, have made it already, but you want to make sure and give yourself some breathing room for the 6 more rounds we're going to be playing tomorrow before that cut to top 8.
Okay, Corey, I have to ask you.
Yeah.
You have been historically. You're a bit of a grinder. You like going to the event when you can.
Oh, yeah.
How do you get the stamina for an however many round tournament? Because it's 9 rounds today. That's a lot of Magic played.
So the couple things I've learned in you know, my quest in professional Magic, there's a couple main things, and they seem so simple, but they're really, really important. Number one, you know, it's so nice when you go to a tournament like this to see all your friends and to stay up late, you know, chatting in the hotel rooms and stuff.
Yeah.
You need to get your sleep. You know, you got to make sure you can try to get 8 hours of sleep, 7.5. Javier said he gets 10 hours of sleep before every event, which is impressive. You get your sleep, and then during the tournament, make sure to eat yourself a good breakfast, and then throughout the day, stay hydrated. It seems so basic, but this stuff is really, really important. You can derail your tournament by staying up till 3 in the morning the night before with your buds.
Don't do that. Do that once you're either out of the tournament or you won it.
Yeah. You can
that's when you get to jam.
You can celebrate with your buds until 3 a.m. after you've won the event.
There you go. Good plan. Sorry to the buds otherwise.
Yeah. Every bud is just like, come on, Corey.
Yeah. Oh, but the bird gets to hang out this time. Ledger Shredder is on the battlefield here for Brian Koval. Reed Duke says, not for long, though. Thank you. Get that out of here. Fatal Push takes care of the big old pigeon.
Okay, Shredder number 2.
Followed up by a spell. Nice. Let's connive. Conniving first. Ooh, okay. 2 Free the Fae in hand, so consider it gets in the bin.
That was really interesting. I think it was 1 Brazen Borrow, 1 Picklock Prankster that was left in hand.
Yeah.
I would have thought for sure discard the Brazen Borrower there, but maybe I missaw that. Maybe that was a Picklock Prankster, or maybe that was 2 of them.
Well, we shall see shortly, huh?
We shall. If that was...
Only we can read minds.
Yeah,
that's a Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, I would have.
Right.
I would have thought you'd discard that, but then again, that is just a nice threat, and maybe Brian is just prioritizing. I need to keep as many threats as possible, because if Reed gets to this situation where he's dealt with the threats and Brian's just drawing, you know, air, just cantrip, those are the games that Reed wins.
For sure. And, you know, being able to play on Reed's end step, make him use his resources on his turn and not Brian's, that's kind of where you want to be sitting for Brian.
100%.
I like how Reed untaps this card. Did you see that? It's so fast. Like,
Yes, they both. I've been watching both of their kind of mannerisms while
Yeah.
they play, and they're both so smooth
Yeah.
when it comes to it. I love watching them both play Magic.
It's kind of funny. Friends of ours have just started playing Magic, and they commented like, "Wow, I love watching you guys. How you've got such a nice flow with how you do
Yeah.
this." And I remember even when I started watching, I think one of the first events that I watched live was Autumn Burchett's win from what's the Mythic Championship
Mythic
1.
Championship 1, yep.
And you know how she was just like so elegant.
Elegant,
you know?
exactly. Yep.
It's just it's lovely to watch.
Ironically, beat Reed Duke in the top 4 of that event.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, no, Autumn did.
Oh, Autumn did.
Yep,
Right.
yep. That was one of the best matches I've ever seen in my life.
I was
so
like, I'm sure you're not there.
no,
You weren't playing that.
I don't top 8 Pro Tours. That's why I'm here.
Those who can't do speak or something like that. Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh boy, there is a game of Magic happening here. Brian Koval's doing his bestest to get some more cards in hand. He's got a pretty decent grip now as we see Memory Deluge resolving here for Reed Duke.
That's a great sight for Reed. Being able to just, play a card that gets you 2 cards here is excellent. When you can play a card that gets you 4 cards, it's even
Yeah.
better. Even if it costs 11 mana over the course of 2 turns.
It's a small price to pay.
One thing you'll notice that Reed does as well, and I love picking up on these minor things, whenever he draws a card, he puts it right to the middle of his hand. Just because, let's say you draw a card and you immediately play a land, your opponent's going to pick up on that information like, oh, he doesn't have any more lands in hand or something like that.
Yeah.
Reed never gives away any information if he can help it.
That's why Brian Kibler shuffles like a maniac.
Well, I don't know about that, but
Oh,
he
boy.
likes to
that-
shuffle
that
anyway.
is- That
Oh,
is,
it?
yeah. Yeah, he said, because in a format that he was playing, I don't entirely remember it, but,
Yeah.
it would matter what card is drawn when. So,
Sure.
you would just shuffle all the time. Then you never know which card was drawn at which time. So, yeah.
Brian Kibler has missed so many miracle triggers of his own. He just shuffles right after he draws his card.
You get to see nothing, Hall of the Storm Giants. It's the board here for Reed Duke.
All right, we did see a very good exchange here that you're always happy with whenever you're playing Shark Typhoon. Whenever you get to cycle and ambush block a creature, which we just saw to that Brazen Bar, you feel so far ahead. It is just a 2-for-1 piece of removal, and that's kind of what this Dimir control deck is kind of built on.
Land for turn, land go. Reed Duke sitting with a full grip. Brazen Borrower hits the board. On the end step, passes back to Brian. What do we got in hand here?
I see Negate, Shieldred's Edict.
Consider.
Or I was saying from Reed's side, I
for
saw
resets,
those,
yeah.
yep. Both players have a ton of cards, so this is going to be a great interactive game here.
This is nice. We like
Yeah.
seeing Magic being played.
And here's the thing for Reed. He's just like, normally we saw him play around Spell Pierce and stuff with this, but now he has so many cards in hand that he's just at the stage where he's like, I'm going to use my mana no matter what.
Yep. It's like an embarrassment of riches almost.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, sure, you can counter it. This is your end step, so I get to do whatever I want on my turn then.
Yeah.
So Arclight Phoenix in hand, couple lands. I believe there's an axe in there too for Brian. Reed's got a whole bunch more goodies now.
Yep, and there is the respect for those Kalidas and Sharks leaving in 2 axes. Maybe Brian didn't have enough cards to take out anyways and kind of had to, but Reed's going to be able to see that information now if this were to resolve. And who knows, maybe take out the creatures if he were to have brought them in. All right, Negate on the stack here for that Thoughtseize.
Yeah. You want to keep that hand as is.
Yeah, just keep the information secret because as it stands, Brian's hand is not great. We do see the Ashiok, which he did end up bringing in, and it doesn't look very good right now, to be honest.
Ooh, Shieldred's Edict. Okay, so that'll take care of the Brazen Borrower. Goodbye, bud. So, Reed Duke doesn't get any information. And now we will see Circuzan Crucible of Defiance. Make some little 1/1s. You don't see this very often. Oh, I love those.
Oh, not often.
Look at that. That's so cute.
Is that a Ninja Turtle?
We don't know that. That's a different IP, Corey. We're not allowed to say nothing.
Sure. Sure, you got me.
Yep. And these little guys have haste. Off they go alongside their pigeon bud, Arclight Phoenix. Now what does Reed do?
Now this is the spot. This is nice from Brian, just playing 2 cards that, like, one, the Sokenzen needs 2 pieces of removal for a land, so barely any investment. And the Arclight Phoenix, sure, go ahead and destroy it. It's going to come back eventually. So
Yeah.
Brian's doing a great job of deploying threats that threaten Reed that he doesn't care if he loses.
Now we're going to start digging. Look at 7. Pick 2. Oh, man. This game is great. There's just something happening every single turn. So
Yeah, this matchup's super awesome.
it's my kind of magic.
And
like
I
it.
mean, this Dimir control deck just in general is this kind of matchup constantly. So Reed's in for a very mentally, difficult, mentally stimulating game all throughout the day as this is a really tough one to play. I did watch Reed's one loss on the floor. And he lost a really close matchup to that mono black mid-range deck, which looks really, really cool. Yeah, and it was a super close one, so Reed was very close to 7-0.
Have we seen the mono black yet?
I haven't seen it on coverage when we've been watching so far, but
Yeah.
it is a deck that's doing quite well, so I wouldn't be too
It is,
shocked
yeah.
if we see it come down.
Probably see it tomorrow. Children's
Yeah.
Edict once again. Gonna get rid of the burb.
So Brian does have a negate in hand, but he just doesn't care about
Yeah.
anything that does. Here's going to be a card that gets a
Ooh.
negate, though.
Go blank. No thank you. Negate says, do not exile my graveyard. I'd like to bring these back, please.
There's a negate from Reed, so all of a sudden, Reed has navigated this quite well to be able to get all of those Arclight
Ow,
Phoenixes out of
yeah.
there.
We're just, yeah, that's just the entire graveyard gone. Everything Brian was working towards.
Yep, and I want to bring some attention to the fact that Reed had both negate and Drown in the Lock
Yeah.
for this, and went with
Use the
Drown in
lock,
the
yeah.
Lock because now the graveyard's gone. Just super tight technical play from Reed.
That's cool, because Drown in the Law cares about your opponent's graveyard, so
Yeah.
if there's nothing there, you can't do anything. You just have a brick.
Not true. You can kill one of these goblins.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Fine, prove me wrong.
Immediately.
Good job. Yeah, that was
Thank
that
you,
was pretty. Yeah, good job.
Thank you. I needed that.
Birds, Ledger Shredder, and our lovely Picklock Prankster on the board.
That being said, this is
That's
another.
that's a lot of creatures, though. Yeah.
Yeah, this feels like if Reed is able to cast one of his most powerful cards, the Deadly Cover-Up,
Yeah.
we might just be all done here.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't have it, Reed is in for a little bit of trouble. And I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't side out some of those, maybe
Yeah.
trim. I could see him leaving them all in because they hit Arclight Phoenixes too, so I could see it going either way.
Just a fatal push there to take care of the Ledger Shredder. Definitely the most valuable card on the board here for Brian. Where are we going now? That's a lot of tapping. Woo! Oh, Gab Nassif is going to be so happy about that.
Let's see it, Twitch chat. You got what you want. Hardcast. Let's hear your hardcast in chat. Love it.
Oh, hardcast into Narset. Beautiful.
And now, like what I was going to say, we're probably going to see Narset and just go.
Yeah, she's just
Yeah.
hanging out.
Yep.
Because those little guys aren't going to be able to kill her. Reed's still got a full grip of cards, so. Oh, boy.
Reed Duke, a man of the people here, hard casting Shark Typhoon. It's almost never correct, to be
No,
honest, but it looks
but it's
great
fun.
right now. It
Oh,
looks
yeah.
great.
That's super fun.
This is going to be one of those matchups where it is really good, though, because, well, Izzet Phoenix cannot deal with it in any way, but you play against, like, enchantments, the enigmatic incarnation, you're never hard casting. Not a chance.
Sleight of hand, doing some digging. Can't draw with Narset on the board. Excuse me, can't draw twice on a turn. So gonna have to use all the spells that don't do any drawing.
Yeah.
Arclight Phoenix is just gonna get hard cast there and hope.
And look at this. I mean,
Whee!
Brian is now hellbent.
Yeah.
And Brian had a great draw this game. Reed just picked him apart slowly but surely. Just kind of a masterclass. I'm guessing this is everything at Narset, but whatever. Chump the Arclight Phoenix, Narset goes to 2, and you still feel great.
Yeah. And then whatever Reed costs from here on out, he just gets a free creature with because hard cost Shark Typhoon. Woo!
Yeah, this is beginning to be
The beginning of the end.
The beginning of garbage time, yeah.
What is garbage time?
It's when the game's gameplay turns into garbage because one player absolutely is dominating.
I like that. Garbage time. I'll never remember it. Oh, boy. Speaking of garbage, look how many things are in exile there. That is a pile.
So I don't see a memory deluge in the yard as of now, though. So, you know, that would be kind of the thing that's just disgusting right now.
Yeah.
Pay 7, make a 7/7. Now, dig through time is also quite well.
Where are we going?
Oh, God, I was wondering.
Yeah?
It's been a while. I was like, does this work the way that we want it to, where you can cast dig through time for 2 and you still get yourself 8/8? And I believe you do.
Kind of similar to the impending cost.
Yeah, exactly. It does check the mana value here, so really
Nice.
impressive stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty gross.
That is absolutely gross.
But you know what? It's also really freaking cool, so.
It really is.
I like a control deck that can close out a game with a massive flying shark.
Yeah, and we already saw one of the Brazen Borrowers here from Brian. We'll see how many there is. It looks like there's one main and one in the board, so Brian's going to need that just to stop the value.
Yeah.
That one spell was cast off Shark Typhoon, so, like, just seems really, really... Oh, never mind.
Adora. Yeah.
Forgot about that one.
Can't counter that one.
That was nice.
The channel ends. They're so cool. Oh, memory deluge. Yeah, no, Brian's seen enough. Just so much value in hand for Reed Duke. Just gas the entire time, huh?
Yep, 100%.
Good grief.
You know, this was the one matchup where I wasn't sure as far as the big 3 decks that if Reed's Dimir deck looks amazing against. It seems great against blue-white. It seems better against Rakdos than the blue-white fares against Rakdos. But so far, we've seen Reed on camera twice playing against Izzet Phoenix and 2 great opponents.
Yeah.
Pro Tour champion Wyatt Darby, now Brian Kobold here, and he's kind of destroyed both of them. So if this is a deck that just has a great matchup against the top 3 decks and you just get to play good matchup against everything else, maybe Reed broke it and he's got the right deck for the tournament.
Well, we're pretty accustomed to seeing Reed Duke in the top 8, so if he does make another one, we won't be surprised.
I'd be shocked. Shocked. Shock and awe.
Shock face. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break, friends, but don't go anywhere. We have one more round of Magic right after this. Alrighty, nerds, it's round number 9. People are getting ready to get out of here, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
But they still have one more round of Magic to get through, Corey.
Yep.
And we are going to be finding out who all has made it through. So let's go check out the standings and see how some of our favorite players are doing before we jump into this next matchup, which is going to be pretty darn sweet.
Yeah, this is a big round for a lot of players. You know, we're going to be looking at some of the higher ranked players. We got, you know, spoilers here, table 1, 2, and 3 in our feature match. But there's a lot of players out there that are at that, you know, 5 and 3 mark where this is a win and end today too. You can still make the top 8 at 6-3. You got to pretty much win all your rounds tomorrow. But, you know, this round means a ton across the rest of the players this event. You kind of almost feel a calming silence. You know, you can feel the nervous energy when you're out there right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely not like to be at the 5 and 3 spot.
Yeah, it's a little
It would be
scary.
preferable to be at the 8 and 0s.
I'd feel better at 8 and 0s.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, for
100%. Yeah.
For sure. So as soon as we do have the standings, we'll be able to show those to your friends. But let's talk about our feature match, which is coming up next.
Yep.
And I do believe it is going to be... Oh, there we go. We got current standings. Let's go check it out. So, Abe Snake doing pretty darn good there. Still sitting 8 and 0.
Look at this screenshot right here, everyone. Top 5, 5 different decks. How can you not love Pioneer right here? I mean, that's just poetry, really.
Oh, man. Let's take a look at the next 5 who are undefeated, perhaps still. Well, these might be our only undefeateds.
It should be around 7, maybe
6. Yeah, okay.
So 6,
Couple
2
of draws,
Phoenixes as the 2 undefeated, and then Azorius Control doing what it does best, getting into the draw bracket.
Oh, cool.
All
So
right.
still, Azorius Control doing pretty well there. But then Mono Black Midrange, spoiler alert, this is the deck we're going, or the archetype we're going to be taking a look at.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at this list, because there's some cards in here I have not seen in a while.
Yeah, admittedly, this mono black mid-range deck, I've been starting to play against it a little bit in the Pioneer queues. And it is a deck that I just really didn't expect to be good, if I'm being frank. You know, it really seemed like a bit more of a meme to me, but there is some incredible combos here. Unstoppable Slasher being one of the new cards, mixed with Bloodletter Alkazats.
Oh, that's another one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I knew I was going to
threw that
butcher
piece
that
of
one.
paper away.
Good.
You were on 5, though. So.
Back to 0, it looks like.
No.
So that is just a 2-card combo. You know, if you just can connect your Unstoppable Slasher, you win the game if you play that. So, I mean, this deck does a lot of really cool things. You also have, guess what card I'm looking at here? Unholy Annex that you
You've
can...
got auto rotate on your screen. So it just turned.
You got the Unholy Annex, that really cool room that is extremely powerful here from our most recent set. This deck's awesome.
Yeah, this looks like it's gonna be fun. So if you have a black heart and you really want to see some demons take over the battlefield, then you're in for a treat, friendos.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, though, something you've been wanting to see.
Another deck that's awesome here. This is our only undefeated enigmatic incarnation deck, and this is not your traditional almost Omnath color based.
Yeah.
There's a lot of black cards in here, so you have 4 Fatal Push. You have 3 of the black Overlord of the Balemark. You just have some really, really cool cards. And some innovative takes here. You have Nowhere to Run that you can play.
I was surprised to see Nowhere to Run. You know, it's a really good removal spell in the limited portion.
It makes sense, though. You have Nowhere to Run, which can kill a creature.
Yeah.
You already get the value of that. Already just a good card. And then if you can sacrifice it to Enigmatic Incarnation, you have a lot of really cool 3s. You have Glarb, you have Knight of Autumn, you have Skyclave Apparition, and Zur. I mean, I love the composition of this deck. It looks really good to me.
Please say Glarb again.
Glarb. I think you're forced to say it like that if you ever say it. You can't just say Glarb.
No.
Like, it's Glarb.
Glarb.
Yeah, exactly. Say it with me,
cool
Twitch. Or chat.
Oh, goodness me. Some very cool cards in this list.
Yeah.
In both, actually. So,
Yep.
you know, as soon as the players are ready to rock and roll, we'll jump down there and go and take a look. But yeah, I want to see. I don't think we have cast a game where Enigmatic Incarnation's actually shown up.
I don't think so. We haven't seen that actual card be cast. You know, we've had it on our feature matches a couple of times, but so far the actual enchantment hasn't showed up. It's done some nice work. Just the outside the other cards of the deck, but so far the namesake cards not so great.
Well, let's see if Shanghai can get Enigmatic Incarnation on the battlefield up against Matt Tumovich on Mono Black Midrange.
Really looking forward to this. This was Reed's only loss, was
Yeah,
Matt.
Mono
So,
Black.
yep, specifically
Matt.
Matt. Yep, yep.
Wow.
He played extremely great Magic. He played some extremely good Magic when I watched him as well, so it was awesome.
Sweet. You know what else is sweet? Foundations. You can pre-order it now on StarCityGames.com. The director and Corey are having words via post-it notes, and it's quite amusing. But the matches are indeed ready. So let's go and check it out as you guys get your pre-orders in for Foundations. And you'll be able to play that in January at another SCGCon if you want to come and hang out there in the 3rd to the 5th of Jan. Woo! Let's duress and take a look at the hand. That's a lot of lands. Crikey.
Yeah, a lot of lands, but of
4?
course, this is once again a Yorion deck. This Duress cannot take the Overlord, so, I mean, that card just seems awesome in this deck. We saw it a little bit in Greasefang.
Yeah.
That card seems awesome in Greasefang.
Oh, it's so good, yeah.
Yeah, but it seems like it's got a really nice home in this deck as well because, correct me if I'm wrong, can you just return... Oh, it does only return the creatures. You can't return Enigmatic, but
yeah, no, unfortunately not. But like, you know, talking about the Greasefang deck as Shanghai's hand is getting absolutely torn to pieces here.
Yep.
You know, the Overlord is able to chuck things into the bin, but doesn't care about, you know, just those cards being, you know, the selection being made from just those cards. It can take any card from the graveyard, which is great.
And now Matt has 2 good cards he wants to take, both of them being Overlords.
Yeah.
You don't really care about the Nowhere to Run from this mid-range deck.
Nah.
Most of your creatures have 4 toughness anyways, but the 2 Overlords are both excellent here.
Overlord of the Flood Pits has slightly steeper, well, actually not really, it's 3 compared to the 2 for the Overlord of the Baelmerk. Flood Pits, though, will get some extra cards here for Shanghai.
That makes sense, you know, just, you know, being able to have this 1 card get cast and you get to return 1 thing, it's great. But, you know, that being said, you can just take this Overlord, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that wasn't the correct take because now you just have Shanghai.
Well, I can't get an Avatar back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I, for one, welcome our new Overlords.
Yeah, I mean, they're all good. They're all absolutely great. That is a card I have not seen really cast in my testing too much so far.
Overlords?
No, just this specific
Oh,
Overlord.
yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the Overlords, but...
Yeah. This one is, like, obviously we haven't seen Mono Black mid-range all that much, but it's doing very well here indeed. In the hands of Matt, 8-0. There's 6 players left at 8-0.
Yep.
So, yeah. I'm going to cut that in half.
Yeah, there's only going to be 3 players with the perfect record, maybe 4 undefeated if you count the one that is XO1, but either way, Matt is in a lot of trouble here as he just attacked with Mutavault. Not great.
So ripping the hand to pieces, and now we get to see the new room.
Yeah.
Unholy Annex and Ritual Chamber. So we get to draw a card, and if we have a demon, each opponent loses 2 life, and we gain 2 life. Otherwise, just gaining life.
Yeah,
losing life.
otherwise you lose the life. So it's kind of a Phyrexian Arena, kind of a
Yeah.
little bit of a worse Phyrexian Arena on one side, but it really combos with Bloodletter of Elkalots, you know.
Elkalots.
God dang it.
It's probably not even that. There's another pronunciation for it, so we're both going to mess it up. It's all good.
Yeah, fair. But if you have that in play, then instead your opponent's losing 4 life at end step.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of combinations in this deck.
Yeah, this deck doesn't ever really need to like do too much attacking with
Look-
all the... Ooh, hello.
Look at that one off the top.
Yay! Yay! We get to see it, not just in the bin. Enigmatic Incarnation. Woohoo!
Okay, so this
What are
is
we
huge.
fetching?
Some of the 6 drops you can get Kroxa and Kyranos, you can get Noxious Gearhulk, you can get the Red Overlord. That seems to be the only 3 6 drops, but I mean they all seem to be really good for me. I would think the Kroxa and Kyranos seems like the best off first glance because you can just you know, when it comes into play, exile 5 cards. And
you
then
get a creature
return a
back.
creature
Oh, graveyard to battlefield.
and it's not those 5 cards. So you can bring back the Overlord that's already there,
Ew.
if I'm understanding that correctly.
I think that's correct, but we'll let the players who know their decks better show us.
Okay.
Oh, it's going to be Boiler Bros. Okay.
That seems disgusting, though. If you can sack the 5-mana Overlord to then
Gross.
get Kroxa and Kyranos to then get back the 5-mana Overlord?
Ewy. But you know what? I like just 4 good old damage to face here from Overlord
Yeah.
of the Boiler Bulges, and next turn attacking, doing the same darn thing.
Yeah. And there's a chance that it was drawn, too, and you just don't have that ability to do so.
Fetch, yeah.
Otherwise, it does seem like that's a better option to me right now. So I'll be interested to hear that card here, or that card choice.
Alrighty. Well, Shieldred's Edict taking care of our Overlord. So back in the bin he goes. Probably see him again later.
Pretty cute there at end step. Matt just animated Mutavault to get around that clause of losing life, as it is also a demon.
That's so good.
Spicy.
I love that. Ah, Mutavault. You're such a good little creature land.
And
Up the beanstalk. Woo! Let's go.
And here's the situation where these mono black mid-range decks just really suffer.
Yeah.
Enigmatic Incarnation's already on the battlefield. Your
What are you
opponent,
supposed to do against
yeah,
that?
you're playing Magic, but the game's over already. You know, like we're of course going to keep it going, and there's a chance that Matt can kind of combo finish. But outside of that, the value that you get from Enigmatic Incarnation is just outrageous.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just a snowball effect
Yeah.
now. As long as that stays on the board and Shanghai can keep feeding it, like, yeah, this is going to be pretty near impossible for Matt to come back.
Yeah, I love Shanghai's deck. This is awesome.
Again, as you said, and I've said multiple times already today, like, Pioneer is so cool. You could basically play whatever you want, and so long as you know your matchups and you know your deck inside out, you could have a pretty good time with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe we saw deck tech earlier from Mason Clark where there was this Enigmatic Incarnation deck with the black cards, so maybe they tested together or something like that. But really innovative take, and I think it looks nice. All right, Field of Ruin to destroy some lands. Now, this is something that a lot of players don't really look at when you have open deck lists. Like,
Yeah.
the first thing you don't look at is the basic count. When you're playing this mono black mid-range deck and you have a bunch of Field of Ruins, that's kind of the first thing you look for. You're like, okay, are my Field of Ruins online? And, you know, my first glance, there's one swamp. There's one basic land here. So these Field of Ruins are going to be really good.
That's the price you pay for a 5-color deck.
A
So.
greedy mana base, indeed. Well, to be fair, this one's only 4.
What's it missing?
I guess technically
No,
Crocs and
there's red
Kyranos.
there. It's got everything.
All right,
yeah,
all
this
right.
is look, even High Noon, it's got an activated ability. You
I
don't
don't-
ever use it, but yeah.
I don't like it. It's a Sultai Splash White deck, and I'm sticking to my guns.
That takes far too long to say.
Yeah, that's
It's
fair.
just Wooburg.
That's fair.
Oh boy, now we have the good old blue Overlord down on the battlefield. It's gonna get eaten though.
Flood Pits will be sacrificed. Now you have a 6-drop. Now there's Noxious Gear Hope, or there's Croxus, and
Come on,
yeah, it's got to be the Croxus this
Yeah.
time, yeah.
the good old giant and the dog. He's a good puppy. Okay, so when they enter or attack, exile 5 cards. When you do, return a critter from the graveyard to the battlefield. That's so much value. That's gross.
Yeah.
Ew.
I mean, and you can just return anything unless I'm misunderstanding. Like, you can bring these Overlords back, right?
It's just one though, right? Yeah. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's a creature.
Yeah, just bring one. Yeah, okay. I was just making sure they're not, like, strangely just
No,
enchantments in the
no.
yard or something. But this card seems insane in this deck. That's incredible.
Yeah, I love. Oh, this is cool. Go for the throat, taking care of the Skyclave apparitions. So, how big is this thing that comes back now of the Skyclave? Wait, that grabbed the room, right? So the room's mana value is
Yeah,
both sides.
I think it's both. I think it's an 8/8.
Yeah.
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 Look. Wow.
Sweet.
That is not something you want a Skyclave, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
Oh, you have a 6/6 giant? Hold my adult beverage.
You know, and I mean, that's 8 damage. What are you really going to do? You kind of got to chump block here.
Well, yeah, I mean, the 4 damage from the... Oh, we're going for it. We just jamming?
Yeah, I almost would have not Skyclaved that. You know, like, it's
Yeah.
pretty risky.
Okay. Huh. All right, Nowhere to Run's going to shrink it, though.
Oh, that's huge.
That's pretty darn cool. Wow. So
Yeah.
then Shanghai would just have the win pretty easily there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it a 5/5, and then
Yeah.
Shanghai is able to gain 6 there. Instead of taking 8, instead, you know, goes up 6. And Shanghai's deck is sweet.
That's sweet. I love this, actually.
Okay, I'm gonna be jumping in the Pioneer queues and playing this after this.
I'm 100%, yeah.
Wow. Okay, so let's take a look at the
Sideboards,
sideboard
yes.
here. Shanghai, we'll start with that.
Mhm.
Looking,
Ooh, Agent of Treachery, gross.
Yep.
Ugh.
yeah, and I think that is pretty solid against these kind of mid-range decks, sacrificing Leyline Binding that dealt with just like a token or something, and then being able to Agent of Treachery one of these 4-drops. I bet that's coming in.
Ew. That's really gross. And then you can blink it too with your. Ugh.
Oh, yeah.
Yuck.
The good old days of Jeskai Luka, there
Oh,
would be a
no.
lot of that kind of stuff.
Icky.
Really nice stuff. So outside of that, there's 4 Thoughtseizes that could come in. You know, I'm really interested to see if Shanghai is going to leave in all these Fatal Pushes because, well, they are good against the 4-drops, but, you know, you do have to do some work to trigger Revolt, so it's not amazing. Also, the Nowhere to Run seem quite bad, so I would assume you need to get those out immediately. And, you know, so we'll probably will see some Thoughtseizes here from Shanghai. And on the flip side here from our first mono-black mid-range here, our kind of mono-black demon-style deck, I would think we have Invoke Despair. That's going to be a really nice card. And in fact, the card that I saw Matt absolutely destroy Reed with when I watched on the floor. Go Blank could be okay, but Enigmatic kind of only needs that one card. Ashiok for sure.
Yeah.
Enigmatic cannot search with that static ability in play, so that's going to be a nice one. And that's about it that I'm seeing that you really, really want. It all kind of depends how many cards Matt has got to take out from his deck, which it's not a Yorion deck, so not as much.
Both of these lists are so sweet. You want to play afterwards?
I do.
Hell
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's go.
I'll see you in the queue. This sounds great.
Oh, man. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. This is round number 9. This is the last round of the day, but we will still have plenty Magic tomorrow and even more in November, 15 to 17, SCGCon Columbus. Come and hang out with us there. It's going to be a good old time. You're going to have lots of events to play in. And,
yeah, and if you like, you know, if you're seeing this event and it's kind of giving you, you know, the powerful red 2-3 from the newest set, if you're getting FOMO here watching this broadcast and you want to come play some Magic, I go to all these SCG cons and let me tell you, firsthand experience, I have an absolute blast at every single one of them.
Yeah.
All the staff, all the crew, everybody that works these Star City Game events are really awesome, really welcoming.
Yeah.
And you can play, you know, 5Ks, 10Ks. You can do really whatever you want at these kind of events. So come on out, November 15th to the 17th. I'll be gaming. I'll be playing. I'll be playing some Magic. Nice. So go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon if you want some more information on signing up for your next event.
Corey, your ad reads are far too professional.
That was not an ad read. That was off the top.
Yeah, you need to get onto Patrick's level, man.
Okay.
And just wing it, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you did actually wing that. That was very impressive.
Yeah.
But yes, what Corey said, everything is true because this is my first time here. It's rad. So many cool vendors. The Artists Alley is also fantastic.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yep. A lot of cool stuff that you can do here.
Come hang out with us.
We can't even, you know, talk about all the things on there because there's so many things you can do at these SCGCon events. So make sure to just check out the information and you'll be able to see it
Go
for
to
yourself.
the website. You are a multitasking individual, I'm sure, so.
And Columbus is just one of my favorite cities.
Yeah?
It's
Why is
really
that?
sweet. You know, just the venue is really nice. You're really close to a lot of fun stuff to do. They have a cool arcade across the street that I go to after the events.
My language.
Yeah, it's all fun.
Hey, we're going to go to another mulligan here. For Matt, Zamel down to 5, perhaps?
Ooh, not great.
No, not great at all.
Not great at all. Looks like a mulligan from Shanghai as well.
Okay. Cool. So players getting shuffled up there. Every day we're shuffling.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. You know, as far as just this mono-black mid-range deck, like I was kind of saying, it seemed like a bit more of a meme to me. But, you know, it's just hard to argue with a deck that gets to play 8 1-mana hand disruption in the main. You play all 4 Thoughtseize, that's a given, you know, in a mono-black deck. But Matt plays 4 Duress in the main deck.
Jeez,
so that just really shows, like, how much of a fragile combo he's playing, first of all, because, like, you know, half of Matt's games can end on turn 4 where he goes, like, turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Duress, turn 3 Unstoppable Slasher, turn 4 Bloodletter, game. You know? So it's a fragile combo as it gets disrupted by one piece of removal. But when you rip apart your hand and then play said fragile combo, it still looks pretty good.
I want to see it do the thing. So Unstoppable Slasher into Bloodletter. That's what we're hoping for this game. Come on, give us a great match here. Turn 1, Duress. Ooh, look at that. Thoughtseize.
So,
Incarnation.
This is usually
Blast.
something when you're in Matt spot where you take the non-redundant card. You know you're already going to get Thoughtseize right away, so you just take the Incarnation as it's the one unique card, and Matt's just going to be like, yeah, go ahead and rip my hand apart, no problem. And yeah, even that, the Enigmatic doesn't have a lot of untapped black mana sources, so.
Misery's Shadow. It's the board. So sad.
Okay, and that's a great threat. And that's actually kind of bad news here from Shanghai, the fact that there's just 2 lands. Now, all of a sudden, Matt's going to untap unless he finds something to cast. Attack for 5. Untap. Attack for 6. And Shanghai is not able to just really blindly fire off that Thoughtseize, or it feels kind of bad if you miss again. Or if you miss for the first time, I should say.
Not often you see creatures with, just 1 mana activation, pump it up. You know, you want something to do with your mana, here you go.
I mean, that's actually a pretty bad sign here for Shanghai. That means Matt drew something, and Bankbuster was incredible here.
That is a great draw here for Matt. We may have a game, gamers.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this looks great for Matt. Looks absolutely great for Matt. So we'll see. You know, we're definitely not firing off a Thoughtseize. That's not great. Now we'll just see what Shanghai has found to play. Doesn't want to take 2 just to buy Yorion, so.
Yeah, no, just sitting there waiting.
Conserving life, it would
hoping
seem.
to not die. Yeah, Misery Shadow is definitely a accelerating clock.
Yeah. So now something that we might see from Matt is attack and just go, all right, pump once, stare, and make sure he doesn't have a nowhere to run or something like that.
Yeah.
Pump again, say go, and then just draw off Bankbuster at the end of Shanghai's turn. Just to prevent that Thoughtseize being useful.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah, Bankbuster is such a sweet card. A little too good.
I love it. I love it. I think it's a great card.
All right.
Once banned in Standard.
Uh-huh. Quite a few things got banned from Neon Dynasty, honestly.
Yeah, like 5 things from that really great Rakdos deck that we saw
Invoke,
Nathan Stoyer win with.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, Fable.
So here's the trick, friends. If you don't want your favorite cards to get banned, stop playing well with them.
See, I was going to say, if you don't want your cards to get banned, don't let Nathan Stoyer play with them. He'll win with them, he'll make them look too good, and they'll be banned. So.
Yeah. Poor Nadu. That's what happened to him, right?
Yeah. So that was Field of Ruin #1. Instead of getting some extra damage in, Matt decided to Field of Ruin. You know, it's kind of hard to see exactly what that Triumph was. It looks like a Bant, the Spara's headquarters. So trying to cut off blue mana. So pretty smart there from Matt.
Overlord of the Bale, Mark. Gonna chuck some things in the bin. Didn't get a creature back, I don't think.
Got Knight of Autumn,
Knight
I
of
think.
Autumn,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Which is great against the Bankbuster.
Oh, yeah.
The best basic lands by Matt as well.
Oh, yeah.
So those are my favorite. I have giant posters of them at my house.
Yeah?
Yep.
I've got Magali's ones up on my walls.
Cool, cool.
Yeah.
We're nerds.
We are.
Heck yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right, so gets in some damage here. Looks like life totals escaped us for a second, but I believe we're down to 8.
Just got Teferi's protection down here. Don't worry, it'll come
Smart.
back.
Yep,
Yeah.
smart. All right, so 18 to 8 as it stands. This is going to be to 6, and that feels real bad. I think I don't want to call it too early, but it seems like we're going to be heading to the next game.
This is looking pretty good. I mean, yeah, even if there, we know there's an answer. There's Enigmatic Incarnation. Okay.
Never mind.
Okay, we retract our previous statements. You heard nothing. Let's go get a 6-drop.
Okay, so the 6 drops
Is it a 6-drop? Yeah.
have remained the same. We have Overlord to deal with this Misery Shadow. That seems pretty nice. And, of course, you just have the super powerful Kroxa and Kurnos. I love it. I love it. So you may exile 5 cards from your graveyard. When you do, return a creature. This card's insanely good.
That is very good. Because you can just bring back the same one, right?
Yeah, you just bring back the Overlord here, and you go and you mill. And
Whee! Let's go again.
and you mill over the 5 cards, or I guess it's only 4, but close enough.
Yeah.
Now just think if you
Jeez.
were to get like Yorion to blink it.
You basically just upgraded your Overlord. You don't have to wait for any impending counters to come
Yeah.
off. That's disgusting, honestly. This deck is sick.
This deck is super sick. I mean, that was a powerful card, but
Yeah.
it really hasn't found a home. But wow, when you can just imagine blinking that with Yorion too.
Ew.
Yeah.
Oh, no. We're going to go Bruin, aren't we?
I think we are.
This is cool, man.
A game where we basically were counting Shanghai out. At
Yeah.
this point now, I don't know if he can lose.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of life gain would be good, but Croxa and Kunos do have lifelink
Unbelievable.
and menace and vigilance because it's 2 things on 1 card.
Now you can technically block this if you're Matt, as in you can get Bankbuster to get a pilot. Now we have another creature as well. So yeah, pretty decent as far as getting in the way of it. Now that is the Unstoppable Slasher.
Yeah.
So it has some death touch.
Zombie. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Oh my. So you get to stack this in such a way that you mill
Ew.
first,
Ew.
and then you activate the Croxa.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god. This interaction is bananas.
Yeah, that's... Oh, my gosh. Because, yeah, they're both enter or attack.
Wow.
We're just having our minds blown. Don't worry about us.
Yeah.
Just blue screening slightly, but here comes Overlord of the Hauntwoods, so we're going to make everywhere.
Yeah.
Jeez. I'm kind of just like sitting here enjoying this game. This is so cool. Oh boy. Would have loved to have found the Overlord of the Boiler Bill just to prevent Croxa and Kunoros from dying.
Yeah, that being said, I am double checking Misery Shadow here. When that Overlord was sacrificed, it should have been exiled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it. Yeah.
Yeah, that actually should not have worked that way. That should have been caught by the players. And, oh no, excuse me, it was impending. No, sorry, it was just an enchantment.
Yeah, it was eaten. Yeah, it was sacrificed, so it didn't. It
Yeah.
wasn't a creature. It didn't die, so it's
Okay.
fine. It's fine. Nobody panic.
Now, if it were to die here, then
Yeah.
it would be exiled.
Yeah, Croxa and Kunoros would
Yeah.
go die for sure.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
exiled.
Interesting interaction there for sure.
Yeah. Oh, we got the pilot out. Nice. Okay. So yeah, we got the pilot. We got a treasure. Bankbuster's done its bank busting. Double block here on Croxa and Kunoros to get this to go away permanently.
Yeah, there is 1 card in hand, so we'll see if there is a piece of removal.
Yeah.
Looks like that's not the case.
Okay, sweet. So down to 11 goes Matt. Up to 12 goes Shanghai.
That seems right. And then when the Slasher dies, if it had no counters on it, returns to the battlefield tapped with 2 stun counters on it. So what a card.
It's pretty gross.
It
Yeah.
is
so
a
you have to
gross
kill
one.
it while it's stunned.
Yep.
You know, it's kind of like
Really
the
good
damage
stuff.
phase in a boss fight.
Yep. And Misery Shadow is only creatures your opponents control,
Mhm.
so it works exactly the
Yeah.
way Matt wants.
Don't have to worry about your critters getting got. Yorion, big old bird serpent to hand here for Shanghai, and this game is very close, actually.
Yeah, I would definitely say huge advantage to Shanghai as there's still the incarnation going.
Sure.
It gets exiled, but here comes a 6-drop. You know, once again, once incarnation is on the battlefield, it looks like we're still playing Magic, but we're just kind of not.
Yeah.
You know, like incarnation in this deck especially has looked awesome. It's looked really awesome.
Yeah. This has been so cool to watch. But yeah, the Croxa and Kunoros thing, jeez. That's just nasty.
That interaction is something that surprised me.
Yeah.
I feel like it takes a lot to surprise me as far as this modern metagame goes, but that is an interaction where it truly seems like whoever found that really did it.
Yeah, good job. Archfiend of the Dross on the board now. So we have 4 turns, otherwise Matt loses.
And now the Overlord gets to attack. The red Overlord gets to attack and shoot
Yeah,
down one of
just
these creatures.
Get out of here.
And surface value, if we just go to end step, the Overlord blinks out and a Traxa comes in.
Oh, gross.
Or this the black Overlord sacrifice, we get Noxious Gearhulk to deal with Archfiend of the Dross.
Gain some more life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shanghai's sitting quite pretty at the moment.
Yeah.
What does Matt even have to deal with? What does anyone in this hall have to deal with this deck?
To be fair, I do think this mono black mid range deck, it's a rough matchup for Matt with this incarnation deck. Like, it doesn't seem great. It doesn't seem unwinnable. Whenever you're playing an 8 Thoughtseize essentially hand or Thoughtseize deck, like, you can still pick apart. But whenever Enigmatic Incarnation is on the top of the deck and not in your hand, you know, I believe there's a saying about that, you know, that you can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck. And so far, Shanghai.
Unless you're playing Mill.
There you go. There we go.
Here comes the big old birdie. Don't fret, he's not scooping.
So the way that you track this,
Oh,
the thing
boy.
that he's explaining is you put it so the Yorion trigger comes into play first, get an everywhere counter, mill some cards, return something, Overlord kills something, and then if you want to, sacrifice the red Overlord, get a Traxa. Sack one of the 5-mana Overlords, get Noxious Gearhulk. Do whatever you want.
I thought the ultimatum decks were obnoxious, but this is just ridiculous.
This is a work of art.
Good grief.
This is a work of art. Just got to make sure you don't screw up your triggers or anything here. And it should be smooth sailing to 9-0 here from Shanghai as long as he, doesn't screw up in some way. This has been impressive.
Yeah, this has been super cool. I'm very excited for tomorrow if this is the kind of deck that we're going to be seeing in the hands of players who just pilot them beautifully. Noxious Gearhulk going to take care of that Archfiend, so 6 more life, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not? Gain 6 life. Go up to 17.
18, yeah.
Yeah. And this is nice. Some of these incarnation
Wait,
decks.
it's toughness, right?
It doesn't matter.
Equals
It's a
its
6-6.
toughness. Oh, right.
Could be
yes.
power, could be toughness,
No,
doesn't matter.
I'm reading Noxious Gearhulk, but it was the Dross that got killed. Never mind.
Yep.
It's a long day.
Castle, take one,
boy.
scoop.
Yep, that's going to be it. Wow, what a cool deck from Shanghai Nguyen. 9-0.
9-0.
That's got to feel good, man.
One of our 3 undefeated players and did it in style. That match.
Look at Matt. He's just like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, Matt's just thinking, what could I have done there? And honestly, I thought Matt played really well. But, man, this matchup either seems really one-sided or this is just maybe what we could be looking at as the deck of the tournament. Because
that was so cool.
that deck's awesome.
Just give me some more of that tomorrow, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll let me in the tournament if I can play that event. I'll be 6-3. You know, I'll not try to get any 9-0 start or something, but I just want to play with that deck. That looks sweet. Maybe I can go borrow it for a side event real quick if
We have laptops we can jam. All right,
Okay.
we'll play afterwards, Corey.
Fair.
Don't go stealing people's decks now, please. Jeez, that was so cool. I'm still reeling from that. Like, what did we just see there? There was like so much value from Enigmatic Incarnation.
I mean, the Croxa interaction there with sacrificing the black Overlord is truly next level. There's a lot the deck can still do that we didn't see.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really powerful 3-drops as well. But yeah, just incredible stuff. I think that deck was awesome, and I can't wait to see it tomorrow morning for sure.
Speaking of tomorrow morning, friends, if you would like to join us for day 2, we'd love to have you here as we determine who our top 8 is going to be. It starts off at 9 a.m. tomorrow, so an hour earlier, I believe, than what today started. So be sure to come back. Make sure you hit the follow. Go sign up for the newsletter. Do all the things. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching.